Traveling through the world of One Piece for 10 years? I finally waited for this thing today. Luo Han woke up on Qingya, staring blankly at the blue sky. 10 years have passed in a flash. In my past life, I was a corporate slave in Tianshao. With a salary of 6,000, the pressure was high. But at least it was peaceful. Unlike now, every day worrying about being cut down by pirates. Sigh. Xiaohan, come back quickly. The fish scale fruit is ripe. We're just waiting for you. Grandma Mo shouted at him with her cane. Almost forgot. Today is the quadrennial fish scale fruit festival. Around 2 in the afternoon. This fruit can only be eaten by those aged 10 to 18. It's useless for those over 18. The whole island relies on the divine tree to produce this thing. It contains energy that can transform one's physique. Once every 4 years. Incoming grandma. Luo Han rolled over and got up. How many times do I have to tell you? Qingya is dangerous? Grandma Mo nagged again. I know, I'll help you. Walking to the inner circle of the Ring Tree Island. That divine tree still feels shocking after 10 years. This island is incredible. It's circular, all made of rocks. 200 meters high, with vertical sea surfaces inside and out. Like a giant stone pillar stuck in the sea. In the middle is a bottomless freshwater lake. The lake bottom has water caves connecting to the ocean. The divine tree grows in the center of the lake. It could desalinate seawater. The island's freshwater relies entirely on it. The roots intertwine with the island, forming spider web-like paths. The houses of the islanders are all in rock caves, divided into 9 layers according to the tree roots, arriving at the 9th layer's root square. 2 square kilometers big. Everyone on the island is there. The fish scale fruits are piled on long tables. Xiaohan wanted Qingya to sleep again. Of course, loves going since he was little. Is it more comfortable than a woman's bed? Haha. Luo Han rolled his eyes, pretending not to understand. Luo Han, hurry up and line up, the hunting team captain, Kate shouted. This guy is 5 meters tall, muscular like a gorilla. His strength is off the charts, equivalent to a Navy vice admiral. After all, it's the new world. Luo Han quickly stood at the end of the line. Over 40 people, all aged 10 to 18, with over 20,000 people on the island. Only this few spots every 4 years. Han bro, if I eat this, can I beat my dad? The chubby kid, Fierk, asked from the front. He's the same age as Luo Han, 10 years old. A foodie. After eating a few more, you should be fine. I don't want to wait. My dad keeps hitting my mom. It's so loud and says it's for exercise. I don't believe it. Luo Han, you're very outstanding. All right, come one by one to get your fruit. Eating it makes you a man or a woman too. Haha. The chubby kid quickly turned around. Luo Han was also super excited. When he was 5, he heard islanders talk about the Navy, pirates, and the world government. He knew he had entered the world of One Piece. In this place, you can't survive without power. The fish scale fruit is his foundation. After all, not everyone has Big Mom's talent. Finally, it was Luo Han's turn. He picked up a fruit. Uncle Kate, this one seems different from the others. The surface of the fish scale fruit looks like fish scales, usually green. But is one. This fish scale fruit actually looks like this? Could it be a devil fruit? The fruit in Luo Han's hand. Its surface is smooth, imprinted with kaleidoscope patterns, with a mix of colors. Red, green, yellow, all sorts. Completely different from the others. The others are all green with fish scale patterns. Uncle Kate, this one seems off. Don't worry, it's definitely picked from the divine tree. I picked it myself. Uncle Kate patted his chest to guarantee. But it just doesn't look right. Luo Han muttered. The divine tree's fruits cannot be wasted. Be grateful. Maybe the effect is even better. Uncle Kate suddenly became serious. Luo Han walked to the side with the fruit. The more he looked at it, the more it resembled a devil fruit. In his previous life, he heard, when a power user dies, the fruit randomly attaches to a fruit and is reborn. Could it be? His heart raced instantly. Luo Han, why aren't you eating? It's really good, is that yours? The chubby kid leaned over to ask. Yeah, it looks strange, the taste probably is too. Luo Han took a big bite. The taste hard to describe. His face instantly turned pale, but inside, it exploded with excitement. It's really a devil fruit. The next second, he couldn't smile anymore. Little Luo Han, don't waste it. Hurry up and finish it. Uncle Kate's loud voice came. Luo Han's face turned even paler. With tears in his eyes, he finished the rest. Tears were streaming down his face. True tears streaming down his face. How is it? The effect is not bad, right? Just look at you. Ha! Uncle Kate continued to tease. Luo Han felt bitter inside, which I saw that the effect was good. This devil fruit is way too hard to eat. Everyone grab your harpoons. Let's go into the water to catch fish. Uncle Kate called everyone. All the adults responded. They gradually went down to the lake's surface. Only the elderly and those who just ate the fruit were left on the square. Hurry and sit down to feel the transformation. It's good for training. Elder Rhine shouted. You two are 10 years old. You can eat next time. Take your time feeling it. The chubby kid quickly sat down. He was still waiting to stop his parents from exercising. Luo Han didn't sit. He walked to the edge of the square and looked down. There were many fish floating on the lake, big and small. There were even sea kings 100 meters long. Every year, when the fish scale fruit ripens, the divine tree emits a special scent, attracting sea creatures to come in through the water caves. But the lake is freshwater. When seawater fish get close, they faint. Residents take the opportunity to fish. This is the symbiosis between the divine tree and the islanders. Xiaohan, I'm going back to boil water. Be careful. Grandma Emo said with a smile. Okay, Grandma. Take care. They'll go back after I get the fish. Luo Han watched Grandma's back, feeling a pang in his heart. His parents had died of illness when he was very young. In this era, if your body can't take it, you can only accept fate. Thanks to Grandma Mo for taking care of him. What kind of ability does this devil fruit have? Just thinking about it makes him excited. Does eating a fruit directly awaken observation haki? Can it cover the whole island? Luo Han sat down and calmed his mind. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes. Instantly understood the ability of this devil fruit. It turned out to be a mental type. How to use it depends on the development of his imagination. At first, there wasn't much performance. He had to slowly ponder. No wonder the previous user died. This kind of mental training, without imagination, it really doesn't work. But the imagination of an earthling that's been fed by all kinds of anime. Thinking about it, the Toone Shun from Naruto can permanently change a person's thoughts, turning a father's murderer into a dear father. And you still believe it. Also, the Mirage from Bleach can even manipulate the six senses. Just thinking about it makes his scalp tingle. Thinking of this, Luo Han felt a power in his mind about to explode. Boom! It feels like a long time has passed, yet also just a moment. Closing my eyes and looking again at in the dark world, there are many more lights and various sounds of breathing. Those lights should be the islanders and the fish in the lake. That one is big. Come help me. This sea king crab is just right for the little ones to replenish their strength. All kinds of voices are clear. Amazing. I've awakened my observation haki. The range can actually cover the entire Ring Tree Island. This mind fruit is incredible that IT requires a specific concept to activate, just like the divine sense in cultivation novels. Earthlings understand mental strength extends outward, perceiving the environment like radar. With this concept, I immediately grasped the observation haki. As I studied my abilities, time passed in a flash. The sun set. The islanders carried the fish ashore. The first layer of the square was piled up like a mountain. Besides what we would eat tonight, the rest would be pickled by the hunting team, stored in special caves that IT could be preserved for 3 to 4 years. Luo Han picked a 100-pound tuna, brought it back to his home on the 9th layer. Grandma Mo had already started the fire. Xiao Han is back. Grandma, wait for me to finish processing the fish before cooking. Slicing, cooking, adding sea salt and spices. Steam rose from the stone pot. The smell of fish filled the stone cave. Grandma, you should try this piece. Xiao Han, eat more. Eating fish scales makes you have a big appetite. A warm dinner time. After finishing and cleaning up, Grandma, I'm going to play with Xiao Pang. Come back early. Be careful. Not long after, Luo Han and Xiao Pang lay on top of the island. Moonlight spilled onto the grass. The starry sky was so brilliant it felt like it could embrace the universe. Only in the pirate world could there be such a view. Air. Have you thought about the future? The future? I want to eat lots and lots of meat. Hee hee. Xiao Pang said, chewing on grass. Do you want to go out to sea, like a pirate? Dad said there are big monsters outside that eat people. I heard that the meat of big monsters is very delicious. I wonder if it's true. Luo Han smiled and looked at him. What other abilities can this mind fruit develop? After going out to sea, what will we encounter? Getting beaten by Xiao Pang after eating the devil fruit. I'm impressed by this plot. When are we going out to sea? Air asked with drool. Luo Han stood up to look at the starry sky. I will go out to sea. If you want to go, come with me. Now let's start our daily practice, he said as he pulled Air to fight. The island's military boxing is quite similar to what I learned in college. The two practiced from age 5 to 10. Luo Han always played around with Xiao Pang, but today felt different. Xiao Pang's speed increased. His strength also surged. He actually kept up with Luo Han's speed and was even a bit faster. Air, how did you suddenly become stronger? I don't know. Maybe it's the effect of the fish scale fruit. Brother Rain said that training can enhance the transformation effect. Luo Han realized it turns out he was eating the devil fruit, but didn't get a body transformation. Amazing. You practice by yourself. I'm going to think. Luo Han walked aside. He had to delay his path to becoming stronger. Fortunately, he could eat the fish scale fruit again in 4 years. For these 4 years, he would focus on the mind fruit. Air was practicing military boxing nearby. He actually showed some momentum. It seems that this boxing needs the enhancement of the fish scale fruit to show its power. Luo Han began to think. How to develop the mind fruit? Now, his physique is just that of an ordinary person, but his mental strength has become stronger due to the fruit and observation haki that he lacks strength. What mental abilities represent strength? Got it. Telekinesis. With a wave of the hand, he can repel everything that a glare can be lethal. Who wouldn't want this ability? That's it. Luo Han instantly felt less gloomy that he began to ponder how to manifest telekinesis after practicing for 3 hours. He called Kair to go home. They agreed to continue tomorrow at the door. Luo Han pushed the door open. The fish oil lamp was still lit. Grandma Mo was flipping salted fish. Grandma, need help? No, you go to sleep. I'm getting ready for bed too. Grandma and Mo sat still. Luo Han knew this was Grandma's love. He walked into the inner room and lay down. What timeline is this now? Has One Piece been born? This island is too remote. No outsiders have been seen for 10 years, but it's safe. Yet Ring Tree Island has no snow all year round. It should be in the Grand Line. I must quickly master my power. This world is so exciting. I must go see it. Power doesn't matter, but beautiful women can't be lacking. Hee. Luo Han went to sleep with ambition. The next morning, he woke up. His pants were wet. This child in the world of One Piece is too precocious that he can compete with the kids next door for Naruto. After changing into another pair of pants, Luo Han walked out of the hall. Next, can telekinesis be successfully developed? What changes will there be after eating the fish scale fruit in 4 years? Can observation haki be used like this? Dodging ambushes feels so refreshing in the morning. Grandma Mo was facing away from the stove, making fish soup. Grandma, you always wake up so early. It's nothing. I'll be ready soon. Grandma always smiled. I want to get up early to make breakfast. But every time I wake up, she's already up earlier than me. So I just let her be. After finishing breakfast, I called Kair to go to the 9th layer square. Brother Rain was there. I sidestepped, dodging his hand that came down. Hee. Observation haki is not awakened for nothing. Smack. Kair didn't dodge. Did you feel any changes in your body today? Rain was a bit surprised. Yes. I got stronger. Last night, Brother Han couldn't even beat me. Kair was very proud. Luo Han's mouth twitched. Does this kid have to show off so much? I'm okay. Not as obvious as Kair. It's fine, just practice slowly. Rain comforted that he is Uncle Kate's nephew, 18 years old, 2 meters 9, that a sturdy build, that he is specifically responsible for organizing us to practice military boxing. Facing the sun, boys aged 10 to 18 began their morning exercises. After 2 hours, they dispersed. That Kair excitedly went to seek advice from Rain. Luo Han felt a bit jealous, but he was also happy for him, shaking his head. It will be fine in the future. Going home to make lunch. Fish cake paired with fish soup. The fish cake is made from the resin of the divine tree ground into powder. It has a fishy aroma. Grandma Mo is getting old. She usually just grinds the resin. Since I was 8, I've been making lunch. Only for breakfast does she still insist on doing it herself. After eating, I rested for a bit, then went to the top of the island. Today the hunting team would go to the sea to collect salt. The whole island relies on them for salt. Brother Han, over here. Kair and Rain were waving. Before reaching 10 years old, Xiao Pang and I could only watch the fun. Now we had to help. Xiao Han, connect the vine and the rope properly. Got it. Organizing tools with coal. Finished in half an hour. The hunting team arrived. Everyone was strong and robust, carrying 4-meter-long fishbone harpoons, with Sea King-class fishbone shovels strapped to their waists. Cole suddenly pulled me aside, looking left and right. Hangu, my dad said to meet us at Qing'an tonight. Let's go wait for him. Uncle Vite. All right, got it. Get the tools ready. Let's go down. Uncle Kate's voice was still as loud as ever. Ready. Everyone responded in unison. The rope was tied to the stone pillar. One hand gripping the vine, the other holding the harpoon, sliding down the rock wall. Soon we reached the island below. The shallow beach was only 1 meter deep. Outwards for 10 kilometers. The seabed was only 10 meters deep. Beyond 10 kilometers was a cliff, leading straight to tens of thousands of meters deep underwater, surrounded by large sea kings. Fortunately, the sea salt was within this 10-kilometer range that it was expelled from the divine tree that desalinated seawater, gathering into chunks of rock salt. This salt harvesting environment that is too thrilling. Uncle Vite is looking for us tonight. What will he say? Harvesting salt actually attracted a 10-meter-long shark king. This hidden ability is too outrageous. The seabed was filled with dark green water plants, entangled around the salt blocks and stones. Just looking at it makes one anxious. The hunting team members were already used to it. In pairs, holding their tools tightly, cautiously diving down, swimming to 6 meters deep. The deeper they went, the more salt there was, but it was also more dangerous. Line and the boys were watching from above. Everyone was extremely tense that our Ohan was also worried. Everyone on the island felt like family. How could they not worry? The team members had clear divisions of labor. Point one harvested salt while the other kept watch. The vine was filled, pulled up above, they rotated in and out. Time passed slowly. Other team members had rotated once. Only Uncle Kate was still floating in the front. His eyes seemed to penetrate the seabed. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. Hey, bastards! Little fish are coming. Don't let them near our buddies. The team members immediately tensed up. The people on the island quickly focused on the surface of the sea. Not good. It's the salt-eating sharks. Be careful, uncles, someone shouted. These sharks love to eat salt. They always come to cause trouble during salt harvesting. In the distance on the sea surface, an arrow-shaped wave rushed over at high speed. Quick, pull the rope to warn them. Line shouted at our Ohan quickly pulled the rope. The other end of the rope was connected to the team members that a large group of salt-eating sharks appeared 0.3 to 4 meters long, similar to great white sharks, but much more ferocious. Their bodies were still dark green that it was hard to see in the water. Only onshore could one catch a glimpse. The team members received the signal. They surfaced, pairing up, forming an arrowhead formation. Cover each other, Uncle Kate said solemnly. 30 on the right, shoot directly. 30 on the left too, there's one 6 meters long, close in. The right side team member's arm bulged with veins. Like a spring, he suddenly thrust the harpoon out. Bang! Bang! It felt like crashing against an iron wall. The shark was repelled, just scraped a bit of skin. The same on the left. That 6-meter one that was split in half by Uncle Kate's thrust. Blood instantly spread out. Cheers erupted from the island. Cole and the others waved their hands wildly, as if they had just won a battle. Only Rohan and Line remained still. The shark group wasn't acting right. They didn't scatter and flee. Instead, they charged in one direction. Clearly something was directing them that it was the Shark King. Uncle Kate's eyes narrowed. Goodness, at least 10 meters long. Just now, his observation didn't even catch it. This concealment ability is too impressive. That's it for today. Let's head back immediately. The team members quickly swam back. Uncle Kate brought up the rear. Just as they moved, a huge wave rushed over. Much larger than before. Clearly, the previous one was just a test. The Shark King was getting anxious, commanding the school of fish to split into two groups, going around Uncle Kate, rushing straight towards the back, trying to cut off their escape route, encircling the hunting team. Could the hunting team break out of this encirclement? A sea channel of over 10 kilometers? This attack is too outrageous. Sure enough, the salt-eating Shark King was directing. Uncle Kate shouted, "No time left. Gather around me. Hurry." The school of sharks was already 10 meters away. He raised his right hand. The harpoon instantly thrust out a dozen times. Invisible shockwaves surged forward. Blood and flesh flew, staining the seawater red. The shark school was halted, frantically charging towards him. Beasts are still beasts. Let's deal with you first. Unexpectedly, trouble arose on the left. Taking advantage of Uncle Kate attacking the right side, the sharks on the left turned to attack the team members. There were too many. They couldn't hold it. One team member's leg was bitten off and torn. Others were also injured. This delay allowed the sharks on the right to pounce as well. The situation was completely chaotic. The team members quickly swam closer to Uncle Kate. The harpoon swung rapidly, crashing into the shark's massive jaws. White shock waves exploded. Even the 1,200-meter-high island could see clearly. Cole and a few kids, seeing the team member with the severed leg. Their faces went pale, biting their lips in silence. Uncle Kate saved another team member who was almost bitten in the head. Looking around, more and more sharks were appearing. The Shark King in the distance was still summoning its companions. We can't waste any more time. He closed his eyes and made a decision. Suddenly, all the sharks on the surface stopped. If they had seen a ghost, the Shark King couldn't get them to move out on the blood-stained surface of the sea. Waves of vibrations emanated from Uncle Kate, creating ripples in the water. He assumed a stance for a punch, pulling back the harpoon with his right hand. Sparks of electricity emerged from his body. This was not the color of the Overlord. It was purely the result of momentum and friction with the air. Rohan was stunned. How powerful would it be if this was the Overlord's color? After gathering his strength, Uncle Kate calmly looked at the Shark King. That beast finally sensed something was off, wanting to escape but hesitating. In that instant, Uncle Kate launched his attack. Boom! A piercing sonic boom that a white river shot straight toward the Shark King. It passed through its terrified eyes, heading straight into the deep sea, leaving a trail of over 10 kilometers river on the sea surface. With the Shark King dead, the school of sharks scattered in all directions. The team members stood with their mouths agape, unable to react for over 10 seconds. What are you standing there for? Get back. Help I'd stop the bleeding. Uncle Kate shook and shouted angrily. But inside he was thinking, With the force of this one strike, I can't take another. Holding onto the stone pillar, he stared intently at Uncle Kate. After coming up, 12-year-old Phiro cried while holding Uncle Eight's severed leg. It's okay. We'll be able to play with you often from now on. Eight said with a smile, stroking his son's head, his eyes filled with both regret and relief. Looking at this scene, Luo Han felt a pang in his heart, and his desire for power grew even stronger. Who knows which will come first, tomorrow, or an accident? Only overwhelming power can handle everything calmly. Uncle Kate glanced at the contemplative Luo Han, shook his head, and instructed those who were injured should take care of their wounds. The rest should divide the salt. On the way back, Luo Han and Cole didn't say a word. Today's events need to be sorted out. Lying on the stone bed at home, the white river that pierced through the sea was still vividly imprinted in my mind. Uncle Kate could actually use the Overlord technique. That's a secret skill of the Giant Kingdom. That move, gathering power for a single strike, annihilating everything along the way. Yes, it's the legendary Overlord. Only the Giant Kingdom and the Big Mom could use such a technique. How could Uncle Kate do it? He must have been out to sea. Otherwise, how would he have had the opportunity to learn this secret skill? There's no use thinking too much. Even if he was willing to teach me, I wouldn't be able to practice it right now. Seeing that move he did today, after finishing it, he visibly staggered, clearly exhausted. One step at a time on the road ahead. My foundation is good enough now. I have a mind fruit and the fish scale fruit to transform my body. I just need to put in the effort. To settle my regrets. Xian, help Grandma get the fish cake powder. Grandma Mo was carrying a big bag on her back and holding a small bag in her hand. I quickly ran over to take it from her, helped her sit down, and poured a bowl of water. We'll cook fish meat tonight. It'll be ready soon. Grandma looked at me and smiled, her eyes very gentle. After dinner, I went to find Cole. Uncle Vite was already waiting. He had just one arm, and his tall figure looked like a mountain under the moonlight. The aura he exuded was comparable to Uncle Kate's. This was interesting. When we reached Qingya, the three of us sat down in a triangular formation. Usually lively Cole was quiet today. Luo Han, have you noticed any changes in your body? Uncle Vite suddenly became serious. No, maybe my talent is lacking. That's impossible. Although the superhuman type devil fruit is special, it shouldn't be without any changes at all. Uncle Vite actually knew I had eaten a devil fruit. Did Uncle Kate know too? Why did he say it was a mutated fish scale fruit? I was startled inside, but I said, but my mental state might have changed. Uncle Vite's eyes instantly brightened, and a hint of pressure leaked out. Cole, and I felt as if we were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. He quickly retracted it and said softly, take your time. What exactly is Uncle Vite's background? Why does he care so much about the devil fruit? The vice admiral and the pirate are actually sworn brothers? This twist left me dumbfounded. Luo Han said, it feels like I can see sounds, turning into shadows, with a breath like little light spots. Uncle Vite's eyes widened. Isn't this observation haki? Where's the devil fruit that specializes in awakening this kind of thing? Is there anything else? It seems like there's still a power gathering in my mind, but I don't know what it is. Uncle Vite suddenly burst into loud laughter, leaving Cole beside him confused, thinking, what are Dad and Brother Han talking about today? After laughing, Uncle Vite suddenly fell silent, his brows furrowed enough to crush a mosquito, looking quite uncomfortable. Luo Han, how much do you know about your parents? I only know that they disappeared shortly after I was born. Do you want to hear their story? I do. Uncle Vite gazed at the sea and began to recount events from 20 years ago. Back then, the three of us were 18. Me, your dad Vincent Carter, and Kate. We discovered a broken pirate ship when we were kids, which had newspapers and a news-reading phone bug. That newspaper, once decoded, opened the door to a new world. We learned about the world's strongest, the four seas, and that our Ring Tree Island is in the Grand Line. We also learned the legend of the Pirate King and the battles outside. Navy hunting pirates, pirates slaughtering natives. After reading it, we were both excited and scared, longing for the outside world while fearing for our hometown. We trained hard, even secretly eating fish scale fruits. On our 18th birthday, we couldn't hold back anymore. And under the cover of darkness, we modified that broken pirate ship and set sail. It was bad luck. Just as we left, we encountered a huge storm that scattered us. I was washed up on a Navy island and enlisted. I ate 2 fish scale fruits. My body became tough. And before long, I was selected by the main military academy and stayed for 6 years. I came out and directly became a vice admiral, cutting down pirates for 2 years. Then I ran into your dad. By that time, he had become a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Surprised, right? He was swept into a pirate crew by the storm, and with his strength, he rose to the position of combat squad leader, the third in command of the ship. When we met, We were close, though one was Navy and the other was a pirate. We hadn't forgotten our original intention to set sail, to see the world, and learn some skills to protect Ring Tree Island. During that battle against his pirate crew, both sides sustained injuries, but luckily we were fine. Afterward, we secretly kept in touch, determined to find Kate, not believing something could happen to him, until an event tied us three together again. The world government sent the Navy to the land of giants to retrieve a devil fruit. Your dad's captain heard about the fruit too. At that time, we were all tired of fighting and thought that if we could seize this fruit, we could go home. The number of pirates was increasing, and the Navy was struggling to hold them back, fearing that one day Ring Tree Island would be targeted, which would be the end. I took the initiative to take on this task. Over the years, I'd cut down many pirates. The giants' declaration of dominance directly turned the spies into mush. My ship and your dad's arrived at the eastern coast of the giant village one after the other, with cliffs on both sides. There was only a 5-meter wide path leading into the village, but there wasn't even a shadow at the reception point. The world government's spies were brainwashed. They couldn't possibly be late. Something must have gone wrong. Just then, a loud noise came from afar. 2 giants came rushing over, followed by a world government spy holding a box, using moonwalk and shave, sprinting towards the sea like an arrow, about to reach the water. Suddenly, a declaration of dominance. A slash that looked like a big river struck between the Navy ship and the pirate ship, sending the box flying. The spy was instantly gone, and a 5-meter-tall man caught the box. Ha! The giant village is not a place for you to rampage. He even secretly smiled at me and your dad. At that time, your dad and I had both mastered observation haki, and we recognized him at a glance. It was Kate. Goodness, then it turned into a chaotic fight. Your dad and I intentionally guided the situation, letting the pirates, Navy, and giants engage in a 3-way melee. In the midst of the fight, we met Kate's signal, and after explaining the plan, he immediately agreed. He had long wanted to go home. The 3 of us didn't want to hurt the giants, so we thought of sneaking away, pretending to fight fiercely to keep the giants and pirates occupied. I secretly ordered the Navy to retreat in an orderly manner and fought all the way to the other side of the island. Chopped down a big tree to make a raft and ran away. But we underestimated the world government's intelligence network. We didn't know how they found out we had set sail together, and they chased us like crazy. On the escape, your dad met your mom. 5 months later, they found out she was pregnant with you. We 3 agreed that we couldn't wander anymore. In the past, we were afraid of dragging Ring Tree Island down and didn't dare to go back. Now we had to make a choice and rushed home. As a result, the world government even sent CP0 because the fruit in that box was too powerful and must not be allowed to escape. It was raining that day, at the very place where we 3 encountered the storm. The world government dropped gas bombs. Your dad got poisoned while protecting us, and your mom was poisoned while saving him. Just when we were about to lose hope, a storm as big as the one 10 years ago came again. We 3 held onto your mom and were swept into the sky. This time we were lucky. We didn't let go, and the storm sent us back to Ring Tree Island. But we fell into the sea and happened to encounter the salt shark. Normally, any one of us could handle it easily, but we were exhausted at that time. Gritting our teeth, we swam towards the island. I lost my right hand to protect your mom, but compared to your dad's life, what was that? I risked half my life and finally reached the shore. The people on the island didn't blame us for stealing fish scale fruits back then. They took us and your mom in. For months later, your mom gave birth to you and then left. Your dad also disappeared the next day. Later, your Uncle Kate became the captain of the hunting team. I returned not long after and got together with your Aunt Lillian. Soon, Cole was born. As for that box, I've kept it all these years. Do you want to know what's inside? Cole's eyes widened in response. Luo Han pretended to be curious. The devil fruit is a treasure of the sea. Eating one grants special abilities, but a person can only eat one. Eating more will cause their body to explode and die. There are 2 in that box. One is a Zoan type, and the other is a Paramecia type. I don't know the specific abilities, but they're definitely powerful. Who will eat these 2 fruits? Luo Han. Uncle Vite, why didn't you eat those 2 devil fruits back then? Maybe if you had eaten them, you could have returned safely. At this moment, Uncle Vite looked seriously at Luo Han and Cole. Luo Han and Cole, you must remember, after eating a devil fruit, although you gain special abilities, you're also cursed by the sea. Those who have eaten a devil fruit will become powerless if they fall into the sea, turning into a landlubber. This is also the reason why we didn't dare to eat the devil fruits back then. Because if we were chased, we wouldn't even have a chance to jump into the sea to escape. Just like that storm, if we had eaten the devil fruits, we would have been destined to sink to the bottom of the sea, and you 2 wouldn't be here. So, you must be careful not to fall into the sea in the future. Luo Han. Okay, got it, Uncle Vite. Cole, with a puzzled expression, asked, what's wrong? I need to be careful too. I haven't eaten any fruits. At this moment, Uncle Vite glanced at Cole. Then he took out 2 fruits from his wide robe. No, one was a fish scale fruit, and the other was a devil fruit. At that moment, Luo Han and Cole were also attracted by that devil fruit. The banana-shaped devil fruit had large mouth-like patterns that connected alternately. That must be the other devil fruit in the box. Uncle Vite, I believe, Luo Han. You now realize that the fruit you ate before was a devil fruit and not a fish scale fruit. You may also be curious why we are giving you the devil fruits now. In fact, we had already thought about how to handle the devil fruits, which is to give them only to suitable people, because we hope that those who eat these 2 devil fruits can protect our hometown. The reason the Paramecia-type devil fruit was given to Luo Han is that you have been wise since childhood, making you more suitable for developing the Paramecia-type abilities. And now, this zoan-type fruit is meant for Cole, as the physical talent he demonstrated after eating the fish scale fruit is the strongest we have seen in over 20 years. Therefore, Cole, who eats the zoan-type devil fruit, will also become stronger. Cole was a bit confused, so it's for me to eat. It seems that Hangu also ate a devil fruit. Then I will eat too. The chubby Cole was having a rich inner dialogue. Cole, eat it. Don't you like to eat? Uncle Vite looked at Cole with the devil fruit and said, pouting, Give it to me. Give it to me. The chubby boy took the devil fruit and gulped it down in one bite, chewing it. Luo Han watched as the little chubby boy's face changed from blue to white to black. It was so funny. What is this? It's so disgusting. Daedlit. The little chubby boy actually started crying. But it was understandable. Luo Han also had tears in his eyes back then. At that moment, Uncle Vite handed Luo Han the fish scale fruit that he had previously ignored. This is your fish scale fruit. Last time Uncle Kate was just joking with you. He specifically swapped it from me, Uncle Vite said with a bit of helplessness. Luo Han happily took the fish scale fruit. With the fish scale fruit, its foundation could catch up to the physique of ordinary monsters. Of course, it couldn't compare to the chubby guy. This fellow's appetite was getting bigger and bigger, and his size had been increasing over the years. Especially after eating the fish scale fruit, he felt like his body had grown a size in just 2 days. At this moment, a wild beast aura emanated from the chubby guy, Cole. Cole's physique slowly transformed into a fish with a big mouth, resembling a whale, and with 2 large fins. Looking at this fish that was over 100 meters long, Luo Han looks just like the toOne from the game advertisement to the previous life, mainly because this creature is floating. It seems like it can fly too. Legend has it that this toOne can become stronger just by eating. I have to say, if that's really the case, it does suit Cole quite well. But why do I feel a bit jealous? It's a bit sour. Luo Han fell into deep thought. Transform back, Cole. Uncle Vite hurriedly urged Cole to change back. Otherwise, if such a big fish appears on the island and is seen by the villagers, it could lead to misunderstandings. Cole replied, How do I transform back, Dad? I don't know how. A rough voice echoed. Even the voice had changed. Cole felt a bit anxious. Uncle Vite was also a bit flustered. What kind of devil fruit ability was this? But it should still be quite powerful, right? Uncle Vite quickly said, Think about your original appearance. Slowly control yourself to change back. Cole followed his advice and slowly recalled his chubby figure. I'm back to being chubby. Then the big fish began to slowly shrink back into Cole. All right, that's it for tonight. Starting tomorrow, you'll train with me for 3 hours every afternoon, Uncle Vite said before heading back. Luo Han and Cole looked at each other disdainfully. Next, Luo Han and Cole stopped their usual training. Instead, they lay on the grass looking at the stars. Cole, Hangu, I think I'm getting hungry. Luo Han, I thought you would say something like getting stronger or becoming more powerful, but it turns out you're just hungry. Forget it. There are too many things to sort out tonight, so let's go back. Cole. After that, Luo Han and Cole returned home in silence, arriving smoothly. After a flurry of activity, Luo Han lay in bed at night, reflecting on the day's events. First, there was Uncle Kate's outburst, and then he learned about his parents' situation from Uncle Vite. Luo Han feels that the world of One Piece is really not as beautiful as when he used to watch anime. Or rather, beauty only belongs to the strong. This is a world for the strong. The weak can only live humbly. Sigh. He has also eaten the fish scale fruit now. Should he focus on developing the devil fruit abilities or emphasize body training? Or should he do both at the same time? Let's leave it at that for now. He will see how Uncle Vite's special training goes tomorrow afternoon. Time to sleep. He had a dreamless night and slept very well, which is a small benefit of the soul fruit ability. Good sleep quality. After having breakfast at Grandma Mo's, he usually gathers at the 9th square for military fitness boxing practice. When he arrived at Uncle Vite's house, only Cole and Aunt Lillian were there. You're here, little Luo Han. Time for morning practice, Cole. Aunt Lillian first said to Luo Han, then turned to call Cole. Looking at Cole, who was still gnawing on a large piece of fish meat, Luo Han thought, how could someone eat so much and still be in good shape? Brother Han, let's go, Cole said with his mouth full, his words unclear. Standing up, he really is tall. After eating the devil fruit last night, he has grown a lot overnight. The most admirable thing is that Aunt Lillian is completely unexpectedly gentle. It seems that someone who can subdue Uncle Vite right after he returns is indeed extraordinary. On the way to the 9th square, looking at 10-year-old Cole, who is already 8 meters tall, and then at his own height of 2 meters. He wonders if this is normal or not. Luo Han fell a bit down. Recalling his thoughts, Luo Han and Cole arrived at the square. At this time, all the eligible children on the island had gathered in the square. Brother Ryan was still organizing everyone's positions and leading the morning exercises as usual. With the rising sun, a new day of morning practice began. The sound of tender yet determined punches echoed. This time, Luo Han truly felt the change in Cole. The sensation of a refreshing flow gradually permeating his body during the practice was incredibly enjoyable. It felt as if every cell in his body was being nourished. He felt no fatigue at all. Instead, he felt increasingly powerful. As time passed in practice, Luo Han became absorbed in his punching, momentarily forgetting everything. He carefully sensed his body. Perhaps due to the ability of the heart fruit, Luo Han could perceive his body in detail. He could clearly feel how his body and cells were becoming tighter and more vibrant in such a short time. This visible transformation was truly captivating. For a moment, Luo Han became a bit obsessed. All right, this morning's practice is over. Practicing too much will be hard on the body. Brother Ryan's voice pulled Luo Han back from his obsession. Stopping his movements, he realized that 3 hours had already passed without him noticing. He really wanted to continue practicing since that feeling of complete relaxation was so enchanting. At this moment, Brother Ryan walked towards Luo Han, and the surrounding friends looked at him in surprise. Only Cole was puzzled about why everyone was staring at Luo Han. Luo kid confessit. Brother Ryan said, Luo Han, you need to practice martial arts in moderation. You can only train for 3 hours in the morning every day, no more. Your body's energy can't keep up. Just look at your body now, and you'll understand. My body? What's wrong with my body? Luo Han quickly raised his hand to take a look, his mouth slightly agape. This is my hand. The bones and blood vessels are clearly visible. When he touched his face, it was the same. His whole body had slimmed down significantly, and he could clearly feel that every cell in his body was refreshed. How did it become like this? Looking at the others, it seemed that only he was like this. Cole was completely normal yesterday. Brother Ryan, why is this happening? Luo Han quickly asked. Cole also nervously looked at Brother Ryan. Did you secretly practice punches last night? You shouldn't practice too much after eating the fish scale fruit. The transformation from the fish scale fruit requires energy from the body, and a person's energy is limited each day. Once you exceed the energy limit, the fish scale fruit will directly consume from your body. At that time, a person will become thin like you because the body can't withstand the consumption. Brother Ryan explained loudly and carefully to Luo Han, while also reminding the other kids. But Luo Han didn't practice more, did he? Is that so? Then Brother Ryan, when you practice punches, do you feel a refreshing current slowly permeating throughout your body? Luo Han asked Brother Rain with an inquisitive tone. Brother Rain replied, no, it's just that after practicing, you feel stronger or your body feels firmer. Luo Han, what you're feeling is probably just an illusion caused by the sudden boost from eating the fish scale fruit for the first time and undergoing the transformation. No, that's not it for me. Luo Han was sure that feeling was real, but he didn't say anything more and promised Brother Rain that he wouldn't practice extra, then went home with Cole. On the way back, Cole looked down at Luo Han. After hesitating a few times, as if he had made a huge decision, he looked at Luo Han. Cole said, Brother Han, how about this? I'll give you half of my meat from now on. That way you won't lose weight like me. But I don't want to be like you. Luo Han looked at Cole, who had gained another round of weight, and secretly shook his head. Luo Han, all right, Cole, I'm fine. It won't be like this anymore. And I can't eat half the meat you do. Colo, is that so? Hee hee, what a relief. Then I can still get enough to eat, Cole thought to himself. On the road, two figures, one big and one small, supported each other and gradually disappeared. When Luo Han returned home, he felt a bit scared. He was afraid that Grandma M.O. would see how he looked now. If she saw him, Grandma M.O. would be very sad. Luo Han didn't want to see Grandma M.O. sad. As he walked into the house, fortunately, Grandma M.O. should have gone to grind the fish cake flour this morning. Luo Han quickly went to prepare lunch and ended up cooking a bit more fish than needed. By noon, Grandma Mo returned, and Luo Han, who had eaten in advance, was back to normal. I have to say, the people in the One Piece world have good physiques. It's quite simple to gain or lose weight. It's all about eating or not eating. After finishing lunch, and under Grandma Mo's instructions, Luo Han and Cole followed Uncle Vite as they set off from home to the plaza on the first level. They walked down the winding stone steps for half an hour and finally arrived at the bottom first level. This was actually Luo Han's first time coming to the bottom first level, and he was quite curious. The plaza of the Divine Tree on the first level was right by the lake's surface, with huge tree roots hanging ladders made of vines. They seemed to be for easy access to the water. Looking deeper into the lake, it emitted a rainbow-colored glow. In the clear water, the rainbow light was even more pronounced, making it look as if the lake was filled with rainbow-colored diamonds. It was a dreamlike scene, completely different from when he was at the Fish Scale Fruit Festival. Luo Han had never paid attention to the lake before because he was far above. He hadn't expected there to be such a magical place on Ring Tree Island. He wondered what those rainbow-colored glowing things were. Luo Han just used his observation haki to sense them. They were moving, but he couldn't tell what kind of creatures they were. After a while, when they arrived at the plaza, Uncle Vite asked Luo Han and Cole to wait there for a moment. After saying that, he went into the water with the other uncles from the island. At this moment, Luo Han noticed something special. Most of the people he didn't often see were gathered here. Moreover, many of them seemed to be injured. Uncle Vite, who had lost a leg during the last salt collection, was also here. It seemed that this was a place where some of the injured residents of the island worked. Luo Han thought to himself, while Cooter had already laid down on the square. From Luo Han's height perspective, he could no longer see above Cooter's chest. It's really round. Time passed slowly. Uncle Vite and the others returned, and each person who had just gone into the water was holding one or two special fish. About 1 meter in size, resembling eels. They were called special because their scales shimmered with rainbow colors. This was the creature that Luo Han had sensed with his observation haki, the one that emitted rainbow-colored light in the lake. Clap, clap. Uncle Vite placed the fish, which emitted rainbow-colored light, on the long table in the square, and there were some tools beside it. They seemed to be for processing the fish. Uncle Vite, Luo Han, you two come over. Luo Han and Cole walked over, unsure of what to do. From today on, you will eat this kind of fish until the transformation of the fish scale fruit is complete. There aren't many of these fish, and they're usually prioritized for you who have just eaten the fish scale fruit, Uncle Vite said while processing the rainbow fish. Then Uncle Vite explained, the rainbow fish survives by eating the moss that clings to the roots of the divine tree. Because the divine tree contains magical energy, the moss also has a high energy content. The rainbow fish, which eats this moss, concentrates this energy within itself, making its flesh glow with a rainbow color. The rainbow fish and fish scale fruit have always been great treasures on Ring Tree Island. The residents of the island relied on these two treasures to strengthen their bodies and survive in this harsh environment. It wasn't until some ancestors created the boxing method you practiced this morning, military boxing, based on these two treasures that the transformation ability of the fish scale fruit, supported by the energy of the rainbow fish, greatly enhanced the potential of the human body. This allowed the residents of the island to establish a firm foundation here, and the population gradually increased. Therefore, without the energy support of the rainbow fish, the transformation ability of the fish scale fruit is limited. So you should understand the preciousness of the rainbow fish. We understand, Luo Han and Cole replied in unison. And at that moment, Cole had already gotten up. As long as there's food, Cole would never miss it. Dad, I see a lot of them in the lake. Why can't we take more for everyone to eat? Cole asked Uncle Vite with confusion. Uncle Vite replied, the moss is the bark that was originally going to fall off the divine tree, but cannot fall off immediately because it is in the water. Then, due to the magical energy of the divine tree, it formed moss, which always clings to the divine tree and robs nutrients from it, affecting the growth of the divine tree. The rainbow fish is responsible for cleaning this harmful moss. However, after the rainbow fish eats the moss, without moss, it will start eating the bark of the divine tree. Therefore, we, who have suffered some bodily harm, are responsible for diving into the water every day to guide the rainbow fish to the places where it needs to clean the moss at the roots of the divine tree. This prevents the rainbow fish from eating the bark of the divine tree after finishing the moss in one place. Because of the magical energy of the divine tree's transformative cells, the growth of the rainbow fish is not very fast, but there are many of them. They can still meet your needs every day, and this is also because you too are devil fruit users, which allows you to supplement the rainbow fish here every day. So that's how it is. One couldn't help but exclaim. The divine tree is indeed magical. It truly lives up to its title. From the transformation ability of the fish scale fruit, to the energy supplementation ability of the rainbow fish, and finally, to the seawater desalination ability. It perfectly forms an ecological closed loop. It feels like the rainbow fish and the island's residents are all cleaners summoned by the divine tree. It really is a tree that supports a society. Thinking of this, Luohan yearned even more for the outside world. The legendary underwater Fishman Island, the Floating Sky Island, and the miraculous islands with lightning rain, etc. I can't wait to grow up fast. All right, let's eat, Uncle Vite said as he handed the prepared rainbow fish to Luohan and Cole. Are we eating it raw? Luohan asked as he came back to his senses. Cole was already drooling. Ever since he ate the devil fruit, Cole felt a strong craving for meat, especially raw meat. Eating it raw allows for better absorption of energy. Hurry up, everyone eats like this. Uncle Vite continued to process the rainbow fish. He then placed the pieces into baskets and dropped them into the water, where the rainbow fish meat showed no traces of blood. No wonder Uncle Vite wanted us to eat it raw. Then Luohan and Cole began to eat heartily. For me, it was a feast. One whole rainbow fish, and Luohan already felt he had reached his limit after half. If he ate more, he felt the energy would burst his body. Meanwhile, Cole had eaten too and still felt unsatisfied. What a monstrous physique. I always felt that Cole should be the strongest creature in the world of One Piece, but the anime in my past life didn't mention him. Could it be because without me, Cole never went to sea and, thus, didn't become famous? No way. With such a meat shield, I need him to follow me for a sense of security at sea. Plus, Cole can fly, so I don't have to worry about storms capsizing the ship and people falling into the sea. For a moment, Luohan fell into his own fantasies. By the way, after eating, hurry over to square. At this moment, Uncle Vite said to Luohan and Cole, then walked to the other side of the square. Luohan and Ku Air quickly caught up. They saw many white marks on the tree roots on the other side of the square, but there were no broken skins. This is another magical aspect of the divine tree. The roots beneath the water surface are relatively weak, while the part above the water is very hard. Ordinary armed color haki attacks cannot break the bark of the divine tree. Luohan and Cole walked to both sides of the square, looking at Uncle Vite in the middle. The special training is to attack me. Uncle Vite waved his hand and said, use all your strength. Come on. Glancing at each other, Luohan and Cole slightly crouched down. In an instant, they jumped forward, and their speed was quite good. Especially Cole. It was hard to imagine how his tall and heavy body could achieve such explosive speed. But in Uncle Vite's eyes, that speed was just average. As Luohan and Cole approached Uncle Vite and swung their fists, Uncle Vite slightly turned to the side, placing his hands on Luohan's and Cole's arms. With a gentle flick, there was a thud sound as both fell to the ground. Luohan lay on the square and didn't get up for a moment. That tree root was really hard. He touched his shoulder that had just hit the ground. It hurt a bit. Cole, however, was indeed tough. He felt nothing from that impact and quickly got back up. This time, Cole was different from before. His muscles were bulging. At a height of 8 meters, white steam emanated from his body. With a loud sound, Cole rushed towards Uncle Vite at high speed. The explosive sound reached Luohan's ears. Cole's fist struck Uncle Vite's stomach, and an invisible wave spread between them. Luohan, how long are you going to lie there? Uncle Vite braced against Cole's punch, seeing Luohan still on the ground, and couldn't help but feel angry. Don't waste the devil fruit your parents risked their lives to get for you. Luohan's expression froze. He stood up, his demeanor becoming serious. He could choose not to strive for others' expectations, but if he wanted to go to sea in the future, he had to become stronger. Here he comes, Uncle Vite. Luohan's eyes sharpened as he clenched his fists and rushed towards Uncle Vite. That's the look. Uncle Vite left heartily. Bang, boom, bang. Time passed in Uncle Vite's intense training. The training continued until evening, and one could say he was constantly receiving Uncle Vite's iron fists. By the end, Luohan was in pain all over with multiple bruises on his body. The rainbow fish only provided energy for long training sessions, but couldn't heal injuries. Only Cole seemed unfazed as he took hits, his injuries no longer visible. Uncle Vite also showed a surprised expression. Perhaps even he didn't expect that animal-type toOne fruit to be so powerful. And of course, Cole's talent was indeed quite impressive. After bidding farewell to Uncle Vite and the others, Luohan and Cole returned home. Once home, Luohan put away the half-rainbow fish that Uncle Vite had given him earlier. You're back, Xiaohan. Come and eat some fish cake, Grandma Mo said upon seeing Luohan return. Luan, okay. Grandma, it must be tough. I can see all your injuries. Grandma Mo stepped forward, holding Luo Han's hand, saying affectionately, "It's nothing. I just ate the fish scale fruit, and I'll be fine by tomorrow morning," Luo Han replied softly. After dinner, as usual, he went to Qingya. Luo Han lay on the grass. Today's special training had a significant impact on him. Originally, he thought his body would absorb the transformation ability of the fish scale fruit well. It seems that the excessive transformation this morning should be due to the ability of the mind fruit. Luo Han doesn't know yet what specific influence the mind fruit's ability had. The only thing he knows is that his physical talent is too poor. Uncle Vite also mentioned that Luo Han should focus on developing the devil fruit ability in the future. That's right. I never really admired close combat. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to solve battles from 10 kilometers away. It's best if I don't have to make physical contact. Luo Han felt a bit self-deprecating. Wow, Han-gu, you're already here. At this moment, Cole walked over to Luo Han with heavy steps. Cole, come here. We're not practicing tonight. Luo Han replied while lying on the grass. Oh, Cole lay down next to Luo Han, looking up at the starry sky. He thought tonight, Han-gu seems a bit different. Cole, I need to focus on developing my devil fruit abilities from now on, Luo Han said helplessly to Cole. You saw today as special training. I can no longer keep up with your pace. Cole looked at Luo Han with confusion, not understanding how this was related to training. In Cole's eyes, Luo Han was still the opponent he could spar with before, but now it was no longer the case. Cole was now easily dominating Luo Han. Luo Han was lost in thought and didn't pay attention to Cole. Cole wasn't bothered either. He lay there watching the stars. In Cole's mind, as long as he was with Han-gu, it didn't matter whether they trained or not. Luo Han counted the stars, thinking about Uncle Wei's words when training ended this afternoon. Luo Han's physical talent is not ordinary. In fact, it's worse than that of an average person. He can only bully the clumsy Cole before his transformation. On the island, ordinary kids can consume a fish scale fruit to take down a rainbow fish. But Luo Han alone can't handle even half of one. Today's special training is entirely Cole practicing against Uncle Vite. Luo Han basically gets thrown back the moment he steps up, so he still plans to develop his psychic powers. Otherwise, he really won't have a chance to keep up with Cole's pace. It's possible that in the future, Cole will set sail, become famous, and leave behind a glorious legend in the world of One Piece. Meanwhile, this time traveler who considers himself the protagonist, might end up living a life of obscurity, never even leaving the island. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Back to the development of psychic powers. He needs to use the abilities of the mind fruit to develop psychic abilities. First, he must understand the essence of the mind fruit's ability. In this regard, Luo Han already has some guesses. After all, the mind is a kind of idealistic power. It cannot directly bring about real changes for the ability user. Just because you want someone to die doesn't mean they will. No, you can't kill someone just by thinking. You have to take action to possibly kill them. However, the mind fruit can turn the fantasy of killing someone with thought into a realizable ability. Luo Han calls this ability spiritual manifestation. This is the most terrifying aspect of the spiritual fruit. However, this ability to manifest conceptual abilities should require many limiting conditions to be realized. In Luo Han's view, one condition is the hardest to achieve, which is that the fruit user must believe at a spiritual level that this conceptual ability truly exists. This might be a condition that is difficult for the people in the world of One Piece to fulfill. After all, unlike a traveler who crosses from the three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional anime, Luo Han has already come to believe at a spiritual level that various psychic abilities are real due to his experience of moving from the real world to the virtual world. Next, he needs to find a way to manifest telekinesis using the spiritual fruit ability, preferably coming up with specific methods for training, as this would make it relatively easier to manifest telekinesis with the spiritual fruit ability. The moonlight shines, and the starry sky is brilliant. On the green cliff, Luo Han and Cole each have their own thoughts. Let's go back, Cole. Luo Han stood up from the grass, stretched his waist, and said, I have found my own path. Once my abilities are developed successfully, I will definitely surprise you. Okay, Han-gu. Cole wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Luo Han supported his forehead. Let's go back and sleep. In the morning, Luo Han woke up very early. Meditation. Although he didn't know if it would have any effect on his fruit abilities, Luo Han believed it would. So starting today, he would get up every morning to meditate for an hour. An hour passed quickly, and he didn't gain much. At this time, Grandma Mo had also prepared breakfast. After eating, they went to Cole's house to call him to go to the square for morning exercises together. In the square, Luo Han was carefully feeling the transformation of his body through the fish scale fruit combined with military physical training. It turned out that the reason he became so thin after practicing military physical training yesterday was due to the guidance of his spiritual abilities. Luo Han discovered another characteristic of the mind fruit ability. Although the mind fruit ability cannot directly affect the outside reality, it can influence the body of the fruit user. The most direct manifestation is the ability to clearly perceive changes in the user's body and even provide some guidance. The reason Luo Han overtransformed yesterday was due to the guidance of the mind fruit ability, which accelerated the transformation speed of the fish scale fruit on his body. In reality, the transformation from the fish scale fruit is slow. Normally, even with the supplement of the rainbow fish, it would take several years. However, under the guidance of the mind fruit ability, Luo Han completed what would take others a year in just one morning. Therefore, his body couldn't keep up with the energy, and he had to rely on his body to compensate. This time, Luo Han was no longer subconsciously allowing the mind ability to guide the transformation of the fish scale fruit like he did yesterday. Instead, he slowly guided it, stopping when the energy consumption was about right. Even so, Luo Han quickly completed today's transformation quota. So after Luo Han stopped, others were still training, and there were still 2 hours left until the end. Brother Ryan, Luo Han said as he walked up to Brother Ryan, I feel like my body has reached its limit. If I keep practicing, it'll be like yesterday. How could that be? Didn't you push yourself harder yesterday? Which is why you feel this way. Brother Ryan stopped. I'm also quite helpless. Luo Han looked distressed. Luo Han, yesterday afternoon, Uncle Vite said my physical talent is too poor, so I can't practice boxing for too long. Is that so? It's the first time I've encountered such a situation. Brother Rain looked very surprised. Then you should go back first. Okay, then I'm leaving. Luo Han told Kier that he was leaving first. At this moment, the friends in the square looked at Luo Han, who was leaving, with puzzled expressions. When he got home, it was still early, and Grandma Mo hadn't returned yet. Luo Han saw a few wooden sticks for starting a fire in the room, so he picked up 2 and looked at them. He closed his eyes and tried to use his observation haki to sense them, but it didn't work. It seems that only Roger's observation haki can sense the sounds of inanimate objects, which is their breath. Luo Han thought that the concept of telekinesis is a force that acts on reality through intent. To realize this force, the most important thing is the intent itself. In Luo Han's view, if the observation haki could reach a level where one can hear the voices of all things, then manifesting intent would be much easier. Obviously, even though he had eaten the mind fruit and awakened the observation haki, Luo's talent was really a bit lacking. He previously thought his talent was quite good. Reality dealt Luo Han a blow. As a traveler, his golden finger was just having read a few more novels and watched a few more anime. The system had no impressive talent at all. Back to the point. Directly manifesting intent is too vague and difficult to succeed. Luo Han had already tried before, strenuously imagining the concept of telekinesis and then using the ability of the mind fruit to construct telekinesis. However, he did not succeed. It always felt like he was missing direction, or rather a path. Luo Han feels that the manifestation of mind may first require a certain quality of manifestation ability as a guide, which would increase the success rate of manifestation. Analyzing psychokinesis, in Luo Han's understanding, there are 2 types. The first type is the force generated by intention acting on an object. The second type, which is more aligned with Eastern practices, involves directly infusing intention into an object, making it behave like an extension of oneself, allowing for flexible control over the object. Both forms of psychokinesis have a prerequisite. The manifestation of intention is very important, but also the most difficult. The first type adds an additional step, the force formed by intention. Luo Han believes there should be a kind of seed for this transformation. Finding this transformative seed could allow for the reverse manifestation of intention. However, this seed is also hard to find. Instead, the second type of psychokinesis, where intention is infused into an object, has given Luo Han some inspiration. If the object infused with intention becomes a part of the body, then one should understand the shape of that object. So as long as Luo Han can perceive the shape of the object with his mind, he can transform this perception into the concept of intention within the ability of mental fruit and manifest it, thus bringing the intention into reality. After thinking through all this, Luo Han decides to pursue both paths simultaneously. It doesn't matter which one succeeds first. First, he prepares 2 wooden sticks of different lengths and uses his mental connection to sense the sticks, training his perception of shapes. However, he still has no clue about how to find the seed of the force that forms intention. Sai, Let's take it one step at a time. At this moment, the sun has risen high, and it's time to prepare lunch. Luo Han was busy preparing lunch skillfully. It was noon. Xiao Han, Grandma Mo, is back. As Grandma Mo entered, she saw that Luo Han had already made lunch. The meal is ready. Xiao Han is really good. Grandma Mo smiled kindly. Hee hee, let's eat. Grandma Mo Luo Han helped Grandma Mo sit down to eat. After a while, once the meal was finished, Luo Han and Kuer went to the first floor plaza. By this time, there were hardly any uncles left in the plaza. They had all gone into the water. After waiting in the plaza for about half an hour, Uncle Vite came up. Soon after, others came up as well. Just like yesterday, they all brought 1 or 2 rainbow fish. Come on, little Luo Han and little Kuer. The uncles are waiting for your performance. Ha! A group of disabled uncles laughed nearby, but they were also a unique sight. Sigh. Everyone else is practicing. Only Luo Han is getting beaten up. Luo Han felt bitter inside. The familiar scene was replayed, and Luo Han couldn't hold on after just a few moves. Yesterday, he could occasionally cooperate with Kuer's attacks to annoy Uncle Vite. Now, Luo Han couldn't even intervene. If he forced his way in, he would just be blasted out by that old man. Kuer's talent made Luo Han, who fancied himself as the protagonist of a time travel story, envious. Luo Han, you should just focus on developing your fruit abilities from now on. Uncle Vite also realized that Luo Han still hadn't reached the standards for special training. For fruit development. No one on the island can help you. It's all up to you. Okay, I got it, Uncle Vite, Luo Han replied weakly. Next, Luo Han took out 2 wooden sticks of different sizes, closed his eyes, and used observation haki combined with his mind fruit ability to sense the shape of the sticks. The author has read novels for many years and has gradually formed a concept of a novel world in his mind, wanting to realize it. But he never had the time until this pandemic made him decide to let go of all concerns and write this novel world as a series. So the first part is a pirate fan fiction, which can be considered fulfilling his pirate dream. This first part of the pirate fan fiction is tentatively a prequel in the author's novel world. This work will have some connections to the later novels. Although the author is a newbie, he is also an ambitious newbie. The first novel is a practice for writing skills. The author humbly accepts reasonable writing suggestions from everyone. As a novice author, I solemnly promise, this novel will be completed. I can't estimate how many words it will be, but I will finish the outline I set. The second novel will reveal the true reason for Luo Han's time travel. It is also the core setting of the second novel. I hope all the divine readers will be merciful and not guess it. Otherwise, this might be the author's last novel. After all, if you all know, the author won't find it interesting to write the second part. But as long as everyone doesn't guess it, no matter how the first part performs, the author will write the second part. Finally, thank you sincerely to all readers for your collections and recommendation votes. The author will seriously study, improve writing skills, and write this novel well. Thank you. In the afternoon on Ring Tree Island, the divine lake was filled with rainbow light, shining on the divine tree, resembling a fairyland. In the first floor plaza, Kuer and Uncle Vite's father-son practice was still ongoing. As the practice progressed, Kuer's improvement was visibly noticeable. Moreover, Kuer seemed to possess a natural combat intuition, picking up combat skills easily. With his astonishing physical talent, it seemed a future emperor was rising. Back to Luo Han's side, words failed to express his situation. What was little Luo Han doing? Was it some special training? I don't know. Uncle Vite said that only smart people could develop little Luo Han's devil fruit well. Maybe this is the method that smart people come up with. Ha ha ha. A group of uncles watched Luo Han sitting in the plaza with his eyes closed, discussing among themselves. Even though his eyes were closed, with observation haki activated, Luo Han still knew what the uncles were saying. Sigh. It's tough. It seems not much effect. Observation haki couldn't sense the aura of the wooden sticks, let alone their specific shapes. If only he could have Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things. After all, Roger left words on the historical text stone on Sky Island that were the same as the historical text. This indicates that by listening to the voices of all things with observation haki, the stone not only conveyed the meaning of the historical text to Roger, but also the shapes of the strokes. Of course, it's also possible that toOne helped him. So if Luo Han's observation haki could be like Roger's, then materializing thoughts should be much easier. It wouldn't be like now, with no clue at all, only able to close his eyes and rest. This state had lasted for 10 days. Luo Han has never been able to perceive the size of the 2 wooden strips. He can't even sense the wooden strips, and the perception of their shape seems to be endlessly distant. Luo Han was getting a bit anxious. This wasn't a solution. comparing to Cole's progress. He could only feel envy. At that moment, in the square on the first floor, two beasts, one big and one small, had been engaged in intense battles every day afternoon. The sounds of bang, bang, echoed continuously in the square. Cole should be about 9 meters tall now. The next 4 years should be a period of rapid growth for him, and he would likely catch up to Uncle Vite in height by then. Keep going, Cole. Be faster and stronger. Uncle Vite's lion-like roar continued, but then with a punch bang, Cole slammed onto the ground of the square. Get up again. The sound of huff spread like a trumpet in the ears of the crowd. This time, Cole didn't T-rush at Uncle Vite again like before. Instead, he was preparing like a beast, regulating his breathing. Cole's muscles were rapidly undulating, like a compressed spring, quickly building up power. Has he already grasped his own power techniques? Uncle Vite's mouth widened. Then came the joy. My son's talent is indeed better than mine. Ha! Come on, let me see what kind of power you have. With a bang, in Luo Han's eyes, in an instant, Cole appeared in front of Uncle Vite. The speed of his muscles undulating reached its limit at that moment, and the explosive power surged through Cole's fist into Uncle Vite's stomach. The sound echoed like hitting steel, and an invisible shockwave passed through Uncle Vite, striking the distant sacred tree, creating a sound like an explosion. The crowd in the square collectively gasped. This attack? Can such a small child master this kind of power? It's too exaggerated. Uncle Vite, who felt it the most, stood in place, looking at Cole with surprise and endless anticipation. I hope Luo Han can quickly find his own path to power too. He glanced at Luo Han, who was stunned yet pleasantly surprised. Uncle Vite had high expectations for Luo Han too. He wanted to see how far Luo Han could develop the devil fruit. Turning back to Cole, who was still struggling. That's enough for today, Cole. Uncle Vite said to Cole, you should take a good feel of the power technique you just used. Hee. Good, Dad. Cole gasped for breath, clearly having expended quite a bit of energy from that last strike. Cole, you did really well. Yes. To be able to develop cutting techniques like a swordsman at such a young age. He will definitely be a strong person like Uncle Vite in the future, maybe even stronger than Uncle Vite. Ha ha ha. The uncles in the square looked at Cole sitting on the ground, all joyfully exclaiming. Luo Han was equally delighted. He was happy for Cole, and also because he had found a way to perceive the seed of thought formation. As he saw Cole execute a strike that resembled a slashing attack, Luo Han thought that the seed of thought formation was similar to the invisible energy released by Cole's punches. Generally, when a person's fist strikes the air, there is no explosive force in the air apart from the airflow caused by the hand movement. When Cole unleashed that external force, there must have been some kind of seed that acted as a medium. Compared to the concept of thought formation, which is entirely imaginary, Cole's form of striking power in reality is easier to perceive, as it is a tangible fact right in front of Luo Han. Next, Luo Han had two ways to perceive this seed. One was to sense the state when Cole unleashed this power. The advantage was that he could start immediately. The downside was that because it wasn't his own experience, he might not succeed, but it was already much better than Luo Han spending all day meditating with closed eyes. The second was to master this striking method, just like Cole. As long as Luo Han mastered it, he would naturally be able to perceive this seed. However, considering his physical talents, Luo Han could only console himself that he was destined to be a man who could resolve battles from 10 kilometers away. Han Yi, how are you doing? Did you make any progress? Cole came over and asked. He knew that Luo Han had been developing his mental fruit ability these past few days, and it seemed he was trying to visualize two wooden sticks. Cole didn't understand why developing fruit abilities required visualizing wooden sticks. In his view, developing fruit abilities was simply about being able to eat them. Hee. Cole. Ha. Luo Han looked at him with a somewhat flattering gaze. Brother Han, what's wrong? Cole was a bit unaccustomed to Luo Han's demeanor in this state. Luo Han, in the future, let's practice together, okay? You practice while I watch. I want to learn that technique of projecting power outward from your body. It's impossible to practice together, not in this lifetime, unless I'm stronger than you. All right, Brother Han, I'll practice for you right now. Saying this, Cole stood up and prepared to gather his strength. No need, not now. Luo Han called out to Cole, telling him not to rush and to rest first. That's it for today. We'll start tomorrow. After you practice with Uncle Vite, just send me that power technique again for me to sense. With Cole's current physique, that power technique is still quite exhausting. Once a day is enough. When Cole gets stronger in the future, he can sense it more often. All right then, I'm a bit hungry, Brother Han. Let's go back to eat. Sure, let's go back. After bidding farewell to Uncle Vite and the other uncles, Luo Han carried tonight's rainbow fish and went back with Cole. In the following days, Luo Han practiced 2 different mind manifestation techniques according to these 2 methods. Time always quietly passes by without us noticing. 3 years have gone by, and Huan Shu Island hasn't changed much. The islanders are living their own lives. Only age is changing. Luo Han and Cole are already 13 years old. Brother Rain has also joined the hunting team a year ago, and Uncle Vite has a few more injured uncles and brothers. Since organizing the training methods for mind manifestation, Luo Han has indeed felt his mental progress in subsequent practices. It's a unique feeling, as if the fruit of his mind is guiding Luo Han to manifest psychic power. Another day of Uncle Vite's special training has arrived. Now it's Cole's turn, and it has nothing to do with Luo Han. Luo Han felt bitter. In the first layer square, like everyone else, Luo Han was fully focused on the battle between Uncle Vite and his son. An intense fight was underway. The sounds of air currents from high-speed movements and blasts of air from rapid strikes alternated, showing that this battle had reached inhuman levels. Today was Cole's last special training session with Uncle Vite. Over the past 3 years, Uncle Vite had taught Cole all 6 techniques he learned from the Navy. Cole's talent is indeed monstrous. He mastered everything in just 1 year. So now there's not much left to teach. The rest depends on Cole's future training. Further practice wouldn't be effective, and the transformation ability of the fish scale fruit has also concluded in these 3 years. In the future, Cole only needs to slowly hone his body to become stronger quickly. Now, Cole stands at a towering 3 meters. However, he is still quite chubby, like a mountain of meat. The terrifying aspect is that with this physique, Cole, covered in muscles, can still control his body well. This has resulted in Cole having a very fast explosive speed, and combined with his extreme power attacks, only Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate can withstand them. Over these years, Uncle Kate often came down to guide Cole in his training. Watching the battle between Uncle Vite and Cole, Luo Han thought about himself over these 3 years. Sigh. Everyone else is making progress. Only Luo Han, in the past 2 years, aside from quickly exhausting the transformation ability of the fish scale fruit, hasn't had any significant training achievements. For this, Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate are also speechless. Other devil fruits, no matter what, at least have some changes, right? As for Luo Han, aside from awakening the observation haki at the beginning, there's been no further movement. They've also seen Luo Han practicing some strange training methods. But 3 years have passed, and there are no results at all. If it weren't for the fact that he awakened the observation haki at the beginning, confirming that Luo Han could use the fruit's powers, they really wouldn't think Luo Han is suited for this devil fruit. Now, they have started to waver about whether Luo Han can properly develop this paramecia-type devil fruit. There's also one thing that has been troubling Uncle Vite and the others. That is Luo Han's height, which stopped at 1.8 meters. Other people have shot up to over 2.5 meters after the transformation from the fish scale fruit. Luo Han took a year to grow from 1.3 meters to 1.8 meters, and then it just stopped. Sigh. Uncle Vite and the others can only hope that Luo Han can quickly develop his fruit abilities. However, regarding height, Luo Han himself is actually quite satisfied. Coming from Earth, he doesn't want to be that tall, just normal is fine. It's just that the transformation ability of the fish scale fruit has made Luo Han a bit sad. The transformation effect isn't that great, although it has improved Luo Han's physical talent. But the physical strength hasn't increased much. The only consolation is that Luo Han is almost able to sense the formation of intention. Thankfully, with Cole's help, I can carefully feel that moment when the power is projected through my fist, the process of physical strength transforming into invisible chi. Luo Han secretly thanked Kuer. Bang! With a loud noise, this battle came to an end. Luo Han withdrew his thoughts. Seeing Cole and Uncle Vite stop, Luo Han walked over. Cole, you're doing well. In the future, you need to work hard on your training and not waste your talent and that devil fruit. Uncle Vite looked at Cole proudly, quite satisfied with his son. As long as he maintains this progress, he should be able to reach the level of a Marine Admiral, right? From now on, focus on developing your devil fruit abilities. Cole gradually calmed his breath and replied, "Got it, Dad. Brother Han will help me." Upon hearing this, Uncle Vite looked at Luo Han with a complicated expression. Luo Han felt a bit awkward. Luo Han, no one can help you with your devil fruit abilities. You can only rely on yourself to develop them. Uncle Vite was also a bit troubled. He didn't have much way to help with the development of the devil fruit abilities. As for combat techniques, he could only wait until a year later, after Cole eats another fish scale fruit, to see if his physical strength can keep up. I'm considering whether to teach you the 6 styles. I will develop my devil fruit well. I feel like I'm almost there. Luan confidently replied. Really? Brother Han, That's great, haha. Cole was very happy. He knew that Brother Han had been working hard to develop his abilities for the past 3 years. Luo Han, really, I guarantee it will surprise you all. Haha. After that, Uncle Vite got busy, and the other uncles in the square started to leave, leaving only Luo Han and Cole. Come on, Cole. Okay. Luo Han closed his eyes. Standing next to Cole, Cole assumed a boxing stance, clenched his fists, pulled back, and then threw a punch. An invisible wave of energy shot forward in a cylindrical shape, distorting the air along its path and forming a visible shockwave that rushed ahead. At the moment Cole punched the air seemed to solidify and the energy burst forth from within. Still the same. I can't perceive what is causing the air to solidify. How is it, Hango? Cole asked as he withdrew his fist. It's still a bit off, but I can feel it. It should be close. Luo Han shook his head. Just one more energy flow. After that, Cole took a break and then threw a punch for Luo Han to sense, rested again, and punched again. Cole could now unleash this kind of attack multiple times, thanks to the abnormal recovery ability of his Zoan-type Devil Fruit. He had basically extended Luo Han's perception training time until the sun set into the sea. After once again sensing Cole's strike, the time approached when the sun was about to dip below the horizon. Luo Han and Cole finished their training and began to head home. This time, there was no need to carry the rainbow fish anymore. As it was no longer useful for transformation, Luo Han hadn't consumed rainbow fish for 2 years. Cole, on the other hand, had just stopped eating it a few days ago. Upon returning home, Grandma Mo had already prepared the meal. During this time, with the extended training hours, Grandma Mo had been cooking at night, and Luo Han could just come back to eat. Seeing Luo Han return, "Did you make progress today, little Luo Han?" Grandma Mo asked as usual. "Yes, every day. Hee. Once me lit." He then happily finished dinner with Grandma Mo. In the evening, the bright night sky reflected on the vast sea surface. Standing on the cliff, it felt as if he owned the entire universe. Every time he saw such a beautiful scene, Luo Han's yearning for the outside world intensified, longing to explore this magical world. "It's coming soon, in 5 years. I'll be 18. I can go out to sea." Luo Han murmured to himself. "I should have already manifested my psychic powers by then. No, it's too late. I must manifest my psychic powers before the Fish Scale Fruit Festival. That way, I'll have enough time to strengthen my psychic abilities." "Han, why did you come here first?" At this moment, Cole walked over with a steady pace. To be fair, Cole's chubbiness was reminiscent of the character Kingpin from Marvel Comics, with thick thighs, unlike the short legs commonly seen in the pirate world. "I wanted to come up and think about some things, and also consider how to develop your devil fruit." Luo Hanchao waved his hand casually and said, "Tonight, helping Cole develop his devil fruit ability is actually very simple. Just eat more meat." Luo Han asked Cole, "Do you remember what you wanted to do the most after eating the devil fruit?" Generally speaking, when a devil fruit is first eaten, it triggers its most instinctive desire. "Eat meat," Cole replied quickly. Wow, no hesitation at all. It seems that this devil fruit is indeed a perfect match for Cole. That's right. To develop your devil fruit ability, just eat meat. Luo Han said, "Of course. The larger and higher quality the meat, the better it is for you." "Really? That would be great. I won't have to close my eyes and look at wooden planks like Hango." Hee. Cole was very happy. Luo Han was very sad. And I didn't want to close my eyes and look at the wooden stick either. It's strange to say, I've been using observation haki combined with my mental abilities to sense the wooden stick for 3 years, yet I haven't made any progress. Well, it's not that I haven't made progress. At least my observation haki has improved a lot, but I still can't perceive the shape of the wooden stick. "Brother Han, are you going to teach me observation haki tonight?" Cole asked at that moment. Ever since 2 years ago, when Cole started to reach a certain level in combat, Luo Han had been training him every night to awaken his observation haki, just like Rayleigh trained Luffy. Practice. It will be a disadvantage to set sail without observation haki in the future. Luo Han pulled Cole down from the cliff and went to the top of the island. "Cole, tonight we'll do something special. My speed has been too slow, and your body is too strong in all aspects. My movements have no surprise factor for you at all. With your mastery of the 6 styles, you can easily dodge my attacks. That's why your observation haki is hard to awaken." Cole looked at Luo Han with a cute expression, waiting for more. "Well, let's be straightforward. In the future, I'll explain less of these things to Cole and let him remain a pure-hearted boy. Kids are fine too. Tonight, you transform into a complete toOne using your devil fruit. Then I'll throw stones from a distance, and you just need to dodge." Luo Han reminded Cole. Then Cole began to transform. Speaking of which, Luo Han also really wanted that transformation ability, especially Cole's toOne fruit. It had been a long time since he saw Cole transform using his devil fruit ability. It seemed like he only transformed once at the beginning, and he wondered if this time he would grow bigger. He was a bit excited. However, it seemed Cole was having some trouble. Cole, what are you doing? Transforming? Do you need to shout a slogan to transform? Watching Cole struggle for a long time without transforming, Luo Han felt depressed. How about we shout a slogan? Luo Han tentatively suggested. What slogan? Cole replied. Let me think. Let's go with this. Repeat after me. toOne fruit. Transform. Luo Han said. Then he watched as Cole shouted, his whole body tensing up, and Luo Han got a bit scared and quickly called for a stop. Okay. Cole, stop. Let's change our approach. Seeing Cole stop, Luo Han secretly wiped his sweat. What's going on? Animal type devil fruit users can't transform? I've never heard of that. A series of question marks instantly left Luo Han dumbfounded. Cole, how did you transform the first time? Do you remember? Cole's face was turning red with anxiety at that moment. I don't know either. Cole scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. I knew it. This guy has never communicated about the power of his devil fruit. He probably doesn't even know what devil fruit he ate. Uncle Vite also didn't know what he was thinking, not allowing Cole to use his abilities during training. Cole, do you remember what devil fruit you ate? Cole tilted his head, looking at Luo Han. Clearly, he was hoping Luo Han would clarify his confusion. Sigh. Luo Han held his forehead, not knowing what devil fruit it was after shouting the slogan so energetically. toOne fruit was shouted for nothing. Luo Han felt very tired. You ate the toOne fruit, which allows you to transform into a toOne, a very large flying fish. Luo Han explained patiently to Cole. Cole replied, so they're flying fish too. Luo Han, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Is it you who can turn into a flying fish because of your devil fruit ability? That's toOne. I almost got led astray by Cole. I didn't notice it before. Why is Cole so silly and cute today? Cole, think carefully about the taste the first time you ate a devil fruit. That taste should be hard for you to forget, right? Luo Han continued to prompt. I remember now. Brother Han. Cole finally recalled that the taste is still hard to accept. Then Cole began to reminisce about the feelings from that night, slowly communicating with the devil fruit ability inside him. Soon, Cole began to transform into the shape of toOne, gradually getting larger. A strong wind blew, making it hard to open his eyes. It took a while before he could open them. He saw a 300-meter-long toOne fish floating in the void in front of Luo Han, with wings spanning 200 meters. Its huge mouth occupied the entire head, filled with countless teeth resembling shark teeth. Its whole body was covered in black skin with deep blue stripes, giving it a somewhat mysterious appearance. Brother Han, can I cultivate observation haki now? As Cole's voice echoed, saliva sprayed out of his mouth, splattering all over Luo Han. Facing this gigantic creature, Luo Han stood before Cole's huge mouth, his legs trembling. It's terrifying. The open mouth, with rows of teeth, seemed to have no end. Why don't you turn back first? You're too big for effective training. Luo Han took off his clothes. The saliva on him could only be washed off later. Besides, in this form, it's also inconvenient. Let's think of another training method tomorrow. Luo Han looked at the saliva covering his body, emanating a foul smell. At that moment, there was a thud. Thud! As Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate arrived at the top of the island, shocked to see Cole. They were initially resting at home. Suddenly, they felt a powerful aura at the island's peak and thought that a Sea King had come up, fearing for Luo Han and Cole's safety, so they hurried over. To their surprise, they found such a big fish floating in the air, transformed by Cole's devil fruit ability. Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate exchanged smiles, feeling somewhat proud. Their initial choice was not wrong. Cole would definitely be able to protect Ring Tree Island in this cruel world. All right, Cole, quickly turn back. You might scare the people on the island. After I explain things to everyone tomorrow, you can train your devil fruit ability. Which shouted to Cole. The reason they initially didn't let Cole train his devil fruit ability was that they had heard at the Navy headquarters that those who ate a devil fruit would be influenced by the ability as it developed. At that time, Cole was still young, and Uncle Vite didn't want him to be affected by any uncertainties, specifically advising Cole not to use his devil fruit ability. Cole also saw his dad and Uncle Kate arrive. Hearing Uncle Vite's words, he slowly transformed back. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten how to control his transformation. It seems tonight is coming to an end. I still need to work hard on my telekinesis. Cole is becoming more and more terrifying now. After transforming with the devil fruit, his size is so large, yet he can shrink back to a small human. It's no wonder his body is so powerful. No wonder the future Yonko Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Speaking of which, Luo Han also learned from Uncle Kate's Qingya questioning 3 years ago that the future Pirate King Roger hadn't set sail yet. There isn't such a person on the sea right now. Back to the point. Transforming from such a large dragon form back to a human. The immense power is confined within a small human body. This inevitably brings terrifying defense, coupled with the frightening recovery ability after awakening. The title of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air is indeed deserved. Thinking about the possibility that Cole could become such a monstrous powerhouse in the future, Luo Han's desire for telekinesis grew even stronger. This world is a world of the strong. Only the strong can live freely. Luo Han just wants to live more freely. The next day, the sun rises, and an ordinary day on Huan Shu Island begins. It's just after breakfast in the morning. Luo Han and Cole arrive at the peak of the island, where on the other side, Uncle Kate's hunting team was already in training. Since Uncle Vite's special training had ended, Luo Han invited Cole to practice on the peak in the morning. Let's get started, Cole. Keep attacking the distance. Luo Han began to activate his observation haki, while Cole started preparing to attack. This time, the perception felt different from before. A deadly, beastly aura appeared in Luo Han's observation haki, and then a mysterious aura emerged from Cole. As Cole swung his fist, the mysterious aura concentrated on his fist. At the moment of impact, this mysterious aura was released instantly. The air around the fist seemed to come alive, turning into a tangible substance that appeared to block the fist, while the power from his entire body found an outlet and surged forth in an instant. The punch struck out like a slash, creating an impact, which was different from the sword masters who needed to comprehend the breadth of all things to achieve such a feat. Cole's punches seemed to require an understanding of the mysterious aura within his body. Once Luo Han grasped this mysterious aura, he too would be able to unleash such punches. This time it went smoothly. Luo Han sensed the mysterious aura that affected the solidification of air. In fact, he had sensed this mysterious aura before, but had never paid attention to it. 3 years ago, when Luo Han had just consumed the devil fruit, Uncle Kate used the giant nation's secret technique Bagua while gathering salt from the seabed. At that time, there were electric sparks around Uncle Kate, which were caused by the intense momentum in the air. Momentum is a reflection of one's own will, whether it is Uncle Kate or Cole. When their attacks carry their will, the power they unleash can extend outward, creating an impact. This ability of will to influence reality is very similar to thought, isn't it? Having thought this through, Luo Han could now begin to materialize his thoughts. Immersed in the manifestation of his mind, Luo Han gave off an ethereal feeling, as if he were a non-existent person in reality. Seeing Luo Han's strange state, Cole understood that this time Luo Han was likely to succeed. So he moved aside to sit quietly and protect Luo Han from any disturbances. At this moment, Luo Han's consciousness extended along the path of the mind. After what felt like a year or several years, Luo Han's consciousness finally arrived in a world. This was a colorless and flavorless world, where space seemed to have no distance and was constantly flowing. With Luo Han's arrival, the space around him seemed to have found its master and stopped flowing. Luo Han's consciousness stirred, and the surrounding space moved along with it, freely and effortlessly. A sense of clarity resonated within his mind. This was, after all, the world of the seed of thought formed by his will. From now on, whenever Luo Han's thoughts moved here, they could exert psychic power in the real world. He never expected that psychic power would be generated this way. Luang, Luang. It seemed he could hear Cole's urgent shouts in his ears. Luang, Luang. You finally woke up. If you don't wake up soon, I'll break you out of it. Woo-woo. Luo Han opened his eyes and saw Kier crying. What is this? He looked at his emaciated body. Had a long time really passed? Kier, how long was I unconscious? When Luo Han woke up, he felt like not much time had passed, but looking at his body, he was a bit uncertain. Kier, with tears in his eyes, slowly said, Han Ge, I saw you in a state of tranquility and thought you were about to manifest your telekinesis, so I sat beside you to protect you. Then you started to get thinner. Boo-hoo. I was really scared. I didn't know what to do. As I watched you get thinner, I kept calling you. And when I was about to interrupt your state, you suddenly woke up. Boo-hoo. Kier was still in a state of crying, and Luo Han felt a bit moved. After all, they had been playing together since childhood. I'm fine, don't cry anymore. Let me show you how my telekinesis works. Luo Han stood up and said to Cole. With a thought, Cole was lifted by an invisible telekinesis and floated in the air. How amazing. Brother Han. Cole twisted and turned in the air, but didn't fall. It was as if he was wrapped in an invisible force that didn't hinder his movement. Luo Han smiled and closed his eyes. In an instant, the world presented itself in a wonderful state in Luo Han's mind. The observation haki allowed him to perceive everything in the surrounding environment, including shapes, colors, temperatures, and scents. This was a perception that combined the five senses of the human body with the observation haki. At the moment his thoughts materialized, Luo Han, who had been training for 3 years using observation haki in conjunction with spiritual perception, achieved a breakthrough. The observation haki and spiritual perception fused together, forming the current special observation haki. Luo Han is referred to as spiritual awareness. By combining it with psychokinesis, Luo Han can freely activate psychokinesis within the range of his spiritual awareness, achieving a realm where the mind and intention are united and intention and power are in harmony. Cole, want to try the feeling of flying fast? Luo Han confidently said to Cole. Yes. Cole nodded vigorously. He wrapped his whole body in psychokinesis to block the wind pressure. Whoosh! Luo Han and Cole instantly left Qingya and soared into the sky. The distance of 1,000 meters took only a breath's time, and Luo Han felt that they could go even faster. At this moment, floating in the air, Luo Han looked down at Raintree Island. Seeing the island from this angle gave him a different kind of feeling. Wow, so fast. Han Yi. Cole also looked down at Raintree Island. Han Go, I want to transform and fly myself. Although the psychokinesis was light, it still exerted some force on him, and Cole felt more comfortable flying on his own. Luan, you transform, and I'll remove the telekinesis afterward. Then, Cole began to transform, and soon, a 300-meter-long toOne appeared before Luo Han. Gulme, soar through the sky, Cole. Luo Han removed the psychic power attached to Cole and said. A fierce gale howled at an altitude of 1,000 meters, and the hunters standing on the island all looked up. In the sky, Cole transformed into a toOne, soaring majestically through the clouds, with a small figure following beside him. It was none other than Luo Han. Wow, this is Cole's animal type devil fruit. What a powerful devil fruit it is. Little Luo Han has finally found his path to becoming strong. Ha! The hunters discussed as they watched the two flying in the sky. Ryan looked up at the sky enviously. If only I had a devil fruit too. There's no need to envy. Everyone has their own path, and a devil fruit can only unleash its powerful effects in the hands of the right person. Look at Luo Han with his series of strange training methods. Although everyone kept quiet, I know many felt that the Paramecia devil fruit shouldn't have been given to Luo Han. After all, Luo Han's physical talent is too poor, unlike Cole, who is so outstanding. But now Luo Han can fly at high speed in the air. Uncle Kate saw Luo Han flying fast in the sky. This shows that his approach to developing his devil fruit is correct. If it were given to you, you might not even know what the fruit's ability is. Ryan, you also have your own path. Don't be discouraged. Uncle Kate patted Ryan's shoulder and looked up at the sky. He felt emotional inside. Carter, your child has set sail. After playing in the sky for a while, Luo Han and Cole returned to the island. They didn't dare to fly far, fearing they would get lost. Once back on the island, Luo Han hesitated. In the excitement of flying earlier, he forgot about his physical condition. He was too hungry. He needed to replenish a lot of energy. Cole, I'm going to ask your dad for a rainbow fish. I'm so hungry. Without waiting for Cole, Luo Han quickly flew towards the first layer at the bottom of the island. Upon reaching the first layer, Uncle Vite happened to be there as well. Uncle Vite, I'm so hungry. I need a rainbow fish to replenish my energy. Luo Han quickly said, come here. There are just a few here. Let me handle it. Uncle Vite got up and walked towards the long table. After a while, once he was done, Luo Han couldn't wait to gobble it down, devouring a rainbow fish. Luo Han's body quickly returned to normal, like an inflatable doll. It seemed that this time he had really exhausted too much. Usually, he couldn't finish a whole one. Congratulations, little Luo Han. You have not let down this devil fruit. Uncle Wei had obviously also noticed what had just happened in the sky. Luan Green need food, said he. Yes, I haven't let everyone down. All right, you can go back now, Uncle Wei said with a smile as he looked at Luo Han. After greeting Uncle Wei and the others, amidst everyone's cheers, Luo Han slowly flew towards his home on the ninth floor. There was someone he wanted to share this with the most. Upon quickly flying back home, Luo Han saw Grandma, Mo, busy preparing lunch. He instantly came to a halt, a sense of happiness filling his heart. Having grown up without the company of parents and being somewhat precocious, Luo Han always had a sense of loneliness. It was Grandma Mo's tenderness that helped him get through the early fears in this cruel and lonely world. He felt the happiness of home. In this moment, Luo Han calmed down instead, walking peacefully towards Grandma. Mo, Grandma, I'm back. Grandma Mo turned around in surprise, then smiled and said, Lil Han, why are you back so early? Grandma, I successfully manifested my psychic power, Luo Han said with a smile, taking the stone pot from Grandma Mo's hands. Really? That's great. Little Han, Grandma Mo didn't say much, but her tone was very sincere. She was genuinely happy for Luo Han. Then, ordinary life continued. There weren't so many great joys and sorrows in life. Only the ordinary is real. Having eaten the rainbow fish, Luo Han wasn't hungry. But he still accompanied Grandma Mo to finish the meal. After that, Luo Han went alone to the top of the island. At this moment, he finally had the heart to carefully feel the gains from his experience. One could say that this breakthrough qualified Luo Han to stand at the top of the world. He discovered that when he used psychic power, it basically didn't consume physical strength, or rather, it only did if he exceeded the current limits of what he could use. The limit depended on how wide the channel of the mind's communication with the Sesame Seed world was. The larger the influence on the Sesame Seed world, the greater the range. Therefore, Luo Han could continuously use psychic power as an attack method until his body naturally became too exhausted to remain conscious. For some unknown reason, it seemed that apart from the initial manifestation of psychic power using the mind fruit, which consumed terrifying physical strength and even life force, afterwards, using psychic power felt as if it had no direct connection to the abilities of the mind fruit. Thus, using psychic power didn't consume physical strength. It was as if Luo Han only needed to avoid fainting, remain able to think, and still be able to imagine to activate psychic power. He enjoyed the feeling of psychic power enveloping his entire body. Luo Han is preparing to conduct an experiment to see if psychokinesis can isolate the scent of the sea. If it works, then Luo Han can simply wrap himself in psychokinesis, enabling him to move freely in the water. This way, at least the consequence of devil fruit users becoming powerless when falling into the sea will not occur. Luo Hanfei flew to the first layer beneath Huanshu Island and found Uncle Wei. He shared his thoughts with him. Are you sure? Uncle Wei asked Luo Han with a puzzled expression. I'm sure. I want to give it a try. It's important for my future path, Luo Han replied firmly, his gaze unwavering. You also said that devil fruit users must never fall into the sea. Uncle Wei looked at Luo Han's determined eyes and gradually felt relieved. All right, don't worry about going into the water. If anything goes wrong, I'll be the first to save you. After that, Luo Han wrapped himself in telekinesis and began to rush toward the surface of the lake. Splash! Luo Han plunged into the water like a sharp arrow. As soon as he entered the water, Luo Han felt nothing. It was the same feeling as flying in the sky wrapped in telekinesis. He only felt the telekinesis touch blending into his body. The external stimuli to his body were completely blocked by the telekinesis. Like a fish, Luo Han swam flexibly in the water, even able to use telekinesis to shape and control himself in the water. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. Let's give it a try. Uncle Wei watched as Luo Han swiftly darted through the water like a fish, gradually easing his worries. After playing in the water for a while, Luo Han came out. After saying a word to Uncle Wei, he went to find Cole. If Cole could also wrap himself in telekinesis, like Luo Han, and not be affected by the ocean's aura, they could move together in the sea in the future. Then, Luo Han and Cole would truly be a tri-environmental creature that could operate in land, sea, and air. When Luo Han found Cole, he was still at home eating meat. Cole, are you done eating? I'll take you to swim in the sea. As a toOne, how can you not swim? Luan tempted Cole. Cole looked at Luo Han with a bewildered expression. Swimming in the sea? Didn't Dad say that devil fruit users can't go in the water? Don't worry. I've tried it before. Wrapping yourself in telekinesis can shield you from the ocean's aura. You can swim in the sea. Luo Han continued to tempt him. Really? Although Cole was a bit skeptical, he was still willing to believe Luo Han. Subsequently, Luo Han and Cole flew to the seabed outside the island, in an area 1 meter deep. Looking down at the sea below, Luo Han felt that he should go down and take a look first. After all, the seawater before had been diluted by the divine tree and had turned into fresh water, so he was unsure if there would be any discrepancies. Luo Han slowly inserted his hand into the water to feel it, so he wouldn't suddenly fall into the sea. As his hand entered the water, Luo Han's eyes lit up. It's the same. The feeling is just like in the lake. Splash! Luo Han jumped into the water, his whole body sinking in. Just like in a lake, it seems he doesn't have to fear the seawater anymore. Han Yi, are you okay? Cole, seeing Luo Han suddenly jump into the water, stayed still and felt a bit worried. I'm fine. Cole, I've wrapped your body with telekinesis. You could try going into the water. Luo Han stood up from the water and said, all right, Hangu, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, you can pull me up. Cole still felt a bit worried. Don't worry. Come down. Luo Han pulled Cole into the seawater and saw that Cole seemed comfortable in the water. Steady, Luo Han thought. Brother Han, it's really true. It feels like I'm wearing a layer of clothing. The seawater can't get in. Cole was as happy as a 300-pound man. Although he should, weigh far more than 300 pounds. Luo Han watched as Cole joyfully splashed in the water, feeling a mix of emotions. After arriving in this world, he was constantly challenged by Cole and even doubted whether he could spend his life on this island. Now, he could finally look out at the world with determination. He just needed to strengthen his final weakness, and he would be able to compete with the world's heroes. After Cole played in the sea for a while, Luo Han and Cole flew back to Qingya. Next, it was time to test how much he had gained that morning. Cole, come on, let's have a long-awaited battle. Luo Han looked at Cole with a restless expression. I want to test the limits of telekinesis. Cole was also eager to try. Ever since he ate the fish scale fruit, he hadn't practiced fighting with Luo Han much. Han Ye, can your body keep up? Although he wanted to fight Luo Han, he was also worried about getting hurt, so Cole hesitated a bit. Luo Han, I'm different now, come on. Cole, with all your strength, I told you that when I develop telekinesis, it will surprise you all. This is the moment. Seeing Luo Han's serious expression, Cole also began to take it seriously. Bang! Cole jumped back with force, starting to gather energy while looking at Luo Han. Brother Han, I'm coming, Cole said to Luo Han earnestly. Then Cole clenched his fists, slightly bent his legs, and pushed off with great force. The extreme explosive power brought instant acceleration, and Cole quickly approached Luo Han, ready to throw a punch with his right hand. Luo Han stood still, seemingly unmoved, while Cole's swift movements appeared to slow down in Luo Han's perception. Just as Cole was about to throw his punch, Luo Han pushed his right hand forward. An invisible telekinetic force instantly acted on Cole, as if his whole body was hit by a tremendous repulsive force, and before he could react, he went from high speed to a complete stop, then quickly flew backward. Bang! Cole landed heavily on the ground and slid for a distance. This completely undefendable attack method caught him off guard. Cole quickly got up, looking at Luo Han with disbelief in his eyes. This morning, he was clearly very gentle, but he didn't expect such a strong attacking power. Although it didn't hurt Cole, that was because of his strong body. If it were someone else, it wouldn't have been so easy. Now, Cole's physical strength had surpassed Uncle Kate and the others. He just lacked dominance. How about that? Surprised, right? Huh, Luo Han said with a smile. Cole, next, use your strongest attack. I want to try it. Okay, Brother Han, I'm starting now, Cole said, his eyes sharp. His body starting to grow larger, and fins began to grow on the outer sides of his arms like fish fins. His mouth slowly expanded, and his teeth became sharp, resembling shark teeth. His skin transformed into that of a toOne, covered with deep blue patterns that shimmered. This was Cole's Beastman form, which combined strength and speed. It was the first time he showcased this form. It seemed Cole was serious too. A powerful aura appeared in Luo Han's mental perception, and this punch would be very strong, but Luo Han was not worried and remained confident. Because telekinesis is not just for long-range attacks. With all his might, he mobilized his telekinesis under the powerful mental will. A massive amount of telekinesis flowed into his body, like air compressed to the extreme, filled with terrifying pressure, making every move of Luo Han filled with power. This was a capability only Luo Han could achieve, as telekinesis came from his mental communication. Therefore, Luo Han could firmly bind telekinesis into his body with strong mental control without harming himself. Come on, Cole. Luo Han looked at Cole, who was now 5 meters tall, excitedly said. Seeing Luo Han's appearance, radiating a faint blue light, Cole also felt a tremendous pressure. toOne punch, divine way. With a roar, his muscles rapidly released at that moment, and Cole charged at Luo Han with a punch. In response, Luo Han unleashed a punch with his telekinesis, compressed to the extreme. Telekinetic armor. Luo Han silently shouted in his heart. The large and small fists collided. Boom! A loud bang echoed, accompanied by a shockwave that spread across the island. This sound, it seemed to come from the top of the island. What happened? Did a sea king land on the island? Hearing the noise, the islanders started to panic and discuss. It's not a sea king. It's Luo Han and Cole fighting. It's fine. Uncle Kate and Uncle Wit comforted the others. Then both of them thought at the same time, Luo Han is really impressive. He just started developing telekinesis and can already engage in close combat with Cole. Before, Luohan had only used telekinesis for flying, thinking it was only a long-range attack. He didn't expect he could also integrate telekinesis into his body, forming a similar effect to armament haki, covering his whole body with an invisible armor. What a genius idea. Boom! Boom! The sounds of intense combat echoed continuously around the tree ring island. It was the battle between two geniuses on the island. The island residents displayed joyful expressions, unable to hide their happiness. After all, the stronger the new generation, the better the future of Tree Ring Island. Then, the battle between Luohan and Cole continued until nightfall. Bang! Bang! After another exchange of punches in the air, the two landed on the ground. Huh! Huh! After an intense afternoon of battle, Cole's breathing was only slightly accelerated. Such a monstrous physical talent combined with a monstrous Zoan Devil Fruit ability had created a creature with high attack, speed, and defense. Without the toOne fruit, with Cole's physical talent, he would have reached a limit as a reserve admiral, although he was already very strong. But with the toOne fruit, reaching the level of the 4 emperors in the future is not impossible. Luohan was deep in thought. Little did he know the turbulent waves that were surging in Cole's heart at that moment. It should be noted that before, Luohan didn't even have the qualifications to spar with him, fearing that a careless punch might knock Luohan out. After just one morning, he was able to fight against Cole in physical combat for an entire afternoon, and he was still handling it with ease, only slightly out of breath. Of course he was out of breath. Although using telekinesis didn't consume much stamina, the physical collision still took a toll on the body. If Luohan could hear Cole's thoughts, he would definitely respond like this. Cole, this battle is truly exhilarating. After the fight, Luohan was still excited. After all, the physical collisions in close combat always ignite a man's violent desires. It's incredible. Brother Han, you're already this strong. Cole's amazement continued. I didn't expect it either. Telekinesis doesn't consume much stamina, and it can also be integrated into the body to enhance strength, speed, and defense. Lohan shared his joy with Cole. At the same time, Lohan also noticed some changes after the battle. Indeed, his physical strength had increased. Since 2 years ago, Lohan's body had only seen enhancement from natural growth in strength and speed, but this time, he felt a noticeable enhancement during the battle. This all started with the unexpected gain of spiritual consciousness. It evolved from a mental perception of observation haki, in addition to the perception of the 5 senses. The perception of aura through observation haki has also evolved. Now, Lohan can sense various special auras and record them. Among them, he sensed a unique aura from Cole. It was this aura that allowed Lohan to see the opportunity for his own physical enhancement. It was an aura of physical strength. Human cell genes are actually quite similar. Every person's cells have great potential, but there is something akin to a genetic lock that controls the talent strength of different individuals. Now, the aura of physical strength recorded by Lohan's spiritual consciousness from Cole is like having unlocked that genetic lock compared to Lohan's. The spiritual consciousness that recorded this aura can just use the ability of the mind fruit to guide Lohan's body to evolve towards this aura. Previously, when consuming the fish scale fruit, the mind fruit had already demonstrated this ability to guide physical evolution. And now, Lohan's body seems to have the key to unlock the next layer of the genetic lock. As long as he uses the mind fruit's ability to guide his body to open it, he can possess physical talents similar to Cole's. Of course, previously, everything was still based on Lohan's assumptions. But after the battle with Cole, Lohan was completely convinced that guiding physical evolution through the mind was feasible. In the future, once the final physical shortcomings are addressed, Lohan can experience the grandeur of this vast sea. Today is great, Cole. Let's go back and have dinner. I'm hungry too. Luohan looked at the sea and sighed, then called Cole to prepare to go back for a meal. After consuming so much earlier, he was hungry. Alricht, Hanye. Just mentioning it makes me even hungrier. Cole scratched his head and said. Then, the two of them walked down the stone steps together. That evening, at the edge of the first layer square, on a giant tree root, Uncle Kate and Uncle Wit each held a jug of wine. The moonlight filtered through the layers of the divine tree roots, illuminating the two of them. Glug, glug, it's been 13 years. Thinking back to those days when we first went to sea, I really miss it. Vita. Uncle Kate wiped the wine from his mouth and laughed heartily at Wit. Wit didn't say anything. He shot a glance at Kate and took a swig from the jug, his eyes reflecting shadows of memories. Seeing Wit lost in thought, Kate didn't disturb him. He also began to reminisce. Speaking of which, after the three of them were separated by a storm when they first set sail, Kate had lived in the giant village since arriving there. During that time, there were some issues of distrust, but in the end, Kate became friends with the giants. It's a pity he didn't get to meet the two captains of the giant soldier pirate group. Remembering life in the giant village, Kate couldn't help but laugh. Kate, I think Cole and Luo Han can join the hunting team now. Putting down his jug, Uncle Vite looked at Uncle Kate with a slightly serious expression, his eyes showing some concern. I feel like there will be a big tide in this sea soon. Cole and Luo Han need to become stronger quickly to protect the peace of Ringtree Island. Kate, are you sure? Should we start now? And not wait for the fish scale festival? After all, there's only a year left. Kate didn't quite understand what Uncle Vite meant. We should be strong enough to support their rise in strength, right? In these past few years, the newsbirds have passed by Ringtree Island several times. About 8 times, I think. Previously, no newsbird ever reached here. This shows that the outside world is more active than before. Who knows when they might come to Ringtree Island? We all know what kind of power the pirates who survive in the second half of the Grand Line possess. Moreover, we are wanted criminals of the world government. Once Ringtree Island is discovered, we will endanger the residents of the island. Wood said seriously while looking at Kate. After listening, Kate also became serious. It was about the safety of his hometown, and being cautious was never too much. All right, tomorrow I will start training them and take them hunting for sea kings in the afternoon, Kate said. Then the two raised their cups and drank together. As time passed, the moon remained. The next morning, Luo Han and Cole were pulled by Uncle Kate to the hunting team's training ground, located opposite the green cliff on the island. The hunting team members had all arrived, looking spirited. Only Cole and Luo Han looked sleepy, clearly still not fully awake. Hey, Cole, Luo Han, why did my uncle call you two? Are you guys going to join the hunting team now? Brother Ryan, seeing Uncle Kate bring Luo Han and Cole to the training ground, speculated and asked. No need to ask, Ryan. Their strength has long been enough. They're just starting early. You better wake them up. Training starts soon. Seeing that Luo Han and the others still looked half asleep, Uncle Kate couldn't help but get angry and asked Ryan to make sure the two kids woke up. At that moment, after feeling the morning breeze at the top of the island for a while, Luo Han finally woke up. Is this the top of the island? What did Uncle Kate bring us here for? It's so early. The sun hasn't even come out. Luo Han shivered. The cold wind in the morning was still a bit chilly, so he quickly used his psychokinesis to wrap himself up, instantly warming himself. Psychokinesis has a warming function too. Yes, I brought you here because you and Cole are joining the hunting team today. So starting today, you will train with the hunting team, Ryan said to Luo Han in disbelief. Cole, why are you still keeping your eyes closed? You're no longer in bed. You're on the island's peak. Ryan continued to turn around to bother Cole. The hunting team? Joining? It seems to be the result of yesterday's battle with Cole. After all, I am a man who jumped from the strength of a naval soldier to a major general in one morning. Luo Han felt secretly pleased. At this moment, Cole also woke up. Where am I? Han, why are you in my house? Cole still looked a bit confused. No, wait. It seems I was thrown out by my dad. Don't think about it too much. We're on the island's peak now. Uncle Kate brought us here, Luo Han said. You and Luo Han have now joined the hunting team, and you need to get ready for training. Hurry up. You two should go find Uncle Kate first. After urging Cole and Luo Han, Ryan went off to train. Luo Han, let's go. Cole, let's see what Uncle Kate has to say. Luo Han and Ku'er walked towards Uncle Kate, who was standing at the edge of the cliff on the island. Along the way, the hunters practiced military boxing individually. They were moving slowly, like Tai Chi, but it looked like the muscles on their bodies were vibrating. They appeared to be struggling. Luo Han felt a stir in his heart. Could it be that military body fist is some kind of secret technique? He approached Uncle Kate, who turned around. Luan, Cole, we originally planned to let you join the hunting team a year later. However, both Wit and I think that with your physiques, you can already practice this enhanced version of the nameless fist technique. So we decided to let you join now. Luo Han thought, this must be what the hunting team members are practicing. There's an enhanced version? I want to learn it, Uncle Kate. Cole, who had always been interested in martial arts, asked eagerly. All right, let me first tell you the origin of this fist technique. Uncle Kate laughed at Cole and Luo Han, then began to explain. The so-called enhanced version is a deeper training method of a nameless fist technique that can only be practiced by those whose bodies have been enhanced to a certain level through the transformation of the fish scale fruit. Its essence lies in vibration, the vibration of the body. The transformation from the fish scale fruit can speed up the process precisely because of the practice of this nameless fist technique. As he spoke, Uncle Kate pointed to the hunting team members practicing in the distance. After the transformation is complete and the body is strengthened, one can practice the enhanced version that the hunting team members are currently training. Although it is an enhanced version, the movements haven't changed. It just adds an inner sensation. And this sensation is hard to perceive without sufficient physical strength. Upon hearing this, Luo Han raised his hand. A appeared on his face. Uncle Kate, my body probably hasn't met the standard. Yesterday, I was able to engage in close combat with Cole, but that was just the use of my fruit ability. What we know is the kind of telekinesis you mentioned integrated into the body as techniques, right? I know, but you woke me up so early. Luo Han felt a bit speechless. Although little Luo Han, your body has reached the standard, your strength has also improved. In the future, practice with little Cole. That way both of you can progress together. Uncle Kate smiled and continued his explanation. The so-called sensation is to feel the vibration throughout the body while practicing the nameless fist technique, and then control its intensity and dispersal. Like this. Luo Han and Cole simultaneously looked at Uncle Kate, who was extending his arm. They saw that Uncle Kate's arm looked blurry, as if it had been pixelated. After staring for a while, they felt a bit dizzy. Once they focused, all the vibrations in their bodies transferred to their arms, and the strength gathered in their arms. At that moment, all they had to do was strike. Subsequently, Uncle Kate threw a punch towards the island. A wave of cylindrical shockwaves rushed into the air. It only dissipated after several hundred meters. Although it was not as powerful as the Dominion Uncle Kate had used before, it was still stronger than an average punch. The most important thing was that this punch was completely devoid of any intentional extension. It was purely generated by bodily strength. Similar to the Gale kick in the Six Styles, Luo Han remembered that in the world of One Piece, the only techniques that allowed people to unleash their will and produce shockwaves and slashes were Fishman Karate, Eight Gates, and the world government's Six Styles. Perhaps there were others, but only these three secret techniques stood out in Luo Han's mind, highlighting their power. Each of these techniques could turn one into a superhuman once mastered. He never expected to find such techniques on this remote island in the Grand Line. Indeed, the latter half of the Grand Line was extraordinary. It's no wonder it's called the New World. It's truly impressive. That kind of power is exactly what I've always felt. I thought I was the only one who knew about it. Cole was very happy. Earlier, he had gathered power into his fists through rapid muscle contractions, combined with the extension of his will, creating an extraordinary shockwave. It was similar to the power Uncle Kate had just used. However, Cole's technique was rather rough. Unlike Uncle Kate, he couldn't control the localized vibrations without affecting his body's flexibility. I want to learn. Uncle Kate, please teach me. Cole continued to ask. Wait a moment. I'll teach you how to feel the guiding power of vibrations through your fist techniques. As for little Luo Han, you can wait until Cole learns and then help him enhance his perception of these vibrations, Uncle Kate said to Cole, and then turned to Luo Han. Okay, Uncle Kate. Luo Han replied weakly. He watched as Cole and Uncle Kate went to one side, one teaching and one learning. Luo Han is a bit jealous. I've never been taught by anyone, so I'm just here to accompany co-air reading. Sai, who told me that my body can't keep up. Luo Han was thinking about this, but he was also very happy. Because practicing combat with Cole allowed Luo Han to quickly become stronger. Yesterday's battle had already shown that guiding the mind to evolve and strengthen the body could always be done, even without the guidance of breath, although it was slower. Previously, Luo Han's thoughts on strengthening his body had been worn away by his mediocre physical talent, and once he lost the desire to become stronger, the ability of the mind fruit to guide the body became even weaker. This was something Luo Han realized when he recalled the first time he used mental guidance. At that time, he had longed for the fish scale fruit for a long time and finally got to eat it, and his desire for physical strength peaked when practicing the nameless boxing technique. Strong mental activity prompted the mind to guide the body to rapidly transform and become stronger, leading to the direct consumption of life force to complete the evolution. This must be the most terrifying power of the mind fruit. Strong mental activity can directly guide the evolution of the body, and there is no limit to it, as long as you still have the desire to become stronger. The morning practice passed under Luo Han's various speculations about the effects of the mind fruit's ability. By noon, the training was over. Uncle Kate instructed Luo Han and Cole that in the afternoon they would go hunt sea kings, and then he left. Luo Han and the others also returned. Soon after noon, after resting for about an hour, the hunting team members arrived one after another at the top of the island, and Luo Han and Cole also arrived. Uncle Kate stood at the front, waiting for everyone to gather. Today, we only need 10 people to come with me to hunt sea kings. Cole, you transform into your complete form and fly in the sky. Luo Han, you just stay close to Cole. If anyone gets injured, you're responsible for pulling everyone out and controlling them to Cole. After selecting 10 people, Uncle Kate instructed Cole and Luo Han. In the beginning, you two just watch how we hunt sea kings. Ha! Captain, the Ark has also arrived. Ryan said at this time. Luo Han looked at the so-called Ark and said, Hey, Brother Rain, are you sure that's an Ark and not a small wooden boat? He pointed at the Ark that could only fit 2 people sitting together. I used to think the hunting team had big ships. Turns out it's this. If I didn't know better, I'd think we were going fishing. It's less than a meter long. Ha! Let us go. I'll tell you more on the way, Uncle Kate said with a smile. Then picked up 2 arcs and slid down the rope towards the island. Surprised, huh? Ha! I was just like you guys back then. You'll understand soon enough, Rain laughed. Noticing Luo Han's confused expression, which made him want to laugh as he remembered his own reaction. Then Rain picked up 1 arc and followed Uncle Kate's pace. Brother Rain is also one of those 10. Seeing the teasing looks from the hunting team members, Luo Han felt a bit overwhelmed. He quickly called Cole to transform and come down. I have to say, Cole really finds this boring. It seems like there's nothing surprising besides eating and fighting. Just now, Luo Han was the only one surprised. Soon, Cole transformed into his complete form and flew in the sky, while Luo Han floated beside Uncle Kate's small boat. Uncle Kate, you still haven't told me why you're using such a small boat to hunt sea kings? Aren't you afraid that if it tips over, a big wave will come and flip the boat? Luo Han asked Uncle Kate, to be honest. Luo Han couldn't figure it out. How could such a small boat bring back the sea kings? No wonder over the years, he had never seen the hunting team bring back any sea kings. Could it be because they didn't have a big ship? Don't think too much. Little Luo Han, do you know the origin of Ringtree Island? Seeing Luo Han starting to think wildly, Uncle Kate began to narrate the origin of Ringtree Island. Is the origin of Ringtree Island related to its name? Luo Han asked. Uncle Kate, haha, of course not. Look at how big Ringtree Island is now. Luo Han, it's quite big. Does it matter? Yes. When I was young, the Ringtree Island wasn't as big as it is now. It wasn't very large. But after more than 20 years, I still feel the difference. The older generation on the island might feel the change even more clearly. Uncle Kate said with a hint of emotion. At this moment, the small boat slowly glided out of the seabed of Ringtree Island. Little Luo Han, use your observation haki to sense around. There aren't any sea kings nearby, right? Uncle Kate said, suggesting that Luo Han use his observation haki, seemingly already certain that there were no sea kings around. Oh, there really aren't any. There are no sea kings for several kilometers around, except for the salt sharks, and they're 1,000 meters deep below the sea surface. This is really strange. Luo Han found it a bit puzzling. Uncle Kate looked at Luo Han's curious expression, smiled, and continued explaining. Because the divine tree has the ability to desalinate seawater. The salt that results from desalinated seawater not only accumulates to form salt blocks on the seabed, but also flows into the surrounding sea areas, which makes the salinity in the surrounding waters very high. Therefore, there are actually very few sea kings in the surrounding sea. Salt sharks generally live in the deep sea and only come to the surface when they want salt or when they encounter salt blocks. At this point, Uncle Kate's expression became serious. Salt sharks don't often come to shallow waters. Relatively speaking, they swim to the seabed every few days to eat salt. So, all along, we've been getting hurt in battles with salt sharks. Don't be fooled by the small size of a salt shark. Due to its adaptation to moving in both deep and shallow waters, its skin defense is terrifying and its strength is also very strong. This also allows the salt shark to be very fast, so every encounter is a fierce battle. Uncle Kate looked at the light green sea surface with a somewhat sorrowful expression. Even with his care, the hunting team still occasionally suffers injuries. Just focus on dealing with the salt sharks. And as long as we don't go to sea, the salt sharks can't do anything to us. Plus, in this deep sea area, it's not like we can maneuver around on the seabed. Luo Han found it a bit hard to understand and posed his questions to Uncle Kate. Look back at Ringtree Island. There aren't any islands around, right? The seabed also drops straight down after extending 10 kilometers outward. Uncle Kate turned to look at Ringtree Island, his face showing some amazement. Luo Han and the other hunters turned their heads to look at Ringtree Island. It really was like a stone pillar sticking out of the sea. So amazing. They had never noticed this before. Ryan exclaimed excitedly, clearly hearing Uncle Kate talk about this for the first time. The other hunters were also seeing the shape of Ringtree Island for the first time. It didn't feel like an island. It felt like a. Luo Han murmured as he looked towards Ring Tree Island. Uncle Kate glanced at Luo Han and thought, "You actually thought of that. A long time ago, there were no islands here, until a giant tree emerged from the surface of the sea. The tree, which first touched the sunlight, began to grow wildly. After a few years, its root system spread across a radius of hundreds of kilometers. It had already formed a massive island over a kilometer high. At this point, Uncle Kate looked at everyone. This is the predecessor of Ring Tree Island, and that giant tree is the sacred tree on the island now." Luo Han. "So how did the rock pillars around the sacred tree come about? And the current Ring Tree Island isn't this big, right?" Uncle Kate. Luo Han asked the question, and the other hunters nodded in confusion. "Ha! Let me tell you more," Uncle Kate laughed. But then his expression turned serious. "The crazy expanding uncle. That's the divine tree. When it grows to 100 kilometers, it starts to bear a fruit called fish scale fruit. The divine tree had been growing underwater and had never borne fruit before, not knowing that once the fish scale fruit ripens, it emits a scent from the roots that drives sea kings mad with obsession." Uncle Kate recounted with a hint of fear, imagining the scene that follows. Since this area is close to the windless zone, the scent of the fish scale fruit attracted countless large and super large sea kings, ranging from 3,000 meters to tens of thousands of meters long. Then came the frantic competition among the sea kings. Even the 100-kilometer-tall divine tree collapsed under this earth-shattering force. The divine tree was directly destroyed, leaving only the main trunk we see now. Its height was even pressed down to the seabed, nearly uprooted and destroyed. Hearing this, Luo Han was a bit surprised. The divine tree was directly destroyed? Then how did the Ring Tree Island come about? Moreover, once it reveals itself above the sea and bears fish scale fruit, it will attract super large sea kings. How do we solve this problem? Luo Han felt a bit sorry for the divine tree. "I just want to show my head, bask in the sun. As a big tree wanting to enjoy some light and warmth. Is that wrong? Is it wrong to want to sunbathe? You sea kings can eat my fruit if you want, but why do you have to destroy me?" He thought, if the divine tree could speak, it would definitely have some words to express. Luo Han thought for a moment about the divine tree. Let's continue listening to Uncle Kate's story. Uncle Kate, after that, the divine tree seemed to suddenly gain wisdom. It began to grow slowly and also acquired a new ability, which was the ability to desalinate seawater. With this ability, the divine tree started to release some minerals it had absorbed from the depths of the sea, forming a circular layer of rock around itself for protection. Uncle Kate marveled at the wonders of the ocean. It was astonishing to have such a miraculous creature as the divine tree. After that, the divine tree slowly began to grow towards the sea surface, and after hundreds of years, it once again reached the sea level, basking in the sunlight. Interestingly, when the divine tree was at the bottom of the sea, its growth was slow. However, once it reached the surface, it began to grow wildly, as if it had gained some mysterious power. Luo Han could imagine that as the divine tree emerged from the sea, it expanded rapidly, as if time was fast-forwarding. However, he was unsure if the outcome would be the same as before, with the sea kings destroying it again. But this time, the divine tree did not rapidly expand its body. Instead, it chose to use its rapidly growing power to absorb minerals from the seabed. Soon after, what you see now as the rock layers of Ring Tree Island was built up layer by the divine tree. Each layer was anchored by the roots of the divine tree, forming the current 9-layer structure of Ring Tree Island. Afterwards, the fresh water formed by the divine tree desalinated the seawater, which was stored within Ring Tree Island, while the salt and some minerals were expelled outside the island, creating the current seabed. It was unexpected that Ring Tree Island was formed this way, with the rocks surrounding the divine tree actually built to protect itself. Everyone gaped in astonishment at the Ring Tree Island behind them, their eyes revealing a hint of shock. Hee. Uncle Kate smiled, recalling how he had reacted similarly when he first heard the old people on the island talk about the origin of Ring Tree Island. Moreover, the divine tree had even more amazing qualities. Thus, as the divine tree slowly grew, Ring Tree Island gradually enlarged as well. The shipwrecks from storms also brought some humans, who became the current residents of the island. Slowly, the divine tree reached the moment of bearing fruit. This time, it probably wouldn't be destroyed by the sea kings. Everyone thought in unison. After all, the existence of Ring Tree Island proved that the divine tree had survived this crisis, but they were unsure how it had done so. Can you guess if there would be an attack from the sea kings this time? Uncle Kate smiled as he looked at everyone's focused expressions. Yes. No. Everyone began to speculate. There must be. Uncle Kate. At this moment, Cole's rough voice came, startling everyone. Unbeknownst to them, Cole had already approached the surface of the sea. It seemed that Cole had also been captivated by Uncle Kate's storytelling and couldn't help but ask. Huh? Uncle Kate laughed heartily and continued. No, nothing at all. Not a single sea king. Because this time, the special aura of the fish scale fruit was blocked by the rocks surrounding the divine tree. Moreover, the roots of the divine tree were embedded in the rock layers and did not protrude into the sea. Therefore, the aura was not exposed to the sea, and naturally, no sea kings arrived. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't completely isolate the aura from attracting the sea kings. After all, the aura of the fish scale fruit would still diffuse into the air, just in lesser amounts compared to the ocean. It could still attract some sea kings that occasionally surfaced. The reason no sea kings came was that the divine tree desalinated the seawater and expelled the salt. As the divine tree grew larger, the amount of salt expelled increased, eventually raising the salinity of the surrounding seawater of Ring Tree Island, making it unsuitable for many marine organisms, which subsequently left the area along with the sea kings. Thus, the aura emitted by the divine tree's fish scale fruit had become nearly undetectable after traveling a long distance, naturally failing to attract the sea kings. It was unexpected that the divine tree could be so wise, actually transforming the surrounding sea into a high salinity environment before bearing the fish scale fruit, causing the sea kings to leave. I wonder if it resembles the flower-shaped island where Usopp was caught by a bear, specifically hunting sea kings. Luohan had some guesses and felt a bit anxious. Could the divine tree have fattened everyone up only to eat them later? It shouldn't be the case. After all, there are no mouths or anything like that on Divine Tree Island. It's better to listen to what Uncle Kate has to say and not scare myself. So from that point on, there were no sea kings around, and people settled down on the Ring Tree Island. Everyone was amazed, both marveling at the wonders and wisdom of the divine tree and surprised to learn about how the islanders came to be there. Their ancestors had actually arrived at Ring Tree Island after encountering a storm. They had never thought about it before. They had always assumed they lived on Ring Tree Island. They never imagined that the island was created by a giant tree striving for survival. Hearing this, Luohan felt a stir in his heart. If even a tree has such a strong desire to survive and grow stronger, how could I not continue to strive to survive and grow stronger in this cruel sea? But wait, wouldn't that mean there will be no meat to eat? All the fish have run away, and only the fish cake powder from the divine tree is left. No meat to eat would be quite uncomfortable, Cole said doubtfully in the air. Obviously, when it comes to food, Cole, I'm serious. Uncle Kate laughed heartily and replied. That's why I say the divine tree is wise. It has dug several underground passages hundreds of meters wide deep in the sea using its roots. The exits of these underground passages are far from Ring Tree Island. When the passages break through the seabed and enter the seawater, every time the fish scale fruit ripens, the fish from the deep sea will naturally follow the scent along these passages to Ring Tree Island, while the large sea kings can only destroy the seabed far away, unable to affect the divine tree. Furthermore, as these fish come to Ring Tree Island, with the decrease in seawater salinity, they and some smaller sea kings will gradually lose their strength. However, the scent of the fish scale fruit will drive these fish into a frenzy. Thus, when these fish arrive at Ring Tree Island, they can only float helplessly on the surface of the lake. This is the reason why the Fish Scale Fruit Festival is also called the Harvest Festival. Everyone thought together. It is said that when the divine tree first emerged from the sea, its early growth was relatively slow and it encountered some attacks from sea kings. But those were resolved by the people who were stranded on Ring Tree Island at that time, our ancestors. So, perhaps out of gratitude and to keep our ancestors, the divine tree spent several years opening up the passages to bring the fish over. With ample food, the ancestors settled down completely on Ring Tree Island. Was a rainbow fish also brought here in this way? Ryan asked. Everyone was a bit curious about how the rainbow fish came to Ring Tree Island. After all, it is a freshwater fish. The rainbow fish, in fact, was not originally called a rainbow fish, and no one knows what it was called. It is known that the rainbow fish is a very rare fish that can survive in both saltwater and freshwater. It was also attracted by the divine tree, as it wouldn't be affected by freshwater. So at first, it took a lot of effort for the islanders to catch it. The rainbow fish was relatively abundant and swam quickly in the water. They spent many years trying to catch it, but instead, it settled at the bottom of the Divine Tree Lake. Everyone just treated it as a regular source of meat. Later, they discovered that the rainbow fish actually ate the old skin from the roots of the divine tree, which could promote the growth of the divine tree. After realizing this phenomenon, they stopped catching it, as it was beneficial to the growth of the divine tree for the people living on the island. However, later on, they had no choice but to catch it. The rainbow fish became lazy and would continue to eat in one place until there was nothing left if left undisturbed. It began eating the old skin of the roots and eventually moved on to eating the roots themselves. Thus, the islanders had to arrange for people to chase after it every day. Then they discovered that after eating too much of the divine tree's root skin, the rainbow fish actually transformed into a fish that emitted a rainbow glow, with its flesh and bones glowing as well. Moreover, it completely turned into a freshwater fish, and if it left freshwater, it could only survive in seawater for 10 breaths before dying. Subsequently, the body modification effects of the fish scale fruit and the energy replenishment of the rainbow fish were also discovered by everyone. Thus, Ring Tree Island and its inhabitants gradually survived until now. After a long time, everyone slowly came back to their senses and looked at the divine tree with a different glint in their eyes, as if they had newly recognized a new friend and partner. From now on, the divine tree is not just a magical tree providing fish scale fruits and fish cake powder, but also a partner that fights alongside us. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Uncle Kate showed a satisfied smile. Shouldn't we cherish and protect this magical island that we live on? He then looked at Luo Han and Cole, saying that the future of Ring Tree Island would need their protection. Then what about the salty shark? Captain, at that moment, a hunting team member sitting on another ark asked. Everyone was puzzled. How did the salty shark come to be? Previously, no one had noticed, and it seemed that only the salty shark lived in the waters surrounding Ring Tree Island. Could it be that the salty shark also gained the ability to live in high salinity seawater by eating the roots of the divine tree? The salty shark, well, is attracted by the salt expelled by the divine tree. The divine tree has been desalinating seawater and expelling a large amount of salt. Therefore, the salty shark has made Ring Tree Island its nest. Besides hunting sea kings in groups, it has been staying at the bottom of the island. This is also the reason we are attacked when we go to gather salt. After all, we are competing with the salty shark for food. At this moment, the ark slowly glided to the sea area 30 kilometers away from Ring Tree Island. Upon arriving here, Luo Han's super-range perception began to sense some large sea kings hidden in the deep sea 10 kilometers away. All right, we're almost at the boundary between high salinity seawater and regular seawater. Start patrolling the island along the boundary, and be careful not to exceed 1,000 meters in front or behind. If there are any sea kings, notify me. Uncle Kate also noticed this and reminded everyone. At this point, the slowly moving ark reached the area where the hunting team usually patrols. Uncle Kate, since there are no sea kings in the surrounding waters, how are we going to hunt them? Aren't we supposed to be hunting sea kings? Why are we starting to patrol now? Nuan Lu Kid confessiert. Wasn't the hunt for sea kings supposed to happen? But now that they arrived here, it turned into a patrol instead. Yes, without sea kings. How are we going to have meat later? Cole was more concerned about whether there would be meat to eat. Other things were not on Cole's mind. Little Luo Han and little Cole, don't think that patrolling is simple. If you're not careful, it could cost you your life. It's not like fighting the salt sharks where you can survive. One moment can lead to death, so take it seriously. At this moment, a big brother next to them spoke up. He was around the same age as Brother Ryan. Yes, Jack is right. Although the waters around Ring Tree Island have turned into high-concentration saltwater zones, in recent years, sea kings have been lingering near the boundary zone. They should be the group of sea kings that destroyed the divine tree. After all, large sea kings possess a certain level of intelligence. So why don't these sea kings go to Ring Tree Island? Luo Han asked worriedly, as there were always some sea kings nearby that could devour half of an island in one bite, making it impossible not to worry. Uncle Kate and Uncle Wit speculate that as the divine tree stabilizes, the fish scale fruit also bears fruit every 4 years. Intelligent sea kings have come along those divine tree passages, driven mad by the lack of scent. Therefore, once they reach the boundary zone, they don't want to move towards the high-concentration saltwater zone around Ring Tree Island. It seems they are averse to the high salinity seawater. Uncle Kate shared his and Uncle Wit's speculation, and it should be like this. Otherwise, it can't be explained. So that's how it is. That's good. Otherwise, Ring Tree Island can't withstand the destruction of these large or even super large sea kings. Luo Han sighed in relief, and everyone else did too. But the instinct for survival will always drive some sea kings to cross the boundary zone towards Ring Tree Island. At this time, we need to intercept them in advance and not let some sea kings pass. Otherwise, the residents on the island would be in danger. Just as Luo Han had relaxed, Uncle Kate brought it up again. Seeing Luo Han's tense expression, Uncle Kate said again, but don't worry. I don't know if the salt expelled by the divine tree is specifically to retaliate against the existence of sea kings. It's a bit different. It seems to have a certain restraining effect on sea kings. The larger the sea king, once it enters the high concentration salt sea area, it's like a devil fruit user encountering sea prism stone, feeling weak all over. It's just that it's not as severe for sea kings. They can still swim slowly. So we just need to drive them away. And if we can't drive them away, then that's it. Saying this, Uncle Kate took out a high-precision white salt and demonstratively tossed some into the sea, sprinkling these high-concentration salt crystals towards the sea kings. This is the salt that salt sharks love the most. After that, the salt shark group will come to eat the weakened sea kings. At this time, under the threat of life, the sea kings will only have the option to retreat or face being eaten by the salt sharks. But blood will also attract the arrival of sea kings, even driving them mad. Only the salt sharks can calm these large sea kings down. After all, salt sharks specifically hunt large sea kings in the deep sea, just like ant colonies on land. Once their numbers increase, even lions can only become hunted prey. Luohan didn't expect that the salt-eating sharks were actually hunting sea kings in the deep sea, and they were large ones at that. This shows how many salt-eating sharks there are beneath Ring Tree Island. Alright, although everything can be dealt with, one must be cautious when sea kings enter high salinity areas. They often surface first before diving back down. During this process, they will eat everything in sight. Once swallowed by a sea king, the chances of survival drop to almost zero. Even if one isn't swallowed but falls into the sea, they still have to be wary of the salt-eating sharks. At this point, Uncle Kate reminded them. Afterward, Luohan and Cole followed Uncle Kate on patrol. Nothing unexpected happened, and by evening, everyone returned to Ring Tree Island. This hunting trip for sea kings ended perfectly. If it weren't for Uncle Kate's story about the origin of Ring Tree Island, this afternoon would have been a very boring debut for the hunting team. Sigh, I thought I would get to see Uncle Kate's giant secret technique, Elbaf Spear Dominion. Once again, Luohan thought regretfully. The night at Ring Tree Island was calm and peaceful, with laughter echoing throughout the island. The faint smell of fish cakes stimulated Luohan's taste buds. Upon returning home from the hunting team, Grandma Mo had already prepared dinner. In recent years, due to his training, it had always been Grandma Mo cooking. Luohan would only cook when he came home early occasionally, and he had spent much time with Grandma Mo. Watching Grandma Mo busy in front of him, Luohan felt a bit uncomfortable. Have I been too focused on pursuing strength? Ever since he crossed over to this world of One Piece, Luohan had once yearned to be a pirate like Luffy. True friendship, fantastic adventures, and that damned freedom. But it was really just a longing, not to mention that Luffy hasn't even been born yet. Perhaps even Luffy's dad hasn't been born. Given Luohan's character, he was really just an ordinary person. The fear he felt when he first crossed over was due to his lack of confidence and unfamiliarity with the environment. It wasn't until he confirmed the safety and stability of Ring Tree Island and experienced Grandma Mo's care that Luohan began to settle down. As the saying goes, when one is well-fed and warm, they start to think of desires. Living a stable life, Luohan began to yearn for the wonders of the One Piece world. But he was also afraid of not having enough strength. Setting out before achieving success could lead to early death. Essentially, Luohan had the mindset of an ordinary person. What kind of mindset does an ordinary person have? Stability. That's right, stability. When he thought about leaving the island to explore the world, all Luohan could think of was to enhance his strength and then go see the world, ideally reaching the strength of a general before going out. As a result, Luohan became obsessed with improving his power and neglected the companionship of Grandma Mo. Luohan should have thought of this from the beginning. You don't need to become a pirate to see the world. That way, the Navy won't target you. As long as you can run fast, you'll be fine. After realizing this, Luohan felt it was unnecessary to put pressure on himself. The protagonists in novels never really die. They truly belong in novels. After seeing things more clearly, Luohan felt much more relaxed both physically and mentally. At the dinner table, Luohan and Grandma Mo quietly ate their dinner. Xiaohan, did you join the hunting team today? Grandma Mo looked at Luohan with some concern. She had heard about it from Aunt Lillian, Cole's mother, in the afternoon. Luohan looked apologetically at Grandma Mo and said, I only found out this morning when I went to the hunting team's training ground. I'm sorry, Grandma, for not telling you. Sigh, I did think you would join the hunting team. Honshu Island needs you to grow in order to protect it better. Just be careful and don't act recklessly. Okay? Grandma Mo sighed, feeling a mix of helplessness and relief. In the end, all that remained was worry and advice. hoping that Luo Han would be safe. Luo Han showed a confident smile on his face and said, "Grandma, don't worry. I will be careful. And now I can fly in the sky. Nothing will happen, haha." Grandma Mo also smiled and said, "All right, our Xiao Han can fly now, so Grandma can." Luo Nu did vigorously. A warm dinner ended in a cozy scene. The next morning, Luo Han flew to the first floor to explain his intentions to Uncle Vite. "Are you sure?" Uncle Vite looked at Luo Han in shock. What Luo Han said was truly astonishing. There is still a year before they can eat the fish scale fruit. And Luo Han claimed that he could use the power of the mind fruit along with the energy of the rainbow fish to rapidly enhance physical talent, just like the function of the fish scale fruit. The key point is that Luo Han's devil fruit ability can evolve and strengthen a person's physical talent. It was already known that a person's physical talent is actually limited. Not everyone can become stronger through training. Even if they can, there is a limit. Once they reach that limit, they cannot improve further, while those with strong talent, like Cole, can easily reach the limits that some hunting team members can achieve. And this is just Cole's basic strength period, not even his explosive period yet. Luang, are you sure it's about enhancing physical talent, not just increasing physical strength? Uncle Vite asked eagerly. It should be about raising the limit of physical talent. Luo Han replied confidently. Luo Han was actually a bit surprised. Although he knew that this ability would astonish people, he didn't expect Uncle Kate to be this shocked. After thinking for a moment, he realized that it should be an enhancement of physical talent. After all, at his current age, the strength he possesses has already reached its limit. And the only way to quickly increase his strength is through the enhancement of physical talent. It's like a water tank that has grown larger. Naturally, it can hold more water. When Uncle Vite heard Luo Han's answer, he was still very surprised. After all, what Luo Han told Uncle Vite was that his physical talent could become stronger, not just his physical body. Because physical strength can only improve temporarily and cannot raise the upper limit, while enhanced talent indeed lasts a lifetime and can elevate the upper limit of physical talent. That's why Uncle Vite was so astonished. If it's true, then Luo Han might surpass Cole. Uncle Vite looked at Luo Han seriously, a bit curious about how this was achieved. Of course, it was mainly because it was so miraculous. He didn't expect that besides the fish scale fruit from the divine tree, Luo Han's mental fruit ability could also have such transformative talent. After thinking so much, Uncle Vite still wanted to confirm it again. He cautiously asked Luo Han, "Are you sure you can make your physical talent stronger?" Luo Han answered affirmatively. "I am sure. The day before yesterday, I confirmed it during my battle with Cole. It was a noticeable enhancement that I could see with my own eyes, which is why I am certain. This is also one of the abilities of the mind fruit, which allows a person to enhance their physical talents under the guidance of the mind. Prior to this, the development of the mind fruit was not good. It wasn't until the development of psychokinesis and the mutation of observation haki into the ability to sense and record auras that this capability of enhancing physical talents through mental guidance was highlighted. Because I recorded the aura of Cole's physical talent, my mental guidance had a concrete reference, and the speed at which my physical talents were enhanced through mental guidance suddenly increased. I also felt this during the intense battle with Cole. This confirmed that the ability of the mind fruit can enhance my physical talents. Luo Han did not hide why he could strengthen his physical talent and revealed everything. After all, Uncle Vite is a trustworthy person, being both Cole's father and a close friend of Luo Han's father. Even after confirming it once, Uncle Vite still found it hard to believe what Luo Han said. He asked, "Is there a limit to how much your physical talent can strengthen? Or is it that it can't go beyond Cole's level?" Luo Han shook his head and said, "There are no limits, Uncle Vite. As long as I still think about enhancing my physical talents, there will be no limits. Even if there isn't a strong physical talent aura to compare to, this mental guidance ability will be much slower. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been unable to sense it in the previous years." By the end of his statement, Luo Han felt a bit embarrassed to have such a bug-like ability and not notice it, sweat. "I see. So can you use this ability on others?" Uncle Vite looked at Luo Han with hopeful eyes, wishing for a good answer. Unfortunately, Uncle Vite was destined to be disappointed. Luo Han replied, "No way. This kind of mental guidance seems to only be centered around me." Sigh. Uncle Vite sighed inwardly. "I shouldn't think too much about it. With such powerful abilities, if they could be used by others, then everyone could reach Cole's level. One must know that my expectations for Cole's future strength are at least that of a reserve general. Only the strength of a general counts as reaching my goal. Just think about it. With 100 generals at hand, the scenery of Ring Tree Island would definitely be beautiful." Uncle Vite imagined a bright future. As he fell into this beautiful daydream, he couldn't help but reveal a somewhat lewd smile. You can reference Kazuru's smile. Looking at Uncle Vite's lewd smile, Luo Han inexplicably shivered, feeling really unaccustomed. He usually appeared quite serious. Once he fell into his own world, he could actually become so lewd. Ahem, that Luo Han. Clearly, Uncle Vite also noticed his subtle change, feeling a bit embarrassed. Uncle Vite, actually my current ability of the fruit of the mind cannot extend outside of my body yet, so I cannot enhance others' physical talents. But as long as my ability can extend in the future, I should be able to help others enhance their physical talents. The specific conditions might only be known then. However, I have a gut feeling that I can help others become stronger in their physical talents. Hee. Luo Han said to the awkward Uncle Vite. Uncle Vite, who was about to say something, was stunned. Could it be that my enjoyment can actually be realized? If this ability were to be known by the world government or other pirate forces, there would be a warning. He then said to Luo Han with a serious expression, Luo Han, you must not let anyone else know about this ability, except for me and your Uncle Kate. You still don't understand how perverse this ability of yours is. Once the outside world finds out, it would be a disaster for you and Ringtree Island. Do you understand? At this moment, Luo Han also became attentive. This world is one where the strong are revered. The ability to enhance physical talent is like being able to mass-produce strong individuals. Which force wouldn't be tempted? I understand, Uncle Vite, I won't speak of it. Luo Han replied seriously. This ability to enhance physical talent is akin to bloodlines in the world of Naruto. Just imagine, when Uchiha Madara needs his brother's eyes to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, you achieve it through enhancing physical talent. When the Mangeki Sharingan evolves into the Rinnegan and requires Hashirama Senju's cellular power, you also achieve it through enhancing physical talent. Isn't that frightening? Let me give you another example. In the world of cultivation, the most important thing is cultivation talent, and everyone else has waste spiritual roots. You can elevate your waste spiritual root to the strongest spiritual root. Simply put, you can turn a waste into a genius. Then congratulations. All forces and individuals will only choose between killing you or controlling you. Either you make me and my people outstanding, or you die. Everyone is the same. Just look to the heavens. You say you've already done the work of the heavens upon your arrival. Can everyone be at ease? Ignorance is bliss. I see. Thankfully, I'm still on Ringtree Island and have only told Uncle Vite. Otherwise, if the world government finds out, I would be in deep trouble. I might have to spend my life fleeing from the world government's intelligence agency. Perhaps I'd even be killed directly. Thank goodness. Luo Han silently rejoiced. Seeing Luo Han looking relieved, Uncle Vite smiled. Then realizing something, he spoke seriously to Luo Han. Luo Han, don't worry too much. Fortunately, you have developed a unique psychic power from the mind fruit. In the future, just fight using psychic power. Externally, I will say you have eaten a psychic fruit. Don't easily reveal your physical talent power. In close combat, use the psychic power you developed to envelop your whole body as your fighting style. This way, others will basically not guess your fruit ability. I suspect that the devil fruit the world government initially wanted was your mind fruit, not Cole's Kuan fruit. That animal-type devil fruit should have been sought by that world government spy themselves. The world government probably doesn't know yet. However, in the future, if you and Cole go out to sea, be cautious. Avoid revealing your fruit abilities as much as possible. Luo Han, I will pay attention, Uncle Vite. Luo Han felt a bit fortunate that he had developed psychokinesis as a cover first. Not bad. But how did Uncle Vite know I wanted to go out to sea? However, thinking carefully, it makes sense. Every day, I go to Qingya to look at the sea with longing on my face. Anyone could guess that I wanted to go out to sea. Perhaps in the past, Uncle Vite and my father also stood on Qingya, gazing at the sea and yearning for the outside world. For now, I should just wait until I grow up and hold on. No reckless behavior. All right, I understand now. Uncle Vite, can I come and get rainbow fish in the future? Luo Han asked Uncle Vite. After all, the rainbow fish could help him quickly enhance his physical talents. How about this? From now on, I will set aside one for you every night. You can eat it at night and then practice. I'll just say I ate it, and I don't think anyone will suspect anything. Uncle Vite thought for a moment and said. Then he seriously told Luo Han, although the people of Ringtree Island are very nice, it's better not to mention your ability to enhance physical talents through your spiritual guidance. Fortunately, we didn't know what this fruit was back then. I understand. I'll head back to the hunting team to train now, Luo Han replied, and then flew to the top of the island to train with Cole. In the following days, Luo Han trained in combat with Cole in the mornings and patrolled outside the island with Uncle Kate and the others in the afternoons. Originally, they were supposed to take turns, But because of the special circumstances of Luo Han and Cole, they took on the role of a firefighting team. So they kept patrolling together. In the evenings, Luo Han didn't go to Chinya's place, but stayed with Grandma Mo to chat. Grandma Mo was already very old, close to 100 years old, and Luo Han wanted to spend more time with her. After all, when people get old, they feel especially lonely. Watching familiar friends leave this world one by one, it felt like the memories of his existence in this world were gradually disappearing. Eventually, everything around him would become unrecognizable, and the loneliness in his heart would envelop him like darkness. At that time, what he needed most was the companionship of family. And Luo Han wanted to accompany Grandma Mo on the last journey of her life. Late at night, after Grandma Mo fell asleep, Luo Han began to eat the rainbow fish to enhance his physical talents. Typically, he could consume the energy of the rainbow fish in a few hours. At that point, he would stop to avoid becoming too thin. This routine continued for 6 months. That morning, the hunting team members gathered early at the training ground. The heavy clouds in the sky seemed ready to press down at any moment. Not a ray of sunlight could be seen, and darkness enveloped Ring Tree Island. So did the mood of everyone present, heavy and gloomy. From today on, Luo Han, you will patrol alone towards Chinya's direction. Cole, you will patrol with me from here, and the rest of you train hard. Uncle Kate said in a deep voice as he stood in front of everyone. His expression was serious, and his gaze was filled with a seriousness different from usual. Understood. Uncle Kate, I will do my best with the patrol task starting today. Luo Han said in a deep voice, standing in front of everyone. Compared to the other hunting team members, he appeared smaller, about 2 meters tall. After 6 months, Luo Han's physical talents had increased, and he finally grew to 2 meters tall. Afterward, he began to control his height. He couldn't be too conspicuous yet. Fortunately, the ability of the spiritual fruit had strong control over the physical body, allowing Luo Han to control his growth to some extent, similar to the life restoration in the 6 styles. At this moment, everyone looked at Luo Han with concern. Luo Han was still a bit young, but no one would underestimate him. Just look at Cole, who was already nearly 5 meters tall, and one could tell how much his strength had improved in the past 6 months. And Luo Han, who had been holding his own against Cole, couldn't be weak either. Now, he was already a reliable companion. Over the past 6 months, Luo Han had used telekinesis to save several hunting team members who had encountered accidents, and everyone trusted him and cared for him. However, in these 6 months, there had been changes around Ring Tree Island that had never occurred before, so everyone was still somewhat worried. All right, let's set off. Be safe, Luo Han, Uncle Kate said with concern as he looked at Luo Han. I will, Luo Han replied. Then, Luo Han, Cole, and Uncle Kate set off on their patrol. With a whoosh, Luo Han flew from the top of the island, heading straight to the surrounding sea of Ring Tree Island, at the boundary between the high salinity sea and regular seawater. He glanced at the deep sea ahead, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Then, he began to patrol along the boundary area, flying at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, so he could respond quickly to any unexpected situations. After all, beneath the calm surface of the boundary area, Luo Han sensed at least 4 large sea kings lurking in the depths. Their sizes range from 3,000 to 8,000 meters long. He maintained a speed of 50 kilometers per hour while flying around the island. A few more large sea kings have come. There are many more than yesterday. Sigh. This is bad, Luo Han thought bitterly to himself. 6 months ago, he had just decided that he wanted to enhance his physical talents easily and happily, slowly study the abilities of the spiritual fruit, and spend more time with Grandma Mo. Little did he know that changes would suddenly occur in the waters around Ring Tree Island. As the time for the fish scale fruit's maturity approached, large sea kings began to appear in the surrounding boundary area. Initially, everyone didn't take it seriously. After all, some large sea kings had come to the boundary area before. But most of them either headed directly toward Ring Tree Island or swam a circle outside the boundary area before leaving. However, this time was different. The sea kings that arrived at the boundary area all stayed in the deep sea. Yes, they stayed there as if they had all made an agreement. In the following 6 months, the number of sea kings in the boundary area increased, and their sizes grew from the initial 3,000 meters to now 8,000 meters long. The hunting team members also became aware of this change, as these large sea kings would surface every day, peering at Ring Tree Island with eyes the size of a house. That gaze, just one glance, made Luo Han's heart and body tremble. It held a hint of greed and madness intertwined with wisdom. Luo Han and the hunting team can now be certain that these sea kings are waiting for the fish scale fruits of the divine tree on Ring Tree Island to ripen. These sea kings have now turned into a group of excellent hunters, hunting the divine tree. Alas, in my past life, watching One Piece, I always thought that any strong person could easily defeat sea kings, especially the larger ones. But only when you encounter these monsters, each comparable to the Himalayas, staring at you with eyes larger than houses, will you truly feel your smallness and ignorance. Luo Han felt heavy-hearted. His attacks, to be honest, he didn't even know if they would be effective against the sea kings that were 3,000 meters long, let alone those that were 8,000 meters long. Currently, on the island, only Uncle Kate and Uncle Wit could possibly handle such 8,000-meter-long sea kings. However, the fish scale fruit wouldn't mature for another 6 months. By then, Luo Han believed that there wouldn't only be 8,000-meter-long sea kings. There would definitely be ones over 10,000 meters long. Sigh, it was a tough problem. If only he could communicate with these sea kings. Then he could explain the situation and directly give all the fish scale fruits to the sea kings, letting them fight over it themselves. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Even if he threw the fish scale fruits out now, these sea kings wouldn't give up attacking Ring Tree Island. Just like the first time the divine tree was attacked by the sea kings. Even when the fish scale fruits were gone, the crazed sea kings almost uprooted and destroyed the divine tree. Sigh. After sighing countless times, Luo Han felt helpless. This crisis for Ring Tree Island was completely unsolvable. If only he could develop the heavenly god from the Naruto world. It didn't need to control all of them. Just controlling the strongest few sea kings would resolve this crisis. Moreover, having such gigantic sea kings as mounts would make traveling around the world much safer. Hee. Thinking of some beautiful future, Luo Han couldn't help but smile. Then his expression darkened. He had to first get through this crisis. If it really came down to it, he and Cole would have to take a part of the people and fly away. Right now, the sea surface was already surrounded by sea kings. And even the salt sharks that usually hunted sea kings were hiding under Ring Tree Island, too scared to go out. However, Grandma Mo and the older generation might not be willing to leave, especially if it meant abandoning some people. In that case, Grandma Mo would definitely not leave. Sigh. Thinking of all this, Luo Han sighed deeply again. He looked towards the direction of Ring Tree Island. Poor divine tree. It had to face its past nightmare once more. Hopefully, this time the divine tree could survive as well. Anyway, Luo Han saw no hope of defending Ring Tree Island against this group of sea kings' attacks. If only his strength were stronger. Luo Han's strong desire for power surged once again. This time, he would not slack off. Only by being strong can he protect the people important to him. Just like this time. If Luo Han's telekinetic ability were stronger, he could have taken all 100,000 people on the island up into the sky. But now, he could only carry a maximum of 2,000 people in the air, which was far from enough. Boom! Boom! The heavy clouds brought massive raindrops, falling like basketball-sized droplets, crashing onto the surface of the sea. Luo Han wrapped his whole body with psychic energy to prevent his clothes from getting soaked. Looking down at the deep sea, his consciousness began to observe the sea kings beneath the surface. This heavy rain, who knows how much it will lower the salinity of the waters around Ring Tree Island. I hope this group of sea kings won't take the opportunity of the lowered salinity to attack Ring Tree Island. Sigh. This is also the reason why everyone is so worried today. Fortunately, the fish scale fruit won't mature for another 6 months. The sea kings are not yet crazy. They still have wisdom and should not attack. In the boundary area of the waters around Ring Tree Island, bang, bang, the sound of huge raindrops echoed continuously. And it had been raining for an hour. In the dim sky, Luo Han was still patrolling. On the other side, 100 meters above the sea surface, Uncle Kate sat cross-legged on the giant toOne transformed by Cole, carefully sensing the surface of the sea with observation haki. Fortunately, there was no movement. After sensing, Uncle Kate secretly felt relieved. All right, Cole, fly a little higher, Uncle Kate said to Cole. Cole slightly opened his mouth and responded with a loud voice. Okay, Uncle Kate. Then he flew back up to a height of 1,000 meters. Why again? Because Uncle Kate's range of observation haki is limited. He can only vaguely sense some large movements, unlike Luo Han, who has ultra-long-range perception. Therefore, every time he wants to specifically sense the movements of the sea kings in the deep sea, Uncle Kate has to have Cole fly to a height of 100 meters above the sea surface, and then continue to use observation haki to sense. Once the specific situation is clear, he flies back to a height of 1,000 meters. It's still the same as before. There is no movement. It seems that this rain will not cause this group of sea kings to attack Rain Tree Island prematurely. Uncle Kate thought to himself. Mianvila, Luhan, facing the massive raindrops, was still flying at a height of 1,000 meters. Blurp, blurp. Suddenly, a strange sound began to ring out. Luohan stopped and carefully used his consciousness to feel. It seemed like something was rising from the seabed, quite large. It wasn't a creature. Snap, snap. It turned out to be huge bubbles, each several dozen meters in diameter, rising from the seabed and making noise as they burst. Not good. Luohan's heart tightened. He thought the sea kings were moving. What to do? Should I notify everyone now, or should I observe the situation further? Luohan's expression was urgent. At this moment, the sea kings beneath the deep sea also surfaced. Giant sea king heads emerged from the ocean like towering mountains, and massive waves spread out in all directions as the sea king surfaced. Look, what is that? Shouted a hunter standing at the top of the island, pointing to Luohan's location. That's... Everyone turned their gaze toward the distant sea, their eyes wide with shock. In the far-off waters, the heads of the sea kings rose like mountain peaks, forming a mountain range that surrounded the Ring Tree Island. Those were large sea kings. One of the hunters said with a trembling voice. Boom! Boom! Then, the waves generated by the sea kings surfacing rose to over 10 meters high, crashing toward Ring Tree Island like a tsunami. The sound of waves crashing against the island's rocky layers echoed. The residents inside Ring Tree Island also paused their work, clasped their hands in prayer, hoping for the safety of the hunting team. At that moment, in the boundary area, the Sea Kings were only a few hundred meters away from Luohan. A Sea King resembling a bull stood directly in front of Luohan, its bull-like eyes fixed on the Ring Tree Island behind him. Facing these colossal creatures alone, cold sweat, in an instant it drenched Luohan's entire body. The Sea Kings that had surfaced all looked toward the direction of Ring Tree Island, as if confirming something. Luohan remained motionless. In fact, he couldn't move at all, only quietly watching the sea creatures below. These sea creatures ignored Luohan. Perhaps to them, he seemed like an ant flying in the sky, not worth mentioning. After a while, it seemed that these sea creatures had determined something. They all began to dive down to the seabed. Who? Heavy breaths escaped from Luohan's mouth. It's over. Who? After a long time, Luohan finally regained his composure and let out a sigh of relief. I really am not the main character. I don't possess any so-called strong mentality. Just now, I truly couldn't move, feeling like my body was under a life-level suppression in front of the sea creatures. Luohan thought to himself with some inferiority. Just now, if those sea kings had attacked him, he didn't know if he could move at all. If not, his career as the pirate king would come to an end right here. Luohan felt a bit scared, but also relieved. Fortunately, the Sea King class did not attack Luohan or Huanshu Island. Otherwise, Luohan's expression suddenly darkened. Even if they don't attack now, the scent of the fish scale fruit ripening in half a year will still provoke these Sea Kings to attack Ring Tree Island, and will only be more terrifying than now. Thinking of this, Luohan was a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, the divine tree had already transmitted this scent through its roots to the distant sea. Why are these Sea Kings still staying here? In this regard, Luohan could only think of one possibility. The intelligence of these large Sea Kings is not low. Moreover, their memory is quite good. Just like the giant elephants of Zhou Island remember the promises made hundreds of years ago. These Sea Kings also remember that there was once a fruit here that could enhance their physical talents. And only this could explain why they have been staying here without leaving. This makes it even more unsolvable. Thinking of these things, Luohan felt despair. Looking up at the heavy, dark clouds, the sound of raindrops pounding on the sea also echoed in Luohan's heart. If it really comes to that, he would have to take a part of the people and leave. He imagined that Uncle Kate and Uncle Wit were probably thinking about these things too. Sigh, it hurts my head. Such matters should be left to the adults. I'm just a 13-year-old child, although I'm a child nearly 2 meters tall. Luohan pretended to be relaxed and continued the flight patrol. On the other side, Uncle Kate and Cole also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really startled just now. First, a huge bubble emerged from the sea, and then suddenly dozens of massive Sea King heads popped up. Uncle Kate, whose observation haki wasn't particularly far-reaching, was caught off guard. Fortunately, they were at an altitude of 1,000 meters. If they had just gone down to check on the Sea Kings, they would have collided with them. It seems that next time, they need to be more careful. Uncle Kate thought to himself. Then Uncle Kate and Cole continued their patrol. Facing the huge raindrops, Uncle Kate, sitting on coal, looked a bit gloomy. He also thought about the situation that Luo Han had just considered. Was there really no way out? Uncle Kate didn't want to give up, didn't want to leave Ring Tree Island, didn't want to abandon anyone. But he really felt powerless. Uncle Kate gazed at the boundless ocean. For the first time, he hated his own weakness. If he had persisted in training these past few years, perhaps he would have the strength of a general and could save the crisis on Ring Tree Island. After all, the stable environment had made him mistakenly believe that he would never encounter an insurmountable crisis in his life. As he thought about this, the burden in his heart grew heavier. In the following time, Luo Han, Uncle Kate, and Cole continued to fly around Ring Tree Island on patrol. After having lunch at the top of the island, they continued patrolling. Just like that, the day came to an end, and with the arrival of night, the rain stopped. There shouldn't be any issues tonight. The Sea Kings usually don't move at night. So they only needed to leave a few hunters who had awakened their observation haki to remain alert during the night. Back at the top of the island, everyone was concerned about Luo Han and Cole. Are you tired? Eat more meat when you get back, and have a good rest. Be extra careful next patrol. Everyone's concern was repeated several times before Luo Han and Cole were able to break free. Due to this unexpected situation, it was now only Luo Han, Cole, and Uncle Kate who were patrolling. The other members of the hunting team were not suitable for it. Otherwise, if something happened, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Subsequently, Luo Han and Cole quickly headed home. Their family must be waiting anxiously. When they returned home, Grandma Mo had prepared the meal as usual, just waiting for Luo Han to come back to eat. You're back, Xiao Han. Hurry over and sit down to eat. Seeing Luo Han at the door, Grandma Mo hurriedly stood up, her expression full of concern. Did nothing happen today, Xiao Han? I heard a huge noise. Be careful. Grandma Mo's anxious expression reflected in Luo Han's deep eyes. I will definitely make sure Grandma Mo lives on. Luo Han made up his mind and then put on a smile, saying, Today went very smoothly. There were no problems. Grandma, you can rest assured, I will be careful. Hee. Seeing Luo Han smile, Grandma Mo felt a little more at ease. Grandma Mo said, Then hurry up and come eat. I made a lot of meat today, so eat more. Luang, I've been craving the meat my grandma makes all day. Hee. Gant ma montak smedet peacefully. After dinner, Luo Han went up to Qingya. At that time, there were a few hunting team members on night watch, a few older brothers who were 4 or 5 years older than Luo Han. Luo Han, what are you doing up here? One of the older brothers said in surprise upon seeing Luo Han. The other older brothers also turned their heads and were equally surprised to see him. One of them said, Yeah, Luo Han, you have to patrol again tomorrow. You should rest more. Looking at the concerned expressions of the older brothers, Luo Han could only say that he had just finished eating and was just taking a stroll, and that he would go back to rest soon. After walking for a while, Luo Han returned. In the evening, after eating the rainbow fish, Luo Han lay in bed and began to guide his body's evolution with his mind. That's right, he was lying down. It seems that in everyone's impression, cultivation is usually done with cross legs. Is there any special benefit to that? Luo Han didn't understand. After finishing the rainbow fish, he lay down to cultivate and then went straight to sleep. However, after finishing his cultivation today, Luo Han closed his eyes but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. The scenes from the patrol were vividly etched in his mind. The moments when those large sea kings popped their heads up made Luo Han break out in a cold sweat, frozen in place as if he were paralyzed. Sigh. He let out a deep sigh. Luo Han felt helpless, wondering what to do, how to save Huanshu Island and everyone. Increase his psychic power to rescue everyone. Develop a different kind of divine power to control all the Sea Kings. Or should he enhance his spiritual consciousness to the level of listening to the voices of all things? Then make friends with the Sea Kings and ask them to spare the sacred tree. It seemed impossible to achieve any of this in the remaining 6 months. He decided to first enhance his physical talent to become stronger. Tomorrow he would talk to Uncle Vite about eating 3 rainbow fish every night for cultivation. At least he needed to maximize his strength in 6 months, so he wouldn't be frozen in place like today. The next day, the weather was clear, and the clouds from yesterday had vanished, but the gloom in everyone's hearts couldn't be swept away. Early in the morning, Luo Han told Uncle Vite about increasing the rainbow fish cultivation. Uncle Vite fell silent for a moment before agreeing to Luo Han's request. After that, Luo Han began to repeat his daily routine, patrolling during the day and cultivating at night. Luo Han's body grew stronger day by day, and his height gradually reached 2 meters and 5 centimeters. But by this time, no one cared. Because a month before the fish scale fruit was ripe, The waters around Ring Tree Island finally saw the emergence of supersized sea kings over 10,000 meters. In midair, standing on the giant toOne transformed from coal, Uncle Kate and Luo Han, who sensed everything with their observation haki and spiritual awareness, felt a deep despair. Below them, in the deep sea, a sea king resembling an eel, 20,000 meters long, coiled on the seabed like an underwater mountain range, with no other sea kings within a kilometer radius. The other sea kings were quietly lying outside a kilometer, as if serving the king. Indeed, sea kings over 10,000 meters are completely on a different level from those under 10,000 meters. This is not only reflected in their powerful combat abilities, but also in their intelligence. The sea kings over 10,000 meters gave Luo Han the impression that their intelligence was no different from that of humans. Don't be discouraged, Kate. At least we still have Luo Han and Cole, Uncle Vite said to Uncle Kate, who seemed somewhat hopeless. Uncle Kate trembled all over, looked at Uncle Vite, and his eyes gradually regained their determination. Since the heavy rain 6 months ago, the gathering of sea kings had become more frequent. Therefore, Uncle Vite began patrolling with Luo Han, also to ensure Luo Han's safety. Yes, we still have Luo Han and Cole. At least we can save some people. Uncle Kate also came to this realization. As the two strongest individuals on the island, if they lost their fighting spirit, how desperate would the remaining people become? It is not yet time to despair. There is still a month left. We need to find a way to rescue Ring Tree Island, and, at the very least, save everyone on the island. Uncle Vite said with determination in his eyes as he looked towards the sea below. Luo Han didn't say a word. A hint of helplessness and frustration appeared in his eyes. Over the past few months, Luo Han had tried every possible way, but none could save Honshu Island and the others. In the evening, after returning home and having dinner with Grandma Mo, Luo Han returned to bed and began to cultivate. Even if there was no hope of rescuing Honshu Island, he still needed to work hard on his training. Perhaps it was the pressure from the external environment. Luo Han's mental guidance ability had been strengthened, and tonight he should be able to reach the physical talent intensity of Cole. With the energy brought by the rainbow fish combined with the guidance of his mental perception, Luo Han's body was evolving at a terrifying speed. Normally, Luo Han would be very satisfied, but now time was too short. Unfortunately, time was still too limited. If Luo Han had a few more years, he might be able to rescue Honshu Island, but he could still manage to take everyone away. Moreover, given the current situation on Honshu Island, even a general might not be of much use. As long as he could take everyone away, Luo Han would be very satisfied. Feeling the gradual evolution of his physical body guided by his mind towards the breadth of mental perception, Luo Han was also thinking about his own situation. Cole's physical breath had ended, and he should record a stronger physical talent breath to allow his body to evolve and grow stronger quickly. At the same time, he thought about those sea kings. They could be said to be the ones who valued physical talent the most in the world of One Piece. He wondered if his mental perception could record the physical breath of those super large sea kings. It was likely that sea kings reaching over 10,000 meters would have high physical talent. It felt like maybe it could work. Luo Han suddenly thought with excitement. As long as it was a breath that could be recorded by mental perception, it should be possible. He would know for sure if he tried it tomorrow. The next morning, Luo Han used telekinesis to wrap Uncle Vite's entire body and flew to the border area. Before starting the patrol, Luo Han explained the situation to Uncle Vite. Luo Han, Uncle Vite, my physical talent has evolved to the level of Cole. I want to try today if I can record the physical talent aura of the sea kings above 10,000 meters. If I can record it, my physical talent can improve even faster. Uncle Vite looked at Luo Han, somewhat surprised and shocked. He didn't expect Luo Han to reach Cole's level of physical talent so quickly. Moreover, being able to record the physical talent aura of the sea kings is significant, as their physical talent is definitely not low, especially those above 10,000 meters. Looking at the vague, giant shadows in the sea below, Uncle Vite's expression became serious. What a pity. There's still not enough time. Do you need me to do anything, Luo Han? Uncle Vite asked. Luo Han gazed at the giant eel-like sea creature in the deep sea. After a moment of thought, he said, it should be unnecessary. I'll just use my spiritual sense to record the body's innate aura of that giant sea creature. I wonder if it will notice. At that time, I'll need Uncle Vite to remind me of any movements. All right, you can try it. I'll be paying attention, Uncle Vite said in a deep voice. Then, Luo Han closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to perceive the aura of the sea creature that was 20,000 meters long. Under the coverage of his spiritual sense, The innate aura of that giant sea creature was as dazzling as the sun. However, because it was too dazzling, recording it became somewhat laborious, like receiving some kind of information that was too vast and complex. It took a long time to fully receive it. Time passed bit by bit, and Luo Han remained motionless in the sky, his telekinesis still maintained. Uncle Vite looked seriously at the sea creature below. If anything went wrong, he would immediately notify Luo Han. After a while, Luo Han's body began to change, shrinking and gradually becoming thinner. Seeing the change in Luo Han's body, Uncle Vite knew that Luo Han's aura recording had reached a critical moment. It was the same when he developed telekinesis last time. Sigh. Luo Han is still too anxious. He should have prepared the rainbow fish to replenish energy last night. I just hope he can hold on. In Luo Han's spiritual sense perception, his mind was continuously recording the aura transmitted from the spiritual sense. With the final trace of aura recorded, Luo Han finally completed the recording of the giant sea creature's innate aura. He didn't expect it to be more difficult than recording Coalesce. Indeed, if humans possessed the innate aura of a giant sea creature, one could foresee how terrifying it would be. At the very least, they wouldn't be weaker than Annie. Opening his eyes, Uncle Vite eagerly asked, Luo Han, did you succeed? Luo Han replied, it's already recorded. Next, we just need to improve. All right, let's go back directly. I'll get you a rainbow fish. You look like a skeleton right now, Uncle Vite said. Sigh. Luo Han felt a bit helpless. Every time he used the ability of the mind fruit, he always lacked physical strength. However, this also indicated that the ability to record the body's innate aura was a capability of the mind fruit, while the divine sense only played a mediating role. Then let's go, Uncle Vite. Luan responded. He quickly flew back to the bottom of the first layer with Uncle Vite. Bang! As soon as they arrived, Uncle Vite jumped into the lake to catch fish. Forget it. Let Uncle Vite handle it. Luo Han could have used telekinesis to grab the rainbow fish directly, but seeing Uncle Vite's eager figure, he felt touched and decided to do nothing else. After a while, Uncle Vite came back up. Here, eat. After preparing it, Uncle Vite handed the fish meat to Luo Han. Luo Han didn't say much and started eating. As the rainbow fish meat went down, his body expanded once again. It seemed like it wasn't enough. Uncle Vite. Luo Han looked at his arms, which were still a bit thin. Here, for you, there's more. Uncle Vite brought over another processed rainbow fish. Luo Han took over and continued to eat. Phew. This time, he finally regained his form. That's enough, Uncle Vite. Let's continue patrolling. After checking his body's recovery, Luo Han looked up at Uncle Vite and said, Uncle Vite replied, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Han and Uncle Vite quickly flew from the bottom of the island to the top, returning to the Boundary Sea area to continue their patrol. The sound of the wind whooshed around Luo Han as he and Uncle Vite stood in midair above a section of the Boundary Sea area, looking down at the waters below, enveloped in a sense of helplessness. Another super-large sea king creature had arrived, resembling a crab, and it was indescribably huge. It was about 10,000 meters wide, not including its two small mountain-sized pincers, and its entire body was covered with a thick shell. Despair spread over Luo Han and Uncle Vite. Trembling all over, Luo Han instinctively knelt in the air, tears welling up in his eyes. Uncle Vite. What should we do? Luo Han turned to look at Uncle Vite, trying hard not to let the tears fall. Uncle Vite trembled at Luo Han's words. Then he fell into silence. In this moment, even the usually resolute Uncle Vite had no words to comfort Luo Han. Luo Han turned his head to look at the supersized Sea King. In his spiritual perception, the aura of its physical talent was even stronger than that of the previous eel-like creature. Let's go back, Luo Han. You won't need to patrol anymore in the future. Uncle Vite said to Luo Han. Why? Luo Han said softly, Uncle Vite, have you accepted your fate? Uncle Vite looked down at the sea below and then turned to Luo Han. There's no need to patrol anymore. It's quite clear that these Sea Kings will not attack Ring Tree Island before the fish scale fruit matures. There will be super large Sea Kings arriving, and their leader will restrain the others. We need to go back and think about how to rescue everyone from Ring Tree Island. Hearing Uncle Vite's words, Luo Han silently stood up, his eyes firm. All he wanted was to save everyone. Subsequently, Luo Han joined Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate, explained the situation, and then they flew back to Ring Tree Island. That night, the bright moonlight illuminated the entire Ring Tree Island. The pure white moonlight seemed to sweep away all sorrows, but could not dispel the heavy emotions in everyone's hearts at that moment. A somber atmosphere weighed down on everyone at the top of the island. This was the situation. Currently, the only way to leave Ring Tree Island was by flying away. Passing over the sea would result in attacks from the Sea Kings. Previously, Luo Han used telekinesis to control several boats to pass through the boundary at sea, but they were instantly swallowed by the Sea Kings. Uncle Vite looked at the silent crowd and said, "Brother White, is there really no way? Can't everyone leave? I want to stay," said another uncle who had also lost an arm, his voice trembling as he struggled to hold back tears. Everyone turned to Uncle Vite. Uncle Vite looked at all the young adults on the island, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Luo Han and Cole's abilities couldn't take everyone away at once. Starting tomorrow, I will team up with Luo Han, and Cole will team up with Kate. We will fly in 2 directions to search for nearby islands around Ring Tree Island. If we find any, we will take everyone away in batches while the fish scale fruit hasn't team matured yet. At this point, Uncle Vite paused before continuing. However, once we go too far, we might get lost and not find our way back to Ring Tree Island. So we will try to fly higher and search for possible islands in the surrounding sea while ensuring we don't get lost. Everyone looked at Luo Han and Cole in front of them. Luo, Cole, please be careful. Don't feel pressured. This is not something anyone could decide. Sigh. I didn't expect to trouble you two in the end. A glimmer of hope flashed in everyone's eyes. But they also didn't want Luo Han and Cole to bear this responsibility, so they could only offer their wishes. At the top of Ring Tree Island, they looked at the hopeful and wishing gazes of everyone. Luo Han's heart sank, and he decided that he must find the island tomorrow and rescue everyone. All right, if we find the island, then everyone can leave. If not, we'll do, as we said before. Now, disband and go back to clarify things with your families. Understood? Uncle Wei said after noticing that everyone's emotions had calmed down a bit. Luo Han and Cole, gather on Qingya tomorrow morning. Uncle Wei said to Luo Han and Cole, who were standing in front of everyone. Understood. Luo Han and Cole replied in unison. Then, everyone gradually went home. After everyone had returned, Uncle Wei and Kate walked aside and looked at the vast sea ahead. Tomorrow, you need to keep an eye on Luo Han and not let him fly too far. I feel something is off with him today. If we can only take a portion of people, he should know that Grandma and Mo want to leave. Uncle Kate said seriously. Uncle Wei's expression slightly stiffened as he replied, "Sigh. We all know about Luo Han and Grandma Mo's bond. I will pay attention tomorrow. If it really comes to it, we will forcibly take Grandma and Mo, and I hope everyone can understand. Let's hope." Looking at the sea, both of them thought. Back at home, Grandma and Mo was still waiting at the dining table. "Grandma, I'm back. You should go to bed too." Luo Han walked over and hugged Grandma and Mo hee. "All right. By the way, how did your discussion go tonight? Did you come up with any solutions? If it really doesn't work, Xiao Han, don't overexert yourself. You have to think about the future of the island, understand?" Listening to Grandma Mo's series of nagging, Luo Han's resolve to find the island and take everyone away grew even stronger. "Luo Han, don't worry, Grandma. We've already thought of a way. Tomorrow I will go with Uncle Wei Tay and the others to look for another island. Once we find it, we can all leave Ring Tree Island together and live on another island." "Huh, that's great. Just be careful tomorrow," Grandma Mo said, smiling as she patted Luo Han's head. "Okay, I understand. I will be careful. You should go to sleep now, Grandma." Luo Han stood up and said, Okay, Grandma has gone to sleep, so you shouldn't practice too late either." Grandma Mo looked at Luo Han with a gentle gaze and then got up to go back to her room to sleep. Luo Han nodded, watching Grandma Mo walk into the room before returning to his own. After eating tonight's rainbow fish, Luo Han lay on the bed, conducting tonight's spiritual guidance for physical evolution. As energy was consumed, Luo Han's physical talents were rapidly evolving. His body was gradually approaching that of a giant eel-like sea monarch, feeling the cells in his body becoming tighter and filled with energy. Luo Han felt that his body's resilience, strength, and agility had improved to a certain extent. It seemed that this evolution leaned towards the enhancement of strength and agility. Sensing the dazzling aura recorded within him, Luo Han's expression was eager, wishing for the evolution to happen quickly. With the strengthening of his body and the guidance of his mind, Luo Han discovered that his telekinetic ability, which hadn't improved for a long time, had also increased. The telekinetic force he could control was stronger now. He hoped everything would go smoothly and that he could take everyone away from Ring Tree Island before the fish scale fruit ripened. It was early morning. The sun had not yet risen, and the sky was gray and hazy. Luo Han met with Uncle Wei and his son at Qingya, and as soon as they arrived, they saw Uncle Kate had also come. "Since we're here, let's go. Cole, you and Uncle Kate search from this side of Qingya. Luo Han and I will search the other side." Uncle Wei said, "All right, I hope everyone finds good news. Uncle Kate glanced at Uncle Wei discreetly. Then Cole transformed into a giant toOne. Whoosh! Uncle Kate jumped onto Cole's back and flew toward Xingya. We should go to Luo Han, Wei said to Luo Han. MHM. Luo Han nodded. With a thought, a telekinetic force enveloped both of them. Whoosh! Luo Han controlled Uncle Wei and himself to fly towards the opposite direction of Xingya. The sound of the wind whistled in their ears. At this moment, Luo Han and Uncle Wei had already flown to 6,000 meters above the ground, 20 kilometers away from Ring Tree Island. A few white clouds accompanied them. From here, looking down, Ring Tree Island appeared only as a larger dot. They couldn't rise any higher. If they did, they might lose sight of Ring Tree Island. The Divine Tree really knew how to pick a location back then. Uncle Wei looked around Ring Tree Island with mixed feelings. There was nothing else, only Ring Tree Island standing alone in the desolate sea. Luo Han also noticed. It seems I need to go higher to take a look. Uncle White, wait for me here. I'll go up higher and check. Don't worry. I will use telekinesis to stay connected with you. I won't get lost, and my spiritual sense has a long range. I can still sense Ring Tree Island from this distance. All right, then you go up higher and take a look. I'll keep an eye on Ring Tree Island from here. Uncle White thinks this is a good idea. Staying a bit lower to watch Ring Tree Island ensures it won't be lost, while Luo Han being higher up has a greater chance of finding unfamiliar islands. Luo Han continued to ascend, soon reaching an altitude of 12,000 meters. It was no longer bearable. At this height, Luo Han felt a severe lack of oxygen. If he ascended any higher, he would lose consciousness due to hypoxia. Standing there, he could already see some arcs of the sea. However, Luo Han's mood worsened. The weather in the world of One Piece is very changeable and permanent. Some places are always covered with clouds. From Luo Han's perspective, all he could see was the endless ocean. The areas he couldn't see were obscured by thick clouds, hiding the sea below. He could only fly further to take a look. Returning to Uncle Vite's side, Luo Han said to him, Uncle Vite, I didn't find any islands up there. We need to go further to check. Uncle Vite first looked at the location of Ring Tree Island and then said, let's try to fly in this direction. Don't change course. I'm worried that if we change direction, we might accidentally lose sight of Ring Tree Island. Okay, Uncle Vite. I will fly slowly and make sure Ring Tree Island stays in sight. Luo Han thought carefully and realized that changing direction midway could indeed lead to accidentally losing sight of Ring Tree Island. He decided to first observe the surroundings in this direction and then decide based on the situation later. Let's go, Uncle Vite said to Luo Han. The two then flew forward for about 20,000 meters before stopping. At this point, Ring Tree Island had become barely visible, and they could go no further. After that, Luo Han flew upward again, making the same observations and getting the same results. What the heck? This One Piece planet is so unreasonable. From this height, I can't even see an island, just some unmoving clouds. Luo Han's mood exploded, wanting to curse, but he also felt helpless. However, looking at the distant, unmoving clouds, according to the situation in the world of One Piece, clouds that stay in one place often indicate the existence of an island beneath them. Maybe it really is like that, Luo Han thought with some excitement. He quickly flew back to Uncle Vite's side. Uncle Vite, I might have found an island. Did you see those unmoving clouds? There might be an island beneath them. Let's go check it out. Uncle Vite, Luo Han excitedly said to Uncle Waite. However, Uncle Waite didn't seem very happy. Instead, he looked at Luo Han with some concern. Uncle Waite looked at Luo Han, his tone somewhat helpless, and said, Luo Han, can you see the Ring Tree Island behind you? Luo Han turned around and, after a while, saw a small black dot in a mirror-like blue sea. You also realized that we had reached our limit here. If we go any further, we might not find our way back. Uncle Vite looked at Luo Han's silent demeanor and felt upset as well. But there was nothing he could do. This was the limit. If he and Luo Han got lost, it would be even more hopeless for the people on Ring Tree Island. But is it really possible that there are no islands at all? Uncle Vite. Luo Han's eyes sparkled, filled with hope as he looked at Uncle Vite. Sigh. Uncle Vite wished he could go and see, but it really couldn't be done. Without a recorded pointer, once they left the island, it would be very difficult to return. Uncle Vite said, Luo Han, let's not even talk about whether those clouds are stationary or not. Even if they are, if we get there and find an island, how do we get back to Ring Tree Island? You know the situation now. If we go further, we won't be able to distinguish the location of Ring Tree Island. If we get lost then, wouldn't Grandma Emma be very sad? Think it over. Don't act impulsively. Luo Han opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. It felt like his heart was blocked by a stone. After a while, Luo Han gathered himself again. Right? I can't get lost. I can't leave Grandma Mo behind. Luo Han thought to himself. Hey, Uncle Wit, didn't you guys go to sea back then and then return to Ringtree Island? I remember you said that you knew the location of Ringtree Island. At this moment, Luo Han suddenly recalled that a few years ago, when Uncle Wit shared stories about his parents, he mentioned that the three of them headed straight for Ringtree Island. It was only because they encountered the world government's ambush in a storm that they were directly swept to Ringtree Island. Luo. Actually, at that time, we only roughly speculated the location of the storm that separated the three of us. Before that, we were really just running around randomly, haha. And also, Ringtree Island has no magnetic force, so there is no permanent pointer. Uncle Wit said with a wry smile, looking up. Luo Han looked speechless at Uncle Vite. It turned out that back then, he just wanted to make the three of them appear more wise by saying they were deliberately running around. Well, the last hope is gone. Looking at the boundless sea, Luo Han suddenly felt relieved. Thinking back to his past life, perhaps to an ordinary person in the world of One Piece, modern society on Earth should seem very safe and peaceful. There are no pirates or the oppression of nobles. But rather than facing the realities of his past life, money, and illness, Luo Han is now more willing to face the cruelty of the One Piece world. Hee. A smirk appeared at the corner of Luo Han's mouth, a slight self-deprecation. He didn't know when he had let go of his past life and completely immersed himself in this world. He even started thinking about saving the world. I, Luo Han, have always been just an ordinary person, whether in my past life or now. The crisis of Ringtree Island is not something I can solve. At least I can still save some people, right? Having come to this realization, Luo Han seemed to have let go of his obsession. Let's go back, reposition, and search for unfamiliar islands in another direction. Uncle Vite, Luo Han said calmly. Looking at Luo Han's calm face, Uncle Vite felt a bit worried. But at this moment, there was nothing to say. He himself felt uneasy. Uncle Vite, then let's go back to reposition Ringtree Island and search again. After that, the two of them began to fly back to a place close to Ringtree Island before changing direction to fly away. This search continued for a day. In the evening, when they returned to Qingya, the four were somewhat silent, a heavy atmosphere lingering around them. Do you have any news? Kate. Uncle Vite broke the silence. Looking at Uncle Kate, shaking his head, Uncle Kate looked helpless. Cole looked at the atmosphere and didn't say anything. I'll go back first. Uncle Vite, let's continue searching tomorrow. After saying that, Luo Han flew home alone. Then I'll go back too. Dad. Seeing Luo Han return, Cole also wanted to go home. Probably because he wanted to eat meat. Let's go back. Uncle Vite replied. Vite, what's wrong with Luo Han? I felt something was off when I saw him just now. He looked so calm, as if he didn't care about anything. Clearly, he was anxious and worried yesterday. Uncle Kate said, looking at Luo Han's departing figure. Sigh. Uncle Vite sighed and said, today's search has left him in despair, and he has collapsed. Ever since he came back, he has been like this. Perhaps everyone had placed their hopes on him before, which put a lot of pressure on him, and now that he sees no hope, he has given up, not to mention Luo Han. Aren't we the same? It's just that we no longer express it on our faces. Sometimes, not showing it is despair. Uncle Kate looked at the sea and said quietly, we should also go, continue tomorrow. Don't give up easily until the last moment. Uncle Vite stood up and walked into the island. Wait for me, Vite. Uncle Kate also stood up and followed Uncle Vite. Day by day, the search continued, but there was still no information about any islands. Meanwhile, the number of super-large sea kings was increasing, with 5 confirmed, all over 10,000 meters long. Panic began to spread on the island. Everyone knew that they could only take a part of the people, and the consequences for those left behind were clear to everyone. The first few days were okay. Everyone still held onto a glimmer of hope. Until 10 days later, everyone couldn't hold on any longer and started crowding at Luo Han's door every morning, hoping he could take their loved ones away. Looking at the eager faces of these people for their loved ones, Luo Han could only calmly say, I will do my best to take everyone away. Then, at the moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He began to fly around Ringtree Island to search for islands again. Even those he had already visited, Luo Han would search once more. It seemed that only by continuing the search could he find peace. Time passed little by little, and now there were about 3 days left until the fish scale fruit ripened. No one could determine the exact ripening time of the fish scale fruit. Perhaps it would ripen tomorrow. In the evening, after a quiet dinner with Grandma Mo, Luo Han returned to his room, lying on his bed thinking. He would have to leave Ringtree Island by noon tomorrow. Suddenly feeling a bit reluctant, he hoped that the divine tree would survive this time. Thinking of this, Luo Han's expression darkened again. Tomorrow, I will do my utmost to bring as many people as I can. As for this choice, let Uncle Vite and the others handle it. I will just follow their orders. I should continue to cultivate, strive to become stronger, so I can take more people. After eating the rainbow fish, Luo Han laid back down on the bed, using his spiritual sense to perceive the enhancement of his body. At the same time, he spread it out, enveloping the entire ring tree island. Everyone seemed to calm down now. Perhaps they had resigned themselves to their fate. Families sat together, talking. Uncle Vite's family was similar. Cole rested his head next to Aunt Lillian, enjoying his mother's gentle affection. Like a lazy kitten, Uncle Vite sat across from Aunt Lillian, watching without saying a word. On the other side, Uncle Kate and his nephew, Brother Ryan, sat together, smiling and chatting. In a quiet ring tree island, laughter occasionally rang out. This is the brilliance of humanity. Feeling everyone else's laughter, Luo Han completely let go of his obsession. With the obsession released, Luo Han felt his soul become empty, as if he had broken free from a layer of shackles on his spirit. His spiritual perception was different now. Luo Han's mind could finally extend outward. Although it had to follow the spiritual sense to extend out, it was still a breakthrough. It seems that there are more fluctuations in the spiritual perception. These fluctuations seem to have sensed Luo Han's spiritual sense, and they began to become intense, as if they had a life of their own. What is this? Perceiving these additional fluctuations, he sensed for a while, but felt nothing. At this moment, these fluctuations seemed to be adjusting the frequency of their oscillation. Yes, get up. No. Suddenly, a series of intermittent voices reached Luo Han's heart. Who is it? Luo Han stood up and shouted, looking around. No one. The voice was gone. It makes no sense. No one can hide in my spiritual sense, right? Luo Han felt a bit suspicious. Could it be those fluctuations? Yes, it should be. The voice just now rang directly in my heart, not something I heard with my ears. Luo Han continued to sense the fluctuations with his spiritual awareness, and this time, he finally heard clearly. It seemed those fluctuations had adjusted their frequency. I'm sorry. A somewhat vague voice emerged. However, it was already understandable. Sorry? Was it directed at me? Who are you? Luo Han asked, not knowing if this being could hear him. I am the divine tree. You can simply think your thoughts, and I can hear them. This time the voice was clear, sounding like that of a young girl, and Luo Han understood. Why you are the divine tree. You could talk. After a while, Transmigrated. It took me hundreds of years to learn your language. The crisp voice of the girl echoed. Luo Han could now confirm that the fluctuations were coming from the divine tree. He never expected the divine tree to possess wisdom akin to that of a human. How amazing. It could speak, even if it took hundreds of years to learn human language. But for a tree that was already quite enlightened, one couldn't ask for more. Sigh. Then he thought about the current situation. Luo Han felt somewhat sad. I'm sorry. I caused you harm, the divine tree said. Luo Han's expression darkened. Feeling a bit sorry for the divine tree, he didn't expect it to have such a deep connection with the island's residents. Even at this moment, it was still thinking about apologizing. At this point, the divine tree continued. My fish scale fruit will mature tomorrow at noon. I have been wanting to remind everyone, but no one can hear my voice. Fortunately, you can hear me. You should go tell everyone. Let them hurry and leave me. What? It will mature tomorrow at noon? No way. I need to immediately remind Uncle Vite and the others. We have to leave quickly tomorrow morning. Upon hearing the divine tree's words, Luo Han broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone had decided to leave tomorrow at noon. If they happened to run into it, that would be disastrous. He quickly notified Uncle Vite and the others. Luo Han quickly got up to notify Uncle Vite. Just as he stepped outside, Luo Han suddenly paused. He looked at the divine tree, his gaze filled with warmth and affection. She must be very lonely too. Luo Han suddenly wanted to give her a sense of home. Then he said, Thank you for your reminder, Xiao Huan. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Huan. How about you take the surname Luo Huan, if that's okay. From now on, you'll be my little sister, right? Luo Han was a bit unsure. The voice was so youthful and crisp. It should be fine to be a younger sister, right? Huh. The name? Luo Huan. Hee. I really like it, brother. The divine tree. No. It was the young girl's voice of Xiao Huan ringing in Luo Han's heart. Shaking his head, Luo Han walked closer to Uncle Vite's house. Knock, knock. Luo Han knocked on the door of the Cole family's house. Bang. The door opened, and it was Aunt Lillian. Little Luo Han. What's up? Is there something you need? Coming quickly. Luo Han walked in and saw Uncle Wei and Kier sitting on the stone bench. Ah, Hanga, you came to my house. Kier was a bit surprised to see Luo Han, as he rarely visited others' homes in the evening. Yeah, is something wrong? Uncle Wei asked. Luo Han was a bit at a loss for words. He said that the divine tree Xiaohuan spoke to him and even made him a little sister. It also told him that the fish scale fruit would ripen by noon tomorrow. Didn't he know if Uncle White could accept it? Luhan, Uncle Vite, tonight. Just now, my spiritual fruit has broken through. Then I sensed some fluctuations, or rather, voices of people talking. These fluctuations told me that the fish scale fruit will mature by noon tomorrow, and we should leave Ring Tree Island quickly. After thinking for a while, Luo Han decided to tell Uncle with the truth. Upon hearing Luo Han's words, Cole and Aunt Lillian looked at him with expressions of "What are you talking about?" which made Luo Han feel helpless. What you said is true, Luo Han. Only Uncle Wit had a serious expression, clearly knowing that as a former vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, he was aware that some special observation haki could achieve this. Connecting this with Luo Han's special observation haki, spiritual awareness, Uncle Wit realized the seriousness of the situation. Yes, it was the sacred tree that said this. She has always wanted to tell everyone to leave quickly, but only after my spiritual fruit ability broke through tonight did I hear her voice. Seeing that Uncle Wit believed him, Luo Han quickly replied, "The sacred tree. It seems that what the elders said is true. The sacred tree is wise. All right, you, and I will immediately notify Uncle Kate about this matter, and then we will explain the situation to everyone. Let everyone get ready. We will gather at the top of the island tomorrow morning." Uncle Wit stood up and said. Then he and Luo Han went to find Uncle Kate. After Luo Han and Uncle White left, the room fell silent. Suddenly, Cole shivered. The divine tree spoke. And it spoke to Han Ge. I also want to talk to the divine tree. Cole felt a bit envious of Luo Han. Aunt Lillian finally came back to her senses. It was amazing that the divine tree could speak. After finding Uncle Kate to explain the situation, the two of them began to notify each household one by one. Luo Han went back, and the next things only Uncle Wei Te and Uncle Kai Te could discuss with credibility. When he returned home, Luo Han didn't call Grandma M.O. After all, there wasn't much to pack and take away. He continued to lie in bed and communicated with Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan, how did you manage to communicate with me? Luo Han asked, curious about how Xiao Huan did it. I sensed the same spiritual fluctuations as my brother. So I tried to communicate and heard my brother's voice. The divine tree, Xiao Huan, said cheerfully. So that's how it is. It should be the breakthrough of the heart fruit ability, allowing the mind to extend along the divine consciousness. Some thoughts in the heart create certain fluctuations in the divine consciousness, which allowed the divine tree, Xiao Huan, to perceive it. Thinking of this, Luo Han had some vague thoughts, but he couldn't grasp the clues for a moment. Sigh, I should continue to cultivate. Tomorrow morning, I'll take more people away. Xiao Huan, I'm going to cultivate now. When you grow again next time, I'll come see you. Luo Han said in his heart to Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan emitted a wave, indicating that she understood. Withdraw your consciousness. Luo Han was in a daze for a moment. Given Xiao Huan's age, it might be many years before she resurfaced. By then, Luo Han might not even be remembered. He had just recognized his sister and now was saying goodbye. Luo Han thought to himself with self-mockery. The next morning, the sky was gray, just like the hearts of the people at that moment. On the top of the island, there were already many people standing in front of Chinya. Over 20,000 people from the entire island had come. Luhan, Keiat, Uncle Vite, and Uncle Kai Te were standing on the green cliff. Rohan closed his eyes, not daring to look. His fingers clenched tightly. But the words he heard by his ear made his whole body tremble. Mom, where's Grandma? I want Grandma. Be good. Dabao, Grandma is on the other side. You'll see her soon. A mother comforted her child in a choked voice. Dad, is Grandpa going to stay? Yes. Be strong. Don't blame anyone. If you have to blame ourselves for not being strong enough. A father and son confided in each other. Gantma Montak. Are you going to stay too? I'm old. I don't want to struggle anymore. Let the others leave. You should go. Little Rohan has done so much for everyone. If you stay, how can we face little Rohan? Everyone urged. Grandma M.O. kept repeating that it was fine for others to leave. Tears could not stop flowing. Rohan felt like a balloon filled with water, fragile yet heavy. But what is meant to come will come. Rohan, prepare, Keyar. Uncle Wei T's words pulled Rohan back to reality. Tears stopped. Rohan concentrated in a circular rock layer, 10 centimeters thick and 100 meters in diameter. Detached from the island and slowly floated towards Chinya. Koer also transformed into a 3,000-meter-long toOne. However, in the form of a fish. Koer couldn't accommodate more people. All right, now everyone prepare. The The young and agile go to Coair. Those with physical disabilities, women, and children go to the circular rock layer controlled by Rohan. Hurry, get on first. We are getting ready to leave. Uncle Kate urged everyone to get up quickly. At this moment, the sky brightened a little more. Then everyone began to walk towards the rock layers controlled by Coair and Rohan. Who? On the silent ring tree island, only heavy breathing echoed. The calm atmosphere lasted until only a few elderly people remained. The sound of children crying gradually rose. Rohan, don't push yourself. It would be unacceptable if something happened outside. Looking at Rohan, whose body was covered in blue veins, Uncle Vite had to remind him. But not everyone is on board yet. Rohan's eyes were filled with stubbornness. Rohan, don't do anything foolish. Don't joke with everyone's lives. If something happens to you halfway, in the sea filled with sea kings, not many will survive. Uncle Vite frowned and said solemnly. But Grandma Mo hasn't come yet. Uncle Vite's frowning brow slowly relaxed, his mouth slightly opened. He didn't know how to respond to Rohan. Sian, have you forgotten what Grandma told you before? To protect Ring Tree Island? Only where everyone is Ring Tree Island. Grandma's old. I don't want to struggle outside anymore. Be obedient, Xiaohan. Grandma Mo leaned on her cane, tapping the ground step by step. Her kind words made Rohan's body freeze. Grandma. Luohan opened his mouth, trying to say something, but stopped at a grandma. Let's go, Luohan, Uncle Vite said, holding back his tears. Taking a deep breath, Luohan's expression was complicated. He then controlled the rock layer and gradually flew upwards. Arriving 5,000 meters above Ring Tree Island, the sunlight shone on everyone in the sky, covering each person with a layer of rainbow light. Below the island, Grandma Mo gradually became blurred in Luohan's eyes. Time gradually approached noon. A rumbling sound echoed. A huge shadow began to envelop Ring Tree Island. As a unique aura rapidly emanated from the fish-scale fruit of the divine tree, the marine kings in the boundary area quickly moved, heading towards Ring Tree Island. Just as the marine kings approached within 10 kilometers of Ring Tree Island, thick tree roots, dozens of meters in diameter, burst out from the seabed at high speed. Like giant pythons, they quickly coiled around the incoming marine kings, while a large number of salt sharks spread out in the sea like a splash of green ink, entangling the marine kings. The marine kings opened their mouths wide, biting at the tree roots and swallowing the salt shark swarm. For a time, the marine king's attack was forced to stop, dragged 10 kilometers away from Ring Tree Island by the divine tree's roots and the salt sharks. Soon, blood stained the surface of the sea, turning everything red. The salt sharks, the tree roots, the marine kings. The battle reached a stalemate. Luohan was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Grandma Mo was saved? Suddenly, everyone felt the sky darken. It was as if something was blocking the sunlight. Turning to look, hiss! It was that 20,000-meter-long, eel-like sea king jumping out of the sea. Then, like a snake, it opened its enormous mouth and swallowed down. A large group of salt-eating sharks instantly disappeared. The crab-like supergiant sea king also lifted its claw, as big as a small mountain, and snipped off sections of tree roots, putting them into its mouth. It completely ignored the salt-eating sharks covering its body, as the shell on its body rendered the salt-eating sharks powerless to bite. Instead, they were swallowed whole. After that, the 8 supergiant sea kings that had come here led many large sea kings to begin counterattacking. The salt-eating sharks gradually disappeared, and the roots of the divine tree also began to droop helplessly. Luohan felt a chill in his body and looked down resolutely. However, these sea kings didn't seem to directly attack the divine tree. Instead, they were eating the roots of the divine tree. Seeing the situation, Luohan seemed to grasp something. He closed his eyes and expanded his spiritual awareness, carefully sensing the roots of the divine tree. A stream of aura was transmitted from the fish scale fruit to gather at the roots. That must be the scent emitted by the fish scale fruit after it ripened. And the smell from the roots is what attracted these sea kings to attack the roots instead of the fish scale fruit. Upon further reflection, weren't the sea kings drawn here by this scent? Whether it was emitted by the fish scale fruit or the roots, it was the same for the sea kings. Luohan thought to himself, this is probably the reason why the divine tree was almost uprooted during the last attack. However, as long as the scent remains, even after eating the tree roots, these sea kings will still attack the divine tree. What other solutions are there? Looking down at the sea kings frantically gnawing at the tree roots, Luohan's mind flashed with inspiration. Information. After all, in his past life as a college student, he had some basic knowledge of biology. All biological perception is based on the brain or specific parts of the body that receive information and react accordingly. Only when a living being receives this information can it produce sensations like touch, smell, sight, and taste. Just like the sea creatures now. Their bodies detect the mature scent of fish scale fruit emitted from the tree roots, and in their perception, this is what attracts them. That's why they directly gnaw at the tree roots instead of looking for the actual source of the scent, the fish scale fruit. If only this scent could be obscured, so that the sea creatures couldn't perceive it, would they not attack the sacred tree? After thinking it over, that's still not enough. Wise sea creatures, even without the scent, can still see and remember, and they would still attack the sacred tree, unless all 5 senses of the sea creatures could be blocked. Upon reaching this conclusion, Luo Han's lips curled slightly, and he felt a surge of joy. I can use the ability of the mind fruit to manifest the power to super control the 5 senses. Now all the conditions are just right. Luo Han's spiritual consciousness can perceive taste, smell, sight, touch, and even faint emotional perceptions. Isn't this the 5 senses? Moreover, the mind can record breath. Breath is a form of information, right? If it can record it, then it can also change it. Now, the mind's ability has already extended along the spiritual consciousness, and the foundation and concept of super controlling the 5 senses are in place. All I need to do is manifest it with the mind fruit ability. For the first time, Luo Han felt the aura of a protagonist surrounding him. Uncle Vite. I can save Grandma M.O. and the others, and I might not even need to leave Ring Tree Island. I've thought of a way to rescue Ring Tree Island. Luo Han turned to Uncle Vite excitedly and said, "Really? You mustn't mess around." Uncle Vite replied in a serious tone, a bit worried. "Really, I can develop a super control ability over the 5 senses, hide Ring Tree Island, and even make these sea kings leave Ring Tree Island." Rohan responded seriously, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, but we need to go back to the island. I can't fully use my devil fruit abilities in the air right now." Rohan continued. Uncle Vite frowned. He looked at the elderly people below and then at everyone who was eagerly looking at Rohan after hearing his words. Uncle Vite laughed loudly. He said, "All right, since you, Rohan, won't give up, how can we adults have the nerve to give up? Let's go down." Then Rohan controlled the rock layer to slowly descend to the Ring Tree Island. Cole and the others also followed down, clearly having noticed the conversation here. All right, Rohan, we believe in you. You can do it. Go for it," everyone said enthusiastically. Looking at the joyful faces, Rohan felt it was worth it. Although I, Rohan, am an ordinary person, I also want to be a hero who saves everyone. Upon landing on the Ring Tree Island, Rohan didn't pay attention to what the elderly were saying. He began to fully manifest his 5 senses super control as time was running out. At this moment, the Sea Kings had nearly finished gnawing at the tree roots, and some of the Sea Kings had already started looking towards the Ring Tree Island. With his consciousness sinking into his mind, he fully activated the mind fruit ability. In his spiritual perception, all the breaths and sensations began to become regular, and the 5 senses seemed to have encoded information. Now he used his mind to give this information another code, transforming it into another encoded message. This way, the 5 senses super control was initially completed, as long as he altered the information around the Sea Kings. What the Sea Kings perceived would be the altered information from Rohan. As time went by, Rohan naturally kept his eyes closed. "Go for it, Rohan." Everyone prayed fervently. The sound of splashing water roared. The Sea Kings from the ocean headed towards the Ring Tree Island, their massive heads pressing down like hills. Everyone closed their tear-filled eyes, and the children were tightly held by the adults. Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate exchanged glances, their legs pressing down, fists clenched. A collision was about to happen. At that moment, those large Sea Kings suddenly paused, their eyes turning red, and they all charged towards the super-large Sea Kings. It seemed as if those super-large Sea Kings were the divine trees. Then those super-large Sea Kings also, with red eyes, began to tear at the large Sea Kings. Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate exchanged another glance and slumped to the ground, a relieved smile on their faces. The crowd, with their eyes closed, remained still for a long time, and when they opened their eyes, they saw Luo Han floated in the air, surrounded by the Sea Kings on Ring Tree Island who were fighting each other. At a glance, the entire sea was stained crimson. "We are saved. We don't have to leave Ring Tree Island. Grandma, we don't have to leave." Woo-woo. Everyone happily embraced each other. Luo Han uses his mental abilities to super control all information within the range of his spiritual perception. This manifestation seems different from the telekinesis last time. Telekinesis influences reality through a mysterious telekinetic space. while super control of the five senses is directly controlled by the power of the mental fruit, which consumes physical strength quite severely. With Luo Han's current stamina, he can only sustain it for about an hour. He still needs to deal with these Sea Kings quickly. Perhaps due to the further development of the mental fruit, the range of spiritual perception has expanded to about a 50-kilometer diameter, completely covering the entire Ring Tree Island and its surroundings. Luo Han Shao controlled the five senses, gradually guiding the surrounding Sea Kings of Huanshu Island to fight amongst themselves. This should speed things up. The super-large Sea Kings in the battle seemed to sense something was off. However, as a group of large Sea Kings attacked, they fell back into the fray. After all, under Luo Han's super control of the five senses, the super-large Sea Kings perceived these large Sea Kings as tree roots that had entangled them before, exuding a scent that made their bodies obsessed, and even the sensation felt like being wrapped by roots. Other large Sea Kings also regarded the super-large Sea Kings as the roots of the divine tree. Tearing at them frantically, the battle continued for an hour, and finally, all the super-large Sea Kings were dead, with only a few Sea Kings measuring 4,000 to 5,000 meters long surviving. At this moment, Luo Han could no longer hold on and fell from the sky. Uncle Kate took a step and caught Luo Han. "Well done, Luo Han," Uncle Kate said loudly. Unfortunately, Luo Han couldn't hear him and had already lost consciousness. A smile on his lips, his last awareness lingering in that blue sky. What a delicious smell. The aroma of fish cake and fish meat wafted through the air. "Open your eyes." The bright light made Luo Han's vision a bit blurry, but he saw a familiar room. He smiled knowingly, thinking that Huanshu Island was safe. And everyone was safe, which was wonderful. Following the smell, he went outside and saw Grandma Mo preparing a meal. "Grandma." Luo Han ran over and hugged Grandma Mo tightly. "You're awake, Xiao Han. Hurry up, Grandma will take out the fish cake and fish meat soon." Grandma Mo smiled and patted Luo Han's hand, saying them, "Okay, Grandma." Luo Han Song let go of Grandma Mo and walked briskly to the dining table. As the fish cake and fish meat were served, Luo Han and Grandma Mo ate together as usual. Everything was just like before. How nice. After the meal, Luo Han went to the top of the island and saw chunks of Sea King meat laid flat on the ground. The women on the island were sprinkling salt on them, preparing to cure them into dried meat. The hunting team members and some strong young men helped carry the cured meat chunks to the storage located at the entrance of the 7th and 8th levels. "Little Luo Han, you're awake, that's great." Everyone greeted Luo Han upon seeing him. "Aunties, let me help. I can use telekinesis to speed things up." Luo Han watched as the aunties struggled a bit and was about to offer help. No need. We're busy, so we feel more at ease. You just rest assured," the aunties all urged. "All right then. I'll go find Uncle Vite and the others," Luo Han said, seeing the aunties enjoying themselves. He didn't say much more. When he found Uncle Vite and the others, they were extracting salt from the seabed. Luo Han flew to Uncle Vite's side. "Ha! Luo Han, wake up and take a look at your masterpiece." Uncle Vite smiled and said as he pointed at the Red Sea when he saw Luo Han arrive. "That's right, Luo Han, yesterday was truly indescribable, so shocking." Before Luo Han could say anything, Uncle Kate continued, "It's a good thing we succeeded yesterday. Thank you all for your trust in me." Luo Han said to everyone, "We should be the ones thanking you, Luo Han." Yes. Without you, we wouldn't be filled with laughter today," everyone said. Luo Han laughed heartily, which could be considered a response. "What about Cole? Uncle Vite?" Luo Han looked around, but didn't find Cole. Uncle Vite explained that Cole had gone to the boundary area to keep watch, fearing that Sea Kings might be attracted by the smell of blood, and asked him to do a warning. "Then I'll go find Cole," Luo Han said. "You go ahead. We'll be busy here." After chatting with Uncle Vite, Luo Han flew into the sky, randomly choosing a direction towards the boundary area. Flying in the air, he looked down at the Red Sea below. After a day, the blood of the Sea Kings had stained the ocean red, and it had not faded. Under the sunlight, the crimson reflection cast a somewhat sinister look on Luo Han's face. He flew all the way to the boundary area, but didn't see Cole. He must be on the other side. Luo Han stood in the air, looking at the sea divided by red and blue, thinking about the scene from yesterday. Luan Ru what it? Luan, finally not a weakling anymore. From now on, I will be very strong. In this deserted sea, Luo Han could no longer hold back his roar, releasing all the pent-up negative emotions accumulated over the past 6 months. After venting, Luo Han felt light all over. It felt so good, just like returning to university. without so much pressure and worries. He just wanted to fall in love. Thinking about love, Luo Han couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the beginning, Luo Han's first ambition in this world was to end his single status that had persisted from his past life to now. Unfortunately, crossing over had isolated him from everything in his past life. Even the COVID pandemic had been perfectly avoided by Luo Han, but being single still lingered like a shadow. It's interesting to think about. Brother Han, you're awake. At this moment, Cole flew over from a distance and came to Luo Han's side. Cole, I remember there were still a few Sea Kings left alive yesterday, right? Luo Han said, there haven't been any issues later, right? No, those Sea Kings left on their own. Cole paused for a moment and said, Brother Han, how did you manage to make those Sea Kings kill each other yesterday? My mind fruit ability has broken through again, developing the ability to super control the 5 senses, Luo Han replied. Then I super controlled those Sea Kings and made them kill each other. That's amazing, Brother Han. We can eat Sea Kings in the future. Cole exclaimed excitedly. That's a must, Luo Han said. After that, Luo Han and Cole patrolled the border area together. On the seabed, Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate were sitting on the Arkansas Wit. It feels like Luo Han is different now, Uncle Kate said. It's like he has broken free from his restraints. He must have resolved this crisis, which gave him the strong mentality to face everything, Uncle Vite said. That's good, Uncle Kate said. Once they eat the fish scale fruit, I'm ready to teach them the secret techniques of dominating a nation. Uncle Vite looked at the vast Red Sea and sighed. Yeah, it's time to teach them some new things, Uncle Vite said. I'm also planning to teach them the haki. Haki? With their body strength, they should be able to handle it, Uncle Kate said. That's great. This crisis was completely resolved by Luo Han. It also allowed Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate to fully relax and leave everything to Luo Han and Cole. As time passed, Luo Han and Cole's patrol continued until evening, with no Sea Kings in sight. The nearby Sea Kings must have participated in the battle yesterday, Luo Han thought. That night, everyone gathered at the top of the island instead of going home. A grand barbecue feast was underway, with huge chunks of Sea King meat hanging over the burning fire. The sizzling sound accompanied by the aroma of meat surrounded everyone gathered around the fire. The sound of children around 5 or 6 years old drooling could be heard. First, let's celebrate that we safely passed through this crisis, Uncle Vite said. And then, there's nothing after that. Everyone eat to your heart's content. Uncle Vite laughed heartily, which was rare. Wow. Laughter and joy filled everyone's faces. Grandma, here, this piece is a bit more tender. Luo Han handed a piece of meat to Grandma Mo. Okay. Xiao Han, you eat too, Grandma Mo said. Luanda plead. At that moment, everyone was sitting around the fire, the orange glow illuminating their faces. Each person wore a happy smile. Brother Han, here, I'll give you my meat. A chubby little girl stood in front of Luo Han, holding a piece of meat. Thank you. Here, I'll give you this piece of meat too, okay? Luo Han said. Looking at the girl's drooling round mouth, Luo Han couldn't help but smile. Really? Brother Han is so nice. Luo Han took the meat and casually handed it to the little girl, watching her munch on it happily as she returned to her mother. Luo Han suddenly thought of the divine tree's little ring. If he could find a fruit of everyone in the future, he would give it to Little Ring to eat. He wondered if it would really create a little sister. That should be quite interesting. The banquet was still ongoing, but felt like something was missing. What could it be? A show. How could such a joyful moment not have a performance to liven things up? With this thought, Luo Han focused his mind. He saw the rainbow fish in the divine lake and the water being enveloped by his telekinetic power. A stream of water radiating rainbow-colored light flew up from the bottom of the lake, gathering above Ring Tree Island in an instant. Was that the rainbow fish? So beautiful! Everyone pointed at the shimmering rainbow water curtain in the sky, exclaiming. Uncle Vite glanced at Luo Han and smiled, saying, That's produced by Luo Han. Everyone just enjoy the view. Yes. Now let me perform a rainbow light show for everyone. Luo Han continued. Then, Luo Han used his telekinetic power to control the water curtain surrounding the rainbow fish, forming faces, Wits, Cole's, and also that of the little girl from earlier. As everyone watched this magical scene, they happily started dancing. The children gathered around Luo Han, asking him to make their faces appear in the sky too. They wanted to see their own faces, just like the little girls had appeared earlier. Luo Han naturally satisfied this group of little cuties. The joyful barbecue dinner continued until late at night, and everyone gradually returned home to rest. Late at night, back home, Luo Han lay on his bed. extending his consciousness towards the divine tree. "Thank you, brother," said the little ring of the divine tree. "Hee, I should be the one thanking you," Luo Han said. "It's your appearance that made me think of the super control of the five senses, which allows those sea kings to kill each other. Also, I think you shouldn't call me brother anymore. It feels weird." Luo Han continued. "Why?" asked the divine tree little ring. "Just because," Luo Han replied. "Little ring, do you want to be able to move around like a human?" "I do." "That's good. Once I find the devil fruit and the human fruit, I'll give it to you," Luo Han said. "Then you can have a human body." "Thank you, brother." "Hee," replied the divine tree little ring. Feeling the joy in his heart, Luo Han smiled. After chatting with the divine tree little ring for a while longer, Luo Han prepared to sleep. "Good night, little ring," Luo Han silently said to himself. The next morning, everyone was still asleep. Bang! A loud noise woke everyone up. The people on the island rushed to the top to look out. A giant ship, about 300 meters long, was half lying on the seabed, with its sails missing, perhaps swept away by a storm. The ship had various cracks, apparently caused by different pressures. Luo Han also arrived on the island, looking thoughtfully at the ships below. If he wasn't mistaken, the sculpture on the bow should be a skull. A pirate ship, he thought. "Luo Han, how's it going? Did you see where it came from?" Uncle Kate also arrived. "No, I just got here too, Uncle Kate," Luo Han replied. "But I think it must have fallen from the sky, just like you all did back then, swept in by the storm. It looks like that should be the case." Uncle Kate said, "Luo Han, let's go down and see if anyone survived. Be careful, this should be a pirate ship." Luo Han replied, "Don't worry, I know." Then Luo Han used telekinesis to control the two of them to descend onto the boat together. "There's no one here, Uncle Kate." Luo Han used his spiritual sense to scan the area and quickly realized there was no one there, only some daily necessities and a brand new newspaper. With a thought, the newspaper flew into Luo Han's hand. "What is that?" Uncle Kate asked. "An interesting newspaper," Luo Han replied, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Uncle Kate, should I move this ship to the island?" "Sure, go ahead," Uncle Kate responded. Bang! Luo Han placed the pirate ship on the top of the island. Everyone couldn't help but be curious and gathered around to watch. "Let's sort out what we can use, and be careful not to damage the ship's hull," Uncle Kate instructed. Luo Han held the brand new newspaper and walked to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the vast ocean, the surrounding waters of Ring Tree Island were not as red as yesterday, but the outside world was beginning to turn red. Luan exclaimed. He raised the brand new newspaper and saw a burly man vividly depicted on the page, his expression arrogant, the corners of his mouth exuding a sense of dominance. Even through the newspaper, Luo Han could feel the overwhelming spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers. Rox, the man on the newspaper. He was a pirate. The headline read New World. This man declared to the entire Pirate King world yesterday that he would call the second half of the Grand Line the New World. And he, Rox, would open this new world and conquer it, until he became the ruler of the New World. He aimed to become the king of the New World. Rox's declaration struck this world like a comet hitting the earth. With the news agency's intentional dissemination, this declaration spread across the entire world in an instant today. Luo Han raised his head and looked at the sky. A surge of pride suddenly arose in his heart. A powerful aura emanated from his body, instantly spreading across the entire island. Bang! Bang! Occasionally, some islanders' eyes turned white, and they fainted from their inability to support themselves. The island was thrown into chaos. "It's nothing. They just fainted. They'll be fine in a moment. Don't panic," Uncle Kate said to everyone. At that moment, Uncle Vite arrived and exchanged glances with Uncle Kate, both looking towards the direction of Qingya. Then they both burst into hearty laughter. Luo Han felt the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki. Could it be that he was a person of great ambition? Luo Han didn't think so. However, anyone who saw that man's declaration, as long as they had a hint of ambition in their hearts, would undoubtedly feel a desire to be part of it. The outside world must be in chaos by now. Luo Han thought to himself. The world at this moment was not just in chaos. It had truly begun to turn upside down. Just like Roger had initiated the Great Pirate Era, a new world dominated by pirates made the pirates of the seas seem to find the meaning of being a pirate, just like salted fish dreaming of turning their lives around. Driven by this so-called dream, pirate ships set sail towards the new world. The world had thus begun to revolt. In Mariehua, the location of the world government, at the office of the five elders. "It's the D," said the bald elder with a long sword in his arms. He then sat on the sofa, holding information about Rox Zebek in his hand, looking serious. "What a troublesome lineage," said the elder with a mustache. but it's a bit ridiculous to think they can rule the second half of the Grand Line. Even the world government can't fully dominate, let alone a pirate. The elder with golden hair laughed. But we can't let our guard down. After all, they're one of the D clan. Let's have CP0 increase their surveillance. At this moment, the elder with the long beard stood up. Meanwhile, on the first half of the Grand Line, aboard the Roger pirate's ship. Hey, Roger. It seems there are more than just you who want to overturn this world, Rayleigh said, holding a brand new newspaper, looking at Roger. Roger laughed heartily. Isn't this interesting, Rayleigh? Set sail, brothers. Destination, the New World. All right. Everyone on the ship responded in unison. Back to Ringtree Island. At this moment, Luo Han also wished he could go to sea immediately to meet the heroes of the ocean. However, looking at himself, he realized he wasn't strong enough yet. For the next 4 years, his only goal would be to master haki. His physique had already obtained the extraordinary body talent of a giant sea king, so there was no need to worry about that. As long as he could master haki, Luo Han would be able to roam the world freely. Luo Han, that conqueror's haki from earlier was you, right? Uncle Kate said, looking at Luo Han with certainty, along with Uncle Vito, who had just arrived at Qingya. That's right. Uncle Kate, Luan replied. Take a look at this newspaper, Uncle. He raised his hand, and the newspaper flew into Uncle Kate's hands. This is really exciting. Uncle Vito exclaimed, his tone filled with enthusiasm, as if he wanted to set sail and venture out immediately. Unfortunately, we've already passed that stage. It's your turn now. Uncle Kate said, let's wait 4 years. I'm still not strong enough. I want to learn haki, Uncle Kate. Luo Han said, no problem. We were originally planning to teach you in the future, Uncle Kate replied. After that, Luo Han returned home to start cooking. No matter what grand ambitions one had, life still had to go on. After dinner, he went to the plaza on the 9th floor, where they would be distributing fish scale fruit soon. Due to the Sea King's attack, they had only picked the fish scale fruits today. The process remained unchanged. They lined up to receive the fish scale fruits. But there were more little kids and fewer older ones. After eating the fish scale fruit, Luo Han felt his physique rapidly transforming under the guidance of his mind. He secretly marveled at the abnormality of the fish scale fruit, even with the extraordinary body talent of a giant Sea King. He could feel the speed of that body transformation. No wonder those Sea Kings attacked the divine tree like crazy. The enhancement effect of the fish scale fruit was indeed too outrageous. After experiencing it, Luo Han went to the first floor to eat rainbow, fish, and train. The next morning, at the top of Ringtree Island, the sun had just risen halfway. Uncle Vito, Uncle Kate, Luo Han, and Cole stood in a square formation. Luo Han, Cole, today I'll explain some knowledge about haki to you. Uncle Vito said, haki is mainly divided into 3 types: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. Uncle Vito specially glanced at Luo Han. Luo Han had mastered 2 of these 3 types of haki, except for armament haki. What? Brother Han has already mastered 2 types. That's amazing, Cole exclaimed. Don't interrupt, Cole. Listen, Uncle Vito said. Let's start with armament haki. When our physical strength reaches a certain level, we can activate armament haki, which is a power that exists within the body. Saying this, Uncle Vito raised his arm, and an invisible force surged from his body, enveloping his arm. Just like this, haki forms an invisible armor on the body, enhancing both attack and defense, allowing us to strike the bodies of those with natural-type devil fruit abilities and defend against certain special devil fruit powers. As for observation haki, it is generally manifested as the ability to sense the presence within a certain range and make some predictions. Of course, there are also some special observation haki that can achieve unique effects, such as seeing the future or understanding people's hearts. Uncle Kate said, looking at Luo Han with a hint of envy and pride. As for conqueror's haki, it is an innate power. We don't know the specific effects, but we know it can intimidate enemies within a certain range. Those with unstable minds may faint from the pressure. Uncle Vito continued, Luo Han, from now on, you will learn the 6 powers and armament haki with me. Cole, who had been listening intently, suddenly felt surprised at this point. Dad, what about me? I want to learn haki too. Cole said, Cole, you will learn with me, and Luo Han will learn with your dad. Uncle Kate said, oh, I see. Cole didn't dwell on it. As long as he could learn, that was fine. Of course, in the early stages, the focus will still be on enhancing the body. We need to improve physical strength first for armament haki to be more easily activated, Uncle Vito said. In the afternoon, we will use armament haki to attack you, so you can feel this power and better activate your armament haki. The difference is, Cole, you'll have to keep your eyes closed while taking hits. This will also train you and activate your observation haki. Cole thought for a moment about why he needed to close his eyes to activate observation haki, but couldn't figure it out in the end. Little Cole, observation haki is a kind of conscious perception. Closing your eyes can better stimulate that perception. Is that so? Well, as long as it activates observation haki, that's fine. Cole said with a laugh. All right, now I'll take Luo Han to the first floor to train his physique, Uncle Vito said, and then he and Luo Han walked towards the plaza on the first floor. Let's go too. There are already a lot of Sea King barbecue from yesterday over there, Uncle Kate said, excitedly jumping up with Cole, who heard there was meat to eat. The next days passed in the routine of training the body in the morning and haki in the afternoon. In the evening, Luo Han would ponder the development of the mind fruit on his own. Now Luo Han had developed two abilities, telekinesis and mirror flower, water moon. Yes, Luo Han playfully named his ability to control the five senses mirror flower, water moon, after the release name of the Soul Reaper Zanpakuto, Aizen. To be honest, for Luo Han, the mirror flower, water moon ability was more to his liking than telekinesis. After all, he had crossed over from a previous life during a peaceful era. Mirror flower, water moon felt much more engaging than telekinesis, at least in terms of ending his single status. Controlling the five senses was far more useful than telekinesis. It seemed like some wicked scenes came to mind. Luo Han quickly shook his head. It was evident that being single was still a hurdle he couldn't overcome. Time flew by, and 2 years later, Luo Han had already enhanced his physical talents to the level of a giant eel-like Super Sea King. Next, he would slowly work on increasing his physical strength. His height had also reached to 8 meters, though he could have grown taller if he wanted to. However, Luo Han controlled it. Being too tall would make certain things inconvenient. Just like Cole now, who had really become formidable at 7 meters tall. Uncle Wei felt a headache just thinking about it. He sensed that in the future, Cole's happiness could only come from a mutated figure like Big Mom. Ugh, can't think about that. The thought of Big Mom's figure made Luo Han shiver a bit. Fortunately, in the world of One Piece, apart from that mermaid princess, the other beauties had relatively normal body shapes. Moreover, Luo Han expressed that he had no interest in mermaids, and he didn't understand why those predecessors who traveled through time were so fond of collecting mermaid princesses, whether their later lives were happy or not. In these 2 years, with the growth of the Rocks Pirates, the entire world seemed to have entered a fast lane, especially in the news industry. Now, there was basically news passing through Ringtree Island every week. Luo Han also learned some of the latest intelligence from the newspapers on Newsbird. Since the New World Declaration 2 years ago, the Rocks Pirates have begun to conquer one island after another, either by joining or destroying them. After witnessing Rock's overwhelming personal strength and ambition, various characters joined in. Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, and others also joined the Rocks Pirates for various reasons. 2 years later, the New World has begun to resonate deeply within people's hearts, thanks to the continuous victories of the Rocks Pirates. From this point on, people began to refer to the latter half of the Grand Line as the New World. The world government also initiated plans to return to the New World, aiming to completely bring it under their control. At this time, the Roger Pirates also arrived in the New World and had gained some notoriety. However, unlike most pirates who came to the New World, they did not join the Rocks Pirates. The new generation of the Navy, led by Garp, Sengoku, and Zifa, also began their campaigns in the New World. Now, the stage for the struggle for world dominance has begun to unfold in the New World. Luo Han looked at this information, feeling extremely excited inside. He clenched his fist, sensing the strength of his haki. In 2 years, he would be able to fully develop his armament haki to cover his entire body. He couldn't neglect his observation haki and the other techniques as well. In the afternoon, on the top of the island, Luan, come on, starting today, it's time for your training match with Cole, Uncle Wit said. Uncle Kate also laughed in agreement. In 2 years, Luo Han and Cole would no longer need anyone else to train with them. Come on, Cole. I'm looking forward to seeing how your observation haki has developed, Luo Han said. Then, Luo Han and Cole began their battle 2 years after training on the top of the island. Shave, Luo Han exclaimed, instantly charging towards Cole. Cole turned around and threw a punch at Luo Han, who had suddenly appeared on his right side, clearly sensing him with his observation haki. Bang! A sound echoed as a visible shockwave erupted from the collision of their fists. The surrounding small stones were pushed away, forming a circle. A sizzling sound emerged between their fists, like 2 pieces of rubbing steel. Seeing his own arm slightly trembling like Luo Han's, Cole was somewhat surprised. It was worth noting that Luo Han was not using any psychic energy to enhance his body, relying solely on his physical abilities in this battle against Cole. After 2 years, Luo Han's physical strength had completely caught up to Cole's, which also brought him some delight. Bang! Luo Han and Cole each retreated backward. Han, I'm going to enter my half-beast form, Cole said. Bring it on, Cole. Luo Han's expression began to grow serious. Shaving. Ku Air instantly appeared beside Luo Han and delivered sidekick. Luo Han's eyes narrowed, secretly thinking how fast. There was no time. Bang! Luo Han brought his hands together, colliding with Cole's kick. After a brief contact, a massive force surged towards Luo Han. Poof! Luo Han was directly sent flying, landing in the distance and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ugh! Cole's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before him. It wasn't just Cole. Even Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate couldn't believe it. Could it be that Luo Han didn't integrate his psychic power into himself? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been knocked away by Cole with just one strike. Previously, when Luo Han's physical strength hadn't improved, he was able to fight Cole in his half-beast state after integrating his psychic power. So why, now that his physical strength has increased, did he seem weaker? The three of them looked at the fallen Luo Han, their eyes filled with confusion. Luo Han stood up and shook his hands. He wasn't injured because he had used armament haki to block it. He just didn't expect that Cole's strength would be so great now. Luo Han also noticed the puzzled looks from the three of them. However, it was a bit awkward. He didn't know what was going on either. When Luo Han's nun is integrated into his body, he cannot release his armament haki. It's as if the nun is isolated within his body. Therefore, when Luo Han uses his armament haki, his nun cannot merge with him. Once he forcibly integrates it into himself, the haki on the surface of his body becomes uncontrollable and gradually dissipates. It's a bit awkward. When Luo Han shared this with Uncle Vite and the other two, they were all wide-eyed, looking astonished and embarrassed. They felt embarrassed for Luo Han. Luo Han could only smile helplessly. Fortunately, although he couldn't use haki and telekinesis simultaneously, he could still wrap his body with telekinesis, enhancing his physical defense alongside haki. After understanding Luo Han's situation, Cole returned to his normal state and practiced sparring with him. In the following days, Luo Han and Cole continued their training while keeping an eye on the developments in the world. 2 years later, Luo Han and Cole were already 18 years old, having just celebrated the Fish Scale Fruit Festival yesterday. In the morning, on the green cliff, they looked down at the endless sea. Cole, do you want to go out to sea with me? Luo Han asked. Standing next to Luo Han was a tall figure, about 10 meters high. He glanced down at Luo Han and replied, Yes, Han bro. Cole said, Dad said there are no sea kings around Ringtree Island anymore, so we can only go out to find food. All right, that was indeed a fact. Over the past 2 years, as Cole and Luo Han came of age, their bodies grew rapidly, requiring a lot of energy, and the rainbow fish could no longer satisfy them. After all, rainbow fish couldn't be hunted excessively. Moreover, Cole's devil fruit enhancement was simple and straightforward. He just needed to eat good meat. This led to an even greater demand for meat. In just 2 years, the sea kings in the surrounding waters had almost been completely consumed. It wasn't that they were so extreme. It was mainly due to Luo Han's ultra-long-range spiritual sense combined with Mirage, which left the sea kings nowhere to hide. And one by one, they were eaten, mostly by Cole. Looking at Cole's physique, he was starting to resemble the later Kaido, even a bit taller. Cole, there is indeed a lot of meat out there, but it is also very dangerous. Luo Han said, although we won't become pirates, danger doesn't choose its victims based on their identity. Seeing Luo Han's serious tone, Cole became somewhat excited. Brother Han, are there people outside who are even stronger than Uncle Kate and my dad? Cole asked. Hee. Besides meat, it seems that only fighting can interest you, Cole. Luo Han smiled and said, in the outside world, there are indeed people much stronger than Uncle Kate and the others. Really? That's great. We can eat meat and also fight. Cole said. Hee. Luo Han secretly laughed in his heart. What a simple-minded person, but probably the happiest one as well. If you want to fight, then come on. Fight in the sky, Cole. Luo Han said. Then he flew up to 2,000 meters above Ringtree Island. Cole jumped up and followed. That's right. Now Cole doesn't need to fully be Astify. He can fly in his normal human form. Thinking of this, Luo Han couldn't help but admire how useful this toOne fruit is. Unlike Luo Han, who uses telekinesis to envelop his whole body to fly, Cole's flight is more like turning the sky into water and swimming through it. But it doesn't feel like he's really swimming in water. It's as if the water is actively pushing Cole along, shaking off his thoughts. In the air, Cole and Luo Han were 100 meters apart. With a low growl, Cole directly half-beastified. Bang! An invisible wave of air spread out beneath Cole's feet, accompanied by the use of Moon Step and Shave. Cole charged towards Luo Han with a punch infused with armament haki. Luo Hanjin's thoughts stirred, and an invisible telekinetic wall rose before him. Bang! A loud noise, accompanied by the sizzling sound of electric sparks, echoed through the skies. Cole's fist came to a halt in front of Luo Han, with clanging sounds reminiscent of steel colliding. After a brief contact, Cole jumped back, creating some distance. He began to launch continuous attacks around Luo Han. However, each time he aimed to strike Luo Han, he was always intercepted by an invisible wall in advance. At this moment, Luo Han's spiritual awareness had developed to a certain level. He could even achieve a bullet time effect, combined with the telekinesis developed from the mind fruit, making it incredibly easy for him. After all, the speed of physical talent has its limits, and on the basis of having bullet time, he could effectively react the moment Cole made his move. The wall set up by Luo Han was already in place. It was really frustrating. Brother Han, I feel like I'm just hitting air, Cole said, a bit gloomy. This is not fun at all. Huh. But Luo Han was very happy. Now he could match Cole with his. Alright, Cole, next is a pure physical clash of. With that, Luo Han withdrew his. A deep black armed color enveloped his entire body, and his gaze became sharp. Seeing Luo Han's appearance, Cole also covered himself in arm color. Step, step. The two in the air rushed towards each other at high speed. Clang. The disproportionately large and small fists collided, and red-black lightning flickered between them. Luo Han's invisible conqueror's haki spread out, reaching an altitude of 2,000 meters. Otherwise, the island would have been in chaos again. Subsequently, the battle between the two was mostly a clash of strength. Their physical strength was roughly equal, and their armament haki was similar as well, with Luo Han having a slight edge in observation haki. However, it wasn't enough to suppress the other, so they completely relied on their physical power and speed. After 2 years of training, Luo Han had fully transformed the innate physical talent of the ultra-large Sea Kings into his own physical strength. Even with the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit ability of the toOne fruit, Cole, in his half-beast state, was only stronger than Luo Han in defense. In terms of strength and speed, they were about the same. The battle with Cole continued until nightfall. Otherwise, given their current inhuman stamina, they could have fought continuously for 5 days without issue. Alright, that's it for today. Luo Han stopped and looked at Kier, saying alright. Kier replied, Brother Han, let's go back. Luo Han responded, you go back first. I have something to do with the divine tree. Luo Han shook his head and looked at the divine tree, saying, alright then, Brother Han, I really want to talk to the divine tree too. Cole shyly glanced at Luo Han, trembling all over, which made Luo Han feel uneasy. I can't help it. Your observation haki isn't strong enough. What can I do? Luan fruged helplessly. He didn't know what was going on. Ever since Cole awakened his observation haki, he had been pestering Luo Han to teach him how to communicate with the divine tree. But how would Luo Han know? It was the divine tree's little ring that initiated contact with Luo Han in the first place, allowing him to sense it. Otherwise, Luo Han wouldn't have been able to do anything. Sigh. Cole sighed and shook his huge head. Then I'll go back, Brother Han, Cole said, and then flew towards the giant wooden house in the 9-story plaza. Now, Cole had already moved out from living with Uncle Vite and Aunt Lillian. Hee. Thinking about this, Luo Han smiled. It's quite helpless, to be honest. Since Cole was too tall, there wasn't enough space for him at home. Uncle Vite and the others had to build a big house for Cole to live in on the plaza. During the day, they stayed with Cole on the plaza, eating together, and at night, they would go back to sleep. But it's good. Cole has finally been freed from worrying about his parents fighting at midnight. Hee. Luo Han chuckled. Whoosh. Luo Han flew up to the branch of the divine tree's little ring. Brother, you're here. As soon as he opened his mind, he heard Little Ring say, You said last night that you had a surprise for me today. What is it? Luo Han said, his eyes a bit expectant. Brother, just walk a little further and you'll see it, Xiao Huan said. Is it a fish scale fruit? Doesn't look like it. It's a bit big. What I'm sensing with my spiritual awareness should be a fruit. Luo Han walked forward to the fruit, and it was a golden fish scale fruit covered in green patterns. Aside from the color and the patterns, its shape was the same as that of a fish scale fruit, but it was a size larger. In fact, what those Sea Kings wanted was this fruit. Xiao Huan said, Does this fish scale fruit have any special effects? It can actually make so many Sea Kings wait in ambush for half a year in advance. Luo Han thought to himself, This is my child. Xiao Huan suddenly said, Cough, cough, cough. Luo Han, who was carefully observing the golden fish scale, hesitated for a moment, looking at the divine tree, Xiao Huan with a surprised expression. Whose child is this? Luo Han asked. Forgive Luo Han, who was single, for feeling a bit jealous. Even a tree is teaching Luo Han how to be a person. It's heart-wrenching. No, I gave birth to it myself, Xiao Huan said. Luo Han suddenly thought that some trees are hermaphroditic. Could it be that Xiao Huan also? A certain famous species from Thailand began to float in his mind. A bad feeling filled his heart. Luo Han felt that he should not have rashly claimed this sister or brother. Brother, you can take my child with you when you go to sea. He can also become like me, Xiao Huan said. Goosebumps popped up all over him. That brother used to sound crisp and pleasant, but now it's hard to describe. You want to take your child out and then, plant it? Luo Han's language organization is a bit chaotic. Yes, brother, Xiao Huan said. All right, I'll bring it along when we go out to sea, Luo Han said. No need to take it away now. No, Xiao Huan replied. Then I'll go back. Luo Han said to Xiao Huan. Okay, brother, Xiao Huan said. Then Luo Han flew down from the branch and headed home. Passing by several houses, he could already smell the aroma of food from each home. Luo Han couldn't help but quicken his pace. He thought that dinner tonight should be very delicious. When he got home, he had a quiet dinner with Grandma Mo. After the meal, Luo Han told Grandma Mo about his plan to go out to sea in a few days. Luo Han originally thought Grandma Mo would object, but unexpectedly, she didn't say anything and instead offered to help Luo Han prepare food for the sea trip. How nice! Looking at Grandma Mo's kind figure, Luo Han felt very lucky as a traveler. A night of peaceful sleep. Bang, bang. The sounds of battle between Luo Han and Cole echoed continuously in the sky above Ring Tree Island the next afternoon. The people on the island had become accustomed to it, continuing with their own tasks without being affected at all. What is that? At that moment, a hunter standing at the top of the island pointed at a black dot in the distance and said. With two thuds, Luo Han and Cole also took notice. Rohan squinted his eyes. This is not good. The black dot in his perception is not anything else but a pirate ship. It is indeed a pirate ship, and it's sailing safely on the sea. Uncle Kate said. Uncle Kate, who also came here, looked at the pirate ship heading towards Ring Tree Island with a serious expression. As the pirate ship approached, the people on board became clearer. He gazed at that arrogant figure, with standing hair and a wide-open mouth. There was also a big man with a crescent-shaped white beard standing behind him, and a man with long golden hair shaped like a lion. It's definitely them. The Rocks Pirates. Have they finally come? The grand and magnificent new world. Is it really coming like this? A surge of ambition arose in Rohan's heart. As the Rocks Pirates stopped at the seabed of Ring Tree Island, a wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from Rohan, rapidly spreading towards the Rocks Pirates. Looks like there's a formidable guy. He should be a powerful ally. Rocks turned to the people on the ship and said. He then turned to look at Rohan at the top of the island. Rock's eyes narrowed slightly. Soon after, an even stronger Conqueror's haki erupted from Rocks, instantly suppressing Rohan's Conqueror's haki back. Want to compete with the captain in Conqueror's haki? What a strangely shaped pirate said. If he knew that there were more than a dozen users of Conqueror's haki on our ship, he wouldn't be so confident. Another pirate chimed in. Whitebeard looked at the mysterious island ahead, revealing a hint of sympathy on his face. The others remained expressionless. Such strong Conqueror's haki, Rohan said. At the same time, he retracted his Conqueror's haki, looking at Rocks, a surge of battle intent suddenly rising in his eyes. Luo Han wanted to test his own level. A year ago, Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate were no longer a match for Luo Han and Cole. It was as if they could sense Luo Han's fighting spirit. Rocks flew directly towards Luo Han and the others. A flying devil fruit? Luo Han thought. Suddenly, Luo Han's expression changed in shock. His brows furrowed. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Han gasped in surprise, his mouth agape. This is truly abnormal. From Luo Han's spiritual perception, there was a layer of 1 meter thick flowing invisible armament haki surrounding Rocks at all times. It was this layer of haki that allowed Rocks to fly, similar to how Luo Han used telekinesis to envelop his body and fly. Rocks actually thought to use armament haki as telekinesis. And that heavy feeling, it was like water compressed to the extreme, ready to unleash tremendous attacking power at any moment. Clearly, both attack and defense were formidable. Luo Han had never imagined that someone could use armament haki to such an extent. No wonder he was able to forcibly bring people like Whitebeard and Gold Lion under his control. As they watched Rocks approach, everyone on the island couldn't help but step back, clearly understanding from the previous Conqueror's haki that this was a terrifying individual. Mainly, everyone recognized this pirate named Rocks as the one mentioned in the newspapers who was conquering the New World. Hey, with the looks in your eyes, you should know who I am, right? Huh, Rox said as he flew above everyone. So, who is the strongest on this island? Everyone turned to look at Luo Han and Cole. Uncle Vite and Uncle Kate stepped forward, wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Huh, that little guy who just released Conqueror's haki, and this little guy here. Rox looked at the way everyone was looking at Luo Han and Cole, somewhat surprised. So you should know my rules, right? Rox said in a deep voice. Choose, join, or be destroyed. As his voice fell, the sky seemed to be affected, instantly darkening. Luo Han stopped Cole, who wanted to go up, and shook his head. Then he flew into the sky and locked eyes with Rox. An invisible aura emanated from Luo Han, and the people on the island looked at him with some concern. Rox quietly watched Luo Han, seemingly unconcerned that Luo Han would take action. Or perhaps he was confident he could handle any unexpected events. Well then, come over. Don't you want to feel the power of the world's strongest? Rox said, then flew to the side of the island. Luo Han was surprised at how Rox knew his thoughts. Could it be that he has a special observation haki that allows him to see into people's hearts? Sigh. Luo Han didn't know what to say anymore. Such observation haki, combined with that perverse armament haki. No wonder he dared to declare on the news that he would rule the new world. Indeed, this is a world of strong people. Come on, use your strongest attack, Rox said with an easy demeanor. No nonsense. Luo Han focused his thoughts, gathering his mental power in one place, and attacked Rox. An unspoken pressure suddenly enveloped Luo Han. His expression darkened. Nothing happened. There was no huge collision sound, nor any shock waves or anything. Rohan gathered all his psychic energy for a single strike, but the moment it made contact with the armed haki surrounding Rox, it silently dissipated, as if matter had been broken down into its most basic particles. Seeing Rohan's helpless appearance, Rox burst into laughter. What's wrong? Where's that haki from earlier? You could try your physical strength again, Rox said. I can feel that your physical strength is no weaker than your devil fruit ability. Upon hearing this, Rohan looked at the wildly laughing Rox and forced a smile. No need to try. Captain Rock's armed haki is deadly to test against. Luo Han said, seeing this kind of power, what else can I do besides joining? Fight to the death. Not only will I die, but Honshu Island will also be destroyed. Only a fool would stubbornly resist. So, I choose to follow my heart and instinctively join the Rocks Pirates. To be honest, I'm also very interested in this way of using armament haki. Luo Han thought that this was also why the likes of Gold Lion and Kaido would choose to join the Rocks Pirates. If not, with Gold Lion's abilities. Luo Han suddenly remembered how relaxed Rox looked when he flew towards him. Judging by appearance, Gold Lion might not fly as fast as Rox. Truly a man without weaknesses. Luo Han sighed about Rox. I will join. I hope the captain can spare my hometown. Luo Han said, just on my rules. And joining means you're one of us. Your hometown will be my subordinate territory, Rox replied. And that little brat has to join too. Rox pointed at Cole, and Luo Han felt a bit helpless. All right, both of us will join, Luo Han said. Since we're going to sea anyway, even though being a pirate isn't our intention, what else can we do? Then let's hurry up and pack. We're leaving soon, Rox said. It seemed that he had just accidentally arrived at Ring Tree Island. Luo Han thought. He didn't say much and flew towards Ring Tree Island. After explaining the situation to Cole and Uncle Vite, Luo Han rushed home, and at that moment, Grandma Mo happened to be at home. Grandma, I'm about to go to sea, Luo Han said. What's wrong? Siya Hung, didn't you say you were going to set sail in a few days? I haven't even prepared any food for you, Grandma Mo replied, looking a bit surprised. A ship just happened to arrive at Honshu Island today, and Kurer and I are planning to take that ship out to sea, Luo Han said. So urgent? Xiao Han. Wait a moment, Grandma will get you some fish cakes and dried fish, Grandma Mo said. After a flurry of activity, Luo Han took a large bag of fish cake powder and dried fish from Grandma Mo. Luo Han hurried to the top of the island. He couldn't afford a delay, as he didn't dare to gamble with Rock's patience. Upon reaching the top, Aunt Lillian was crying uncontrollably while holding Uncle Vite. Cole opened his arms, wanted to hug his mom, but afraid of hurting her. Brother Ryan watched all of this with a gloomy expression, feeling helpless, which was truly uncomfortable. He also secretly worried about Luo Han and Cole. Luo Han, from now on, I'll leave Cole in your care, Uncle Vite said. Luo Han, I will, don't worry. Uncle Vite. Cole, from now on, you must listen to your brother Luo Han. The only person you can trust is me. Understand? Uncle Vite reminded Cole again. Clearly aware of the situation with the Rocks Pirates, a group of lawless individuals gathered together. Got it, Dad, Mom, Cole replied. I will come back in the future. Luo Han, you're already real men now. From now on, it will depend on you. Uncle Kate came over and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Kate, we will take good care of ourselves." Luo Han said, "Let's go, Cole." Then, under the reluctant gazes of the crowd, Luo Han and Cole flew towards the rocks pirates. "Ha! A big guy has come," Gold Lion said, looking at the descending Cole. "What a perfect body," Big Mom said. Looking at Big Mom's current beauty, Luo Han fell into silence. He recalled Big Mom 30 years later. Indeed, having children makes one gain weight. Even someone with Big Mom's physique couldn't escape the side effects of giving birth to dozens of children. There will be intimate moments in the future, Rock said at that moment. "Now let's leave here and see where that bastard Roger and his crew have gone." "Okay, Captain," said the helmsman pirate. Then, he took out a recording pointer, checked it, and turned the helm towards the right direction of the green cliff, leaving the Ring Tree Island. The Rock's pirates began to depart from Ring Tree Island, heading to the next island. Rohan and Kier sat on the ship's stern, not saying much. As there wasn't much to say, everyone on the ship had their own reasons for being there. The pirate ship sailed slowly, and after a night, it finally left the waters surrounding Ring Tree Island. After sailing for another 3 hours, they finally arrived at their destination, Boat Island. As the ship approached, the scenery of Boat Island came into view. It was a small town reminiscent of the medieval era with a small port dock. "That's Lord Rock's ship." "Yeah, Lord Rock's. Weren't you supposed to be chasing the Roger pirates? Could it be that Roger has already been defeated?" "That must be the case. After all, it's Lord Rock's." The wild speculation of the island's residents made Rox, who was nearing the dock, feel awkward. However, Rock said nothing. As a man determined to dominate the new world, he still had some spirit. To welcome our new companions, let's prepare a feast," Rock said. "All right, Captain," a group of followers echoed. Soon after, a group of people disembarked and walked along the dock towards the square in the middle of the town. As they walked, they observed the calm and busy residents of the island. Luo Han seemed to be deep in thought. It seems that the Rock's pirates have begun to stabilize their rule over the new world in these 4 years. If this continues, it might really be possible for Rox to achieve his goal. However, the Battle of God Island should be starting soon. "Hanye, the houses here are so beautiful. They're just too small," Cole said. "Do you think everyone is your height?" Luo Han said, "The people here are generally of my height, so it's natural to live in such houses. But in the future, we can build a big one on Ring Tree Island. Let's build a big one." Cole said, "Hey, you're called Cole, right? What huge body. Want to join my subordinates?" Aunt Lingling suddenly said, looking at the towering figure before her. With a breath similar to hers, Charlotte Lingling was quite satisfied. "No, I only follow Brother Han." Although Cole didn't understand the connection between having a huge body and joining her subordinates, he instinctively refused. However, Luo Han thought, "But having you just follow me might lead to misunderstandings." Didn't he see Kaido and the others' astonished expressions? Luo Han couldn't hold back anymore. "Lingling, Cole is still young, and his body hasn't fully developed yet. He needs time to grow," Luo Han said. The subconscious message was that since his body hadn't matured, he wasn't suited for certain things like having children. Obviously, as a single man, Luo Han was a bit sensitive. Of course, it might also be due to Aunt Lingling's terrifying ability to give birth, which left a deep impression on Luo Han. Can he still grow? Then let's wait for Cole to grow up, Charlotte Lingling said. She was a bit excited and thought about it. There was no rush. After all, they were all on the same boat. Lingling, do you want me to join you? I'm much better than this big silly guy, At that moment, Wang Ji said, "Your body is too weak." "I'm not interested," Charlotte Lingling replied. Damn it, Wang Ji ultimately didn't dare to do anything. After all, Charlotte Lingling was already very strong now. A group of people burst into laughter. Luo Han and Cole continued walking towards the town square, without any conflict with Wang Ji, as it wasn't the time to act recklessly. But Luo Han remembered. The first person to call Cole a big fool was Wang Ji. Soon, in the town square, a feast was about to begin. Bang, bang. One by one, roasted wild boars were placed on the long table, followed by barrels of rum being brought to the table. Luo Han and Cole casually found a spot to sit down. Gurgle, gurgle. Rox was gulping down his drink. My plan is about to be completed, Rox said. The new world will soon belong to our Rox pirates. Really, Captain Rox? John beside him said. Then that opportunity for big profits is coming too. Everyone's expressions were focused, clearly still very interested in treasure. Even someone like Whitebeard was listening intently. That's right. I'm almost about to find that treasure, but not yet. Just wait a bit longer, Rox said. Then we'll be waiting for the captain's good news. John continued. No problem at all, Rox said. However, that guy Roger has caused us a lot of trouble in these past 2 years. We must deal with him, or the world won't recognize our rule over the new world. At this point, Rox also felt a bit of headache. The Roger pirates were just too good at escaping, and they always seemed to have various natural disasters helping them. This time was no different. Just as they were about to catch up to the Roger pirates, a storm suddenly appeared, separating the two pirate ships. This led the Rox pirates to accidentally arrive at Ringtree Island, where they encountered Luo Han and the others. Meanwhile, Roger escaped once again. However, this time, Rox decided to accelerate their rule over the new world. Captain Rox, let me take a few people to chase after Roger, Whitebeard said. Compared to conquering other islands in the new world, Whitebeard preferred to pursue Roger. Newgate, sure, I was planning to split our forces anyway, Rox said. Then, let Newgate and Shiki lead a few people to chase after Roger. The others will set out to conquer the new world, those undiscovered and unconquered islands. Split up, huh? Luo Han glanced at Charlotte Linlin and Wang Ji. Captain Rox, then Cole and I will follow Newgate to chase the Roger pirates. Luo Han ultimately felt that it was more reliable to follow Whitebeard. All right, you can form your own teams, Rox said. Now, let the banquet continue. Eat meat and drink wine heartily. This kind of life seems pretty good. At least Cole was very satisfied. As seen from the plate he pushed in front of him, which was already as high as he was. Brother Han, the meat here is really delicious, Cole said, his mouth full of meat and his eyes full of happiness. He really was a child who had never seen good food, Luo Han thought. Yes, it's indeed very tasty, Luo Han said, quickly putting another piece of pork into his mouth. It's really fragrant. It was genuinely fragrant. The taste of the pork belly was simply amazing. Luo Han was so overwhelmed by the flavor that tears came out. It wasn't easy. After eating fish cake and fish for 18 years, no matter how fragrant it was, he had grown tired of it. Soon, both Luo Han and Cole were lost in the temptation of the pork, unable to extricate themselves. After a long time, Luo Han and Cole breathed out in unison. I'm so full. This is so delicious. Hey, you two kids, I'm talking to you, Whitebeard said. What is up? Luanda plead. Cole also looked at Whitebeard in confusion. We'll be going after Roger soon, so you two better not hold us back, or I'll throw you both into the sea to feed the fish, Whitebeard said. Rohan squinted his eyes and replied, haha, our strength is pretty good, old Newgate. Oomph. You still want to throw us into the sea to feed the fish? Another name was added to Rohan's little notebook. As long as you guys are confident. That's good. Just don't end up crying from being bullied, Whitebeard said with a smile. Hey brats, do you want to come to my ship in the future? At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki said. Luo Han looked confusedly at the Golden Lion, wondering if it was really okay to undermine someone in front of Rox. However, seeing Rox, who seemed completely unconcerned, and the crew on the ship who were used to it, he remained silent. Luo Han seemed to understand something. But, you little brats. Hey, who do you guys think you're looking down on, you bunch of bastards? Luo Han stood up and said in a deep voice. Cole also stood up, and a heavy aura enveloped the scene. The banquet hall fell silent in an instant. After about a quarter of an hour, ha, laughter echoed in the town square. Luo Han and Ku Er fell even more silent. Rox watched all of this with great interest and did not intervene. Hey, two little brats who have never seen the world, Wang Ji said. That's right. You two are just a supplement to the captain's rule over your island. Silver Axe added. You don't think that by joining this ship, you can compare yourselves to us, do you? Luo Han raised his head, looking at the contempt in Wang Ji and In Su's eyes. His expression was gloomy. Anger surged within him. Luo Han looked up at the sky, feeling that it shouldn't be like this. He clearly knew this was a world where the strong could do as they pleased, and he knew he had to become stronger before going out to sea. He knew he had grown stronger to avoid the current situation. Now that he was strong, he had become timid and fearful instead. He still thought that it was better to avoid trouble. How naive. This is not Earth. This is a world where the strong can kill at the slightest disagreement. What's wrong, kid? Feeling the pressure? This is reality. Wang Ji said. Make your move. Luo Han said with a light shout. No need for such nonsense. Let's just get started. His divine sense extended, and with a thought, his telekinetic power gathered in one place. Bang! With one hit, Wang Ji's head was struck as if hit by a punch. Instantly sent flying, he crashed into two buildings before stopping. On the other side, upon hearing Luo Han's voice, Cole instantly half-beastified and appeared beside Silver Axe, delivering a punch filled with armed haki. Silver Axe was not weak either, seeing Cole appear. He was not the least bit flustered and crossed his axe to block Cole's punch. However, Silver Axe didn't expect Cole's strength to be so great. After a brief contact with Cole's fist, he couldn't withstand the immense power and was also sent flying next to Wang Ji. Seeing this scene, the square fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at Luo Han and Cole. It should be noted that Wang Ji and Silver Axe were not weak. Being able to send both of them flying at least indicated that the strength of Luo Han and Cole was not to be underestimated. With this thought, the contempt in everyone's eyes gradually faded. After all, with the current strength of Luo Han and Cole, they wouldn't be lacking in the future. Wherever they went, they would be powerful. No one would want to underestimate the strong, as that would only make them look foolish. Hee hee. Locke smiled slightly, observing the change in the crowd's expressions, secretly thinking, these two kids are not weak. Bang! Wang Ji got up and threw off the stone slab that was on him. Ding! He leaned on his long sword, coldly looking at Luo Han. It was somewhat embarrassing, but what was that attack just now? It appeared suddenly. Bang! Silver Axe, who had fallen next to Wang Ji, swatted away the stones on him with his axe. Standing up, he said, we were indeed underestimated. Wang Ji. Then let's take them down. Wang Ji said, let us go. The two exchanged glances, their faces dark as they charged at Luo Han and Cole. Go all out, Cole, Luo Han said. At this point, there was no need to worry about whether the devil fruit would be exposed. Then the two charged towards Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Clang! A slash from Wang Ji's sword shot out, directly targeting Luo Han. Luo Han Kong paused in midair, sidestepping the slash. His eyes narrowed. Wang Ji had already arrived at Luo Han's side, swinging his sword towards his neck. Clearly, he aimed to cleave Luo Han in one blow. Unfortunately, nothing could escape Luo Han's perception through his spiritual sense. With a thought, his telekinetic powers surged, striking directly at Wang Ji's body. It was like being hit by a speeding truck. Wang Ji was instantly knocked back. Bang! Bang! This time, Cole and the Silver Axe were trading blows back and forth. Although the Silver Axe lacked Cole's strength, his combat skills were far superior. Therefore, neither could gain the upper hand in a short time, resulting in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the battle between Luo Han and Wang Ji left everyone astonished. At this moment, the invisible attacking force from Luo Han was so elusive that even the observation haki couldn't perceive the trajectory of the attack. It made everyone feel troubled, and there was a hint of fear. If they were in that position, they wouldn't know how to dodge such an attack with no visible trajectory. Other than enduring it, there was no other option. It's too abnormal. No, it should be said that Luo Han's fruit ability is too abnormal, everyone thought. At the same time, Wang Ji, who was lying on the ground, frowned. Another one of those devil fruit abilities, such a troublesome ability. However, it seemed unable to cover haki attacks. To be honest, the attack power is quite average. Wang Ji rubbed his stomach. Thanks to the haki covering, he wasn't injured. Standing up, Wang Ji had a hint of smile on his face. He raised his long sword, clang, clang. Two slashes aimed at Luo Han. Haha, as long as I keep my distance, that invisible attack won't work, right? Wang Ji laughed. Luo Han didn't explain anything. Actions are the best explanation. However, facing these two slashes, Luo Han did not dodge this time. With a thought, his psychic power quickly gathered to form a barrier. Clang! A sound like metal clashing rang out. Wang Ji's two slashes stopped before Luo Han. The shockwave generated by the blocked slashes spread out in front of Luo Han, causing chaos as objects flew everywhere. What? That kind of devil fruit ability can actually block slashes infused with haki. Wang Ji was surprised, his expression turning grim. How can we fight? The attack was blocked, and there was no way to evade those invisible attacks that had no trajectory at close range. Whitebeard and the others looked at Luo Han, equally astonished. They didn't expect Luo Han's devil fruit ability to have developed to the point of being able to withstand haki attacks. It's still too early to be surprised. Luo Han's gaze turned to Wang Ji, thinking to himself, today, I'll use you as an example. Wang Ji, with the same move, as soon as his mind shifted, Wang Ji felt the same force manifesting on him. There was no time for him to react with observation haki. Bang! Bang! Wang Ji was tossed around in the air by Luo Han's telekinesis like a kickball. The onlookers struggled to stifle their laughter at this comical scene. Bang! Luo Han retracted his telekinesis, and Wang Ji crashed down to the ground. On the other side, after witnessing Luo Han's strange abilities and Cole's strength, Silver Axe felt there was no chance of winning and stopped. Brother Han, are you okay? Cole approached Luo Han and asked. I'm fine. You don't know my abilities yet. Luan plead. Such a troublesome ability, kid. Wang Ji said with a dark expression as he stood up. But, are you just toying with me? Such a weak attack. Ha ha ha. Wang Ji seemed to want to regain some face. Although the crowd had held back their laughter earlier, this was the biggest ridicule. Hee hee. Luo Han chuckled lightly, ignoring Wang Ji's words. He directly said, so what? It's not me who looks foolish being kicked around in the air. Do you want to experience it again? You. Wang Ji glared at Luo Han, wanted to make a move, but fearing another humiliation, he refrained from attacking again. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Rock's laughter echoed. Since we understand each other's strengths, let's get started. The new era is calling us. Rock suddenly said, now, we'll split into 3 groups. Newgate and Shiki will pursue the Roger pirates. Lingling and John will conquer the remaining islands of the New World, and the rest will return with me to Hive Island. Upon hearing this, everyone had no objections. All right, Captain, they replied. Then everyone began to take action. Huh, that fight was good, Luo Han, right? And Cole, I'll remember you both. Whitebeard said to Luo Han and Cole, come with me. Luo Han and Cole exchanged smiles and followed Whitebeard toward the port. Indeed, in this world, only strength can earn recognition and a name. Luo Han stopped and looked at Charlotte Lingling. There's a leg to this. Watching Kaido quietly standing beside Charlotte Lingling. In contrast to the Kaido who would often make people commit suicide, Luo Han felt a bit uncomfortable. It seemed that Kaido intended to conquer the islands together with Charlotte Lingling. Luo Han thought to himself, but Kaido is too quiet right now. Luo Han can sense that his strength is considerable, but it seems like he is waiting for something, holding himself back. It doesn't matter. Just walk my own path. When he reached the port, there were already 4 or 5 pirate ships docked at the small pier, along with Whitebeard and the others. Luo Han and Cole boarded a medium-sized ship about 150 meters long. As everyone boarded the pirate ship, the entire vessel sank a bit, especially at the moment when Whitebeard and Cole came aboard. Hey, you guys over there, hoist the sails and set sail to chase Roger. Gold Lion called out to a few unknown pirates who had followed him onto the ship. He really is straightforward. If it weren't for the battle, just now, we might have been the ones being ordered around. Luo Han thought to himself. Luo Han and Ku Er sat down at a spot on the edge of the platform, looking at the vast sea outside the port. Luo Han's pirate career began just like that. Thud, thud. Whitebeard, holding a childish knife, came to Luo Han and Cole's side and sat down with a bang. La. First time at sea, right? Whitebeard asked. Yes. I wanted to go to sea for a long time. Huh, I can tell. I just didn't expect to set sail as a pirate. Huh. On the slowly sailing ship, Luo Han and Whitebeard were chatting. I didn't expect someone like you to join the Rock's pirates. Luo Han said. La. Didn't you guess it? Whitebeard replied. The great pirates who join the Rock's pirates either have someone to protect like you and me, or they join for treasure and power. Thinking about it carefully, that's really the case. Kaido must be in it for the power. Luo Han suddenly thought of Kaido. Hey, kid Luo Han, what are you setting sail for? At that moment, Whitebeard asked. I want to eat a lot of meat and fight. Cole said. Watching Cole start to drool again, Luo Han felt helpless. He originally wanted to say something more lofty. Forget it. Following one's heart is also good. We set sail without many thoughts. I'm just curious about the outside world. So I want to see this world for myself. Lohan said. That's really a unique, yet ordinary thought. Whitebeard said. It seems that Whitebeard has a bit of fondness for Lohan and Cole. They joined the Rock's pirates to protect their families, unlike those who seek power and treasure. Looks like you're getting along well with these 2 kids. Newgate. The Golden Lion walked over, surprised to see Whitebeard sitting with Lohan and Cole. Whitebeard is not someone who enjoys chatting with others, especially on the Rock's pirates. What is wrong, Shiki? Are you jealous? Whitebeard laughed. Jealous of what? Let us see how these 2 fare in the battles to come. The Golden Lion replied, then walked into the cabin. Clearly, Lohan and Cole's battle today only allowed them to escape the status of weaklings. They did not earn the Golden Lion's recognition. On the gangplank, Lohan frowned. Seriously, these guys are not only arrogant, but also have foul mouths. Just a couple of brats. If it weren't for the fact that I barely got through this time, I would have taught them a lesson. There will be opportunities in the future. Luan secretly remembered. What Shurji said was not unreasonable. The upcoming battle was against the Roger pirates, and one could really die if not careful. Whitebeard said solemnly. Thank you, Newgate, Cole, and I won't die so easily. Luohan smiled. However, he soon found it hard to smile. After sailing calmly on the ship for half a day, the unchanging sky suddenly changed color. Thick gray clouds seemed to appear in an instant, pressing down on Luohan and the others. Then, hailstones began to fall. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. Luohan was taken aback, staring in disbelief. Have you ever seen hail as big as a house? Stop daydreaming. You too, clear the hail in front. said the Golden Lion. Luo Han and Cole quickly snapped back to reality. This is not the time for complaints. A careless mistake could lead to the ship being destroyed and people perishing. Luo Han quickly used telekinesis to clear the hail in front of the ship. Cole was in charge of the left side, while Sexy Beauty was responsible for the right side. The old man with a white beard handled the area directly above, using various shockwaves to shatter the hail. Golden Lion was in charge of controlling the ship to prevent it from capsizing due to waves or deviating from its course. After a few hours of sailing, everyone finally emerged from the area of falling hail. Luo Han and Kuer sat soaked on the board, exchanging a glance. Excited. They both felt this was what the new world should look like. Hey guys, is this your first time experiencing the climate of the new world? At that moment, a sexy beauty walked over. Who are you? Luo Han asked. The beauty before him had an oval face, short black hair, long legs, and while her appearance was not overly stunning, she exuded a mature and sexy charm. Mainly, she was young. Could it be that Luo Han's solitary world was about to end? For a moment, Luo Han thought too much. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Xiao, the beauty said. After a moment of silence, that's it? Luo Han asked, puzzled. What about your height? Your measurements? It seemed like he was getting off topic. Just call me Sister Xiao, little brother. Sister Xiao laughed. All right, as you wish. Luo Han replied, looking at the woman who called herself Sister Xiao. As he gazed at the lightly smiling beauty, Luo Han felt like he was overlooking something, but he couldn't recall what it was at the moment. Forget it. No more thinking. Is the new world always this dangerous? Luo Han asked. Not really. Most of the time, it's much more dangerous than this. Sister Xiao responded. Oh, I see. That's a relief. Luo Han said, wearing a somewhat relieved expression. After all, adventures should be taken in moderation. Luo Han did not like being in a constant state of peril. Fortunately, most of the time was indeed dangerous. Luo Han said, suddenly realizing, wow, there are actually more dangerous ones, and they are the majority. Otherwise, how could it be called a world of the strong? Sister Xiao chuckled. The implication is that only the strong are qualified to navigate this world. At this point, Sister Xiao gave Luo Han and Kuer a deep look. So, from now on, the two strong young men will need to take good care of me. Sister Xiao continued. Since we are on the same boat. Helping each other is only natural. Luo Han said with a smile. Moreover, Sister Xiao, your strength is quite extraordinary. I will help too. Then I will trouble you two young men. Sister Xiao said with a smile. By the way, my name is Luo Han, and this is Kuer. Luo Han suddenly remembered that he hadn't introduced himself and Kuer yet. That's right. I heard a loud bang as Sister Spoon hadn't finished speaking, and her body rolled backward in an instant. Luo Han's mind moved, using psychic power to grab Spoon's sister. Suddenly, the sea current in front surged up to a height of 1,000 meters, and the ship flipped backward at a 90-degree angle. In an instant, various items fell into the sea. Many pirates were caught off guard and also fell down. Thankfully, with Luo Han present, he used his psychic power to control everyone, preventing them from falling into the sea. Wow, we're saved. It's Lord Luo Han. He's so reliable. The many pirates saved by Luo Han exclaimed. What is going on? Spoon's sister. Luo Han pulled Spoon's sister closer and watched the ship ascend along the ocean current. This is a type of updraft. If we can't leave now, we'll fall when we reach the highest point at a kilometer, Spoon's sister said, lightly, while leaning on the ship's railing. What should we do? Do you want me to control the ship to fly away from here? Luo Han asked. No need. Have you forgotten the two strongest monsters on this ship? Spoon's sister replied. Right. There's Whitebeard and Golden Lion. With their abilities, this current is nothing, Luo Han said. It was soon proven correct as the ship ascended to the best point along the current, and then the ship was directly held in the air by Golden Lion. The ability of the float fruit is still very useful. After the updraft passed, Luo Han and the others returned to the surface of the sea. Luo Han, your ability to save people is quite impressive. Whitebeard said, Yes, thank you so much for saving us, Lord Luo Han. We will definitely repay your kindness. A group of the low pirates expressed their gratitude towards Luo Han. Watching this made Luo Han's mouth twitch. He ignored them and turned to Whitebeard. This is my fruit ability. I call it the thought fruit, which can use an invisible telekinesis. It can form attacks and also control. Luo Han explained. It's somewhat similar to my float fruit ability. At this moment, Golden Lion came over and said, regarding Luo Han and Cole's strength, Golden Lion felt they could be good subordinates. Luohan, how about coming to my ship in the future? Hearing Golden Lion's invitation again, Luohan was speechless. Big brother, you're still on someone else's ship, and weren't you skeptical before? Let's talk about future matters later. Luohan replied. Luohan is a bit strange. He's so actively recruiting people now, without any reservations. Could it be that the Golden Lion is also a time traveler, knowing that the Rocks Pirates will disband in the future, so he's starting to gather people now? Luohan had some doubts. But looking at the appearance and behavior of the Golden Lion, it didn't seem like it. They saw the island. Lord Newgate. At this moment, a pirate responsible for watching said. Luohan heard this and stood up to look ahead. In the distance, a black dot gradually enlarged from this distance. It should not be too big. After a while, the ship approached the island. Everyone began to disembark. Take me with you, Luohan, said Sister Xiao. Luohan looked at Sister Xiao's calm demeanor. Have we become this familiar? So informal. Subsequently, Luohan, Cole, and Sister Xiao, who was being carried by telekinesis, flew toward the small island together. As for the others, sorry, they would have to swim there themselves. You guys, get the food ready. We're having a feast soon. Whitebeard stood on the beach of the small island, directing the Lolo pirates to prepare for the dinner. They had been out for half a day, and the sky was gradually darkening. Before long, the chefs on the ship had prepared the food, and the bonfire was lit. Clink, clink. The sound of toasting glasses rose and fell. Luohan, Cole, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Shovel Sister gathered around the campfire. They tilted their heads to the moonlight, stood on the beach, and enjoyed delicious food. This is what life should be like. Luan Lu Kid intoxicated. Hey, Luohan, is Cole a giant? Whitebeard looked at Cole with curiosity. Such a huge body didn't seem like something a normal human would have. Gold Lion also looked at Cole with great interest. Cole. No, I just transformed like this after eating a devil fruit. Luohan replied with meat in his mouth. Really? That must be a powerful fruit. Whitebeard said. What kind of devil fruit is it? Gold Lion asked. I'm all kun user. Cole said. Right? It's the Zoan-type mythical beast toOne fruit. Luohan added. Alala, a Zoan-type mythical beast? That's really rare, Shovel Sister said. This is the first time I've seen one. Hey, Luohan and Cole, how about coming aboard my ship in the future? Whitebeard also invited Luohan and Cole. To be honest, Whitebeard was also tempted. With Luohan and Cole's abilities, they would definitely be reliable companions in the future. Moreover, although the two had become pirates, their ability to save those pirates about to fall into the sea indicated that they still retained a kind heart. This was something Whitebeard valued. Hey, I've been wanting to ask. Luohan said, you guys are still in the Rocks Pirates, and you're already considering forming your own crew for the future? Are you that confident you can leave the Rocks Pirates? This had always been a question for Luohan. Ha. Luohan, just think about the people gathered on the ship now. And think about yourself, and you'll understand. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Do you really want to stay in the Rocks Pirates forever? Rohan's expression changed. If Rock's plan ultimately succeeded, and he won the God Island battle, would I stay in the Rocks Pirates forever? Clearly not. Rohan would never think that his strength would always be inferior to Rock's. How could he always remain in a subordinate position? Rohan has figured it out, said Golden Lion. It seems you are also a restless person. It should be that none of us are willing to be beneath others, bastards. Whitebeard added. Luohan and Cole exchanged glances filled with disdain. Suddenly, they felt a twinge of sympathy for Rocks. The underlings were all thinking about leaving once they became stronger. No wonder the Battle of God's Island would end in failure. At that time, there would surely be a bunch of people shouting 666. Just thinking about this scene makes one feel sorry for Rocks. Well, I'm not on the same path as you. I don't want to be a pirate. Luohan said, this is the only thing I can be sure of. For now, I just want to become stronger. Only by becoming strong can one gain the power of freedom in this cruel world. So let's get stronger together. We'll deal with the future when it comes. Come on. Cheers. Whitebeard raised his glass and looked around at everyone. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and drank. For now, being happy is all that matters. Glug glug. Rice cakes. Everyone chatted and ate. Only Cole was silently eating and drinking. Wow. Cole really has an impressive appetite. Spoon's sister said. Cole loves to eat. That's why he went to see. Luana plead. Speaking of which, Luohan looked at Spoon's sister with some curiosity about how she got onto the Rocks Pirates, considering there weren't many women on the ship. Don't look at me like that. I already have someone I like, Spoon's sister said. Well, although there is indeed a slight thought in my mind, I haven't acted on it yet. Are you not going to give me a chance? And who was so familiar with me before? Sigh. Luohan felt exhausted. So, Who is Spoon's sister's crush? I'm very curious, Luo Han asked. Haha, Luo Han, you'll meet them soon. Whitebeard laughed. Soon at the next island. It will be the Roger pirates. Wow, is it that exciting? On the enemy's ship, Luo Han felt a rush of excitement. The banquet slowly came to an end in his imagination. Afterwards, everyone returned to the ship to prepare for sleep. If you ask why they didn't rest on the island, that requires an explanation. Never spend the night on a strange island. That's common knowledge in the New World. Because you never know if the island will still be there after one night. It could suddenly sink or the sea level could rise. In short, it's unsafe. This was also a reminder from Sister Xiao earlier. Otherwise, Luo Han and Cole would have really planned to find a place to sleep on the island, which would have been a joke. Luckily, there was Sister Xiao. A night passed without incident, and in the morning, Luo Han woke up on the deck. Rubbing his eyes, he felt drowsy. It was hard to sleep outside without any cover. Once it got light, there was no way to continue sleeping. However, he turned over to continue sleeping because he was just too tired. It was his first time at sea, and he wasn't used to sleeping on a ship. It wasn't as comfortable as sleeping at home on Ringtree Island. Enemy attack. Navy. Enemy attack. Just as Luo Han was about to continue dreaming, he was startled awake by a series of shouts. He turned over, opening his senses. The Navy was coming, and their presence was not weak. Get up, you bastards. The Navy is boarding. Thanks to Whitebeard's loud voice, all the pirates in the ship instantly woke up. They grabbed their weapons and headed to the deck. No one thought about escaping. The pirates in the New World this time were excited upon seeing the Navy for the first time, thinking about having a fight first. Before long, 3 Navy warships approached, and everyone could finally see the people on the ships. It's that bastard Carp, one pirate exclaimed. Looking at the warship in the middle, he felt fear in his eyes, not knowing when he had been beaten by Carp or what had happened. But it wasn't just Carp, Luo Han said. Looking at the 3 incoming warships, Luo Han thought. It seemed like a fierce battle was about to happen. What's the panic? We have 4 powerful figures here, a slightly stronger pirate said. Yeah, we have Lord Newgate and Lord Shiki, plus Lords Luo Han and Cole. So there's no need to worry. The group of pirate followers was self-assured, and even Luo Han almost believed that they were quite reliable. Ahaha, finally found you bastards. Newgate Shiki, Carp, standing on the middle warship, looked excitedly at Whitebeard and Golden Lion. This time you better be careful, without rocks around. Let us Navy's 3 greats send you to impel down to retire. Carp said, retire? The Navy on the warship seemed to not understand Carp's joke. Looking at the young Whitebeard and Golden Lion, they seemed to have some new insight into the word retire. It's you 3 bastards, Carp, Whitebeard said from the ship. What? Did we chase you off before? And now seeing US divide our forces, you think you could defeat us? But the intelligence of the world government is indeed impressive. You found out so quickly. Carp laughed. Here, this is this morning's newspaper. It's all about the Rocks pirates in the news. Carp raised the newspaper in his hand. Whitebeard's mouth twitched. It really is Captain Rock style? Carp laughed and wanted to say more, but was stopped by Sengoku. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, you cannot be allowed to continue like this. Zifa from another ship said, let's defeat you here and send you to impel down in your lives. Clang, clang. 3 crescent-shaped slashes flew directly toward the 3 warships. It was Golden Lion who made the first move. Clearly, he didn't want to listen to the Navy's 3 greats anymore. Ding, ding. The 3 slashes were respectively blocked and dispersed by 3 fists in the air. The shattered slashes still left scratches on the sea surface. Looking at Golden Lion's condensed slashes, even though they shattered into countless tiny sword energies, they still maintained great power. Luo Han also realized the strength of an admiral. Bang, bang, Carp, and the others landed on the warship simultaneously. Fire, sink the pirate ship. Sengoku shouted. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The soldiers replied. Clang, clang. The cannons on the Navy warship turned towards Luo Han's ship. Return fire, you bastards. Whitebeard shouted loudly. For a moment, cannonballs flew everywhere. But unfortunately, they all landed around, with none hitting the ships. Any cannonball that got close to the ship was knocked away by the people on board. The same went for the Navy. Luo Han was somewhat disappointed. This was not the naval battle he wanted to see. Only Cole looked excited as he watched the 2 sides' cannonballs explode in the water. Sister Spoon was also standing calmly, a hint of a smile on her face. It seems to have no effect. Sengoku said. Shut up, Carp, Sengoku said. Zephyr, I will hold back the Golden Lion and Whitebeard with Carp. You go take care of the other pirates, then meet up with Carp and me to defeat Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. All right, then I'll take care of these weaklings first, Zephyr said. Hey, Sengoku, I can handle it myself. No need for help. Carp said unwillingly. Shut up, Carp. Sengoku glared at Carp and said, Go. Sengoku called out lightly. Soon, the three of them used moonwalk to fly directly towards Luo Han and the others. Come on, Carp. Sengoku, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion charged towards Carp and Sengoku respectively. Clang, crack. The clash of fists and blades, the collision of fists, rose and fell in the air. The atmosphere shattered under Whitebeard's fist like glass. An invisible shock wave spread out, causing everyone on the ship to stumble. No, if this continues, the ship will be affected. You bunch of bastards. Get the ship away from here, Luo Han said. It seems they've been influenced by Whitebeard. They're starting to call us bastards. You bunch of weaklings, where do you think you're going? At this moment, Zifa had already arrived on the ship, looking at Luo Han and the other weak pirate crew. Suddenly, Zifa felt a huge force acting on him, barely managing to use armament haki for defense. With a thud, Zifa was knocked off the ship and fell into the sea. Bang! Tap tap. Zifa used moonwalk to return to the air, looking at Luo Han and the others. He had an expression of surprise and confusion. Surprised that he thought there were no strong people left on the ship. Confused about who had just launched the attack. Alala, this young Navy guy will be left to Luo Han and Cole. Sister Spoon said, Let's move the ship away, giving them some space. How reliable. It's really a blessing to have Lord Luo Han at a critical moment. A group of weaklings fell into their own imaginations. Luo Han was stunned. All right, you guys move the ship away. Cole and I will stay behind to deal with Zifa. In the end, Luo Han had no choice, since only he and Cole could hold Zifa back. Maybe Sister Spoon could as well, but it seemed she didn't want to fight. Forget it, no more thinking. Then, ignoring the group of weaklings behind him who only shouted 666, Luo Han and Cole flew into the air to confront Zifa. Clang, clang, crack. Another round of clashes began. Carp and Sengoku also noticed the situation on Zifa's side. It seems there was a bit of an unexpected turn. Sengoku said, It's fine. Zifa should be able to handle it. It's just that there was no information on these two in the intel. They must have joined recently. Sengoku looked closely at Luo Han and Cole, but found no related data. Sengoku, we actually split our forces. They must have some strength. The Golden Lion said, Don't forget, the one ruling the New World now is our rock pirates. Hearing the taunting tone of the Golden Lion, Sengoku felt a bit of a headache. Although it was true, it was still infuriating. So what? Today I'll send all of you to impel down, Sengoku said. Then, the four of them continued their fierce battle in the air, and for a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. If there were no surprises, they could fight for 10 days and nights, and the surprise would depend on Zifa and Luo Han's side with Cole. At this moment, Zifa looked at Luo Han and Cole floating in the air, his expression serious. It must be the power of a devil fruit, the ability to fly. Or maybe it's a normal state. Zifa felt a bit confused. While Zifa was lost in thought, Cole could no longer wait. Brother Han, I'll go first, Cole said. He then activated his half-beast form and stepped, using moonwalk to increase his speed. Cole rushed towards Zifa at high speed. Divine Fist Way, Cole shouted softly, throwing a punch at Zifa. Zifa covered his hands with haki, also throwing a punch. Clang. An invisible shockwave spread from the collision of the large and small fists. Waves surged up from the sea beneath them. After a brief clash, both retreated 10 meters. Kid, who are you? With such strength, why become a pirate? Zifa looked at Cole's young face, somewhat regretful. My name is Cole. Wherever Brother Han goes, I go, Cole said, his eyes shifting. What a pity. Zifa sighed. He then glanced at Luo Han and looked at Cole's half-beast form. He thought, that invisible attack just now must have been launched by this Luo Han kid. Truly limitless potential. To have such combat power at such a young age. They are all devil fruit users, and from Cole flying in the air, it can be seen that they are at least users of an ancient zone-type devil fruit, while Luo Han should be a special Paramecia-type devil fruit user. What a pity. It is precisely because of this that I cannot let you two kids go. Otherwise, in the future, there will be another troublesome Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Zifa thought about this in his heart, his expression becoming serious. Unfortunately, today I can only send you to impel down for transformation. Zifa frowned, looking at Cole, and Luo Han said, Luo Han was shocked. In his spiritual perception, it seemed that Zifa's haki had become more solid. Be careful, Cole, Luo Han reminded. Boom. Just as Luo Han was speaking, Zifa suddenly appeared in front of Cole, his dark fist striking Cole's abdomen. Cole's body was hit in waves thud. After a brief contact, a sonic boom sounded, and Cole was smashed down onto a small island at high speed. Zephyr. That bastard. Luo Han's face turned dark. Clang. Zephyr suddenly appeared in front of Luo Han, throwing a punch at him. However, it was blocked by Luo Han's telekinesis, but it didn't stop. Luo Han's psychic energy wall only held for a moment before being shattered. Bang! Luo Han was also hit in the stomach by Zephyr's punch, sending him crashing towards the small island. Boom! Luan landed beside Cole. Han, are you okay? Cole quickly got up and asked upon hearing the commotion. Huff! Huff! Luo Han gasped for air, unable to speak, and could only wave his hand at Cole to indicate that he was fine. It really hurt. That solid haki hitting his stomach felt like a drill piercing into him. Fortunately, Luo Han's body was already quite strong, but he still couldn't compare to Cole in terms of defense. Zephyr's attacks were too fierce. For the time being, Luo Han could endure, but over time his body wouldn't hold up. The main thing was it really hurt. Bang! Zephyr also arrived at the small island. What impressive observation, haki! Zephyr remarked, thinking about Luo Han's previous reaction. No matter how impressive, it didn't block the attack, right? Luo Han replied, but next time, I won't let you hit me again. Let's go. Cole, you take the lead while I provide support. Okay. Han. Cole nodded in response. Then Cole charged at Zephyr, delivering a punch covered in armament haki. Unfortunately, Zephyr had too much battle experience, coupled with his superior observation haki. With a sidestep, Zephyr easily dodged Cole's punch and then turned around, preparing to kick Cole in the stomach. Luo Han's divine sense perceived and snorted. This time, I won't let you off so easily. Luo Han's thoughts stirred, and his telekinetic power instantly converged, striking Zephyr in the stomach. At that moment, when Zephyr was exerting force, he had no leverage to push against and was easily sent flying towards Cole. Subsequently, Cole delivered a backhand punch to Zephyr, creating a metallic collision sound as if hitting a steel lump. Fortunately, Cole's strength was sufficient. Zephyr, suspended in the air and unable to gain leverage, was still knocked away. Bang! Zephyr crashed deep into the small island. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Carp and others, seeing Zephyr being sent flying by Cole, temporarily paused, their brows furrowing. This is troublesome, Sengoku thought. Ha! Sengoku, how is it? Whitebeard said. Luo Han's devil fruit ability is quite troublesome. Sengoku remained silent, contemplating the scene of Zephyr being knocked away. Indeed troublesome. That invisible attack appeared on Zephyr in an instant, with no visible trajectory and very fast speed. Unless one possesses the observation haki to see the future, it's difficult to evade. Carp's expression tightened as he spoke in a deep voice. Hearing Carp's words, Sengoku's face turned even darker. He thought, in this case, although Zephyr's body haki can block such attacks, he won't be able to defeat Luo Han and Cole. The plan has basically failed. Don't think too much about it. Sengoku. Seemingly sensing Sengoku's frustration, Carp said loudly, once I deal with Newgate, I'll take care of those two brats. Ha! Buzz. Whitebeard directly concentrated his tremor fruit ability and slashed towards Carp. I'll take you down, Carp. Whitebeard roared. It's me, Newgate. Carp charged forward with a punch, speaking in a deep voice. The four then exchanged various basic attacks, and for a moment, the sea surface churned, and sword energy crisscrossed. The sea and the island looked like a cake being casually sliced. The warships and Luo Han's pirate ship were pushed far away. Watching the group on the island that treated their big moves as basic attacks, the pirates left on the ship, although they had seen it several times. Couldn't help but exclaim, the world of the strong is truly terrifying. Sister Spoon was more concerned about Luo Han and Cole, seeing Zephyr being knocked away by Cole. She felt somewhat relieved. Deep in the small island, Zephyr stood up. He checked his body and found no issues. Although Cole's strength was great, or rather, his force was substantial, strength and force are not the same. The former can injure a person, while the latter merely pushes someone away. It seems my haki training isn't quite up to par, Zephyr thought. Top. Zephyr walked back to Luo Han and Cole. Looking at Luo Han, Zephyr felt a bit of a headache. Although it was only 2 attacks, he could already discern that with Luo Han's attacks combined with his observation haki, it would be very difficult for him to evade. This also meant that Zephyr could only endure the hits. However, isn't that what battles are about? Countering attacks. Zephyr was not discouraged. Soru. Zephyr charged towards Luo Han again, clearly wanting to attack him like the last time. But Luo Han, fully focused, would not give Zephyr another chance. At this point, Luo Han had already integrated his telekinetic power into himself, increasing his movement speed to a new level. Lowering his head, He dodged ZFA's punch coming from the air, and with a telekinetic punch, he struck ZFA, who was unable to gain leverage in the air. Thud! ZFA was sent flying towards Cole. Cole, already vibrating slightly, concentrated his power in his fist, preparing to unleash a giant gun of haki to finish ZFA. Meanwhile, ZFA, being sent towards Cole, sensed the threat of this punch and evaded it in advance with Moonwalk. His form remained unaffected. Sigh. Luo Han's telekinetic attack, lacking haki, had little effect on ZFA. ZFA dodged, and the attack was now directed at Luo Han. Luo Han also shaved off, instantly leaving. Then, a condensed cylindrical shockwave swept past Luo Han, striking deep into the sea. Originally, Luo Han wanted to push Zifa back to the direction of Cole's attack. However, there was no time, otherwise both Luo Han and Zifa would have to endure Cole's attack, which Luo Han dared not withstand. Bang! Bang! Luo Han and Zifa landed simultaneously. Looking ahead, they saw a circular deep groove leading into the sea, and a semicircular passage formed on the water surface, taking a long time for the sea to smooth over the passage again. The pirates on the ship, upon seeing the shockwave that had just swept past the bow and the passage it left on the sea, wore expressions of relief. They almost died. A pirate gulped nervously and said, "I didn't expect Lord Cole to be so strong. It's really reliable and so fortunate." A group of pirates fell into their own beautiful fantasies again. "What reliable companions," Spoon's sister murmured. On the other side, bang, bang. The four who also landed on the island looked towards Cole with serious expressions. Could it be that Cole is really from the giant race? Whitebeard said, Hey, Newgate, that's the Elbaf Spear, the giant country, right? Carp asked loudly, "Have you already conquered the giant country?" Upon hearing this, Zifa and Sengoku were also shocked. That's right. According to the rules of the Rocks Pirates, if a giant joins Rocks, it represents that the giant country has joined the Rocks Pirates. Connecting it to Cole, just recently joining the Rocks Pirates, Carp and the others' expressions grew more serious. If it's true, they would really turn the world upside down. The giant country is known as the strongest nation. It's the Elbaf Spear of the giant country. But Cole shouldn't be from the giant country, Whitebeard said. But he didn't rule out the possibility of him coming from there. As long as it's not about conquering the giant country, then it's fine. One giant alone cannot shake the rule of the world government. Carp sighed in relief and casually said. However, it seems that kind of attack cannot be launched casually. Looking at Cole's fatigued state, Sengoku's expression relaxed slightly as he spoke softly. Sengoku, as long as Luo Han is here, Zifa won't be able to do anything. The Golden Lion laughed proudly, and now is not the time for chatting. Sengoku, with a wave of his right hand, clang. A powerful slash was aimed at Sengoku. Sengoku, transformed into the Great Buddha, turned around, and with a punch, a condensed shockwave, clang, blocked the Golden Lion's slash. The battle reignited, and in an instant, the four were fighting together again. Luo Han looked at the panting Cole and slightly shook his head. What's the rush? Our main goal now is to strengthen ourselves. Haki can only be quickly improved through combat, Luo Han said. With someone like Zephyr, who possesses the strength of a Marine Admiral, as your training partner, you could just focus on your training. I'll handle the rest. You understand, Hanye? Cole replied after catching his breath. You two little brats. Zephyr roared from the side, his face dark with anger. These two little punks actually treat me as a training partner. It looks like I'll have to take these two brats to impel down for some labor reform. Zephyr thought to himself. Come on, Zephyr. You are destined to be Cole's training partner. Luo Han laughed loudly, then said solemnly, because I said so. You bastard. Zephyr erupted in anger. Even his haki seemed to become more solid. Bang. Zephyr threw a punch. Cole also punched back. Clang. This time, the two collided head-on, with one big and one small fist locked in a stalemate. Bang. Both retreated 10 meters. Ouch. Cole blew on his reddened fist. Although he compensated for some of the power gap with his strength, the intensity of haki was still lacking. However, fortunately, the Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit provided Cole with exceptional recovery for his body. Before long, his reddened fist returned to normal. In the subsequent fight, Cole took the lead in attacking, while Luo Han assisted from the side. Whenever Zephyr targeted Cole's weak points, such as his temples, groin, eyes, and other vulnerable areas, Luo Han used his telekinesis on Zephyr, making him jump up in anger and charge at Luo Han each time. Unfortunately, Luo Han had mastered the edge OB technique and perfectly avoided all of Zephyr's attacks. This battle continued for 3 days and nights, ultimately ending because Kuro wanted to eat. perhaps realizing that if they continued fighting, it would really come down to life and death, and with someone as annoying as Luo Han around. Sengoku and the others also stopped fighting. Huh, Whitebeard will let you off this time, but next time I can send you to impel down. Carp didn't really care either. He was indifferent about letting pirates escape, casually saying, well then, next time I'll just throw you in the sea to feed the fish. Whitebeard glared, refusing to back down against Carp. Huh. Carp laughed heartily, and then returned to the warship with Zephyr and Sengoku. Luo Han and the others returned to their respective boats. As soon as they got back on board, a group of chatterboxes began to fantasize, displaying all sorts of happy expressions, which made Luo Han's head ache. Ignoring them, Luo Han hurriedly asked the ship's cook to prepare some food. He then sat down on the deck with Cole. Looking at Cole's bruised body, Luo Han felt a bit excessive, training by shouting slogans to empower Cole while frantically observing from the sidelines. Fortunately, with Cole's physique, he should be fine after eating. Luo Han comforted himself and immediately felt much better. Top, top. Whitebeard and Gold Lion walked up to Luo Han and Cole. Such a strong body. You can fight Zephyr for 3 days and nights, Cole. You've earned my recognition, Gold Lion said. At the same time, he thought to himself, Cole will be a formidable opponent in the future. As for Luo Han, the guy who shouts 666 on the sidelines, even if his attacks are strange, his imposing manner is lacking and poses little threat. Alas, poor Luo Han, still unaware that this battle has made Gold Lion underestimate him. But even if he knew, Luo Han probably wouldn't care, right? Hee hee. Cole just smiled and said nothing. There was really nothing to say. After all, they were the ones getting beaten. And what was more frustrating was that in the end, they couldn't even inflict a scratch on Zephyr. The strength of a vice admiral is indeed extraordinary. Being able to make Zephyr helpless with just physical strength is already impressive, Whitebeard said. So, Cole, are you a giant? After all, not everyone can master the power of the... A giant who was once stranded on an island taught me that. Luo Han replied quickly, not wanting to expose Uncle Kate's matter. Is that so? Just like Ling Ling, Whitebeard said, although he still had some doubts. But there was no need to investigate further. Whitebeard was just momentarily curious about these things. He then sat down to rest on the plank with Gold Lion. Time slowly passed, and the ship sailed a distance. Soon, Spoon's sister came over. Behind her was a group of Lo carrying food. Alala, you must be hungry. Go ahead and eat, you two little brothers, Spoon's sister said to Luo Han and Cole. Then, plates of delicious food were brought up. Luo Han and Cole couldn't care less about replying, as they eagerly grabbed the chunks of meat and started devouring them. Whitebeard and Gold Lion also joined in, wildly feasting on the delicious food. All 4 of them were big eaters, and in no time, their plates were emptied. More dishes were brought out, and the chefs on the ship were frantically busy preparing food. This food frenzy came to an end with Luo Han and Gold Lion finishing first. Only Whitebeard and Cole were still going, both being large individuals with a terrifying appetite. However, in the end, Whitebeard was the first to give in. Cole was the last one still fighting, but he was almost done as there was no more food left on the ship. After all, Cole's Kuin fruit granted him nearly infinite devouring ability, as if the food entered an infinite space, allowing him to consume as much as he wanted. Cole out a deep breath. All the injuries on his body had disappeared. That's enough. No more food needed, Cole said to the head chef. Oh, all right, Lord Cole, the head chef replied after a brief pause. How are you feeling, Cole? Is your body all healed? Luo Han asked. Yes, I'm all better now, Han-go. Cole replied. That's good. Otherwise, Luo Han would feel a bit guilty, really just a bit. Do you feel like your haki has solidified a bit? Luo Han said. Cole raised his right hand, covered with armed haki, and carefully felt it. It definitely feels more solid than before. Cole said, Luhan, Cole. Haki can indeed only improve through combat. Whitebeard said, looking forward to battling you, young Cole. He looked at Cole with excited eyes. Luo Han was a bit frustrated, clearly. He was the most handsome guy in the whole place. He had only been knocked away once throughout the entire event, and after that, it was Luo Han single-handedly knocking Zephyr away. Why was everyone saying Cole was so impressive? Were they jealous of his fruit ability's charm? Luo Han fell into deep suspicion. Seeing Luo Han lost in his own thoughts, Whitebeard and Gold Lion exchanged an awkward glance. Mainly, Luo Han's ability was too annoying, although it wasn't very powerful. He could still knock people away, as if he was kicking them like a ball. Whitebeard and Gold Lion didn't want to suffer this indignity. Hadn't they seen Zephyr jumping in anger? Then everyone returned to their comfortable places to rest. The ship slowly sailed towards the next island, White Island. 2 days ago, New World, Hive Island. Countless pirates were celebrating on the island. This was a carnival island that never stopped. It was a pirate island that belonged solely to pirates. On the island, there were skull-shaped buildings. In the highest room, Rock sat on the sofa, holding a bottle of liquor and drinking it sip by sip. So, the news has been sent out to the whole world, right? Rock said. Hee. This morning, the world has already received the Newsbird's newspaper, Lord Rock's. A sharp voice came from a snail phone on the table in front of Rock's. Then, the world government should know by now. I wonder how they'll react. I'm looking forward to it. Ahaha. Rock stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the many pirates celebrating on Hive Island, his face filled with thoughts. The plan is perfect. It just depends on the world government's response. But as long as Lord Rox is in charge of Hive Island, even if the world government knows, they won't be able to do anything. Hee. Hearing the sharp voice from behind again, Rox turned around and sat down. Now, we just have to wait for time. You be careful too. Don't let CP0 catch you. Rox said. I will, Lord Rox. The sharp voice replied. Then let's leave it at that. Rox said. Goodbye, Lord Rox. This time, the voice was not so sharp. Click. The snail phone was hung up, and the room fell into silence. Rox lay back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and thought about the changes in the new world over the past 4 years, sneering coldly. To pick up cheap deals, the world government was quite ruthless. For years ago, when Rox announced he wanted to rule the new world, it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a plan that had been made early on. Rox found a boss who desired to create a big news agency and shared his idea of ruling the new world with him. The news agency boss immediately saw the opportunity to expand the news agency and hit it off with Rox, thus launching the declaration for the new world. But it seemed the world government didn't care. As the Rox pirates grew, they only sent Carp and other new generation Marines to the new world for training, seemingly waiting for something. On the other side, in the Holy Land, Mariehua, the office of the 5 elders, an elder with a curved beard held a newspaper in his hand, frowning. Have they noticed? Or are they trying to speed up their rule over the new world? Putting down the newspaper, the elder walked to the side. No matter what the situation is, let's just keep an eye on it and continue to monitor the information on the Rox pirates. Be ready to report at any time. The blonde elder stood up and instructed the informant kneeling on the ground. Yes, Your Excellency, the 5 elders. You may go. The reporting informant then withdrew. The blonde elder looked back at the newspaper, which reported on the Rox pirates splitting up to conquer the new world. Has that rat from the news agency not been found yet? The elder, leaning on a cane, spoke with an unfriendly tone. Not yet, the blonde elder replied. What a bunch of useless fools. Let CP0 take action. We can't let them continue to fool the ordinary people of the world with news. The elder with the long sword was very dissatisfied that CP9 had yet to find that news agency boss. All right. No one has any objections. He then instructed the guards to convey the order. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire echoed over a small town. This was an island in the West Sea, and at this moment, the only town on the island was being slaughtered by pirates. Captain, did you see this morning's newspaper? The Rox pirates have split up. The kings of the new world can't wait any longer. Captain, when we go to the new world, I heard it's a world ruled by pirates. Pirates, holding bloodied weapons and standing around, casually discussed the situation of the new world. Gee, the captain, standing in the middle, drew out his bleeding long knife and laughed, saying, after looting this small town, the supplies will be basically ready. We can set sail for the Grand Line. Really? Captain, that's great. Can we finally set sail for the new world? Here we come, paradise for pirates. On this day, pirates from all over the seas became even crazier. In no time, the number of pirates in the Grand Line surged rapidly. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Clap. The current Marine Admiral angrily slammed the report on the desk about the colonel stationed at Roadtown being killed again. Ever since Rox initiated the pirate era, known as the New World, Roadtown, as a stronghold for advancing into the Grand Line, had been repeatedly attacked by pirates. This was already the nth colonel stationed there to be killed by pirates. Damn it, what are the 5 elders doing? Why don't they send someone above the rank of major to defend Roadtown? What kind of ridiculous order is this? The Marine Admiral said. He then picked up the newspaper from that morning. Splitting up? That doesn't seem like Rox style. Is it for some unknown reason? On this day, the world seemed to enter a fast lane because of this newspaper. Now, back to the present. At this moment, Luo Han and the others had arrived at White Island and finally saw the newspaper that would change the course of the world. A group of people sat together eating, with Luo Han sitting beside the long table, holding a piece of meat in one hand and the newspaper in the other, his face filled with confusion. It was at this moment that Luo Han realized that it was Rox himself who had let the news agency report on the split. What was Rox doing? actively leaking his own information. Wasn't he afraid the Marines and the world government would concentrate their forces to surround and kill him? He didn't understand. Chomp. Luo Han bit into a piece of meat. Forget it, just be careful. If it comes to it, I can run. In terms of escape skills, Luo Han believed he was second to none. He could go to the sky as well as dive underwater. For now, he would eat well first. Newgate. How are we going to pursue the Roger pirates? Luo Han was puzzled about how to chase the enemy on this vast sea. These past few days, it felt less like they were pursuing Roger and more like they were on a leisurely trip. They were specifically visiting islands with people. Little Luo Han, not knowing the exact location of the Roger pirates. How can we pursue them? But as long as we keep landing on islands with people, we will surely encounter the Roger pirates. Whitebeard said with a smile. Luo Han was still a bit confused. This is too casual, isn't it? He asked. How will we know when we can encounter him like this? And shouldn't we report to Rox? Don't you understand, Luo Han? At this moment, the Golden Lion walked over holding a wine bottle and said, Rox didn't make it mandatory for us to capture Roger. He just asked us to pursue the Roger pirates. And given Roger's personality, he won't stay on a deserted island forever. Besides, after seeing the newspaper from 3 days ago, he definitely won't run away anymore. He might already be on his way to us. The Golden Lion continued. Hearing the Golden Lion's analysis, it really seemed quite possible. In his previous life, Luo Han had seen an anime that Roger was a man who did everything in a grand manner, without the pressure from Rox. Roger didn't have to worry about his companion's safety, so he naturally wouldn't run away anymore. That means soon he would finally get to meet the most charismatic man in the world of One Piece. Luo Han thought excitedly. In the evening, the bright moon hung high, like a round disk emitting white light. From White Island, one could still see 2 black spots, one large and one small on the disk. At this moment, the large and small black spots were also looking towards White Island. Cool. From this perspective, White Island looked like a garden that had been cut through the middle. Luo Han looked at the circular shape of White Island below, a black deep valley running through the middle, marveling at the wonders of nature. Yeah, it really is, Cole said. Indeed, some landscapes can only be seen from a high vantage point. That's right. The 2 black figures, one large and one small, were Luo Han and Cole. By evening, Luo Han took Cole to the sky above White Island for a brief post-battle summary. The battle with Zephyr also made Luo Han realize his shortcomings. To be honest, Luo Han felt a bit frustrated today. The previous battle with Zephyr ended in a complete defeat for Luo Han and Cole. It could be said that if they continued fighting, it would be a matter of life and death, and they would surely die. Speaking of this, Luo Han was also angry. He wondered if everyone in the world of One Piece was like this. It seemed that growing through battle appeared to be quite easy. The fight with Zephyr was the same. At first, Luo Han could use his telekinesis to interfere with Zephyr, and together with Cole, they managed to suppress Zephyr for a while. However, as time went on, Zephyr gradually got used to Luo Han's telekinetic attacks. He began to use Luo Han's telekinesis as an acceleration to fight with Cole. This led to Cole becoming quite awkward and getting beaten badly. And Zephyr, in the end, he even dodged Luo Han's telekinetic attacks a few times in advance. At that moment, Luo Han was quite shocked. Even now, he couldn't figure out how Zephyr managed to dodge his telekinetic attacks. That's why Luo Han wanted to call Cole over in the evening to analyze the battle with Zephyr. Cole, let's fly a bit higher to avoid disturbing the people on White Island below, Luo Han said to Cole. Okay. Cole naturally had no objections. After that, the 2 flew up a bit further, about 8,000 meters above the island. Cole, refine your Busashoka haki a bit more now. Luo Han looked at Cole and thought about how he'd been beaten up by ZFA before. The gain should be good. He indeed felt that his domineering power had increased a lot. Brother Han, Cole said, looking at the black domineering energy gathering in his hands, which seemed smoother than before. Let's have a fight directly. Cole, this way the feeling will be deeper, Luo Han said. All right, let's go, Brother Han, Cole replied. With a thought, he infused his psychic power into his body, carefully sensing the enhancement of this power, as if every cell had been equipped with a little electric motor. Luo Han felt a surge of energy throughout his body and couldn't help but swing his fist. It seemed as if his fists had become heavier. Here he comes. Cole. Luo Han's eyes locked onto Cole. He charged forward with a punch, and Cole responded with a punch of his own. Clang. Cole's powerful punch, forged with dominance, collided with Luo Han's equally focused psychic punch. A sound of explosive air burst echoed in the air, accompanied by an invisible shockwave spreading outward. After a brief struggle of strength, Luo Han felt a sharp pain in his fist. Thud! The two men were pushed back 100 meters each. After carefully assessing Cole's current attack, Luo Han once again felt the shortcomings of his psychic power, compared to Cole's powerful and refined energy. Luo Han's psychic power was not as concentrated, and his defense was weaker. Additionally, it couldn't form directly within the body, resulting in a significant drop in attack power. Luo Han believes that the most powerful aspect of armament haki is not its defense, but its ability to grasp the flowing bodies of Logia users, allowing for attacks that can cause damage. Therefore, the true terror of armament haki lies in its offensive capabilities. In contrast, Luo Han's psychic power primarily acts directly on the surface of a person's body or gathers in one place to form attacks like fists. There is an issue here. When psychic power acts directly on the surface of a body, it is similar to gravity acting on a person. It cannot create explosive attacks. Yet, it also cannot penetrate the body like gravity does to cause internal damage. This is a shortcoming of psychic power that Luo Han later realized. It cannot directly attack the internal structures of living beings. This may be related to the way Luo Han initially developed his psychic power. Luo Han's psychokinesis is the ability to influence reality through communication with the psychokinetic world, which exists in a microcosm. It is not a direct attack from Luo Han's mental fruit ability. Although launching psychokinesis from this microcosm allows Luo Han to exert it without consuming a lot of physical strength, there seems to be a magnetic field within living organisms that blocks the formation of psychokinesis, causing Luo Han psychokinesis to only form externally. The current issue is to enhance the refinement of psychokinesis, which can only be achieved through continuous battles. Here we go. Luo Han charges towards Cole. The battle reignites. Clang. Clang. The collisions between Luo Han and Cole create ripples of air in the sky. As time passes, Luo Han feels that the refinement of his psychokinesis has thickened somewhat. It seems that the domineering aura has a great effect on the refinement of psychokinesis. Clang. After another collision, Luo Han calls out to Cole to stop. Cole, let's go down and fight. Luo Han says, it's not possible to use the domineering aura in the air. All right, Brother Han, Cole replies. The two then land on the other side of the island, which is the side without the town. Bang, bang. Luo Han and Cole land simultaneously. Luo Han released his telekinetic powers and covered his entire body with armament haki. All right, this is another awkward aspect for Luo Han. Due to the incompatibility between armament haki and telekinesis, when Luo Han flies while enveloped in telekinesis, he can cover his body with armament haki, but he can only do so inside the telekinetic wrap. In this way, during battle, it is actually the telekinesis that absorbs the attacks, failing to train the haki effectively. Therefore, Luo Han had no choice but to come down to the ground. A direct confrontation, Cole, Luo Han said. If he wanted to train his haki, a direct confrontation was the best training. Clang. Another loud sound echoed, with sand and stones flying around. An invisible red lightning flashed between the large and small black fists. Clang. Clang. Just like in the air, Luo Han and Cole continuously exchanged punches. There are no techniques involved, just straightforward fighting. However, after a while, Luo Han could no longer endure it. It hurt too much. After another exchange of punches, Luo Han blew on his reddened fists, taking deep breaths. Luo Han's haki seems to be a bit excessive. It appears that haki needs to clash with even stronger haki to improve quickly. Zephyr is really a good person. Luo Han sighed. Are you okay, Hanga? Cole came over and looked down at Luo Han's reddened fist. I'll hold back a bit next time, Hanga. Cole said. Huh, no need. Besides, the reason your haki is stronger than mine has nothing to do with your strength. Luo Hanlian said no. However, Cole's domineering presence has indeed become much stronger. Should I also go head-to-head with Zifa? No way. My current body has only enhanced strength and speed, but my defense is not as strong as Cole's. If it were Luo Han fighting Zifa before, I definitely wouldn't be able to withstand Zifa's domineering attacks. I should think of other ways to become stronger. Maybe I can do it this way. Cole, use your armament haki again and let me feel it. Luo Han said to Cole, are you coming again? Hanga, your hands are still red. Cole said awkwardly. Luo Han quietly hid his hands behind his back. No, after you hit me, you used armament haki. Let me feel it carefully with my spiritual sense, Luo Han said. Oh, I see. Understanding this. Cole felt relieved and didn't he need to hit Hanga again. Then Hanga, go ahead and sense. Cole covered himself completely with armament haki. And suddenly a 10-meter-tall figure entirely in black appeared before Luo Han. An invisible pressure enveloped Luo Han. He didn't expect that Cole, fully covered in armament haki, would give off such a strong sense of oppression. On the quiet white island, on the other side of the small town, occasional insect sounds could be heard. Luo Han stood in front of Cole, carefully sensing Cole's domineering presence. This time, the careful perception really felt different. Perhaps it was Cole's trust in Luo Han that allowed him to deeply sense the internal aspects of Cole's domineering aura, in the perception of divine consciousness. While the domineering presence contains the character for Qi, it is actually more of a force field that exists within the physical body. This force field feels like the resistance experienced when bringing two magnets of the same polarity close to each other. This gives the domineering presence the ability to repel all external forces. Luo Han thought to himself, this is probably the reason why haki can defend against the abilities of other special devil fruits. Otherwise, those special devil fruit abilities would be too difficult to deal with, like the toy fruit, which can instantly kill someone just by being touched. Haki can repel the attacks or effects caused by such special devil fruit abilities. This provides a way to defend against them. It also leaves some face for the strong. Otherwise, someone like Foxy could accidentally trap one of the four emperors and take them out in an instant. In that case, Kaido would definitely never earn the title of the strongest creature. Having figured this out, Luo Han finally understood a bit why his psychic power and haki couldn't merge, and even seemed to cut each other off. Because in essence, Luo Han's psychic power is not his own strength. It only influences reality through the psychic world to achieve the effects of psychic power. Perhaps it is because of this that Luo Han's haki cannot merge with his psychic power. Alas, this is a sad realization. However, this is different from Luo Han's initial thoughts. He initially wanted to analyze Cole's haki through his spiritual sense to control his own haki and become as strong as Cole. It was like a form of copying. This way, Luo Han wouldn't have to refine his haki through close combat, which would be very painful. But now he knows that everyone's haki is a special force field emitted by their bodies, and each person's is different, making it impossible to copy. It's not like using the mind to guide the physical body to evolve. Haki cannot be evolved through mental guidance. Thinking about this, Luo Han suddenly felt that using the mind to guide haki might be feasible. Armament haki is essentially a physical ability. Since the body can evolve and grow stronger through mental guidance, then the armament haki, which is based on the body, should also be able to. But how to record it in the breath? In the earlier spiritual perception, he only felt the breath of the body in Cole's haki, nothing else. No solution. Luo Han felt a bit frustrated. He thought he could quietly get stronger. Brother Han, are you done? Seeing Luo Han alternating between excitement and melancholy, Cole couldn't help but ask, mainly because Cole was a bit unaccustomed to maintaining his full-body armament haki without moving, feeling a bit strange. I'm done, Cole. Sorry. I zoned out just now. Luo Han looked at Kier with some apology, as if he had always made Kier do experiments. He hadn't considered Kier's feelings at all. This habit needed to change. Kier was his brother, not a servant to be ordered around. Oh, no need to apologize, Han-ge. Kier scratched his head, a bit confused, not understanding why Luo Han was apologizing. He didn't get it. All right, no need to apologize. Luo Han looked up and smiled, no longer being polite with Cole. He glanced at the moon, which had already crossed half the sky. Time really flies. Let's go back, Cole. Luo Han called to Cole to prepare to go back to sleep. Cole replied. The two then flew back to the ship at the dock. Just as they landed on the gangplank, they saw Whitebeard half lying on it, holding a bottle of wine and taking sips. You're back. Really hard at work. Still have to train tonight, Whitebeard said, putting down the bottle and sighing as he noticed Luo Han and Cole. Brother Newgate, why are you here? Aren't you going to rest in town? Seeing Whitebeard like this, Luo Han was a bit curious, clearly realizing that he had been on the ship for a while. Aren't you back on the ship too? Whitebeard asked in return, also curious. Us? Cole is too big. There aren't any suitable places to rest in town. So we came back to the ship, Luo Han explained, shrugging at Cole's massive size. Then he lay down and looked at Whitebeard. As for me, I'm just not used to going ashore. I'm accustomed to life on the ship, Whitebeard said, shaking the bottle in his hand, self-deprecatingly. It seems there's a story behind this. Luo Han thought as he looked at Whitebeard. Cole, let's rest on the gangplank tonight. Seeing Cole still standing, Luo Han said. Bang! The ship shook slightly. It was caused by Cole lying down. Luo Han thought that they really should have a bigger ship in the future. He then lay down to rest as well. The pirate ship quietly anchored on the tranquil sea, a gentle breeze bringing a faint scent of the ocean, combined with the hazy moonlight enveloping the three on the gangplank. For a moment, the gangplank fell silent. Luo Han, lying on the gangplank with his hands behind his head, looked at the moon, which was nearly 2/3 of the way through its journey. Luo Han suddenly missed home, the home from his past life. Luo Han was not an orphan. He had parents and a younger brother, and his life was considered average, a typical family. Sigh. It had been a long time since he thought about his past life. With this feeling of nostalgia, Luo Han gradually fell asleep. In the morning, the bright red sunlight woke Luo Han up. Luo Han opened his eyes. Cole was still asleep, and Whitebeard had already gotten up, leaning against the side of the ship with a drink in hand. "Get up, Luo Han. Want a sip to wake yourself up?" Whitebeard said, shaking the bottle of liquor in his hand. No thanks, enjoy it yourself," Luo Han replied, rubbing his eyes, trying to feel more awake. He got up and went to the ship's kitchen, grabbed some bread and water, then walked back to the deck. Gulping down some water, he started eating the bread. After finishing his meal and taking a deep breath, Luo Han felt much more energetic. It was still quite early, with only Whitebeard continuing to drink. Seeing that Cole was still asleep, Luo Han flew up into the sky, wanting to take a look at the world from above. This was his first peaceful morning at sea. Feeling the gentle morning breeze brushing against his face, Luo Han felt much more relaxed. Looking down at the small town, he noticed several wisps of smoke rising from the houses, probably indicating breakfast was being prepared. Gazing at the distant horizon, the sun had just emerged, releasing its full radiance. He raised his hand to shield his eyes. The sunlight was a bit blinding. After admiring the view for a while, Luo Han returned to the ship, where Cole had already woken up, but still looked a bit dazed. Luo Han didn't care. Sitting at the bow of the ship, he began to ponder the road ahead. Through last night's analysis, Luo Han had already decided to focus on strengthening the development of his psychic powers. Mainly due to the battle last night, Luo Han discovered that psychic power could quickly adapt and increase in intensity with the impact of haki. This is a method to rapidly enhance strength in a short period of time. After all, Luo Han didn't know when the battle at God's Island would come, but he knew that there would definitely be a major battle then. If his strength was insufficient, he might die. Moreover, Luo Han thought about the direction of development, which was to enhance his psychic power to the level of Rock's armed haki. It should have fluidity and extremely strong explosive and defensive capabilities. As long as he could achieve that, at least his defense and speed would be formidable, and that would be enough for survival. As for his body and armed haki, there was no need to worry. Luo Han's body would continue to strengthen due to mental guidance. He just needed to develop his psychic powers well. As the sky brightened, the sun gradually became scorching hot, and the resting pirates in the small town began to return to their ship, preparing to set sail. Luo Han gazed at the small town, with wisps of smoke rising from it, making the whole town appear hazy. Suddenly, Luo Han spotted a golden figure shooting up into the sky above the misty town. It was the Golden Lion, flying at high speed from the town towards the pirate ship. The Golden Lion landed on the ship's deck, his face filled with anger as he approached Whitebeard. "That group of informants from Hive Island actually gave you the news first," the Golden Lion said. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard put down the bottle he was holding, stood up, and chuckled. Do we really need to fuss over this, Golden Lion? This puts me beneath you," the Golden Lion replied, his face still grim. Whitebeard shook his head and remained silent. "There's no need to argue about this now. We're still both in the same position. After all, when that little brat arrives here, I will make him feel despair," the Golden Lion said, feeling uncomfortable before continuing angrily. Luo Han and the awakened Cole looked at the scene, completely bewildered. They were curious about what had happened. "So what happened?" "Two brothers," Luo Han asked, his face showing curiosity. A group of pirates wanted to challenge the Rocks pirates and attack White Island. Whitebeard casually waved his hand and said, "The informants found out. So they asked us to take care of those pirates who just arrived in the New World." The Golden Lion on the side seemed to still be catching his breath. After all, those bastards in the intelligence department notified Whitebeard first before informing him. Doesn't that put me, the Golden Lion, behind Whitebeard? Do they think Whitebeard is stronger than me? After Whitebeard explained the reason to Luo Han was somewhat speechless. Just because of this so-called order of precedence. Is it necessary? How childish. By the way, Cole, do we get notified? Luo Han seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Cole. Cole stared at Luo Han with wide eyes, thinking, what notification? I don't know. Seeing Cole's confused expression, Luo Han understood. So, they only notified Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. What does that mean, looking down on me and Cole? Luo Han's face turned red with anger. If that informant appeared in front of Luo Han now, he would definitely give him a telekinetic volleyball match to let him know how powerful Luo Han is. Look, this is the double standard. The Golden Lion found it amusing. A bit awkward, He pulled at the corner of his mouth. Was I really like that just now? The golden lion fell into silence. Luo Han felt angry for a while. He walked to the edge of the boat, leaned weakly against the railing, and turned to Whitebeard to ask, "So how long do we have to wait here?" Whitebeard raised his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "The intel says we should arrive at White Island by this afternoon." Thud! Luo Han saw Golden Lion walk to the other side of the boat, turned back to glance at Whitebeard, and said, "I'm going to drink. Let me know when that kid arrives." Swish! Without waiting for Whitebeard to reply, Golden Lion flew back to town on his own. Whitebeard didn't say anything. He turned around, sat down, and somehow produced a bottle of liquor from somewhere. Luo Hanyao looked at Cole and asked if he wanted to go hunt for sea kings to make lunch. Cole had been wanting to eat sea king meat for a long time, so he naturally agreed without hesitation. Alas, there was no other way. Cole's appetite was too big, and the meat on the ship was basically all gone. They could only go hunt for sea kings. The two then flew towards a nearby sea area, arriving at a location 100 kilometers from the island. From here, they could only see a rough outline of White Island. Luo Han spread his arms and expanded his consciousness, as if this would allow him to perceive more clearly. Beside him, Cole, with his large head swaying, looked left and right, also trying to sense, but unfortunately found the range of his observation haki to be small. What he could perceive was nothing but the sea. He didn't see a single sea king. However, Luo Han did have a breakthrough. After a while, Luo Han sensed a relatively large sea king, approximately 5,000 meters long, resembling a bull's body, clearly of the type with tender and rich meat. Luo Han's mind moved, and his telekinesis instantly enveloped the fat cow sea king, then, in conjunction with the illusion technique, pulled it out of the water amidst its instinctive struggles. Hiss! Cole couldn't help but drool, having to swallow a few times to stop it. It seemed the fat cow sensed Cole's deep appetite and realized it was about to become a meal. The fat cow actively shook its body, hoping to break free and escape back to the depths of the sea, far away from this terrifying area. Unfortunately, everything was destined by fate. In fact, it was Luo Han's illusion technique that made this fat cow, sea king, think it was still happily swimming in the ocean. However, the instinct for survival made it subconsciously want to break free from Luo Han's telekinetic restraint. But the strength wasn't great, and Luo Han could handle it. "Cole, let it end its suffering," Luo Han said. "Okay," Cole responded, moving to the head of the fat cow, sea king. The fat cow, sensing Cole's presence at its head, shook even more violently in anticipation of what was to come. Cole didn't give the fat cow much time to think and delivered a powerful punch that pierced through the head of the fat cow sea king. Soon, the fat cow's shaking body came to a stop. "All right, Brother Han," Cole said, swallowing again. Then let us head back," Luo Han replied. Then, Luo Han used telekinesis to control the fat cow, sea king, to leave with Cole back to White Island. This was the reason why Luo Han and Cole had previously consumed all the sea kings in the surrounding waters of Ringtree Island. Luo Han was responsible for luring the sea kings to the surface, while Cole delivered the fatal blow. A perfect collaboration. Before long, the two returned the same way, with a large sea king floating behind them. When Luo Han appeared over the small town, the residents looked on in fear and shock, worried it might suddenly fall. The 5,000-meter long fat cow sea king blocked the sunlight shining on the town, leaving only a shadow. Lord Luo Han and Lord Cole are so powerful. They can hunt even such a large sea king and bring it back whole, a pirate exclaimed. The other pirates in the town echoed in agreement. The townspeople, hearing the pirates' words, gradually calmed down, realizing that this was a big shot from the Rocks pirates. Bang! Luo Han placed the fat cow, sea king, near the coastal entrance. He then instructed the head chef on the ship to arrange for people to handle it. Everyone on the island would eat this delicious sea king for lunch today, and any leftovers would be given to the residents of the island. In an instant, the whole island became lively, with everyone rushing to help. Afterward, Luo Han and Cole flew high above White Island, starting their daily training. Strength is forged through practice. Whether it was Cole's haki or Luo Han's telekinesis, both required mutual honing. Clang, clang. Listening to the sounds coming from above, Whitebeard leaned against the ship and took another sip of his drink. They're really working hard. It would be great if we could be companions in the future. Whitebeard still hadn't given up on the idea of bringing Luo Han and Cole onto his ship, and his desire had grown stronger. Meanwhile, Shiki sat alone at a tavern, drinking, his eyes constantly flickering with a desire for ambition, like a lion waiting for an opportunity to lead a pride. Spoon was wandering around the small town, occasionally looking up at the sky with a smile on her face. At that moment, the battle in the sky intensified. Clang! Luo Han blocked Cole's haki attack once again, and with Cole's strike, Luo Han's telekinesis was gradually adapting to the haki attack, the density of his telekinesis seemingly increasing slowly. Clang! Clang! Cole kept moving around Luo Han, attacking and flashing, while Luo Han's telekinesis walls continuously condensed the block. This was a way to train the speed of telekinesis activation. Since the battle with Zephyr, Luo Han had discovered that while telekinesis could launch an attack from a close distance, it still required time, and those with strong observation haki could evade such attacks in a short period. Therefore, Luo Han planned to enhance the attack speed of his telekinesis. After all, as long as the speed was fast enough, observation haki would be of no use. This was also something Luffy had told Luo Han when he faced Katakuri. Soon, the two switched roles, with Luo Han attacking with telekinesis and Cole defending. The suddenness of telekinesis attacks could greatly help Cole train his observation haki. The noon sun was bright and scorching. At this point, Luo Han and Cole's training was nearing its end. Clang! Cole retreated, his body covered in armed haki colliding with Luo Han's telekinesis once more. Cole focused his observation haki, carefully sensing everything around him, and suddenly, it seemed Cole anticipated an attack to his stomach and jumped back. Bang! Cole rubbed his stomach. Although he wasn't injured, he still felt frustrated, having sensed Luo Han's telekinesis attack in advance, but unable to completely evade it. Ha! Cole, your speed is still a bit lacking. Luo Han laughed. And I'm also training the attack speed of my telekinesis. Cole scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless, as he had been trying hard and was already skilled in using the moonwalk, but he couldn't rapidly increase his speed. Brother Han, how can I improve my speed? Cole asked. No need to force it. This is in the sky, so your speed will be somewhat diminished. Luanda plead. As long as we keep training, all our abilities will improve. No need to rush, Luo Han explained to reassure Cole. Gurgle. Cole's stomach grumbled, and Luo Han looked at him and then at the blazing sun. It's time to go back and eat meat. Cole patted his stomach. He hadn't eaten much in the morning and was now hungry. Let's head back, Luo Han said to Cole. The two quickly flew back to the ship. Gurgle. Gurgle. On the ship, Whitebeard put down his bottle, wiped his mouth, and looked at the two black dots in the sky rapidly approaching the ship. It was Luo Han and Cole. It must feel great to have family, Whitebeard thought, reflecting on the inseparable image of Luo Han and Cole. A hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Those two kids really train hard. Shiki, already on the ship, said while sitting on the ship's railing. Bang, bang. The sound of one big and one small landing on the ship was none other than Cole and Luo Han. Spoon, you're back on the ship too. Seeing Spoon leaning over the ship's edge with a glass of wine, Luo Han said, but his eyes darted away, unable to avoid the sight resting on the ship's railing. So big. Luan secretly marveled. Spoon shot Luo Han a glare. She stood up, but didn't scold him, just leaned against the side of the ship. Ahem. Luo Han felt a bit awkward. Had he been caught? His face turned slightly red. It was all because he hadn't gotten his license in his past life. Bang, bang. At that moment, the head chef, holding a large platter of meat, walked onto the deck, seeing several adults standing or sitting in silence, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. The head chef looked anxious. He hesitated, unsure whether to interrupt. Fortunately, Cole smelled the meat and broke the silence. It's time to eat. Brother Han. Cole's eager voice brought Luo Han back to reality. Time to eat. Luo Han sat down on the deck, and Whitebeard and Shiki also naturally formed a circle with Luo Han and Cole. It seemed that the circle of strong individuals was always. Spoon, hurry up. Seeing Sister Spoon still holding her wine glass, Luo Han quickly said, Since the little brother has invited us, I will carefully accompany you all for the meal. Hee. Sister Spoon chuckled lightly, then took a sip from her wine glass and licked the remnants of wine from her lips. Luo Han felt a rush of nervousness and quickly turned his head to eat meat. Recently, he didn't know what was going on with Sister Spoon, but she always seemed to want to flirt. Watching Luo Han's adorable demeanor, Sister Spoon chuckled again and deliberately sat down beside him. Feeling her presence, Luo Han tensed up again, showing an uncomfortable expression on his face. You already have someone in your heart, yet you come to bully me, a single dog. Luo Han thought he might cry. Hee. Sister Spoon laughed even more happily. A little kid is still a little kid. One day, I'll take you to see the world. Ha! The golden lion teased Luo Han with a playful look. Ha ha! Whitebeard also burst into laughter. Luo Han smiled wryly, but seeing Cole completely oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on the food in front of him. He felt that he was doing okay after all, at least proving that his body had developed and he had thoughts of his own. Poor Cole, at such a big size. It would be tough for him in the future. Maybe he should just settle for Charlotte Lingling. Luo Han thought. Alas, still not good. Being with Lingling would look bad when he grows grass on his head later. This is fine. Being able to eat is a blessing. With a sigh, Luo Han joined the meat-eating crowd, transforming desire into food. A grand feast dissipated under everyone's appetites. Hurry, hurry. The gentleman finished eating again and quickly called for more meat and alcohol. In the ship's kitchen, the head chef was sweating profusely, directing the subordinate chefs to prepare the dishes actively. One by one, large plates filled with various meats, roasted, boiled, and steamed, were drenched in different sauces, filling the air with enticing aromas carried by the chefs to the five of them. At this moment, the five had forgotten their previous teasing of Luo Han and joined in the grand feast. Even Spoon's sister was eating with her mouth wide open, which surprised Luo Han, who was seeing her for the first time, while he secretly comforted himself that a woman who eats like this isn't worth getting excited over. Yes, just like that. Luo Han continued to eat like crazy. This food frenzy lasted for 3 hours, with Cole and Spoon's sister doing most of the eating in the end. Can you believe it? Spoon's sister actually accompanied Cole to the very end. Luo Han was completely calm this time. At the same time, he silently mourned for Spoon's sister's love interest, who would probably have to sell himself to support her. Scary. No wonder Whitebeard and Golden Lion didn't mind Spoon's sister sitting down to eat with them. With that appetite, Spoon's sister's strength must be formidable. After all, in the Rocks Pirates, only the strong respect the strong. Bang! The ship shook as Cole finished his food battle and collapsed onto the deck. Rubbing his belly, Cole felt much better. He finally felt full. Hiss! A large amount of steam suddenly emitted from Cole's body. What is this? The people on the ship looked at Cole, who was steaming, with confused expressions. Did he cook himself? Confused, right? Luo Han laughed loudly from the side and then explained. This is Cole's toOne fruit ability, which can convert the meat he has eaten into energy for his own body to evolve and become stronger. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion and Whitebeard looked at Cole with eyes full of admiration, as if gazing at an unparalleled beauty, eager to possess him immediately. Even Spoon's sister was intrigued. After all, this was an opportunity for infinite strength. For those still in the Rocks Pirates, Rocks was a mountain pressing down on them. As long as Rocks were strong, they could only obediently stay on the ship. This was not what everyone expected, and Cole's fruit ability meant he could catch up to Rocks in a short time. Looking at Whitebeard and Golden Lion's wolf-like gazes, Luo Han suddenly felt that he might have said something wrong. In a moment of pride, he revealed Cole's abilities. Would this reach Rock's ears and lead to Cole's premature demise? Luo Han's heart became heavy. This was no joke, and it could cost lives. Bang! Luo Han punched a hole in the ship, his gaze sharp. A wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from him. The pirates on the ship squatted, trembling, suddenly realizing that they seemed to have heard something life-threatening, fearing they would be silenced. Cole, we Luo Han feel guilty. Looking at Cole, who had his eyes closed and was sensing the changes in his body, he wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words. Whitebeard and Golden Lion also reacted when Luo Han unleashed his Conqueror's haki, realizing what would happen if Rocks knew about this ability. The two exchanged glances, but suddenly burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Sister Spoon remained calm throughout. She only brightened briefly when she first heard Luo Han's explanation. Luo Han looked at the two laughing men with a gloomy expression, clearly ready to take action if they continued to laugh. The two seemed to sense Luo Han's thoughts and stopped their laughter. Seeing Luo Han's anxious yet self-reproachful demeanor regarding Cole made Whitebeard feel that this is how family should interact. This also strengthened Whitebeard's resolve to bring Luo Han and Cole into his pirate crew. Whitebeard cleared his throat. Calm down, Luo Han. You're overestimating the power of the devil fruit abilities. At this point, Whitebeard became serious. There are countless devil fruit users with incredible powers in this world. Do you think they can achieve anything in front of Rock's overwhelming presence? Luo Han suddenly froze. He recalled the flowing, overwhelming haki he had seen when he encountered Rocks on Ring Tree Island. A haki that would disintegrate anything that made contact. It seemed that no one's devil fruit ability could touch Rock's body. This was a qualitative change in power. Even if Cole's physical strength was formidable, it would be hard to withstand Rock's kind of haki. Thinking of this, Luo Han's expression relaxed a bit. However, he must be careful about what he says in the future. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. It turns out there is some truth to the idea that villains die from talking too much. One careless remark could reveal their weaknesses, leading to a counterattack. Golden Lion's eyes shifted from Cole to Luo Han. After seeing Luo Han calm down, he said, Cole's devil fruit ability should have some limitations, right? Yeah, it's only effective against those sea kings with strong physical gifts, Luo Han replied, looking back at Golden Lion. Not surprised. After all, if there were no limitations, Cole would have been invincible long ago. Sigh. Upon careful thought, there was really nothing to worry about. The more powerful the devil fruit ability, the greater the limitations, just like the surgical fruit that can perform anti-aging surgeries. Not only does it require the user to possess exceptional medical skills, but also costs the user's life. Although Cole's ability is extraordinary, it still has limitations regarding physical gifts. Given Rock's arrogance, he wouldn't care about Cole's ability. He might even hope for Cole to become stronger. Golden Lion also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were still limitations. Otherwise, it would truly be overpowered. All right, let's not dwell on this anymore, Whitebeard said. It's almost afternoon. Golden Lion's eyes widened as he remembered the pirate crew that was said to be coming to White Island, which would teach them the terrible consequences of offending Golden Lion. Just then, bang, a hole was smashed into the ship. Luo Han gritted his teeth and said, It's this damn pirate crew that made me stay here in fear today. Later, I'm going to give them a good beating. What was it again? Luo Han looked up at Whitebeard, feeling a bit awkward. That? What pirate crew was it again, Whitebeard? Whitebeard didn't respond, his expression vague. Could he tell Luo Han that he didn't know either? He only heard that they needed to deal with a pirate who had come to White Island to challenge the Rocks pirates. And then he stopped listening and hung up the den mushy. Phew. At that moment, Cole opened his eyes and looked curiously at the motionless expressions of the head chef and others. Luo Han saw that Cole had finished evolving his physical talents and didn't care what the pirate crew was called anymore. He quickly asked, How's it going, Cole? Not bad. Maybe I accumulated enough before, and this time I improved a lot, Cole replied. Han, what were you just doing? I think I heard you calling me. Just discussing your fruit abilities. Nothing much, Luo Han said to Cole. Cole didn't suspect anything and stood up, clenched his fists, and looked at Luo Han, saying, Han, I want to go up to the sky and get used to my increased strength. Go ahead. Do you need me to accompany you? Loin de plead. No need. Cole waved his hand and quickly flew into the sky. In the air, Cole felt the smoothness of his body while flying. He hadn't expected that the evolution of his physical talents would strengthen even the flying ability of his devil fruit. He thought, I should be able to dodge Han's psychic attacks in the future. Remembering how he always got hit by Luo Han's psychic attacks this morning, Cole felt a bit competitive. Clang! Clang! Cole released his armament haki to cover his hands and exchanged blows a few times. Controlling haki is also easier now. On the ship, watching Cole adapt to his enhanced body in the air, Sister Spoon suddenly said, Luo Han, seeing your spar with Cole last night, your body looks pretty good too. After saying that, she winked. Sister Spoon, please don't tease me anymore. Ever since I saw your appetite, I've decided not to get excited about you again. Luo Han replied, feeling a headache coming on. Compared to Cole's devil fruit abilities, the limitations of his physical talents were frustrating. Luo Han's spiritual guidance is truly an extraordinary existence. Although it may be a bit slower without breath guidance, there are no limitations, which is also the reason why Luo Han is confident that he can surpass Rocks. However, this cannot be said openly, as Luo Han has already begun to suspect that the world government has noticed him and Cole. After the previous battle with Zifa, the Navy could not pretend to ignore the threat posed by Luo Han and Cole. Yet, up until now, neither of them has been offered a bounty, and there hasn't even been any news in the newspapers about Luo Han and Cole joining the Rocks pirates. Luo Han believes that the world government must have to do something based on the time frame they came to Ring Tree Island while pursuing the Roger pirates. Sigh. It's hard to understand. This is too unusual. Even Whitebeard and the Golden Lion's bounties have increased, which indicates that the previous battle with Zifa has already been reported. It's just that Luo Han and Cole have been overlooked. The world government might still be in the observation and investigation phase. Once Luo Han shows any signs, a storm may be imminent. Therefore, he can't let others think his physical talent is very strong. Looking at the curious expressions of Spoon's sister and Whitebeard, Luo Han thought it would be better to clarify everything today and let others spread this information to the world government. He then explained, As for my devil fruit ability, to be honest, I'm not very clear about it. I feel like I can manipulate an invisible force. After covering my body with this power, I can fly by controlling it, and I can also integrate this force into myself. This enhances and protects my body, increasing my strength and speed, which is why I can trade blows with Cole. However, This fusion puts a significant burden on my body, so I rarely use it in regular battles. That's quite a rare ability, but it's also quite comprehensive. Whitebeard sighed, thinking about Luo Han's battle with Zifa. It seems your physical strength isn't as strong as Cole's, but you two work well together. It's okay. Luo Han could only respond. Sigh. The Golden Lion sighed, feeling a bit regretful. With such a good devil fruit, if only his physical talent were a bit stronger, combined with the fruit's ability, he would be formidable. Hearing the Golden Lion's sigh, Luo Han felt indifferent. However, one gaze always made Luo Han nervous. Spoon Sister, please don't look at me like that. I'm feeling shy. Spoon Sister said, then withdrew her teasing gaze. Thinking back to the latter half of last night, the hand-to-hand combat between Luo Han and Cole on the ground, didn't he look like someone with weak physical strength? Little Luo Han, probably doesn't he know that my observation haki can sense from a great distance? And with that thought, Spoon Sister chuckled again. Spoon Sister's laughter made Luo Han feel like he was caught lying by a teacher when he was a child, which was quite uncomfortable. Bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed as the head chef directed numerous pirates to load supplies onto the ship. Blocks of cured meat were gathered from the small town, filling the air with the aroma of cured meat from the ship to the small town. Luo Han leaned on the railing of the ship, watching the scene, feeling it was quite interesting, much more real than watching anime in his previous life. At that moment, Luo Han sensed an unfamiliar pirate ship appearing 40 kilometers away, heading towards White Island. It should be the group of pirates looking for trouble. Luo Han turned around and said to Whitebeard, "Brother Newgate, that group of pirates is coming. Let me take care of them later." Whitebeard, sitting on the ground, waved his hand and said, "Do as you wish." Luo Han turned his head to look at the Golden Lion sitting at the bow of the ship. His eyes filled with the enthusiasm of wanting to fix someone. I can't believe you're interested, Luo Han. I'll leave it to you." The Golden Lion saw the look in Luo Han's eyes and understood. Moreover, he wasn't even angry anymore. After all, it was just an ignorant newcomer to the new world. Not worth lowering himself to take action personally. All right, I'll let them feel the warmth of the new world. Luo Han raised his arm, clenched his fist, and said with a somewhat sinister look in his eyes, Brother Luo Han, they have a lot of people. You need to be careful." Spoon Sister propped herself up on the ship's railing, looking in the direction of the sea and smiling. There were indeed quite a few of them. But the number shouldn't mean much to young Luo Han, Spoon Sister thought. Many people. To me, numbers are meaningless, but at that moment, Luo Han suddenly remembered that Whitebeard and the others seemed to have noticed the approaching pirate ship earlier. Does that mean their observation haki can sense from a distance? Then what about the hand-to-hand combat between myself and Cole last night? But looking at Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, they didn't seem to know their bodies were fine. Luo Han suddenly recalled Spoon Sister's probing smile when she looked at him earlier. It must have been Spoon Sister. Luo Han looked at Spoon Sister, feeling a bit awkward. Didn't expect that, Luo Han. Whitebeard said with a laugh, "Spoon's observation haki sensing range is the strongest among us." Sigh. What can I say? Luo Han forced a smile at Whitebeard, thinking that he had underestimated others. No, it should be that I underestimated women, especially women who enjoy manipulating men. Don't worry. I still need the care of you two little brothers. Spoon Sister suddenly whispered in Luo Han's ear, feeling the fragrant breath of Spoon Sister brushing past his ear. Luo Han's face turned red. He sighed inwardly. Old lecher. Just bullying my pure heart, Luo Han thought. But he didn't say much more. Flying up to the mast and looking out at the distant sea. Before long, a pirate ship began to appear before everyone. At this moment, Captain George Tuck, looking at the ship in front of the island flying the flag of the Rocks Pirates, was exceptionally excited, thinking, I'm about to make a name for myself in the new world. Surely Granny was right. The new world is my place of glory. Not good. Captain, that Rocks pirate ship has Whitebeard. And the Golden Lion. A pirate responsible for observation put down the telescope at the bow, his face covered in cold sweat, and hurriedly reported the situation he saw through the telescope to George Tuck. Tuck took a few steps to the bow, snatched the telescope, and looked towards Luo Han and the others. He saw Whitebeard sitting on the gangway drinking, the Golden Lion sitting at the bow railing with his back to Tuck, completely unconcerned. Only one sexy woman and a young man were standing on the mast looking at Tuck. The young man looked a bit ugly, while the sexy woman had her hands on the railing and smiled at Tuck. Tuck laughed heartily, grabbing the head of a nearby pirate, locking it with his long arm. He shouted loudly towards Luo Han and the others. Hey, what a fuss. Can't you see they have already fallen under my charm? Without any courage to resist? Is that really the case? The observing pirate poked his big head out, looking confused. However, the group of pirates behind him had no doubts and began to celebrate another victory. After all, they had come through smoothly before, and everyone they encountered had been defeated. No one could withstand Captain Tuck's devil fruit powers. Thinking of that terrifying figure, the pirates shivered in unison, even though they were already used to Captain Tuck's strength. Every time they recalled that killing figure, they couldn't help but feel scared. Thus, their trust in Captain Tuck was absolute, with some already lying down, just waiting to celebrate their victory later. It seemed that this group of pirates planned to let their captain fight while they cheered wildly from the sidelines. Is there really such a bizarre pirate crew? Rohan watched this scene with his divine sense, shaking his head, somewhat speechless. However, a devil fruit user, huh? It seems like another fool who thinks they've gained an extraordinary ability and wants to dominate the new world. Bang! At this moment, Cole also returned from the sky to the ship, looking at the pirate ship approaching ahead, with a black sail displaying a white skull with 2 green crossed daggers. That's the pirate crew here to cause trouble, Hango, Cole said. Swish! Rohan came down from the mast, reached the side of the ship, leaned against the railing, and shrugged at Cole, saying, "Just these idiots, with 2 green daggers stuck in a skull. I can't believe they came up with that." Hearing the commotion, the head chef and other pirates also came to the edge of the ship, seeing the approaching pirate crew. "That's the new pirate crew here to cause trouble for us, the Rock's pirate crew," the head chef thought to himself. At this moment, a pirate suddenly opened his mouth wide, his pupils dilating, gripping the railing tightly, pointing at Tang Lang with an astonished expression and saying, "What is it? Jack?" The other pirates were startled by his vivid expression and turned to look at him, asking in unison. A very powerful Jack began to feel a bit nervous. "What is it?" The pirates pressed in closer, asking in unison again. "What was it?" Jack started racking his brain, cold sweat emerging. What could it be? The crowd was already starting to get angry. "It's me, Captain George Tucker. Bounty of 108 million berry." At this moment, Tucker's voice suddenly came from a distance, sounding somewhat deliberately amplified, and there was a hint of gritted teeth. But it successfully attracted the attention of everyone on the ship. Jack, who had been pushed aside by the crowd, let out a sigh of relief, wiped his cold sweat, and looked at Tucker in the distance with a slight sense of gratitude. Swish! Then Rohan flew in front of that group of pirates. Jack suddenly felt he could still be saved, his expression serious. He pushed through the crowd to the edge of the ship, gripping the railing tightly again. Jack opened his mouth wide, using all his strength to try to shout out. Then, slap! The head chef slapped Jack on the head, cursing, "Get lost. You! Stop being a nuisance." Ignoring Jack, who was knocked to the ground, the head chef turned around, suddenly stunned. Then angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? Look at Lord Rohan." "Ah!" The crowd instinctively shrank their heads. "Yes, yes," everyone responded, quickly retracting their twitching gazes from the gangplank, all looking at Rohan. Flying in front of the Green Cross pirate crew, the Green Cross is a name Rohan came up with himself. Looking at this self-proclaimed Big Lord Green Cross captain, wearing a Green Cross hat, big floral shoes, big floral pants, standing 4 meters tall, with arms also 4 meters long. Luo Han was somewhat out of character. This reminded him of the old man who used to shoot water guns on the beach, while Luo Han was sizing up Taker. The pirates on Taker's ship were also restless. "Captain Taker, that person can fly. Yeah, he must be a devil fruit user like the captain. That's terrifying." Watching everyone discuss and even start to doubt his own strength, Captain Tang Lang was furious. "Shut up, you bunch of idiots. Have you forgotten Nana's teachings?" "Ah, right." The pirates on the ship recalled Nana's words when they set sail, standing on the ruins in town. "Taker, you are too powerful. Your world should not be here. The new world is where you belong. It is said that everything in the world is there. It is all prepared for you. Be good. Nana has prepared pancakes for you. Eat them if you get hungry on the way." After reminiscing, the pirates regained their confidence of being the strongest in the world and began to mock Luo Han. Luo Han fell silent for a moment. "Ha!" Captain Tucker laughed heartily, looking very pleased with himself, secretly thinking, "As expected, Granny was right. I am destined to be the man who possesses the world, and everyone will be charmed by me. However, this person who also has the ability of the devil fruit can be taken under my command. As a man destined to own the world, I should have a bigger ambition." Clang! Luo Han instinctively dodged to the side as a slash suddenly swept past him and the green fort pirate ship. Instantly, the sea was sliced apart like cheese, and the sea that was separated along with the green fort pirate ship was pushed aside. "That bastard, Golden Lion!" Luo Han turned around and then heard Golden Lion impatiently say, Hey, Kid Luo Han, we still need to chase the Roger pirates. Hurry up. Luo Han shrugged. He said nothing. Looking at the stunned Captain Tucker and his subordinates on the ship, Luo Han no longer hesitated. With a thought, his telekinesis enveloped all the members of the Green Fort pirates. Everyone was controlled by Luo Han and lifted off the pirate ship, forming a larger bundle in front of him. Captain, I can't move. Me neither. Shut up, you bunch of fools. Have you forgotten Nana's teachings? Captain Tucker scolded this group of constantly wavering fools, even though he was trembling inside. But strangely, as soon as they remembered Nana's teachings, everyone instantly regained their confidence. Luo Han was convinced. The fear he felt when facing the powerful slash of the Golden Lion was still fresh in his memory. But when he recalled the teachings of the mysterious old lady, he instantly became filled with confidence. It was truly incredible. Luo Han shook his head and looked at Captain Tucker, who was still struggling hard, and said, By the way, how did idiots like you come up with the idea of challenging the rock pirates? Is it because of your grandma? This sentence seemed to touch a nerve with Captain Tucker, who frowned and stopped struggling. Instead, he stared fiercely at Luo Han and said in a deep voice, You dare to doubt Grandma's teachings. Roar. With this angry shout, Tucker began to transform using his devil fruit power. Luo Han's eyes lit up. So this is the guy's devil fruit ability. Quite interesting. Luo Han released his control over Tucker, allowing him to transform freely. That's right. This guy is also a Zoan-type devil fruit user like Cole, and it looks like he has a different ability. But I wonder what kind it is? The sound of cracking echoed continuously, and soon, a gigantic figure 10 meters tall appeared in front of Luo Han, resembling a standing mantis floating in the air. It had green wings sprouting from its back, with 5 or 6 sharp white spikes protruding from the sides of its shoulders. Its arms were connected to 2 massive purple blades, exceptionally sharp, reflecting a faint purple light, and its feet had sharp claws. Looking at this mantis covered in purple armor, with a head resembling that of an alien, purple unknown liquid dripped from its mouth. Reference to the champion Kha'Zix from League of Legends. Luo Han was trembling all over. That's right. This should be the Void Reaver Kha'Zix. What a cool devil fruit ability. Luo Han's former youth appeared right in front of him. At this moment, Luo Han wished that he was the one who had eaten the devil fruit. Unfortunately, it was this fool who ate it instead. No way. Luo Han instantly decided that he must subdue this guy. Since he didn't eat it himself, let this fool be his subordinate from now on. Lost in his fantasies, Luo Han didn't realize how indescribable his expression was. You've seen my magnificent figure, haven't you? Are you already captivated by my charm? Watching Luo Han lost in his imagination, Tucker thought that he must have been overwhelmed by his own charm. Interrupted in his daydream, Luo Han looked up at Tucker, feeling a bit uncomfortable. With a thought, he used telekinesis to press Tucker down. Feeling the pressure, Tucker wanted to break free from Luo Han's telekinesis, but unfortunately, he was still controlled and pressed down by Luo Han. Right now, Tucker was at best a rear admiral, comparable to Luffy when he first arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. And now, Luo Han's strength should be at the peak of captain. As long as he didn't encounter someone with top-notch haki, he could go 50-50. Looking at Tucker, who was brought back to his level, Luo Han immediately felt much more comfortable. All right, let's see your abilities. Luo Han released the telekinesis binding Tucker again. Feeling a lightness all over his body, this time Tucker didn't hesitate. He directly swung the 2 massive purple blade-like teeth in his arms, striking heavily towards Luo Han. Clang! Clang! Feeling the tremendous recoil, Tucker felt as if his double-edged blades had struck hard steel, causing his hands to go numb. Bang! Before he could react, Tucker was sent flying as if he had been hit by a giant door, hitting his companions who were released from Luo Han's telekinesis along the way. In an instant, the sound of splashes echoed like dumplings falling into water, with only Tucker stopping midair 500 meters away from Luo Han. Luo Han felt the impact of the previous strike and looked at Tucker with brighter eyes, realizing that the armor covering his entire body had decent defense. Tucker, who had been knocked away, shook his head to regain his clarity. He then looked at Luo Han, his eyes filled with deep confusion about that invisible attack. It felt like he had crashed into a solid wall at high speed and was then pushed back. However, this bastard actually dared to knock me away. Tucker fumed silently, swinging his blades and launching 2 flying slashes towards Luo Han. He then flapped his shoulders and swish. Swish! A flurry of sharp feathers shot out from his wings like daggers, rapidly stabbing towards Luo Han alongside the slashes. The 2 flying slashes and feather attacks gradually enlarged in Luo Han's pupils, but they couldn't hide the growing light in his eyes. There it is. Luo Han sighed with his hands behind his back. Then his eyes focused, and a telekinetic wall formed. Clang! The two flying slashes and feather attacks struck Luo Han's telekinetic wall one after another. The attacks were good, but still lacking, although they resembled a swordsman's flying slashes. In essence, they were attacks granted by the devil fruit itself, like the wind blades emitted by the scythe fruit. Without the infusion of will, they couldn't reach the realm of cutting iron. The feather attacks were essentially designed for dealing with cannon fodder, so in front of Luo Han, they only produced pleasant clinking sounds. Keep going. There's more. Luo Han shooted at Tucker. After two attacks failed to harm Luo Han, not even moving him. Tucker felt a bit anxious hearing Luo Han's excited shout. He quickly closed his eyes and recited his grandmother's teachings again. Grandma was right. I, Tucker, am a master of this world, destined to possess the entire world. Open your eyes. I, Tucker, am once again the Lord who possesses the whole world. This time, let me show you the new ability I developed to rule the world. Die. In Luo Han's eyes, he saw Tucker let out a light shout, his body flashing with a projection, then disappearing. He really disappeared. Damn. Luo Han was shocked. In his spiritual perception, the moment Tucker vanished, it felt as if he had entered another space, and he could sense nothing. It can't be that freakish, right? Luo Han thought. At the same time, he carefully sensed his surroundings. Whoosh! Tucker suddenly appeared in the air 100 meters away from Luo Han, as if he had teleported without any process. Then quickly jumped towards Luo Han, his speed noticeably faster than before. Utilizing the power gained from the jump, Tucker swung his dual blades, rapidly slashing at Luo Han. Clang! The dual blades struck Luo Han's telekinetic wall, resulting in the same outcome, blocked. Although he had the speed boost from a jump, Tucker's base strength was still too weak. However, Luo Han really loved this devil fruit ability. Even though in his previous life, while playing League of Legends in era mode, he often got killed by the opposing kamikaze, using it himself was still quite enjoyable. Luo Han just loves this silver coin, the ability to take someone down in one explosive combo. The thrill of seeing health bars disappear in an instant is truly exhilarating. Anyone who plays knows this. And once again blocked, Tucker, seeing Luo Han lost in his fantasies, began to quietly retreat. Sensing Tucker's movement, Luo Han also came to his senses. Now is not the time for daydreaming. However, thinking of retreating now is wishful thinking. Luo Han directly used telekinesis to push Tucker back. Speak. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Luo Han was a bit curious. How could there be a devil fruit in the world of One Piece that resembles the League of Legends champion Kha'Zix? To be honest, when Tucker suddenly jumped out from 100 meters away, it really startled Luo Han, but fortunately, his spiritual sense is quite extraordinary. It doesn't make sense. And I said, I am a man of a new world. How could I not break free? The trapped Tucker muttered to himself, struggling in vain, firmly controlled by Luo Han's telekinesis. Ni is truly a remarkable person. Even in this situation, her position in Tucker's heart remains unshakable. However, Luo Han will not let this continue. Luo Han looked at Tucker and teased, Hey, your show is over, right? Now tell me about your devil fruit ability. Tucker remained non-committal and struggled even harder, his strength seeming to increase significantly, as if he was recalling his grandmother's teachings once again. What amazing grandmother! Luo Han exclaimed once more. But this is not the time for you to become stronger at will. Luo Han extended his right hand towards Tucker, his palm beginning to clench slightly, as if he was holding a chicken egg. Suddenly, Tucker felt the psychic pressure building up around him. Crack. Crack. The shell covering Tucker began to crack and make noise. This time, Tucker started to panic, looking at the little guy in front of him, especially the greedy look in his eyes. He resembled a gluttonous devil. I surrender. I represent the Green Fort Pirates, and I surrender. Feeling the pressure on him intensifying, Tucker's body acted on its own, quickly saying. Upon hearing Tucker's words, Luo Han released the psychic restraint and, somewhat surprised, said, So you really are from the Green Fort Pirates? Aren't you supposed to be a man destined to possess the world? Why would you choose such a lame pirate crew name and surrender so easily? It turns out you've also listened to your grandmother's teachings. She was right. A man like me, destined to possess the world, cannot die. Tucker suddenly replied. Tucker only heard one sentence from Luo Han, that he was a man destined to own the world, ignoring everything else. In an instant, he was filled with vitality, and even his gaze towards Luo Han was full of trust in his companion. It was clear that he had already regarded Luo Han as one of his own. someone who had also listened to Grandma's teachings. Luo Han was speechless. This isn't even on the same wavelength as what I asked you, yet you can still respond. At the same time, he felt a bit of fear towards that old lady. She was too terrifying. It felt like her words could change people's thoughts and will, just like some otherworldly deity. Truly a frightening old lady. Putting those thoughts aside, Luo Han reevaluated Tucker and said, "From today onward, you are my subordinate, understand?" "All right, boss," Tucker replied cheerfully. Tucker considered those who acknowledged the old lady's teachings as his own, so recognizing one of his own as a boss wasn't a big deal. After all, it didn't affect his status as a man who owned the world. Luo Han's mouth twitched slightly, truly pleased to have agreed. Forget it. Luo Han didn't dwell on how many more wonders this old lady had. He needed to quickly clarify what this guy's abilities were. "Damn, it's been dragging on for so long. So, can you tell me about your abilities?" Luo Han said. "Sure, boss." Tucker grinned widely and said, "I'm an animal-type phantom beast user of the flying mantis fruit, and I can currently fly and jump. Also, I've recently developed a skill called void walking, which allows me to walk in an illusory space. That space is similar to reality, but I'm the only one there, and it's somewhat surreal. Right now, I can only stay there for 1 second before being expelled. That's all for now." Luo Han rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. It seemed he wasn't yet familiar with it. Otherwise, he could have approached his side in just a second. This ability to walk in the void was somewhat similar to the space inside the air gates opened by the door fruit. Moreover, isn't this the invisibility and acceleration ability of Kazakh? It's truly amazing to have such similar devil fruit powers. With this thought, Luo Han smiled. "All right, I understand your ability now. From now on, you'll follow me and Cole." Luo Han said to Tuck, then pointed to Cole on the ship, saying, "Look, that tall guy over there is Cole." Tuck, following Luo Han's direction, was also surprised to see a man as tall and strong as himself after transforming. No wonder he followed the boss. It seems that Boss Cole is also one of us. Seeing that Tuck had no objections, Luo Han pointed to Tuck's pirate ship and said solemnly, "All right, you go calm your crew down. Just follow us later." "No problem, boss," Tuck replied, then hurried off to reassure his companions on the ship. At this moment, those little punks that Luo Han had thrown into the sea had all climbed back onto their ship one by one. Tuck returned to the ship, reverted to his normal form, and it was unclear what he said to his companions. But Luo Han saw that group of punks alternately filled with righteous indignation and then celebrating and roaring in excitement. Before long, they took the helm and set sail, following Luo Han. Bang! Luo Han returned to the ship and said to Whitebeard and Gold Lion, "That group of pirates will join the Rocks Pirates under my command from now on." Whitebeard smiled. In fact, when he saw Luo Han let Tuck go, he already understood Luo Han's intentions, but he didn't expect that he and Gold Lion had both been eager to invite Luo Han and Cole to join their crew, only to find that Luo Han was already starting to form his own pirate crew. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. "You're faster than us. You've already found future companions for your voyage." Luo Han felt a bit embarrassed. It did seem that way. However, this wasn't about forming a pirate crew. It was just a kind of collecting interest, something you wouldn't understand about sentimentality. Luo Han didn't explain, just casually said, "I'm just looking at it because it looks good." Then he turned to the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion had no objections, just a fool who had just arrived in the new world. A weakling who would die at any moment, not worth paying attention to. If Luo Han wanted him to follow, then let him follow. "It's up to you," the Golden Lion said. "What about you, Spoon Sister?" Luo Han turned to look at Spoon Sister, who was holding a wine glass. So he belongs to Little Brother now. That means he's one of the people on the ship. Besides, Little Brother Luo Han doesn't need my opinion." Spoon Sister shook her wine glass, bit her lip, and said softly to Luo Han. Luo Han said in a calm voice, "This is courtesy. All right, since the matter of White Island has been resolved, let's head to the next island. Perhaps Roger is already waiting for us." The heavy voice of Whitebeard came through. The crew on the ship also came to their senses. Indeed. Next, the Roger pirates are waiting for them. Subsequently, everyone began to prepare the sails for departure. Amid the hustle and bustle, the two pirate ships gradually sailed away from White Island, one after the other, heading towards the distant sea. "How's it going, Captain Luo Han? My ship is big, right?" Tucker accompanied Luo Han as they walked on the ship's deck, arms outstretched, eyes filled with pride and bragging. "It's not bad." Luo Han smiled and didn't deny it. The ship was indeed very large, at least 500 meters long. It would have been perfect if it weren't for that green pirate flag. However, looking at Cole moving around in the only large room on the ship, Luo Han felt it was not bad. At least Cole would have a good place to sleep in the future. But Tucker shouldn't be spoiled. He's a little brother. He needs to be kept in check. However, is that so? The boss Luo Han also thinks it's quite big, haha. Tucker shouted excitedly, but failed. Sigh. It seems Luo Han still underestimated Tucker's narcissism. After all, he's a man of the world government and won't change just because he became a little brother. Luo Han lightly jumped and sat at the bow of the boat, gesturing for Tucker to sit down. Can you use haki? No, but I've heard about it. Tucker replied with some confusion, but spoke honestly. I can't use haki, but looking at your physical talent, you seem pretty good. You're part of the long-arm tribe. And with your devil fruit ability, you should be a reliable subordinate in the future, Luo Han thought to himself. He then looked at Cole, who was surrounded by a group of chatterboxes, and smiled mysteriously. Then let Cole teach you haki. Sure, boss, but what is haki? Tucker tilted his head, curiosity evident in his voice. What is this haki that the boss is talking about? Why should I learn it? Luan fuklid lightly. Didn't you say you were the man destined to own the world? Haki is a power that only the strong can possess, and only the strong are destined to own the world. Saying this, Luo Han was also motivating himself. Anyway, just focus on learning haki from Cole. Bang! Tucker clasped his hands together, startling Luo Han. A thick, unyielding aura rose from Tucker's heart, and Luo Han felt quite juvenile. It turns out that only I, the man destined to own the world, can possess this ability. Great! I will learn this haki. Tucker's tone sounded somewhat excited and impatient, eager to learn haki immediately. Indeed, only the teachings of the mysterious granny were truly from a big shot. Luo Han smiled at himself. However, he now had a way to fool Tucker. Bang! Luo Han supported himself with both hands, jumped down from the bow of the ship, and walked towards Cole. As he passed by Tucker, he patted his arm and said, From now on, follow my arrangements and find time to learn haki from Cole. Understood, boss, Tucker replied as he got up. Luo Han walked over to Cole and clapped his hands. Let's head back to the ship. Upon hearing Luo Han's words, Cole was taken aback. He pushed through the crowd around him and said, Aren't we already on the ship? Luo Han awkwardly smiled and replied, We're going back to Whitebeard's ship. Cole scratched his head and said, All right then. The two then flew back to Whitebeard's ship ahead. That's great. Captain Cole is really strong. Yeah, he can even fly. No wonder he's the captain's right-hand man. The members of the Green Fort Pirates thought to themselves as they watched Luo Han and Cole flying. Once they returned to Whitebeard's ship, Luo Han and Cole each found a place to rest. Luo Han arrived at the stern of the ship, lying on the deck and feeling the gentle breeze on his face. With his hands behind his head, he watched the slowly drifting white clouds, his thoughts gradually wandering away. He didn't know how much time had passed. Bang! Bang! A series of cannon shots startled Luo Han. The Navy is here again. That pirate named Jack shouted loudly, causing a wave of exclamations. Luo Han heard the sound and came to the bow to join Whitebeard and the others. The Navy is here again. Luo Han was a bit surprised. It seemed like they were waiting for Luo Han and the others, as they encountered them shortly after leaving White Island. Hearing Luo Han's words, Whitebeard retracted his gaze from the front, turned to Luo Han, and smiled, saying, It's Carp and the others. Just go in and fight. The Golden Lion walked over, his disdainful expression not hiding at all. Just in time to test my strength against Zephyr. Feeling the confidence of the two, Luo Han also unconsciously relaxed. As the ships on both sides approached, it suddenly started to rain heavily, and along with the downpour, the waves grew more turbulent, causing the ship to sway. Whitebeard, I'm back. This time my iron fist has shattered a few mountains. Before the ships could get close, Carp's arrogant voice was heard. Whoosh! Whitebeard did not hesitate and jumped into the air, throwing a punch at Carp's 3 warships. As the air shattered, a shockwave surged towards Carp and his fleet. Faced with the incoming shockwave, Carp's eyes lit up, and he also jumped up, striking the shockwave with a punch. Bang! Whitebeard's shockwave was blocked, spreading out towards both ships and creating massive waves. The newly arrived Navy soldiers on the warships stared in shock, exclaiming, Is this the world of the strong? On the other side, seeing Carp block his attack, Whitebeard laughed and said, Carp, your punch isn't that great. Then let's start the battle, Whitebeard. Carp raised an eyebrow and then charged towards Luo Han and the others along with Sengoku and Zephyr. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, one using the Airquake and the other using the Float fruit abilities, also rushed towards Carp. At this moment, the ship's high-level combat power, including Luo Han, Cole, and Sister Spoon, were present. However, as both sides drew closer, Luo Han felt something different. Cole is right beside me. and there are members of the world government spy agency CP0 mixed in with the Navy. Luo Han warned Cole with a serious expression. Sister Spoon, I leave the ship to you. Luo Han looked at the swaying warship opposite, and the unusual heaviness made Sister Spoon take it seriously. Don't worry, Sister Spoon replied. They're coming. Let's go, Cole. The two exchanged a tacit glance. Then they flew towards Zephyr, who also found Luo Han and Cole. And the battle was about to break out. Just as Luo Han and Cole approached Zephyr, three black-clad figures wearing white masks on the far-right warship also charged towards Luo Han and Cole using the moonwalk. Lohan and Cole, stop. Look at the two of them quickly surrounding Lohan by Zephyr's side. Vincent, Lohan, and Phil Cole, right? The man in black, who appears to be an officer standing to Lohan's right, coldly states the names of Lohan and Cole. Luhan's pupils constricta. Such a terrifying intelligence capability. It's important to note that since setting out to sea, Luo Han and Cole have never mentioned their full names, not even Iraq's, out of fear that the world government would trace them. Yet, unexpectedly, they still couldn't escape. Looking at the black-clad figures surrounding him and Cole, Luo Han felt the terrifying power of the world government for the first time. His heart sank. This time, it was going to be difficult, and one misstep could cost him his life. It seems there's no doubt about it. The world government's order is to capture Vice Admiral Zephyr alive. Please cooperate. The black-clad man spoke to Zephyr in an authoritative tone. TCH. Although Zephyr was somewhat displeased with the black-clad man's attitude, he did not oppose it. The rain was pouring heavier, and Whitebeard and Garp, Golden Lion and Sengoku were all engaged in fierce battles, slashes and shockwaves spreading everywhere. The warships and pirate ships on both sides exchanged cannon fire. Tuck and the others saw Luo Han and Cole surrounded and wanted to help. But unfortunately, every time they got close to the battlefield, they would be pushed back by a slash or a shockwave, leaving them to watch from a distance. Captain, what should we do? Yeah, we can't get over to help boss Luo Han. Hearing the concerned words of the crowd, Tuck frowned, then seemed to make a determination and turned to everyone, saying, You guys move the ship further away. Only I, who am destined to possess the world and won't die, can save boss Luo Han and the others. Tuck then transformed using his devil fruit, and a 10-meter-tall flying mantis appeared before everyone. Captain Tuck. So cool. With Captain Tuck around, boss Luo Han and the others will definitely defeat the Navy, huh? Everyone looked at Tuck's fierce figure with excitement, instantly filled with confidence. Huh. You all just wait for my victorious return. Tuck was also full of confidence. Don't come over. Tuck, without haki, you coming over will just drag me and Cole down. Just as Tuck was about to go over, Luo Han's voice reached his ears. It was Luo Han using the mirror flower water moon technique to alter the sound information so Tuck could hear his words. Tuck's body froze. He looked around confused and realized he was the only one hearing it. Could it be an illusion? It's not an illusion. This is one of my devil fruit abilities. Don't come over. Just protect your crew, and Cole and I can handle it. This time, Tuck finally confirmed that it was Luo Han speaking to him. Okay, boss. From now on, I will definitely learn haki. Tuck felt a bit helpless, but also recognized the importance of haki. Captain Tuck, why did you stop? Could it be the captain? Seeing Tuck prepare to take off, then suddenly stop and mumble to himself. Everyone on the ship was filled with various doubts. You idiots. Don't you know how powerful boss Luo Han is? Just now, boss Luo Han told me not to go over and to protect you all. Tuck shouted loudly, making everyone shrink back. Tuck in his flying mantis form was still quite terrifying. Boss Luo Han and the others are truly reliable. Yes, even in this situation, he still wants to protect us. Everyone sighed again at Luo Han's greatness and selflessness. But, do we really not need to help boss Luo Han? A nameless pirate gathered his courage and spoke with a trembling voice. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, their expressions fierce, as if to say, Only you are special. Are you a spy? The nameless pirate trembled, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Tuck's words freed him. Don't worry. Boss Luo Han told me they can handle it themselves. That's great. Indeed, boss Luo Han is very strong. The nameless pirate seemed to feel the importance of unity this time and quickly voiced the correct sentiment. Yeah, everyone looked at him as if to say, At least you're somewhat sensible. On the other side, after Luo Han explained the situation to Tuck, the battle reached a critical moment. Looking at the black-clad men and Zephyr, the four formed a surrounding circle, with Zephyr facing Cole and the other three staring at Luo Han. Luo Han thought to himself, It seems that the battle with ZFA last time has already been studied. They want to cut off the connection between me and Cole to achieve their respective goals of breaking through. Let us get started. The black-clothed man with the tear mask said. ZFA had a disdainful expression, but still charged towards Cole with a punch, while the other 3 black-clothed men rushed towards Luo Han. Whoosh! In the instant the 4 charged, Luo Han moved to Cole's chest. The 10-meter-tall giant body made Luo Han lean against Cole like a pendant, becoming one entity, which tested the tacit understanding between the two. Go for it, Cole, Luo Han silently urged in his heart. Then he infused his psychic power into himself and covered Cole with it. Whoosh! With the half-beast transformation and Luo Han's psychic power boost, Cole's speed suddenly increased several times. In an instant, he arrived in front of ZFA ahead of the black-clothed man. Clang! Although it was sudden, ZFA reacted quickly, colliding his fist with Cole's. However, while he blocked Cole, he couldn't stop Luo Han, who moved in sync with Cole. A psychic-powered punch hit ZFA's stomach, sending him flying far away. Then Cole sidestepped. Whoosh! He dodged a slash from a gale kick and a flying finger gun, while simultaneously turning around to punch the black-clothed man with the tear mask. Clang! Crack! Invisible black lightning burst between the large and small fists of the two. Bang! After a brief contact, Luo Han and Cole retreated to the side. What a strange devil fruit ability, the tear-masked black-clothed man thought to himself as he looked at Luo Han, just now beside himself. The gale kick and finger gun of the other two were interfered with by an invisible force. Otherwise, Cole Wu and T have been able to dodge their attacks. How about that? I told you this kid's ability is quite annoying. Step, step. At this moment, ZFA also flew back from a distance using Moonwalk, standing together with the 3 black-clothed men to face Cole and Luo Han. The tear-masked black-clothed man focused his gaze on Luo Han, his brows slightly furrowed. It seems, it really doesn't resemble the legendary ability, but it still needs to be confirmed after close combat. ZFA, you hold back that big guy. We'll find a way to separate this kid, the tear-masked black-clothed man instructed. As long as you can get rid of that annoying kid, the big guy is up to me, ZFA said impatiently. Go, the 4 shouted in unison, then charged towards Cole and Luo Han for close combat. Luo Han's eyes turned fierce. Let's fight. He then charged towards the 4 along with Kier. As they got closer, Luo Han's psychic attack struck the 4 first. Bang! The 4 simultaneously used their armed haki to disperse Luo Han's psychic power. Luo Han was taken aback and thought to himself, this is trouble. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could sense psychic attacks in advance and counter them. Clang! Bang! At the moment, Luo Han was deep in thought. Cole threw a punch that collided with Zephyr directly in front of him while simultaneously kicking towards the smiling masked figure on his right. Meanwhile, the tearful masked figure and the square-faced masked figure had reached Luo Han's front, both launching a punch at the same time. Clang! The 2 condensed armed haki fists struck the psychic wall in front of Luo Han. The overwhelmed psychic wall cracked with numerous fissures, making a snapping sound. It only held for an instant. Luo Han's psychic wall completely shattered just as it was about to hit him. Luo Han's thoughts stirred, and all of his psychic energy was instantly mobilized, acting on the tearful masked man and the square masked man, causing both to pause and stopping their attacks. At the same time, Luo Han and Cole took advantage of this moment to jump back, creating distance. All of this happened within the span of a single breath. Huff! Luo Han gasped for air, realizing how dangerous it had been. He could have been hit if he wasn't careful, although it was impossible for him to die. The secret of his body's strength had been exposed. Hanye, are you okay? Cole looked down at the panting Luo Han, a bit worried. Then he glanced at ZFA and the others, thinking, I can't let them hit Hangu again. I'm fine. Cole, I can still handle it. At this moment, Luo Han had some ideas. Judging from his previous actions, it was clear that he wanted to engage in close combat, even to the point of hitting his own body. It seemed he wanted to determine the strength of his body. However, Luo Han still couldn't understand why being able to hit his own body would confirm whether his devil fruit ability was the mind fruit. Could it be that a body evolved and strengthened by the mind fruit would be different? With this thought, Luo Han's eyes lit up. He felt he could use the mirror flower water moon to induce a reaction, which might yield surprising results. While Luo Han was contemplating this, Zephyr and his 3 companions surrounded Cole and Luo Han again. Make a move, the masked man in black shouted, charging at the 2 alongside Zephyr. While the other 2 also launched their attacks, all 4 choosing to engage in close combat from different directions. This wouldn't do. They couldn't face their attacks simultaneously. They had to disrupt their rhythm. Otherwise, both he and Cole could easily make mistakes. In an instant, Luo Han thought of this and said to Cole, Cole, speed up. Okay. Cole responded, indicating he understood. Let's go. Everything happened in a flash. Luo Han used his telekinesis to boost Cole's speed, allowing him to move even faster for a moment. Arriving in front of Zephyr first, Cole threw a heavy punch, and with the acceleration from Luo Han's telekinesis, it generated immense power. Clang! Zephyr felt a tremendous force rushing towards him, and with a thud, he was knocked into the sea. Cole turned to face the three masked men, using the same tactic, attacking one first to prevent them from synchronizing their attacks. In an instant, there were sounds of clashing as Cole and Luo Han managed to hold off the three's assault for a short time. However, soon enough, with Zephyr rejoining the fray, Luo Han and Cole began to struggle. Clang! Zephyr's furious punch struck Cole's left ribcage. The immense force was too much for even Cole's massive frame to withstand, and he was sent flying towards the sea. Just as he was about to hit the water, Luo Han quickly used telekinesis to catch him, preventing him from falling in. On the surface of the sea, Luo Han was gasping for breath. These four guys were incredibly skilled with their moonwalk, and their speed was impressive. Their observation haki and armament haki were both strong, which countered Luo Han and Cole, who had weaker armament haki and average speed. If it weren't for Cole's physical breakthrough earlier that day and Luo Han's telekinesis boosting his speed, they would have been in a much worse situation. Drip! A drop of blood fell onto Luo Han's face. He looked up to see Cole with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, half of his face swollen. There were blood holes and slash wounds on his arms and shoulders, with bruises from numerous punches elsewhere. Damn it! These four bastards! Cole had gotten hurt protecting himself. They couldn't drag this out any longer. Whether they were exposed or not didn't matter anymore. Luo Han's body was similar to Cole's, but his defense wasn't as strong, and he couldn't withstand many hits in close combat. He had to think of a way to escape, and Luo Han made a silent decision. Let's go, Cole. Luan Yid. Then the two of them took the initiative and charged at Zephyr and his men. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Golden Lion watched as the heavy rain intensified and the waves grew larger, becoming increasingly impatient. Clang! After another round of clashes, Whitebeard had just retreated next to the Golden Lion. Not good. Those two kids, Whitebeard. The Golden Lion frowned, looking towards Luo Han's direction with a dark expression. Yes, those three CP0 members paired with Zephyr have already reached their limit, Whitebeard said, then turned to look at Carp and Sengoku, his face even darker. These two bastards have been preventing Whitebeard and me from moving the battlefield to Luo Han's side to relieve some of the pressure on him and Cole. Huh. Although I feel a bit sorry for those two kids, it's unavoidable. Whitebeard, accept your fate. Carp chuckled and said solemnly. Accept fate? Carp, you actually believe such nonsense. Whitebeard said angrily. Bang. Without further ado, he threw a punch at Carp. Clang. Carp also met the punch with one of his own, and for a moment, the fierce battle between the four caused the surrounding waves to rise even higher. Meanwhile, the battle between the distant warships and the two pirate ships on Luo Han's side was also intense. The navy that could follow Carp into the New World was not weak either. Fortunately, there was Sister Spoon on board, along with the newly joined Taka and the others. Otherwise, the remaining pirates on the ship wouldn't have been able to withstand the navy's attacks. Bang! Sister Spoon dodged an attack from a CP0 member and kicked another Navy major who was about to strike. Thud! Sister Spoon landed on the Navy's ship, increasingly worried about Luo Han's situation. Initially, she had planned to support Luo Han and Cole when the three CP0 members surrounded them. But along the way, she was blocked by the CP0 member in front of her. While this CP0 was not as strong as those facing Luo Han, teaming up with three Navy majors made it difficult for Sister Spoon to assist Luo Han. On the sea, three battlefields were at a standstill, with only Luo Han and Cole at a disadvantage, even in life-threatening danger. Time unknowingly passed into the night, and the sky was completely dark, reaching a level where one couldn't see their own hand. The people at sea had been fighting for 6 hours, and the heavy rain had also lasted for 6 hours. Kill! Kill! The Navy on the warship and the pirates had already engaged in close combat, with massive waves causing the ships to sway continuously. The fighters on both sides were so immersed in battle that they had lost their sense of awareness, killing anyone they saw. From time to time, people died, falling into the sea, while the rolling waves occasionally washed the dead back onto the ships. The ships were soaked in blood, whether from pirates or Navy, swaying like ghost ships in the turbulent sea. The battle grew even more intense, with Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, and Sister Spoon all firmly held in place. Drip! Drip! Blood continuously dripped onto Luo Han, flowing down his body and into the sea. Luo Han and Cole hovered in the air, only 15 meters above the sea surface. as the rolling waves occasionally splashed water onto them, washing away their blood. These four bastards really weren't giving him a chance. Watching Zephyr and the three CP0 members firmly locking onto him and Cole from 20 meters above, Luo Han felt a sense of urgency. Originally, Luo Han planned to fly up high with Cole and use the clouds as cover to escape, but unexpectedly, the four of them did the opposite, trying to knock Luo Han and Cole into the sea with every attack. Both Luo Han and Cole are devil fruit users. If they fall into the sea and do not immediately use their telekinesis to wrap their bodies, they will be doomed. Who? Cole's breathing began to grow heavy. Han, how's it going? Cole gasped. Almost there. Get ready to break free. Stay close to me, Cole, Luo Han said seriously, turning his head to look at the three CP0 agents in black. You guys should believe it now, right? We're just one step away from the final blow. Luo Han's eyes started to shine. What are you guys still confirming? We've already sacrificed many Navy soldiers, Zephyr said, looking at the CP0 captain, the tear mask-wearing black-clad man. With a gloomy expression, the tear mask-wearing black-clad man glanced at Zephyr and casually said, "It's basically confirmed, but we still need the final blow to be truly certain." He then looked at the dark sea and the increasing rain, before turning back to Luo Han and Cole. This time, we must force them into the sea. That's how we'll win. All right, we can't delay any longer. Zephyr's eyes hardened as he spoke. The Navy soldiers were on the brink of collapse, even with a numbers advantage. It wouldn't work, as the opponents were from the Rocks Pirates under Whitebeard with strengths that could match 100 men, and several of them were even at the rear admiral level. That's why Zephyr was anxious to end the battle here and go help on the battleship's battlefield. Go! The four of them charged once again towards Luo Han and Cole in unison. Finally here, Luo Han's expression was serious. The success of their plan hinged on this last attempt. Otherwise, there would be more trouble later. Clang! Cole threw a punch at the tear mask-wearing black-clad man on the right, not engaging too much, and turned to block Zephyr with an elbow. The other two black-clad agents were entangled by Luo Han and Cole's telekinesis, unable to approach Cole. Without pausing, after a brief physical contact, Cole and Luo Han quickly flew upward, preparing to break free from the encirclement. Clang! The tear mask-wearing black-clad man had already arrived above them, and with a downward, kicking motion, he struck Cole's right arm with enough force to split the sea. Instantly, Cole and Luo Han's ascent was obstructed. Swish! Luo Han controlled Cole to retreat at high speed, dodging Zephyr's punch coming from the left. Clang! Clang! Two slashing kicks struck Cole's back. He couldn't evade them, but Luo Han used telekinesis to absorb part of the attack, preventing Cole from getting hurt. However, it also delayed their speed, and once again, they were surrounded by the four. Zephyr and the tear mask-wearing black-clad man instantly arrived above Cole, simultaneously throwing punches at his head. The other two black-clad men also quickly approached Luo Han, one of them launching a flying finger gun at him. Under simultaneous attack, Luo Han and Cole could only cross their arms to block Zephyr and the tear mask-wearing black-clad man's attacks, while Luo Han reinforced Cole's defense with telekinesis, then spun to dodge the four's attacks aimed at him. Clang! Clang! They were hit by Zephyr and the tear mask-wearing black-clad man's attacks. Even with Cole's strength, he couldn't hold it back and was sent crashing into the sea. This is bad. Luo Han's expression turned fearful as he hurriedly used telekinesis to stop the downward force. But at the same time, it seemed he overlooked the attacks from the other two black-clad men. Whoosh! The two black-clad men nearly simultaneously appeared in front of Luo Han. Bang! Crack! One punched through Luo Han's telekinetic barrier, while the other landed a punch directly on Luo Han's left cheek. They executed their attacks in perfect sync, striking in an instant. Splash! Luo Han crashed into the sea, creating huge waves. Han! Cole screamed in terror, his eyes filled with rage. He then chased after Luo Han and plunged into the sea. Splash! The sea erupted again in a wave. The three CP0 agents and Zephyr ignored Cole. The tear mask-wearing black-clad man looked at the CP0 agent who had struck Luo Han. How is it? Very weak. If it weren't for that invisible force field protecting him, that punch would have shattered his head, the black-clad man who attacked Luo Han said calmly, then thought for a moment. Even so, my punch crushed half of his face. I could hear the sound of his facial bones breaking. The tear mask-wearing black-clad man, looking at the dark sea below, contemplated, it shouldn't be that legendary devil fruit. If it's confirmed, then let's head back, said the tear mask-wearing black-clad man, preparing to return to the battleship and leave, seemingly convinced that Luo Han and Cole were dead. Hey, shouldn't we also take down Whitebeard and Gold Lion? Seeing the CP0 agents preparing to leave, Zifa furrowed his brow and quickly called out. The tear mask-wearing black-clad man turned to Zifa and said in an emotionless tone, "Our mission is complete. The rest is your Navy's responsibility." After saying that, he directly used Jeppo to return to the battleship. There was no choice. In the end, Zifa could only relent. However, Zifa did not return to the battleship, but headed towards the battlefield of Whitebeard and Gold Lion. Meanwhile, on Whitebeard's side, seeing Luo Han and Cole fall into the sea one after the other, he fell silent alongside Gold Lion. Is it really ending like this? Although we belong to different factions, it's sad to see such young kids go like this. Carp also felt a sense of indescribable emotion. After all, Luo Han and Cole had just joined the Rocks Pirates and hadn't committed any heinous acts. Moreover, seeing Whitebeard's concern for Luo Han and Cole made it clear that these two kids were also honorable individuals. What a pity. Cop sight. Carp, what a bastard. Whitebeard's deep voice made Carp feel the suppressed anger within. This is reality, Whitebeard, Carp replied solemnly. Then, with his entire body covered in haki, he fixed his gaze on Whitebeard, ready for a fight. Whitebeard clenched his fists. Wait, Newgate, Luo Han, and the other two are dead. We should retreat. There's no need to entangle with Carp and the others any longer. Gold Lion stepped forward to block Whitebeard, then looked at Carp and Sengoku. You Navy soldiers have also suffered many losses. We are about the same. So let's end it here. What do you say, Sengoku? Carp. No objections. Let's do it. Carp interrupted Sengoku, who wanted to say something, agreeing to Gold Lion's proposal. Then he pulled Sengoku and used Jeppo to fly towards Zifa, who was coming this way. Gold Lion. Whitebeard shouted furiously at Gold Lion, wanted to say something more, but suddenly stopped. His eyes lit up. He fell silent, ignoring Gold Lion and heading back to the ship. Gold Lion was taken aback by Whitebeard's sudden calmness, but didn't think much of it and followed back to the ship. Once on the ship, everyone sailed away from the area. The Green Fort pirates followed behind Whitebeard and also left. The Navy did not stop them, and they tacitly withdrew from the area. Amidst the rolling waves, Whitebeard and his crew gradually distanced themselves. Everyone on the ship was silent. Not only had Luo Han and Cole not returned, but many others also hadn't come back, including the pirate named Jack, who had been beaten by the chef. On the calm sea surface, two pirate ships, one small and one large, were slowly sailing, with the white moonlight finally shining on the ships. They had left the stormy sea and entered the calm waters, and 3 hours had passed since the end of the great battle. The Green Fort pirates continued to follow behind, not leaving due to Luo Han's disappearance. Others might think Luo Han and Cole were dead, but the Green Fort pirates wouldn't, as Luo Han had said before that he could handle it. So this group of fools, including Tuck, firmly believed that Luo Han and Cole had just gone missing and would return. Therefore, they didn't leave and kept following Whitebeard, waiting for Luo Han to come back. On the pirate ship ahead, standing at the rear of the ship, looking out at the sea, Whitebeard's thoughts drifted back to the battlefield. When he sensed Luo Han falling into the water and confronted Carp in anger, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Remembering the words from that time, he couldn't help but smile slightly. That kid Luo Han has developed his devil fruit powers quite deeply. Whitebeard thought to himself. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and Whitebeard withdrew his gaze from the sea, turning to look at the approaching Shovel Sister. Newgate, those two little guys are really dead, Shovel Sister said as she brushed her hair back, looking up at Whitebeard with a tone of doubt and sadness. They shouldn't be dead. That kid told me to leave first, Whitebeard replied, also a bit uncertain, as the two kids had not returned yet. Moreover, he had never heard of any ability that could allow a devil fruit user to escape the curse of the sea. Oh, you were informed too. Shovel Sister's eyes brightened with some surprise, thinking that they might not be dead after all. Looking at the calm sea, she thought, there must be some means to move in the sea. However, recalling the 3 CP0 masked figures who ambushed Luo Han and Cole, Shovel Sister looked at Whitebeard with some confusion. Newgate, those CP0 guys must have come for that kid Luo Han today, right? That's right. After those 3 CP0 masked figures knocked Luo Han into the sea, they suddenly stopped attacking. Whitebeard replied, a hint of confusion flashing in his mind. What secret does Luo Han have? What could prompt the strongest intelligence agency under the world government, CP0, to personally send a 4-man team? But I hope that kid is okay. He should have something that would annoy that kid later. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but smile slightly. It would be quite amusing to see Luo Han get into trouble. Shovel Sister glanced at Whitebeard, puzzled by his sudden laughter, and turned her head back to look at the sea. It's been quite a while, right? They should have caught up by now. Shovel's sister's voice drifted in with a hint of worry. Suddenly, at this moment, Shovel's sister sensed through her observation haki that a large sea king was rapidly approaching from the sea behind them. Newgate, be careful. A large sea king is approaching quickly. Shovel's sister warned Whitebeard. Is it from behind? Whitebeard's expression became serious. Although he could handle it, if the ship were accidentally destroyed, it would be troublesome. Yes. It's almost here, Shovel's sister replied. Hearing her response, Whitebeard immediately raised his great sword, gathering a surge of shockwave power on the blade. It seemed that with this strike, both the approaching Sea King and the sea would be cut apart. It's coming. Whitebeard's observation haki also sensed it. It was a Sea King about 3,000 meters long, about to surface. As his arm muscles bulged, just when Whitebeard was preparing to deal with this Sea King with one blow, a familiar voice rang in his ears again. Stop, Brother Newgate. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard lowered his great sword, looking at the large Sea King that had surfaced, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's wrong, Newgate? Seeing Whitebeard stop without making a move, Shovel's sister felt puzzled. What's going on? Why is there a Sea King following us? Bang, bang. The Golden Lion also arrived at the rear of the ship. Looking at the Sea King with a frown, he said, looking at Whitebeard. The Golden Lion was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed in surprise. Looking at the Sea King, he saw that the Sea King, resembling a turtle head, opened its mouth and swoosh. Swoosh. Two figures, one large and one small, quickly flew out of its mouth and landed on the ship. Bang, bang. Two sounds of landing echoed. Ha! Brother Newgate, did you miss me? Luo Han raised an eyebrow, looking at Whitebeard with some joy. Just now, I was almost cut down by you, Brother Newgate. Ha! Ha! I knew you kid would be fine. This entrance is quite interesting. Whitebeard was startled to see Luo Han and Cole coming out from the Sea King's mouth, followed by joy. Alala, not bad. Surviving for 6 hours against 3 CP0 members and Zifa subordinates. Hearing the delighted voice beside him, Luo Han turned to look at Shovel's sister. It was also luck. When I fell into the sea, I happened to be swallowed by that Sea King, escaping a disaster. Shovel's sister had a face that said you must be joking, making Luo Han feel a bit embarrassed. He could only smile awkwardly. Fortunately, Shovel's sister didn't T-press further, seeing that Luo Han and Cole returned safely. She waved her hand and went back to the ship to rest, as it was already past midnight. Brother Newgate, I'm taking Cole to Tuck's ship to rest, Luo Han said. Looking at Cole covered in wounds, some still bleeding, Whitebeard said, you guys go ahead. Okay. Luo Han replied and flew with Cole to the Green Fort pirate ship, not saying a word to the Golden Lion throughout. Thinking about how this guy blocked Whitebeard and angrily charged a carp, Luo Han felt a bit sad. Previously, Luo Han thought he had some friendship with the Golden Lion, but he never expected that this guy never regarded himself and Cole as friends, not even willing to vent his anger over their deaths. Although the two didn't die, Luo Han still felt a bit of resentment. Not want to think about it anymore. This world was never revolving around one person, except for Pirate King Luffy. At this moment, watching Luo Han and Cole leave, the Golden Lion fell into silence. He thought to himself, that kid Luo Han actually dared to give me a hard time, Besides companions, no one can make me sympathize with the weak. Meanwhile, unaware that they were considered weak, Luo Han and Cole had already arrived on Tuck's ship, and then Luo Han controlled the Sea King back into the deep sea. Master Luo Han, Master Cole, I knew you would be fine. As soon as they landed on the ship, Tuck and the others surrounded them, each saying they knew it. Of course, as your captain, how could I die so easily? Luo Han laughed heartily, suddenly finding these guys a bit adorable for not taking the chance to escape while he was away. Captain Luo Han, Master Cole's wounds are still bleeding. Tuck suddenly pointed at the wounds on Cole's body and shouted loudly. Luo Han turned around to look at Cole, who had returned to his now quiet self, and a glimmer of tears appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for Cole's protection this time, Luo Han would have hardly escaped a disaster. You all hurry up and prepare some food. As long as there's food, Cole will recover quickly, Luo Han instructed everyone. Hurry up and prepare, cook all the meat. Quickly. Tucker waved his hand and said, Okay, Captain. Everyone immediately dispersed. Subsequently, Tucker also joined everyone in preparing food, and the deck suddenly became quiet, with only Luo Han and Cole remaining. Then bang, bang, both Luo Han and Cole lay down on the deck at the same time, looking at the moon in the sky, and couldn't help but smile at each other, sighing, we've survived another crisis. Recalling the events of this battle, Luo Han was basically certain that the world government didn't actually know the specifics of the mind fruit's abilities. The only thing they might know is that the mind can guide the body to evolve infinitely. Otherwise, those three CP0 members wouldn't have tried to attack their own bodies. They were probably just trying to confirm their physical strength. However, to what extent they understood, Luo Han wasn't sure. They'd have to wait and see how things progressed. But they should have figured out the range of the island where Ring Tree Island is located through the time Luo Han and Cole joined the Rock Pirates. This is a potential crisis. Luo Han secretly worried. After all, it's still due to insufficient strength. Thinking of this, Luo Han was also angry. Becoming stronger takes time. Luo Han and Cole, both 18, nearing the strength of a candidate admiral, were already quite abnormal. However, just a few days after leaving Ring Tree Island, they first encountered Wang Ji and Silver Axe, both of whom were at the candidate admiral level. If it weren't for Luo Han and Cole's devil fruit abilities being exceptionally special, neither of them would have been able to defeat the other. In fact, they hadn't fought at all, merely relying on their fruit abilities to play tricks. In terms of haki, Luo Han and Cole were still quite immature and couldn't break through others' defenses, which was quite embarrassing. Then they encountered Zifa, who was at the admiral level. Luo Han and Cole teamed up to fight him, yet they were still beaten badly. However, thanks to the peculiar nature of their devil fruit abilities, they managed to endure. Unexpectedly, the third time, they faced 3 CP0 members plus Zifa, for people teamed up to beat the 2 kids. Still with the combination of 2 admirals and 2 candidate admirals. If it weren't for Cole's devil fruit ability being so abnormal, with strong defenses, plenty of stamina, and great strength, they would have been in real danger. Luckily, Luo Han had developed the Mirror Flower Water Moon ability early on, allowing him to secretly control a Sea King and swallow both him and Cole when they fell into the sea, causing those 3 CP0 members to abandon their pursuit. After all, there were quite a few other large Sea Kings in the deep sea at that time. This was what allowed Luo Han and Cole to escape smoothly. Otherwise, even if they reached the sea, those 3 CP0 members would have chased them down. After all, their initial plan was to knock Luo Han and Cole into the sea and then use Sea Prism Stone to restrain them. If that had really happened, Luo Han and Cole would have been finished. Sigh. Luo Han lamented, "Give me some time, let me survive a bit longer. I may not be able to take on the entire world alone, but at least I can save my life." Time passed in Luo Han's imagination, during which he and Cole got up for a big meal and had a lively time with Tucker and the others. Surprisingly, none of those fools died in that battle. They just lost some arms and legs. Since no one died, everyone was still very cheerful, and the excitement continued late into the night before they finally went to sleep. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky when there was a knock on the door. "Luan, wake up, we see an island." Tucker knocked on the door of the large room that originally belonged to him, shouting inside. "Coming." Luo Han pushed the door open and stepped out, rubbing his eyes. The glaring sunlight made Luo Han feel a bit uncomfortable. Looking at Tucker, who was about to shout again, he waved his hand to stop him. "All right, no need to shout anymore." Ignoring Tucker, who seemed to want to say something, Luo Han walked to the side of the ship, closed his eyes, and felt the refreshing sea breeze blowing across his face. "So nice. I feel like I'm alive again." Then he opened his eyes, extending his spiritual sense. He thought, looking at this terrain, the limit of my spiritual sense still covers a primitive forest. It should be a medium-sized island, probably around 500 kilometers. Splash, splash. As the ship glided across the sea, it stirred up circles of waves. Luo Han and the others followed behind Whitebeard, gradually approaching this unfamiliar island. As Luo Han and the others neared the unknown island, close to the Sabidi archipelago, the magnificent red Earth continent stood tall, with no cloud cover. The clouds were all below, allowing this place to bask in sunlight year-round, seemingly the only bright spot in this world. And the location of the world government, the Holy Land Mariehua, symbolizing the highest power in the world, is situated in this place where sunlight shines all year round. Sunlight filtered through the window screens, faintly illuminating the office of the 5 elders, where 5 of them were either sitting or standing. In front of them, a man in black was kneeling, reporting to the 5 elders. In summary, it has been basically confirmed that Phil Cole is a Zoan-type devil fruit user, while Vincent Luo Han is an unknown force field fruit user. After the kneeling man finished speaking, he lowered his head again, with only the tear mask making him stand out. This report was from the 3 CP0 captains who attacked Luo Han and Cole yesterday, the man in the tear mask. Is that so? Then let's send out the bounty first. After all, it's time for rocks to develop rapidly. The old man with a hat leaning on a cane, tapped the ground and said in a deep voice to the kneeling man, "Yes, 5 elders." The CP0 captain in black raised his head and replied, then quickly lowered it again. The old man with the curved blade-shaped mustache walked up to the CP0 captain. "Then it's settled. Let the Navy increase the bounty for those 2 kids a bit. You can leave now." "Yes, 5 elders," the CP0 captain replied, then stood up and slowly retreated. After watching the CP0 captain leave, the swordsman elder stood up, just about to say something when suddenly he paused. "Isn't that so?" A fleeting voice echoed in the ears of the 5 elders. The 5 elders' expressions grew serious. They instantly turned around, stood straight, and then knelt down in unison towards a certain direction. If this scene were seen by others, it would probably completely overturn their worldview. The highest power holders of the world government actually knelt together. Report to Lord M, based on the CP0 report. We have basically ruled out the suspicion that those 2 kids possess the infinite fruit. The swordsman elder was the first to speak. Then the elder with the long beard continued. However, because that devil fruit has never been recorded by the world government, we are still unclear about its specific abilities. Therefore, we cannot completely rule out the possibility that that child's ability is related to that legendary fruit. The elder with blonde hair said, "Of course, it is also possible that the storm back then caused that devil fruit to sink to the seabed, or that those 3 took it back to their homeland and hid it without consuming it. In any case, we will find out all of this, Lord M." The old man leaning on the cane added. M's ethereal voice came again and then faded away. The 5 elders remained respectfully kneeling in place until a quarter of an hour later before they stood up. The 5 exchanged glances, feeling a bit of a headache. After speaking with Lord M, the 5 elders arrived at the entrance of a massive building hidden behind the Holy Land. The architecture resembled a medieval church, and this was the location of the world government's archives, which were secretly guarded by CP0 year-round. Pushing open the great door, the 5 elders entered the world government's archives once again, ready to check the information about the fruit they referred to as the infinite fruit. Inside the enormous archive, rows of 20-meter-high bookshelves were neatly arranged in the spacious hall, filled with various information and cultural records from around the world. It could be said that it encompassed almost all the secrets discovered in this world. The only sound in the silent archive was the footsteps of the 5 elders. Following the path between the 2 rows of bookshelves, they walked to the end and arrived at a 10-meter-high small door. The small door had an ancient design and appeared to have some history, with pictorial patterns depicting the development of a certain country. Pushing open the 10-meter-high small door, the 5 elders entered a circular room with a diameter of 50 meters, resembling a round tower, standing 100 meters tall, topped only by a round glass dome, while the rest were enclosed. Around the room were circular bookshelves against the round walls, and in the center was a round table with 5 round stools. The midday sunlight streamed through the glass window on the roof, perfectly illuminating the round table in the center. An elderly man with a cane approached one of the bookshelves and picked up a somewhat old book, which was thin, containing only about a dozen pages. The elder carefully placed the book on the round table, then sat down and looked at the other 4 members of the 5 elders. "Everyone look. This is all the information about that devil fruit." The elder with the knife was the first to take the book and flip through the pages, one by one. Although he was looking carefully, it was only a dozen pages, and soon he had finished reading it. The others followed suit, reading one after another. When the last person finished, the room fell into silence, so quiet that one could almost hear the sound of sunlight slowly moving. Among the dozen or so people, none matched the little brat named Luo Han. The elder with the long beard was the first to break the silence. "Turns out it's not that little brat," the blonde elder murmured. Suddenly, the sound of a stool being moved echoed in the silence as the curved blade-bearded elder stood up, looking at the other 5 elders. Then he might still be on that island that is yet to be found. The other 4 pondered for a moment and then stood up in unison. "That's right. Those 2 little brats first appeared on Boat Island. Let's CP start searching around it," said the elder with the knife. The long-bearded elder's expression grew serious as he looked at the elder with the knife and said in a deep voice, "Once it's found, I'll go with you. It should be personally checked. We cannot let a repeat of the last incident happen." The elder with the knife's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. "Then we'll leave it to you. I hope Lord M won't have to wait long again," the other 3 said in unison. Afterward, the elder with the cane carefully returned the book to the bookshelf, and then the 5 elders walked out of the mysterious library together, closing the door with a click. As they exited the room, the eyes of the 5 elders glinted with cold light, foreseeing that soon, Ringtree Island would face a catastrophic disaster. Meanwhile, Luo Han, the cause of all this, was still reveling in having deceived CP0 into believing he was weak, thus concealing the fact that he was not a user of the Mind Fruit, feeling quite pleased with himself. Although Luo Han felt that Ring Tree Island might be in danger, he didn't worry too much. After all, over the years, only the Rocks pirates had safely navigated to Ring Tree Island, while others were swept away by storms. It was as if Ring Tree Island was surrounded by an invisible storm. Once anyone approached the surrounding waters, inexplicable storms would arise, sweeping both people and ships away. This long-standing reality made Luo Han and others think that the arrival of the Rocks pirates was merely an exception, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. All of this led to a misconception that Ring Tree Island was very safe. Believing Ring Tree Island to be safe, Luo Han, at this moment, had already landed on the island that Tak had mentioned at the beginning, alongside Whitebeard and the others. Shala. Walking on the white sandy beach of this island, Luo Han found that the pristine sand was made up of smooth, white pebbles the size of yellow beans. Thud! Luo Han couldn't help but lie back on the beach, closing his eyes, feeling incredibly comfortable. It was like lying on a massager, completely relaxed. Thud! An even louder sound than Luo Han lying down erupted, splashing up a pile of pebbles that nearly buried him. Rohan was speechless as he looked at Cole, who was also lying down. Han, it's pretty comfortable lying down, Cole said with an awkward smile, holding a pile of pebbles and tossing them onto himself. Yeah, it's quite comfortable, Rohan replied, spreading his hands. Perhaps it was too comfortable. Just as Rohan was dozing off, he heard Whitebeard's voice and suddenly woke up. Little Rohan, come over here. Whitebeard's voice came again, and Rohan only understood what he said the second time. Coming right away, Rohan responded, getting up and looking at Cole. Ugh, this guy's asleep. Forget it. Rohan decided not to wake Cole and let him sleep a bit longer since there wasn't much danger here anyway. Rustle. Without flying, Rohan walked step by step to the edge of the beach and the forest, looking at the large tree in front of him. It was about 50 meters tall, and its branches looked somewhat strange, as if twisted by something, making it uncomfortable to look at. The bark was very smooth, as if polished, and the lower part of the trunk and the exposed roots were a deeper color than the upper part of the trunk. Seeing this, Rohan furrowed his brows, and at the same time, he caught a whiff of a decaying smell emanating from the tree due to being submerged in water for a long time. This area will flood at night. We need to keep moving forward and find a place to settle down. We should rest here on this island for a while, Whitebeard said, pointing to the lower part of the tree Rohan had just been looking at, then glanced back at the forest. Later, you should also go deeper into the island to look around. The golden lion has already gone. Spoon and I will stay here. Luo Han nodded, turned to look at Cole, thought for a moment, and then turned to Tucker beside him and said, Tucker, when Cole wakes up, tell him I've gone into the island. Okay, boss Luo Han, Tucker replied, putting down the wooden box he was holding. After reminding Tucker, Luo Han nodded at Whitebeard. Then, with a slight bend of his legs, he shot into the sky at high speed. In front of him, about a kilometer away, the woods were shrouded in thick fog, as if even the sunlight had been diluted. Only faintly visible were towering trees, which looked a bit eerie in broad daylight under a clear sky, resembling the entrance to hell, sending chills down one's spine. Luo Han turned his head to look around, only to see that the white sandy beach stretched out like a straight line infinitely in both directions, with no end in sight. This island was either very long or very large. It could also be both long and large. Looking ahead to be safe, Luo Han wrapped himself in telekinesis and plunged into the thick fog. Due to visibility issues, Luo Han kept his spiritual awareness active the entire time. Under the dense fog, he saw a forest that was lush and tranquil, with not a single sound, nor any animal calls. He didn't even sense a single insect. In this situation, Luo Han suddenly thought of a movie, The Alien Planet and Alien Covenant, which also had no animal sounds, only plants. There wouldn't be aliens here too, would there? League of Legends has already made its appearance. If an alien shows up, it would be completely chaotic. Could it be that we're entering an apocalyptic mode from the world of One Piece? Luo Han quickly strengthened the telekinetic shield surrounding his package, fearing that some black particles might float into his mouth or ears. Fortunately, after a period of flying, Luo Han flew out of the foggy area and arrived at the foot of a majestic mountain. Luo Han looked around and thought this should be a mountain range, completely endless, making it hard to assess its height. There was also thick fog at the halfway point, but it was different from the previous fog, with better visibility. For what he could see, it should be 2,000 or 3,000 meters high at least, but he had no idea what the actual height was. Luo Han suddenly smiled, as he finally sensed various animal sounds here, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart, no longer having to face the fear of aliens. Taking a deep breath, the clear scent of nature invigorated him. Luo Han sensed his surroundings with his spiritual awareness and did not see the golden lion. It must have gone over the mountains. He then flew to the halfway up the mountain, turned to look in the direction of the flowing mountains, but still couldn't see the end. Even if he looked at the other side, it was the same. This should be a large island. It seems that the previous judgment had some errors. Whoosh! Luo Han no longer lingered and quickly passed through the clouds, arriving above the mountain peak. Looking at the mountaintop, Luo Han had a strange expression on his face. He thought he would see various steep peaks, but instead, the mountaintop seemed to have been flattened by a single stroke. Although it was covered with various large trees, it was very prominent when viewed along the direction of the flowing mountains. As the entire mountain peak was aligned in a straight line like this, Luo Han seemed to imagine a scene where a perfection-seeking, unparalleled swordsman accidentally arrived here. Looking at the uneven mountain peaks, feeling a flicker of displeasure in his heart. Then he drew his sword and with one strike flattened the entire mountain range. Thinking of this, Luo Han couldn't help but feel a surge of heroic spirit. He closed his eyes, raised his right hand to his chest, and brought his palm together in a knife shape, imagining the passion to cut through everything as he swung forward. Clang! A slashing sound rang out beside Luo Han. He instinctively took a step to the right. On the breezy mountaintop, drip, drip, blood dripped from Luo Han's left arm. Sweat poured down Luo Han's body, and he trembled all over, holding his left arm, which had a chunk of flesh sliced off, with his right hand. He opened his eyes to see a golden lion flying towards him from across the mountain range, and it was so close, just a little bit, and his left arm would have been gone. Boundless anger surged in Luo Han's chest, weighing him down so heavily that he could barely breathe. Luo Han looked at the flying golden lion with cold eyes and said nothing. Hee, quite nimble, aren't you? The golden lion came before Luo Han and said with a chilling smile. Rohan frowned and looked at Golden Lion without saying a word. At this moment, saying anything would be pointless. Let's see what Golden Lion really wants. Hee, not saying anything. I'm just curious what secret you have that is worth the world government sending 4 CP0 agents to deal with you and to capture you alive. Golden Lion's gaze sharpened, and he continued. Hee, truly, it's one wave after another then. As for the world government, that's understandable. After all, they have many people. But you, Golden Lion, are just one person. What confidence do you have to make Rohan fear you? The world government couldn't take you down, so what can you, Golden Lion, do? Luo Han looked disdainfully at the Golden Lion, and at that moment, the silent mockery was the most lethal. Clearly, the Golden Lion felt it too, and his expression grew increasingly grim. What an arrogant little brat. Do you really think you can dodge my slashes? Don't be ridiculous. Feeling insulted, the Golden Lion unleashed 2 slashes aimed at Luo Han. Clang! Clang! Luo Han slightly tilted and crouched to evade the 2 slashes, then looked at the Golden Lion with a mocking expression. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't activate my observation haki just now, do you really think you could slice off a piece of flesh from your left arm? Impossible. The Golden Lion's face was filled with disbelief. At such close range, with his speed, there was no way to dodge. There's nothing impossible, Golden Lion. For opponents like you, you're the easiest for me to deal with. Luo Han's mocking voice continued. Oh really? The easiest to deal with? Then let's see you dodge again. The Golden Lion's eyes bulged, and he roared in fury. He then flew up 20 meters higher than Luo Han, raised both hands, and looked down at Luo Han. Thousand Cuts Valley, the Golden Lion shouted, and in an instant, hundreds of slashing waves shot towards Luo Han. Clang! Clang! Each slashing wave flew past Luo Han, boom, boom, creating valleys on the mountaintop below. Luo Han looked up with a calm expression at the Golden Lion. What is this? Such a disgusting ability. The Golden Lion felt a surge of anger as he watched Luo Han remain completely still. Hee, how about it, Golden Lion? I told you, opponents like you are still very easy for me to deal with, especially when my observation haki is stronger than yours. It was only then that Luo Han burst into laughter. Hearing Luo Han's laughter, the Golden Lion fell silent, contemplating the moment he had attacked, when countless invisible attacks interfered with his arms, causing every one of his slashing waves to miss that brat. Clearly, that brat's ability had improved, with better control and attack speed. What a troublesome ability. The Golden Lion frowned, feeling somewhat stuck. Seeing the Golden Lion's helpless expression, Luo Han found it amusing, but he also needed to be cautious not to fall into delusions. It had truly been dangerous just now. Although the Golden Lion didn't intend to take his life, merely wanting to slice off an arm to uncover his secrets. Who could guarantee that the Golden Lion wouldn't end his life after learning the secrets? After all, leaving someone who is bound to cause trouble for him would be quite foolish. Since you've come to terms with the facts, then I'll take my leave. Saying that, Luo Han flew directly towards the coast, but he kept his observation haki activated, as he couldn't afford to be careless. Otherwise, it would be too unjust to die. Halfway in the air, Luo Han turned his head and saw the Golden Lion still standing there, not following him. Phew! Luo Han let out a sigh of relief. It had been quite dangerous just now. The Golden Lion's observation haki wasn't weak at all, but Luo Han had enhanced his perception sensitivity through his mental abilities, making him stronger. Bullet time is a state Luo Han achieved by enhancing the sensitivity of his observation haki with his mental abilities, allowing him to slow down actions by hundreds or thousands of times, forming a perception similar to bullet time. With the enhanced sensitivity of his observation haki, Luo Han's psychokinesis activation speed was also very fast. This allowed him to precisely control his psychokinesis to interfere with the Golden Lion's sword-wielding hands, causing all the slashing waves to pass by him without a single one aimed at Luo Han. However, all of this consumed a massive amount of mental energy. While other Devil Fruit users might only exhaust a lot of physical strength, using his mental fruit abilities drained both a large amount of physical strength and mental energy. Moreover, while physical fatigue could be replenished by consuming a lot of meat, mental fatigue was the hardest to recover from. Fortunately, the psychokinesis that Luo Han developed first basically didn't consume physical strength, and the Mirror Flower Water Moon ability wasn't as terrifyingly draining as bullet time. Otherwise, Luo Han's regular combat would be reduced to physical clashes, and the world government would know that he had eaten the mental fruit. Who knows what trouble that would bring? Thankfully, the Golden Lion knew none of this. Otherwise, if he had clung to Luo Han for another 10 minutes in such a high-intensity combat environment, Luo Han's physical strength would have quickly run out. After some contemplation, Luo Han relaxed his right hand and looked at the wound on his left arm, which had already healed and was nearly indistinguishable from normal skin, just a bit pale, but it didn't matter. Luckily, the mental fruit had strong control over the physical body, accelerating the healing of wounds. Otherwise, when he returned to the shore, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Cole. Flying back to the shore, after Luo Han flew back to the beach, the Golden Lion found it hard to accept that he couldn't deal with a brat who had just come out to sea for a few days. Thinking of Luo Han and Cole's growth rate, as well as Tucker and the others, the Golden Lion felt he should also train his subordinates. One person can't handle everything. Just like that brat Luo Han, who couldn't even use his troublesome ability when faced with the combined attack of 3 CP0 agents and Zephyr, and had to retreat. He couldn't stay with Whitebeard any longer. The Golden Lion thought about pursuing Roger on his own, while also recruiting some strong subordinates to prepare for forming his own pirate crew in the future. With these thoughts in mind, the Golden Lion took out a Din Din Mushy and began contacting rocks. On the white sandy beach, wisps of smoke rose. Luo Han, you're back. As soon as he landed on the beach, Tucker's loud voice came through, sounding somewhat excited as he approached Luo Han with a pack of baked pancakes. What is this? Luo Han stared in confusion at the members of the Green Fort Pirates who were baking pancakes. Where did the pancakes come from? Tucker carefully held the pancakes with both hands, a look of reverence on his face as he said, "These are pancakes given by Grandma. They're really delicious for you." Luo Han. He handed the pancakes to Luo Han. Looking at the pancakes that might have been made a year or two ago, Luo Han was at a loss for whether to accept them or not. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take them. After all, they were given by his subordinate, and he couldn't let them down. I hope it won't upset my stomach, Luo Han thought to himself. Seeing Luo Han accept Grandma's pancakes, Tucker finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Luo Han was still listening to Grandma's teachings. Great! From today on, Luo Han will be my lifelong boss. Tucker, what? Is there anything else? Seeing Tucker still standing there lost in thought, Luo Han interrupted him. No. Tucker quickly turned around to join his friends in baking pancakes. After Tucker left, Luo Han walked towards Whitebeard with the pancakes, contemplating whether to eat them. This token of affection will be given to Brother Newgate, as a return for helping me vent my frustrations last time. Yes, that's it, Luo Han muttered to himself. Where's the Golden Lion? Whitebeard casually asked, sitting next to the fire with a jug of wine in hand. Though it was a question, it didn't sound like one, as if he didn't care. I don't know, Luo Han replied succinctly. He didn't want to say much about the Golden Lion. What happened today would be repaid slowly in the future. For someone familiar with the plot like Luo Han, Wasn't this quite easy? Seeing Luo Han's unwillingness to talk more, Whitebeard had a fleeting look of doubt. But thinking of the Golden Lion's character, it seemed the two had had a dispute inside. Unfortunately, Whitebeard wouldn't think that the Golden Lion was not arguing with Luo Han, but rather wanted to directly kill Luo Han after questioning him for secrets. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so calm. Sitting by the crackling fire, Luo Han picked up a piece of roasted meat and took a big bite. So delicious. By the way, where's Sister Spoon? Since boarding the ship and arriving on the island, he hadn't seen Sister Spoon, and Luo Han was a bit curious. She went ahead to take a look. Whitebeard raised his head and gestured to the right, toward the coastline, then picked up the pancake that Rohan had just given him and took a bite. The taste seemed quite good, and Whitebeard's eyes lit up. Luo Han looked at the coastline, still unable to see the end. It seemed that this island was a long, narrow one. How was your visit inside the island? Whitebeard asked. Luo Han thought for a moment and said, it's about 50 kilometers inward from here. We'll reach the mountains after passing through the thick fog. However, there hasn't been a single animal sound between here and the mountains. It's very quiet. It seems that it might be a bit dangerous here at night, as even during the day, animals don't dare to come close. After finishing his pancake and taking a sip of wine, the old man with a white beard said thoughtfully, what comes next? Next is crossing the clouds and fog to reach the mountain peak, which is very flat, as if it had been sliced off by a knife. We can rest there later, Luo Han continued. The old man waited for a moment, but didn't hear Luo Han's voice, so he looked down at him. Is that it? What about the other side of the mountain? Luo Han felt a bit awkward. After encountering the Golden Lion at the peak, he had come back directly without taking a close look, but he vaguely remembered seeing another indistinct mountain range on the other side, obscured by the fog as well. I didn't pay attention. After the unpleasant encounter with the Golden Lion, I just returned, Luo Han could only say. Then forget it. After filling our stomachs, let's go take a look. The old man with the white beard didn't press for details. Soon, the two began to indulge in the temptation of meat. Just as Luo Han was about to get full, Cole came over, rubbed his eyes, and sat down next to Luo Han, letting out a huge yawn. Startled, Luo Han quickly hid the meat behind him. Otherwise, he would be waiting to eat water later. Seeing Luo Han's actions, Cole was at a loss and could only grab a piece of meat and shove it into his mouth, turning his embarrassment into appetite. Lord Cole, there's more here. The head chef, who had already arranged everything, was well accustomed to Cole's appetite. A skewer of roasted meat the size of a fat pig was devoured by Cole, as if it were candy, and soon only bones were left. While Luo Han and Cole were eating meat, the Golden Lion had just finished a phone call with Lockstone, hung up the phone bug, and looked toward the coast, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He then took out a directional pointer, checked the direction, and flew towards one end of the mountain range. Phew, phew. Everyone was panting, lying on the beach, having eaten too much. Lord Luo Han, we brought the tent and pancakes. Do you need anything else? Tuck suddenly stood up and said. Luo Han was somewhat baffled. What was with the tent? It wasn't tea like they were going camping. Why do they need a tent? Luo Han asked directly. Lord Luo Han seems a bit clueless. Tucker looked down on him a bit. Of course the tent is for resting. What if it rains? But what he said was, it's to prevent rain, Lord Luo Han. I know, there's no need to take it down from the ship. I'll use telekinesis to take both ships away in a bit, so there's no need to specifically get the tent, Luo Han said. At the end, he stood up and glared fiercely at Tucker. Don't think I didn't TC your disdain just now. Hee hee. Tucker trembled under the glare and could only force a laugh. Ignoring Tucker, Luo Han looked at the white sandy beach on the ground, lost in thought for a moment. As if suddenly remembering something, he squatted down, cupped a handful of pebbles, and then rubbed them together, producing a squeaking sound. Standing up, he let the pebbles go, and with a wave of his hand, more pebbles were drawn in by his telekinesis, forming a sphere of stones with a diameter of 5 meters. With a thought, the gathered pebbles swirled around Luo Han like a stream of water, looking as beautiful as falling snowflakes. Luo Han made a fist with his right hand, and stones flowed like water, gathering into a spiral stream beside his right hand, resembling a compressed spring waiting to explode. Accompanied by Luo Han's punch aimed at the sea, the stones in the spiral stream collided with each other, producing a series of clinking sounds, which continued to propagate until the very front, where they erupted with immense power. Boom! A massive sound of sonic boom erupted, akin to a sudden burst of a mudslide. The stream of stones, controlled by Luo Han's telekinesis, darted across the sea like a missile, directly forming a circular tunnel with a diameter of 10 meters along the way. The high temperature generated by the high-speed movement of the stones caused them to resemble melting magma, while the sea also emitted a ring of steam. The people on the shore had been paying attention since Luo Han started controlling the stones, and now, witnessing the scene before them, they were all dumbfounded. This power. That kid Luo Han is already close to the level of a naval vice admiral, right? What a terrifying rate of improvement. Whitebeard looked at the inward-turning trace of the tunnel, and then at Luo Han, feeling a wave of astonishment in his heart. On the white sandy beach, Luo Han stared blankly at the tunnel resembling magma formed after the attack. He clenched his right hand, looked at the white stones, and gently raised his palm, causing the stones to flow and form a cylindrical stream of water that circled around him. As they flowed, the stones clinked against each other, creating a series of sounds. After carefully feeling the sensation of the stones colliding, a slight smile appeared on Luo Han's lips, as if he had gained something valuable. Alala. So was the commotion created by brother Luo Han. A voice filled with surprise came, and Luo Han turned to see that Spoon's sister had returned. You're back. Spoon's sister, Luo Han said. Yes. Brother Luo Han's strength has improved again. Spoon's sister looked at Luo Han, her eyes flashing with shock. Having been with the Rocks Pirates for only a few days, her fruit ability had surged, and now she was not even sure if she could match Luo Han. That's good. If I don't improve further, I might run into trouble if I encounter the same situation as before. Luo Han laughed, but didn't feel particularly happy. His current strength was still not sufficient for security. By the way, Spoon's sister, did you see the end of the island over there? Luo Han asked. Spoon's sister, no. It should be a large island. This island is also magical. Walking along the coastline of the white sandy beach, the scenery remains the same, as if there is no end. Have you all been inside the island? Turning to look inward, all he could see was a thick fog obscuring his vision, and nothing else. I want to take a look. There's a mountain range along the coastline, and the Golden Lion is still inside. Luo Han replied, looking at the fog. He thought that he would just let everyone board the boat and then control the two boats to fly to the mountaintop to drop them off. That would solve their accommodation issue. Spoon's sister, you haven't eaten anything yet, right? You should go eat something first. Spoon's sister nodded, and then the two walked over to Whitebeard. They instructed the head chef to prepare more food, and the three of them sat around the still-burning campfire. Let's wait for the Golden Lion to return, and then we can head into the island. I have a feeling that there is some danger here, Whitebeard said, looking at the calm sea surface. It's strange, when we first disembarked, there were still some sounds of waves, but now it has completely disappeared. The entire sea surface is as calm as a mirror. It is indeed a bit odd. Once Spoon's sister finishes eating, we will leave, Luo Han said, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart. The three of them then chatted about their experiences on unfamiliar islands in the past, mainly with Whitebeard and Spoon's sister doing the talking. Luo Han listened with great interest, loving the world of One Piece even more. Mysterious islands and amazing species were waiting for him to discover. The meat is ready, Miss Spoon, the head chef said as he brought a plate of meat and placed it in front of her. Wow, thank you, Miss Spoon exclaimed. The head chef smiled and gestured for her to enjoy, then left. A little while later, after Miss Spoon finished eating, Whitebeard stood up and glanced around at the people, frowning. Where is Shiki? What's going on? Luo Han shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. Perhaps it was because he was embarrassed to face people after being teased by himself. Ha. The white-bearded man glanced at Luo Han and shook his head. Maybe he's still inside. With Shurji's strength, there shouldn't be any problems. Sister Spoon took out a tissue from somewhere to wipe her mouth and speculated. The white-bearded man wasn't worried about Shurji's safety. He just found it troublesome and didn't want to wait. Luhan, your ability should be able to get the ship to the island, right? No problem. I was planning to take the ship with us anyway. Otherwise, when the tide comes in, I'm afraid the ship will be pushed somewhere we don't even know. Luo Han stood up, clapped his hands, and said casually, Whitebeard, that's fine. Then Whitebeard instructed the head chef to gather everyone. Luo Han also asked Taker to gather the people. In no time, several hundred people gathered on the white beach, forming a dense crowd. Let's get started, Whitebeard said to Luo Han. Luo Han responded, and with a thought, he used his psychic power to lift two pirate ships off the sea and fly them toward the shore. As the ships hovered above the beach, everyone looked at the floating pirate ships with a glint of excitement in their eyes, especially Taker and the others, since they were not from the Rocks Pirates and had already witnessed the abilities of the Golden Lion. Although they were amazed that Luo Han could do the same, they weren't as fervent as Taker and the others. All right, don't resist. I'll get you all onto the ships, Luo Han told the crowd. He then used his psychic power to grab everyone's arms and throw them onto the ships. Of course, Spoon's sister's treatment was different. She was gently assisted onto the pirate ship. Watching Spoon's sister's body rise slowly, it was really sexy. Hee. Luo Han suddenly showed a lewd smile, seemingly having his psychic power shielded, and glanced at Spoon's sister again. It should be fine to try. It definitely wouldn't be a problem. After all, no one would know, haha. He then carefully sensed Spoon's sister's figure with his psychic power. It was really nice, her tan skin was very healthy. And the touch was good too. As for the smell, let's just say, one word, familiar. It was too much. His face turned a bit red, and Luo Han hurriedly focused his expression, sending Spoon's sister onto the ship, or else he would give himself away. This was also a benefit of Luo Han's psychic power. He could sense taste, vision, and touch. He could also penetrate some not-so-dense materials to sense, but it required concentration to do so. When he first awakened, his brain couldn't process the large amounts of information he sensed, which caused headaches, so Luo Han had always shielded his touch and taste perceptions, leaving only the conventional use of observation haki occasionally paired with visual perception. Perhaps because he had used it for so long, Luo Han almost forgot that his psychic power also had touch and taste perceptions, until he saw Spoon's sister's sexy figure rising slowly. Luo Han suddenly got excited and remembered he had never claimed this benefit from his crossover. In fact, this benefit is really good. Luo Han was still reminiscing about the enchanting scene just now and didn't realize that all of this was being watched by an old virgin. Coming back to his senses, Luo Han actually discovered the best use of these 3 perceptions. Haha, could this be considered the ability Sanji desired the most? Upon arriving on the ship, Spoon's sister looked at Luo Han with amusement, not understanding why he blushed so easily just by looking at her body from a distance. Naturally, Spoon's sister couldn't perceive Luo Han's psychic power and didn't know that her body had just been measured by it. Otherwise, it might not have been funny, but rather she would have served him with her beautiful legs. Spoon's sister's gaze was just a bit amusing, but Luo Han, feeling guilty, turned his head away to prepare to get Whitebeard on board as well. Turning around, he bumped into Whitebeard's teasing little eyes and lewd smile, making Luo Han even more nervous, even trembling all over. What was going on with this old man? Looking at Luo Han's frightened expression, Whitebeard was even more certain. So he jumped up and got onto the ship himself. Standing at the side of the ship, he glanced down at Luo Han and chuckled lightly. Don't think I didn't see that lewd smile on your face when you sent Spoon up. His face was still red, and his legs were awkwardly close together, clearly sensing something indescribable. Although he didn't know the wonders of Luo Han's psychic power, recalling Luo Han's strange devil fruit ability, Whitebeard was even more reluctant to let Luo Han send him onto the ship. After all, he was still a virgin. Luo Han could only awkwardly laugh. Sigh, a lifetime of fame ruined by a pair. Brother Han, let's go up too. All right, Luo Han replied, forgetting that Cole was standing beside him. He couldn't lead the little kid astray, and the two of them flew onto the ship together. Above the dense forest, the 2 pirate ships, one large and one small, were slowly flying, gradually approaching the foggy area ahead. Rohan stood on the bow of the ship belonging to the Rock's pirates, flanked by Whitebeard, Sister Spoon, and Cole. Ignoring Whitebeard's occasional teasing glances, Rohan looked seriously ahead at the thick fog that was gradually approaching. He thought about how the animals on the mountain dared not come near this place. Before entering the fog, Rohan created a psychic shield for the ship to isolate the mist. Boom! The ship sliced through the fog and entered it, and the silent world immediately filled everyone's hearts. In an environment where objects are invisible and sounds are inaudible, fear tends to grow within a person's heart. Unknowingly, everyone fell silent, with only 2 pirate ships flying slowly. After passing through the fog, the ship arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, a cloud of mist hung halfway up the mountain, stretching endlessly along the mountain range, like a sword's aura hanging among the peaks. This is the mountain you were talking about, Whitebeard said, looking at the mountain. Yes, fly up, and we'll reach the peak I mentioned. Luo Han replied, retracting the psychic shield, and continued to control the ship to fly upward. Before long, they passed through the clouds and reached the mountaintop. Seeing the peak that looked as if it had been sliced off by a knife, everyone was filled with awe. Luo Han controlled the ship towards the top of the mountain, creaking. 2 pirate ships were placed on the branches at the mountain's peak by Luo Han, and the trees were quite sturdy, catching the ships like waves. Luo Han, are you sure the Golden Lion is here? Whitebeard used his observation haki to sense the surroundings but couldn't find the Golden Lion. I don't know. When I left, he was still here. Luo Han shook his head. He didn't know where the golden lion had gone. Could it be that he really left out of shame? Blah, blah. What sound is that? Luo Han tilted his ear to listen and looked towards Whitebeard. It turned out to be the snail phone he brought that was ringing. Whitebeard took out the snail phone that was connected to the Rock's pirate's base. Hick. Is this Whitebeard? A deep and wild voice came from the snail phone. And in an instant, everyone fell silent, seemingly afraid to disturb the owner of that voice. Whitebeard's expression tightened, and he asked with confusion, Rox, is there something you need? Luo Han was also curious why the sudden phone call. Did something happen? The golden lion just contacted me. Whitebeard, what do you mean? Ha ha ha. It means that from now on, you and the golden lion will each lead a team to hunt down Roger. The loud voice came again, and this time everyone heard it. The golden lion really left, and he would lead a team to hunt down Roger himself. Could he be a match without Whitebeard's help? Who knows we'll be hunting whom by then? Whatever. Such matters, Whitebeard said casually. The others had no reaction anyway, as they just wanted to pursue Roger without being with others. On the contrary, it was great to get along with Luo Han and the others. It felt like family, and Whitebeard was very satisfied with the current voyage. Just be careful. That bastard Roger is not so easy to deal with. Anyway, just get moving. Ha! Lox said seriously at last. Tap tap. The phone bug hung up and returned to calm, being put back into Whitebeard's pocket. Watching the scene, unlike everyone else who was focused on Lox and the golden lion, Luo Han was more curious about that mysterious pocket. No matter what kind of battle, the phone bug in that pocket would never fall out. Just like Nami's chest, you can never guess how many things are hidden inside. A 2-meter-long stick can't even explore its depth, which is quite terrifying. All right, everyone go down and check the surroundings. We'll have a feast tonight. Alalala. Whitebeard turned to the crowd and commanded, his voice loud, as if the golden lion's departure made him even happier. Turning to Luo Han, Whitebeard was about to say something. I will tell Taka and the others too, Luo Han said first. He then flew to Taka's ship, explained the situation to Taka, and let them get off the ship to check the environment first. What to say, huh, Brother Newgate? Luo Han returned to sit beside Cole, looking curiously at Whitebeard, who was also curious. Although I don't know what happened between you and the golden lion, but with the golden lion gone, our combat power is indeed a bit low. Whitebeard honestly shared the strength situation on the ship. Cole nodded in agreement, repeatedly. Luo Han was speechless. Cole didn't seem to catch on. It was as if he was implying that their strength was insufficient. Once the golden lion left, the combat power on the ship dropped significantly. And then, Luo Han looked at Whitebeard, waiting for his next words. Since Whitebeard said it this way, he must have some thoughts on it. So I thought for a moment and decided to have a good training session on this island for you and Cole, at least to reach the level of a Navy Vice Admiral. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold up against the Roger pirates. Whitebeard expressed his thoughts, believing it was the best approach. Luo Han and Cole exchanged smiles. The feeling of being cared for is quite nice. How's it going? Whitebeard continued. No problem. Luo Han expressed his full support, stating that since going out to sea, he has either been in battle or on the way to battle, with each key battle becoming increasingly intense. If he doesn't stop, he feels that he might die in one of these battles. He thought about it. Even Luffy needed to train for 2 years to enter the New World. He and Cole were just relying on the power of the devil fruit, and their haki was only at the level of a typical vice admiral. It would be better to bide their time for now. Then let's each find a direction to explore this island, Whitebeard said, looking towards the interior of the island. All right, Cole and I can both fly. So Cole, you take Spoon along the way. What about you, Newgate? Luo Han asked awkwardly, recalling the scene at the coast and not wanting to use telekinesis to carry Whitebeard, mainly out of fear that he might misinterpret it. I'll go by myself. I could just walk down, Whitebeard replied sheepishly. See, still thinking the wrong way, Luo Han said with a helpless expression. But, can you also make people fly, Cole? Spoon asked, looking at Cole with strong curiosity. Cole looked at Luo Han, inquiring whether he should demonstrate his devil fruit ability. Luo Han nodded, realizing there was nothing to hide anymore. It was obvious that the world government was targeting him. Seeing Luo Han nod in agreement, Cole began to transform, his body turning red and steaming, as if he was channeling something. No way. Did he forget how to transform again? Watching Cole still steaming, Luo Han had some doubts. Fortunately, it wasn't that. It seemed the energy stored inside had reached its limit, and Cole began to grow. First, his mouth expanded, then his head, and finally, Cole jumped into the air. His body rapidly grew larger, and soon, a giant toOne measuring 6,000 meters appeared before everyone, its enormous figure blocking out the sunlight, and for a moment, The mountaintop where everyone stood was shrouded in shadow. What is this? Various voices of awe and fear erupted as everyone stared dumbfounded at the sky, their eyes and tongues dropping in shock without them realizing it. This seems to be the animal-type devil fruit ability of Boss Cole. One of Tucker's companions pointed at Cole through the branches, his voice trembling. Tucker remained silent, wanting to keep calm. He had thought his animal-type devil fruit ability was the strongest of the mythical beast type, standing 10 meters tall after transformation. Now, looking up at the figure overshadowing everything, Tucker suddenly felt quite wronged. Both are animal types, both are mythical beasts. Why is Boss Cole so big while he is so small? After a long time without hearing their captain's voice, Tucker's companions were puzzled and turned to see Tucker with tears in his eyes, looking wronged. For a moment, everyone fell silent and cautiously stepped back, afraid their captain would get angry. Tucker collected himself and turned to see his companions' reactions, and he was momentarily stunned, then enraged. This is Brother Luo Han's brother, our Boss Cole. Shoot and Tiwi cheer. Everyone was also taken aback, and then it seemed they reacted, showering praise on Cole, saying things like how reliable and strong he was, truly worthy of being Brother Luo Han's brother, and they just kept saying it without repeating themselves. Perceiving all this, Luo Han shook his head, ignoring the group of fools, feeling sorry for Tucker, who must not be feeling great right now. Luo Han couldn't help but laugh insidiously. Cole, come down a bit, Luo Han said to Cole, then looked at Sister Spoon. Sister Spoon, let Cole take you to explore the environment inside the island later. Okay. Sister Spoon seemed to just realize it and responded. It was simply unbelievable, transforming from such a small person into such a large creature. This wasn't just any size, but a gigantic creature about 6,000 meters long, larger than most sea kings. Truly incredible, Sister Spoon exclaimed repeatedly, clearly still in shock. Now I understand how Cole blocked Zephyr and those 3 CP0s. Whitebeard withdrew his gaze from Cole and laughed heartily. Such a large size returning to a 10-meter-tall body makes 10 meters seem not so tall, even small. But this is also Cole's skill, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to withstand an admiral's attack just by his body. But it's not just about getting bigger. When everyone sees Cole's full-form attack in the future, that will be the real shock. Luo Han thought to himself, all right, I will head straight to the opposite mountain to check the situation. Luo Han said to Whitebeard and Sister Spoon. Whitebeard, all right, then I'll go left. Then Cole and I will go right. After saying that, Sister Spoon jumped onto Cole's now lowered back and swam towards the right. Subsequently, Whitebeard rushed down the left side of the mountain. Luo Han also flew into the sky, heading toward the mountains across from him. Emerging from the clouds, he arrived on the island, and what first caught his eye was a vast, flat forest plain where all the tall trees seemed to be of the same height. In his spiritual perception, there were many interesting creatures, all sorts of bizarre shapes. If paleontologists from Earth could come here and see these creatures, they would surely be so excited they'd faint. As he flew, he marveled at the biodiversity of the island, but he also felt a bit strange. It seemed that the island was filled with wild animals, with no trace of human activity whatsoever, which wasn't good news, especially since Luo Han and the others planned to rest here for a while. Not understanding this place felt a bit dangerous. By all accounts, the environment here seemed quite suitable for human habitation. After flying for a while, about 50 kilometers, Luo Han spotted a river lying between 2 mountain ranges, flowing across the forest plain, heading toward the direction of Kier. Flying above the river, Luo Han stopped and looked at the mountains on either side. They seemed to be of similar size and distance, indicating that he had reached the middle of this elongated island. Looking down at the broad river, which was at least 2,000 meters wide and about 800 meters deep, he noticed that it was gradually deepening as it flowed toward Kier and Shaojia, likely exceeding 800 meters in depth. Thinking of this, Luo Han's brow furrowed deeper. His spiritual perception indicated that the river was rich in fish, and the forest was filled with various fruit, trees, and animals, all seemingly edible. But why was there not a single trace of human habitation? Strange. Could it be in the mountains over there? Luo Han thought as he looked toward the mountains he intended to visit. Whoosh! Luo Han sped toward the mountains ahead. As he accelerated, he quickly reached the mountain range, seeing that the mountaintops were leveled off like those in the direction of the ships, with dense foggy forests at their bases bordering the sea. Shaking his head, Luo Han glanced around, but still found no signs of human activity. Forget it. Looking at the still relatively bright sky, he flew higher, thinking that from a higher vantage point, he should be able to see the entire island. As Luo Han reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, he finally saw the full shape of the island. It resembled a primitive ship, with the mountain ranges on either side acting like two inflated air cushions supporting the central forest plain. A river ran through the middle of the island, forming a large lake at the center. What a magical island! Luo Han extended his hand to gesture, but alas, his poor mathematical skills prevented him from estimating the overall length of the island using any triangle theorem. While Luo Han lamented his lack of math skills, Whitebeard had also arrived in the forest. Surrounded by towering trees, each several hundred meters high, it was nearly impossible to see from the mountaintop. It felt like a deep valley, where the height of the trees made it appear level with the coastline. Moreover, the types of trees were various, and many fruit trees filled the woods with a variety of fruity aromas. There were many animals as well, but the most numerous were creatures resembling roosters. They were similar in appearance, but these roosters stood 50 to 60 meters tall. Although they didn't seem too towering in the several hundred-meter-high forest, they were still quite terrifying when they approached you. After wandering around the mountains, Whitebeard felt it was enough and prepared to head back. As the sky was beginning to darken, looking up, he noticed that the light filtering through the branches was already quite slanted. He thought the sun must be about to set beneath the sea. The sunset cast a golden glow over the giant lake in the middle of the island, making it look like a huge red persimmon, tempting and delicious. At that moment, Luo Han, sitting atop Kier, was lost in thought. After understanding the general shape of the island from high above, he descended to find Kier and Xiao Jie. They then went to the end of the island to take a look before returning to the giant lake, only to find the same thing, not a trace of human activity, making Luo Han feel like they were the first group to arrive at Ark Island. Because Luo Han felt that this island resembled a primitive little boat, he took the liberty of naming it Ark Island. Kier and Xiao Jie did not object. Perhaps they thought it didn't matter since they wouldn't be staying here long. But Luo Han still couldn't understand. It was impossible that only they had come here. Surely humans had been here before, but why couldn't they find any traces? Xiao Jie, the environment here is quite suitable for human habitation. Why are there no signs of human habitation? Looking at the enormous oval lake below, he pondered and then asked Xiao Jie. Islands in the New World often have special characteristics, and these special features are usually factors that make it difficult for humans to survive. This island should be similar, right? Xiao Jie brushed her wind-blown hair aside and sighed. Is that so? I just don't know what the special aspect of this island is. Luo Han was taken aback, then felt relieved. Looking at the distant sunset, he stood up and said to Kier, "Let's head back. The sun is about to sink beneath the sea." Xiao Jie, "Then let's go back." Kier responded with a loud voice, then changed direction and flew toward the location of the ships. Before long, the three of them arrived at the mountaintop from before. Bang! Bang! Luo Han and Xiao Jie jumped off Kier's back and landed on the ship. Kier then transformed back into his original form and flew back onto the ship. At this time, Whitebeard had not yet returned. Luo Han went below deck and saw the head chef and Tuck leading people to clear the surrounding trees, creating a space of about 100 meters. In front of them were various kitchen utensils, barbecue grills, steamers, large pots, etc., and a fire pit had already been lit. A grand feast was about to begin. "Hurry up, get all the meat supplies from the ship out. And the wine, especially Lady Xiao Jie's red wine." The head chef shouted angrily while directing everyone beside a steamer. Tuck and the others were also carrying box after box from the ship. Looking at the members of the Green Fort pirate group carefully carrying the boxes, Luo Han's mouth twitched, and he had a bad premonition. When Tuck saw Luo Han turn around, his eyes lit up as he jogged over to Luo Han, his flattering gaze making Luo Han feel that his bad premonition was about to come true. "Boss Luo Han, tonight to celebrate your safe return with Boss Kier, I've taken out half of the cakes that Anai gave me." Sure enough, the premonition came true. Luo Han held his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Although the old man with the white beard had already verified that his grandmother's pancakes were quite delicious, just thinking about the production date, which he had lost track of, perhaps a year or two, and the fact that they were made on the damp sea made it hard for Luo Han to swallow. Right? By then, everyone must eat more. Luo Han's mouth twitched as he could only say this. After all, if everyone ate more, it was possible that they would finish them, and there would be none left for Luo Han. Taker patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, boss. I'll save you a box." Taker had a look that reassured Luo Han that he shouldn't worry about everyone finishing what he had prepared, which only made Luo Han feel more uncomfortable. "All right, you go get busy." Luo Han quickly urged this guy to leave, as he was affecting his mood. He had originally been looking forward to tonight's banquet, but now he felt no excitement at all and was even a bit upset. Okay, boss. Taker didn't realize Luo Han's predicament. He thought Luo Han was already eager to taste his grandmother's pancakes and quickly went to prepare, even thinking about saving an extra box for Luo Han. Fortunately, Luo Han didn't know. Otherwise, he would have made Taker experience what it felt like to crush an egg with telekinesis. After Taker left, Luo Han walked to the top of the mountain, facing the coastline, wanting to see what the strange forest looked like at night. Luo Han was startled. The thick fog below had somehow been blown away, leaving only a thin layer of mist like a transparent veil. Now that he could see the situation of the trees by the coast clearly, Luo Han felt a chill run through him. It was too eerie. Below, the tree's branches were twisted like tentacles, entangled at various odd angles, and every tree was in such a state. If non-flying animals walked in there, they would surely get lost forever. This must be one reason why animals dared not enter. Luo Han speculated to himself. However, if it were just like this, it shouldn't be so extreme. There wasn't even a single bird. Luo Han stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. It seemed that this island had many secrets. Was the special feature of this island the woods by the coastline? Luo Han looked at the trees below. The tide was coming in, and at this moment, Luo Han sensed that the seawater had already begun to creep toward the mountains. Luo Han, the banquet is about to start, a voice suddenly came from Whitebeard, pulling Luo Han's desire to continue observing back. Coming, Brother Newgate, Luo Han smiled. He then hurried back, unaware that with the spreading seawater, twisted black shadows were also expanding. Luo Han arrived at the temporary square, created by everyone. At that moment, Whitebeard had just returned and was sitting next to a campfire, while Spoon Sister and Cole also took a seat. Luo Han sat down and asked Whitebeard, "What's the situation inside the island?" Whitebeard pointed at the chicken that the head chef was handling and said, "Well, the most common thing in there is this kind of animal." Luo Han turned his head and said, "It's really a chicken, just a bit bigger, right? Everything else looks pretty much like a rooster. I just wonder if the meat is similar too. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Luo Han looked back and asked, "Have you found any traces of humans?" This was becoming an obsession for Luo Han. He couldn't understand why he was so fixated on uncovering why there were no signs of human life. Luo Han's question caught Whitebeard off guard. Having roamed the New World for many years, he had seen many deserted islands, but he had never thought about why there were no signs of human activity. However, recalling the attack of that big rooster when he returned tonight, Whitebeard seemed to furrow his brows a bit. Looking at Luo Han with a faint smile, Whitebeard said, "Tomorrow, you should personally take a trip to the island, and you'll know roughly what's going on." "I see. What's there to hide? Just say it directly and be done with it." Luo Han rubbed his forehead. It seemed this group of old guys liked to speak half-truths, thinking it made them appear wise. "Sigh. Tomorrow will be tomorrow. For now, let's enjoy the food." As he spoke, the chefs on the ship pushed the dining cart over to Luo Han and the others, and one plate after another of food was brought down. They were really being moved down, after all, with Whitebeard and Cole's big appetites. "Please enjoy, esteemed guests." The considerate chef even made a gesture of invitation. Whitebeard stood up, holding a large cup of wine, looking around at his temporary companions, feeling emotional. "The feast has begun. Everyone enjoy to your heart's content. Cheers." Whitebeard smiled. Hearing Whitebeard's bold voice, everyone raised their cups and shouted cheers. Together, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Soon, a joyful feast began. Clink, clink. The makeshift square was filled with loud cheers as people raised their cups and drank together. At this point, the banquet had reached its mid-stage, and everyone started competing in drinking. However, Luo Han didn't like drinking, so he didn't join the others but instead went to the head chef's side. "Is it ready yet?" "Luo Han yet." "Not yet, but it will be ready soon." The head chef smiled, flipping a large piece of chicken on the grill, producing a sizzling sound. Gulp! Luo Han's throat moved. The sound was too enticing, along with the special spices in the head chef's hand, emitting a delicious aroma that was mouth-watering. Fortunately, the head chef didn't keep Luo Han waiting. "Here you go, Lord Luo Han." The head chef used tongs to hand the chicken to Luo Han. Without hesitation, Luo Han reached out to take the chicken, not fearing the heat. The moment he bit into it, the aroma filled his mouth, and the sensation of the juice sliding over his tongue was wonderful. Simply amazing. Just one word, exquisite. While Luo Han was still savoring the taste of the chicken, Cole walked over and pointed to the sky in the distance, saying, "Han, look over there. What do you see?" Luo Han put down the chicken steak and looked in the direction pointed out by Cole. "What the heck? What's going on?" He saw beautiful auroras scattering in the sky towards the coastline. What is this discovery? Luo Han asked. I just saw it. Cole recalled and said, Is that so? Luo Han replied, It seems there is something abnormal on the other side of the coastline. He then walked towards the mountaintop and extended his consciousness to sense the area. Oh, Luo Han was drenched in cold sweat. The scene before him was too terrifying. If it were just the scenery, it would still be impressive. The pebbles on the white sand beach seemed to have absorbed enough sunlight during the day and released it all at night, making the entire coastline glow like a white light strip, emitting beams of light resembling auroras through the refraction of the seawater. However, with his consciousness activated, Luo Han saw a horrifying sight. In the distorted woods below, there were sea snakes intertwining with each other. Through the faint light, he could vaguely see that they were of various colors and sizes, with some as large as 2 meters in diameter and others as small as half a meter in diameter. Looking at the long coastline and imagining it filled with such a dense scene, Luo Han didn't even realize when the chicken steak slipped from his hand. Although these snakes were really not considered large compared to the animals in the world of One Piece, and were even small, just the thought of the entire coastline possibly being filled with such a sight was terrifying. Luo Han felt a shiver all over, patting his chest. Fortunately, he was reminded by Whitebeard not to spend the night on the beach. Otherwise, he didn't dare to imagine how beautiful the scene would be. Boss Luhan, you and Boss Cole are here. At that moment, Tucker walked over, holding a baked cake, his steps a bit unsteady, clearly drunk. Tucker said, Come on, boss. Try the cake I baked. Burping, Tucker brought the cake close to Luo Han's mouth, making Luo Han feel nauseous. And he suddenly didn't want to eat the delicious chicken steak anymore. What is this? Before Luo Han could speak, Tucker curiously pointed at the glowing coastline. Hey, everyone, come and see. The sea is glowing. Tucker turned and shouted to everyone. Hearing Tucker's voice, everyone turned around. Immediately, they all saw the shimmering aurora in the sky. In an instant, everyone ran to the edge of the mountain, looking at the glowing coastline, mesmerized by the beautiful scenery, exclaiming in amazement. So beautiful. I want to go down and take a look. A pirate holding a jug of wine, burping, shouted that he wanted to go down and see. Yeah, we can go. I have to say, everyone was a bit tempted. Watching this scene, Luo Han shook his head, thinking they were a bunch of fools looking for death. Just as he was about to remind everyone of the danger, Spoon's sister and Whitebeard walked over. Fools! If you can't even master observation haki, don't speak recklessly. Whitebeard's roar made everyone sober up a bit, feeling somewhat confused about what was happening. In short, everyone should not go down from this mountaintop tonight. Go back. Spoon's sister's cautious voice rang out. Oh, right? What beautiful beach. Drinking is the most beautiful thing. Yes. Drinking. Spoon's sister's words relieved everyone, and they began to push and shove their way back to the square to drink. After all, Whitebeard's roar was quite intimidating. Soon, only Luo Han and the other 3 remained at the edge of the mountaintop. Luo Han suddenly frowned, then relaxed, thinking, so that's how it is. What's wrong? Heed Luan. Whitebeard looked at Luo Han curiously. Spoon's sister and Cole were also equally curious about what Luo Han had discovered. Spoon's sister, you guys use observation haki to carefully sense the area between the mountaintop. Upon hearing this, the 3 carefully sensed, and their expressions changed dramatically. They didn't expect it to be like this. In the perception of the 3 with observation haki, many animals were seen passing through the ravine between the mountaintop and entering the woods at the foot of the mountain, then disappearing, only occasionally emitting a faint cry. It's like there's something in the woods by the coast that's attracting these animals to come and die at night. Spoon's sister said, It's not the woods attracting them. Luo Han thought. The 3's observation haki couldn't precisely perceive the movements of the animals. But Luo Han's divine sense saw that these animals would look up at the aurora in the sky after taking a few steps. Then, as if confirming their direction, they would continue moving forward. Luo Han continued to observe the aurora in the sky carefully, but he couldn't discern anything special about it. It seemed to only be useful for certain animals, as at least those large roosters were unaffected. However, it appeared that this mountain range also played a role in protecting the island's animals. Luo Han sensed that the sea snakes below wouldn't come close to the base of the mountain and only moved about in the woods. Even when animals were just a meter away from the sea snakes, they showed no reaction, indicating that the mountain had some peculiarities. Luo Han sighed. All right, let's head back. Those snakes shouldn't come into the mountains, Sister Shout said to Luo Han and the others. The 3 nodded. They then returned to continue the latter half of the banquet. But Luo Han and Sister Shout didn't eat anything else. probably because they sensed that disgusting group of snakes and had lost their appetite. In the morning, the sun rose again, and thick fog covered the treetops below the mountain. Luo Han lay on the deck of the boat, pondering life, his eyes somewhat unfocused due to not sleeping at all last night. The thought of the countless snakes down the mountain filled him with fear. It was something he had been afraid of in his past life, and he never expected to still be terrified even after crossing over. However, it was fortunate that his current body was in great shape, despite a sleepless night. He felt fine. After all, he had a body capable of sustaining several days of combat, so he could withstand it. Sensing that everyone else was still asleep, Luo Han focused his mind and began to experiment with the feeling of telekinetically controlling pebbles from the beach yesterday. He raised his hand and felt the telekinetic energy swirling around it, creating an illusion of water flowing in his hand. Tuning over, Luo Han concentrated, gathering all his telekinetic energy to form an invisible stream of water that slowly surrounded him. At the same time, he expanded his consciousness to carefully sense the power contained within his muscles, attempting to guide this power into his telekinetic energy through his mind's ability. Luo Han closed his eyes, trying to focus more, feeling little by little, imagining that his psychic energy was a part of his body. No use. After trying for a while, Luo Han felt like he was missing a medium. What could it be? Sigh. Luo Han let out a breath, thinking he had found a way to enhance his strength, but it turned out to be useless. This was an inspiration he had when he was super controlling the stones yesterday, thinking about transmitting power through the collision of the stones. If he could transmit his physical strength to his psychic energy, then the intensity and attack power of his psychic energy would instantly elevate to a new level. After all, Luo Han's physical strength was as strong as Cole's. Only his defense was lacking. Standing by the edge of the boat, looking at the white clouds in the sky, Luo Han frowned tightly, feeling a bit difficult. Now that the power transmission had a problem, he felt unable to connect with the psychic energy surrounding him. Luo Han was troubled and thought, that's right. At that moment, he suddenly realized that to transmit power, there must be contact. He had been gathering his psychic energy into a flowing water-like form around him. But since it hadn't made contact with his body, how could it possibly transmit through the air? He decided to try again. This time, Luo Han first infused his psychic energy into himself. Then he wrapped the excess psychic energy around his body, forming a psychic energy feather suit, similar to Naruto's Ninetales chakra mode in Naruto. After that, Luo Han began to use his mental abilities to mobilize his physical strength and guide it to his psychic energy through his consciousness. Luo Han was overjoyed. It really worked. As his physical strength transmitted to his psychic energy, Luo Han felt his body and psychic energy completely merge together. He no longer felt the gravitational constraints on his body. He gently floated in the air, moving effortlessly as if his body had become psychic energy itself, able to move with just a thought. Moreover, wasn't this very similar to the way rocks used as armament haki? Back then, rocks emitted a transparent armament haki that surrounded him, allowing him to fly at high speeds. This was quite similar to Luo Han's current state of integrating power into his psychic energy. However, he still couldn't understand how rocks managed to maintain the armament haki around him for years without exhausting his stamina. From the time of the Ring Tree Island until leaving Boat Island, rocks had always maintained that haki surrounding him. He didn't understand, but Luo Han wasn't going to dwell on it. He flew up into the sky, feeling his state with just a thought. Luo Han instantly disappeared from his original position and appeared in the air 1,000 meters away. It was fast, really fast. The moment Luo Han thought about moving to that place, his body moved, giving him a sense of intent and body movement. It felt as if his body had become psychic energy, moving without being affected by gravity or air resistance. Hence the speed was incredibly fast. This ability for rapid movement, combined with his bullet time ability, made Luo Han confident that from now on, no one could hit him within the range of his mental perception. His movement speed was faster than others' attacks, and his reactions were quick as well. This was the all-around suppression brought by speed, something no other ability could compare to. Luo Han laughed heartily, feeling that the pressure he had been under for so long had vanished. I might not be able to beat you, but I can definitely outrun you. Moreover, he wasn't sure he couldn't win anymore. He raised his hand, looking at the psychic energy that merged with it. Now he could see it, a flowing light blue, water-like psychic energy enveloping his entire body, unlike before when it was invisible. It seemed that the integration of physical strength had given the psychic energy a tangible quality that could be seen. Clenching his fist and feeling the solidity of the psychic energy, he realized it had improved significantly compared to before. At least now, Luo Han felt he could withstand Zephyr's haki attacks. Looking at himself, as if he were wearing a flowing armor. He thought he would call this ability the Psychic Armament mode, similar to the Chakra mode. He really wanted to find Whitebeard to verify this. Thinking of doing it, Luo Han couldn't hold back and quickly descended to find Whitebeard for a spar. However, when he saw Whitebeard lying on the ground, completely drunk and still holding a jug of wine while asleep, Luo Han hesitated, unsure if Whitebeard would go on a drunken rampage. If he accidentally caused harm to others, it wouldn't be fun at all. After thinking it over, Luo Han decided to go explore the reason Whitebeard mentioned last night and practice on some animals instead. Without disturbing Whitebeard's sleep, he flew toward the island. In the island's forest, Luo Han maintained his psychic armament mode, floating 100 meters above the ground. Using his mental perception, instantly, everything around him entered his perception range. What a magical world! Luan marvelit. In his mental perception, he saw all kinds of amazing animals. However, the most numerous were the chickens that Whitebeard had brought back last night, evenly distributed throughout the forest. Thinking about the deliciousness of the chicken from last night, Luo Han's eyes lit up, and he quickly charged toward a lone chicken. Luo Han arrived at a fork in a large tree, observing the big rooster below. With a height of 50 meters, sharp claws, and a pointed beak, it looked like a carnivorous creature. It seemed that roosters originally ate bugs and such. I was misled by my past experience of raising chickens with vegetable leaves. However, this big rooster also eats grass. It was munching on it right under the tree. You eat grass? I eat you, don't blame me. In Luo Han's eyes, the big rooster had already turned into a chicken steak as he leaped down from the tree. Cluck! The moment Luo Han jumped from the tree, the big rooster noticed this unexpected guest and snapped at him. Thud! The giant tree, hundreds of meters tall, with a 10-meter diameter, fell to the ground. Luo Han was dumbfounded. What was going on? He looked at the broken part of the big tree, which had been pecked out to create a large hole. That must have been the observation haki, right? When the big rooster pecked at the tree, it was covered with a layer of invisible haki. Cluck! Cluck! Seeing Luo Han dodge the attack, the big rooster spread its wings and charged at him with powerful legs. This time, Luo Han didn't dodge. He threw a punch right at the rooster's beak. Bang! The punch, reinforced with physical power and haki, was too much for the rooster to withstand. In an instant, the beak and skull were shattered, and it fell to the ground with a thud. What a thrill! Luo Han had always worried that the world government would discover his physical strength, as he had been fighting with his psychic powers, suppressing his physical abilities, which felt very uncomfortable. Now, by extending his physical strength through his psychic powers, Luo Han could fully unleash his strength, feeling as if he had escaped a great restraint. His entire body and mind felt smooth. Using his psychic powers to control the big rooster, Luo Han quickly dealt with several more. Soon, he was chased back by a group of big roosters clucking. He released the haki mode and returned to the mountaintop. By this time, most people sleeping in the small square had woken up. Luo Han gave the 5 big roosters he had brought back to the head chef, asking him to help prepare them for a barbecue later. The head chef took them and quickly went to prepare breakfast. Approaching Cole, Luo Han found that this guy was still sleeping. It seemed that after eating the devil fruit, Cole could sleep quite well, especially after meals. This must be a side effect of the toOne fruit, Luo Han thought to himself. Skirting around Cole, Luo Han arrived at the edge of the mountaintop and looked out at the coastline. With the arrival of daytime, the tide receded, and the thick fog returned to the way it was yesterday, with no trace of sea snakes in the woods. What a strange island. However, Luo Han began to understand why there were no human activities here. Outside were those bizarre sea snakes, which were clearly poisonous, and inside were the big roosters with haki. People who couldn't use haki would find it hard to survive here. How many people in this world possessed haki strength? It seemed that those who discovered this island must have eventually sought another way out. A gentle breeze blew, and the aroma of barbecued meat wafted over the mountaintop. At this point, everyone had woken up and formed small groups, waiting for the chefs to prepare breakfast. How's it going, Luo Han? Surprised by what's on the island? Whitebeard smiled. Hearing this, Luo Han, sitting opposite Whitebeard, shrugged and said, just some big roosters that can use haki. Ha! Whitebeard laughed and said nothing more. However, Spoon's sister seemed to have disappeared. Luo Han looked around but couldn't find her, suspecting she had gone to do something only women would do. Here we go, everyone. A friendly voice came as the head chef personally pushed the food cart over, placing pieces of grilled chicken on the large platter in front of Luo Han and the others. After the chef left, Luo Han, Cole, and Whitebeard immediately dug in. And soon the mountaintop was filled with the delicious smell of meat. Everyone was once again engulfed in joy. Halfway through the meal, Spoon's sister, who had mysteriously returned, joined Luo Han and the others, and the breakfast lasted a full hour, ending only when the sun began to grow impatient and hot. After the meal, Whitebeard announced to everyone that they would rest on the Ark Island for 2 months before setting off to chase the Roger pirates. Naturally, everyone had no objections and soon suggested exploring the island, as they would be living there for 2 months and needed to understand it better. Subsequently, everyone began to descend the mountain, with Luo Han, Cole, Whitebeard, and Spoon's sister each leading a team, splitting into 4 groups to explore the surroundings near the mountaintop where the ship was located. On the way down, they also chopped down trees to clear a path. Upon reaching the forest at the bottom of the mountain, their joyful journey began. Ah, Luo Han, help! Tuck came running towards Luo Han with his companions, frantically. Cluck, cluck! A group of big roosters was chasing after them. Ha! Luo Han knew that Tuck and his companions, who couldn't use haki, were doomed to be chased by chickens. When Tuck and the others reached Luo Han, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and an invisible force spread out from him toward the pursuing big roosters. In an instant, all the chasing roosters' eyes turned white, and they all fainted. Ah, what's happening? Everyone stared at this unbelievable scene, dumbfounded. Boss, what's going on? Tuck looked at Luo Han in confusion. Haven't you seen this before? Luo Han thought they would know, but then he realized they hardly understood haki. So it was normal they hadn't seen it. He then explained, this is a type of haki, known as Conqueror's Haki, which can only be awakened by those with the qualities of a king. It's said to be innate. Conqueror's Haki. Only kings can possess it. Isn't that talking about me? Tuck muttered, his eyes brightening. Luo Han, how can I awaken Conqueror's Haki? Looking at Tuck's eager face, as if he were a king, Luo Han was speechless. Who gave you the confidence that you have the qualities of a king and need a method to awaken Conqueror's Haki? Who knows if anyone has that method? I certainly don't. Conqueror's Haki is awakened on one's own, with no specific method, Luo Han stated honestly. Is that so? Tuck smiled in realization, thinking it didn't matter. He would awaken it sooner or later. Tuck was quite confident and didn't even consider the possibility that he might not awaken Conqueror's Haki. Luo Han secretly gave a thumbs up. With such confidence, there might really be a chance. You all stay close to the mountains here. These big roosters are quite domineering, so don't run too far, or you won't be able to come back. Luo Han pointed at the big rooster lying on the ground and said, Domineering. Everyone felt embarrassed. They looked at the big rooster, then at themselves, and in an instant they felt insulted, especially Tucker, who had just been full of confidence. Now wished he could bury his head in the ground. Luo Han smiled and said, Tucker, you guys should stay around here and fight these giant roosters for a while, and see if you can activate your own armament haki. Boss, no. These giant roosters are too terrifying. Without you, we would be eaten. The crowd cried out. It's okay. I've checked. As long as you run into the mountains, the giant roosters won't chase you, Luo Han said with a smile. Is that true? I don't know why, but these giant roosters, like those sea snakes, won't approach the mountains. Really? The crowd was puzzled. Definitely. Just try it later. Just don't stray too far from the mountains, Luo Han patiently explained again. Then, ignoring the crowd, Luo Han activated his haki armament mode and quickly flew towards Whitebeard. It's time to verify this, Luo Han murmured while looking at the haki armament covering his body. Before long, Luo Han reached Whitebeard, who had made the same choice as Luo Han and let others move around on their own. After all, Whitebeard wasn't there to babysit. The Rock's pirates had some awareness. Although they knew the giant roosters were dangerous, they didn't let Whitebeard protect them. What brings you here? Whitebeard asked in surprise, as he was preparing to head inside when he saw Luo Han flying over. And what is that covering your whole body? Light blue water? Seeing Whitebeard's puzzled expression, Luo Han raised his arm, looked at the light blue haki armament on his hand, and explained with a smile, this is a new technique I developed this morning, called haki armament mode. Oh, a new technique. So, you rushed over here in a hurry to show it to me? Whitebeard's gaze turned unfriendly as he focused on Luo Han, an invisible pressure emanating from him. The crowd felt a weight on their shoulders and didn't understand what was happening. But they wisely distanced themselves, as they had seen Whitebeard's battles before, which truly distinguished no friend from foe. Luo Han forced an awkward smile and quickly said, Brother Newgate, I just wanted to share my joy with you. Yes, it's joy. Really? Whitebeard expressed disbelief. You're clearly here to use me as an experiment. But he still retracted his pressure. The non-existent virtual sweat on Luo Han's forehead Whitebeard, all right, come with me. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Luo Han followed behind, and the two walked for a while before stopping at a sufficient distance from the mountains. Let us do it here. What do you want to do? Whitebeard looked at Luo Han with great interest, wanting to see how Luo Han would experiment with his new technique. Upon hearing this, Luo Han's expression brightened, and he turned to Whitebeard with a slight smile. I wonder how fast Brother Newgate is. Speed? Whitebeard looked puzzled. He didn't fight based on speed. Here it comes. Brother Newgate. After saying that, Luo Han instantly appeared in front of Whitebeard, throwing a punch at Whitebeard's abdomen. Bang! Luo Han felt a wave of shock force pressing against his armed will, but it was blocked by Whitebeard in time. Whoosh! Luan slid backfoot, increasing the distance between him and Whitebeard. What a terrifying speed! Whitebeard exclaimed, genuinely startled for a moment. He had seen only one other person with such movement speed. As for the first, he thought of the flamboyant man, surrounded by an aura of dominance. Whitebeard nodded, looking at Luo Han with a hint of appreciation, like a father seeing his child achieve success. I wonder what expression Luo Han would have if he knew Whitebeard's feelings at this moment. It probably wouldn't be too good. Not bad speed, kid. Whitebeard praised first, then his expression darkened. But just having speed isn't enough. Saying this, he charged toward Luo Han with a punch. In the dense forests of a lush Ark Island, the tall and thick trees made it difficult for sunlight to find gaps between the branches to shine down on the grass below. Standing on the grass, Luo Han faced Whitebeard's fierce punch without choosing to evade, instead raising his heavy fist to meet it. The punch filled with armed will collided with the punch, containing shockwaves in midair, producing a sound of impact. Crack! Crack! The atmosphere between their fists began to shatter, and the surrounding ground also started to crack, with booming sounds continually spreading out, startling flocks of birds. Boom! The armed will on Luo Han's fist ultimately shattered, revealing a reddened fist as he struggled to retreat. Luo Han shook his hand and recovered it with psychic armor, looking at Whitebeard with a serious expression. Truly, it was overwhelmingly powerful. He had thought he could withstand Zephyr's haki, so he should also be able to withstand Whitebeard's. But he didn't expect Whitebeard's haki to be even stronger than Zephyr's. Coupled with the power of the Tremor fruit, his psychic armor was directly shattered. Not bad. You can block my basic attacks now. Whitebeard was somewhat shocked. How long had it been? He could already withstand his attacks. Although that strange armor was broken, it was clear from the way Luo Han instantly restored it that it hadn't caused much impact and could withstand many more hits. Luo Han Yao shook his head, disagreeing with Whitebeard's evaluation of not bad. He couldn't even block a basic attack. It was either that he was too weak or Whitebeard was too strong. Luo Han Yao felt that both were true. Let's try again. Let's see where your limits are, kid, Whitebeard said to Luo Han Yao. Luo Han leaned forward, looking at Whitebeard, and said in a deep voice, Then let's go, Brother Newgate. The two then began to fight, the sounds of air shattering and the ground cracking echoing around them. The roosters and other animals felt the immense pressure coming from their battle and fled the area. On a fruit tree, Spoon's sister picked up a fruit resembling a mango and took a bite, the fragrant taste filling her mouth. Not bad. What is this? Hearing a voice from afar, Spoon's sister paused to sense carefully, then pondered. Luo Han's strength has increased again. He really is a monster, she sighed, then continued gathering various fruits. Meanwhile, Cole was chasing a group of roosters, occasionally bursting into silly laughter. It seemed he was just playing and didn't intend to kill them, wearing a happy expression. However, the others trailing behind Cole were not so pleased, because Cole had led them to a place they didn't know, and lacking the strength to return on their own, they could only follow him in pursuit of the chickens. Wait for us, Lord Cole, the crowd shouted loudly. But unfortunately, Cole ignored them, still having a great time. The group had no choice but to exert all their strength to keep up with Cole. Otherwise, falling behind would be even more dangerous. Occasionally looking back at the group of roosters following them, the crowd felt like crying without tears. Cole chased a group, while behind them another group chased them. Thus, in the joyful forest, a battle between humans and chickens began. This battle continued until Cole felt hungry and decided to end it. After that, he stopped playing, quickened his pace to catch up with the chicken flock, killed 5, and had the others carry them back to the mountaintop to prepare for dinner. On the other side, Luo Han and Whitebeard had been fighting for several hours. Looking at the position of the sun, it wouldn't be long before the day's journey came to an end. How's it going? Not bad, right, kid Luo Han? Whitebeard asked, standing on a fallen tree, looking down at Luo Han, who was panting. Huff, huff. Luo Han tried to calm his breathing and settle himself. Looking around, the ground was cracked, trees were toppled, and a large flat area had been cleared around them, with sunlight shining freely onto the ground. Now, it's your turn to attack. Newgate, I want to see if you can hit me again. Luo Han looked at Whitebeard with a somewhat provocative gaze. Previously, Luo Han had been the one to attack first, clashing head-on with Whitebeard, resulting in some injuries. This time, Luo Han wanted to test whether Whitebeard had a way to deal with someone as fast as him. What an unlovable child. Whitebeard was somewhat speechless, but accepted Luo Han's provocation. With a concentrated gaze, his whole body trembled rapidly, and Whitebeard's figure appeared somewhat pixelated. Bang! With a loud sound, Whitebeard instantly appeared in front of Luo Han and threw a punch. Judging by its power, it was significantly stronger than before, indicating that he had been secretly angered by Luo Han's provocation. Whoosh! Just as the punch was about to hit Luo Han, he vanished and reappeared behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard was surprised, then retracted his fist and turned to look at Luo Han, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Your speed is almost catching up to Rock's. Kid Luo Han. Really? Luo Han looked at Whitebeard in surprise, but then thought that he wasn't as fast as Rock's, feeling somewhat depressed. Haha, what's there to be depressed about? Aside from Rock's, there shouldn't be many who can hit you, so you'll be considered a strong person from now on. Whitebeard seemed to sense Luo Han's feelings of depression and smiled as he spoke. Strong person? Luo Han thought to himself. Only now do I qualify to be called a strong person. Watching the sun gradually dim, Whitebeard picked up a nearby knife and said to Luo Han, "Let's call it day for now. In the next 2 months, I'll find time to train with you. At the very least, your defense needs to catch up. That way, you'll have no weaknesses." Upon hearing this, Luo Han showed a grateful smile and said to Whitebeard, "Okay, then let's go back. Thank you, Brother Newgate." Whitebeard chuckled, said nothing further, and the two walked back side by side. Yes, they really walked side by side. Luo Han was floating in a quiet forest. Luo Han and Whitebeard walked silently, while the animals in the vicinity had long since hidden far away. Brother Newgate, what do you think is the standard for a strong person in this world? Luo Han was curious about the criteria for strength and turned to ask Whitebeard. After glancing at Luo Han, Whitebeard looked ahead and spoke with a hint of emotion. The strong in this world are actually quite simple. Power is mainly expressed in 3 forms: speed, attack, and defense. As long as one of them reaches the top level, you can basically stand invincible. Just like you, if your speed is fast enough that others can't hit or catch up to you, you can naturally roam the seas. Conversely, the same applies to attack and defense. If your attack is strong enough, you can counter everything with it. And if your defense is strong enough, you can withstand everything, allowing you to roam the seas as well. So, as long as one of these can reach the world's peak, you won't be easily killed by others. That's the standard for strength. Of course, if you encounter someone whose speed, attack, and defense are all stronger than yours, then you're no longer a strong person. So, strength is also relative, haha. After hearing Whitebeard's explanation, Luo Han finally saw the light. All along, his improvement in strength had been vague and directionless, just going with the flow. Now Luo Han understood the path ahead. Indeed, strength boils down to 3 basic attributes: attack, speed, and defense. As long as one attribute reaches the top level, the other 2 won't be far behind. Just look at how Kizaru shows off, using speed as weight, taking out supernovas with a single kick. This is the immense attack power brought by extreme speed. After realizing this, Luo Han also solidified his future path, planning to continue strengthening his psychic arm mode, pushing his speed to the limit, and then continuing to train the solidity of his psychic power to increase his defense. Through today's battle with Whitebeard, Luo Han discovered that his psychic power was quickly adapting to the attacks of haki and the tremor fruit. It seemed that after each attack, his psychic power evolved and grew stronger. As long as he continued to train, Luo Han believed that in the end, his psychic power could completely withstand Whitebeard's attacks. As long as his speed and defense reached the world's peak, he could live freely in this world. He couldn't help but laugh as he thought of Whitebeard, Carp, and Roger's helpless expressions in the face of his speed and defense. This made Whitebeard glance over frequently, wondering if this kid was a fool. At the mountaintop, during dusk, there was a unique scenery. The makeshift square was already filled with people, all laughing and chatting, as if the fear of being dominated by the big rooster in the forest had completely dissipated. Upon returning with Whitebeard, Luo Han saw this scene. It was truly a joyful crowd. It seemed that in the world of One Piece, people expressed their emotions very straightforwardly. When they were scared, they could show any expression. And when they were happy, they were completely lost in joy. Arriving at the small square at the mountaintop, Luo Han and Whitebeard sat down in their designated spots. Next to them were Cole and Sister Spoon, who had been back for quite a while and were already seated with many fruits in front of Sister Spoon. Hanye, I want to train with you tomorrow too. As soon as he sat down, Luo Han heard Cole's impatient voice. Luo Han did not hesitate and said directly, "All right, just in time, my new ability needs a lot of honing." Hee. Cole showed a relaxed smile, having grown up alongside Luo Han. He still enjoyed training and fighting with him. Dinner is ready. With the head chef's loud shout, the banquet began. For pirates, every meal is a feast. Only through frequent banquets can they soothe the sadness of losing comrades, as death is the most common occurrence at sea. Everyone quickly submerged into the banquet, forgetting everything and immersing themselves in joy until the new day arrived. The morning sun is always full of hope. Watching the sun rise slowly from the sea, Luo Han's heart was also filled with hope. Standing in this place that had been ravaged by himself and Whitebeard, Luo Han felt a hint of reluctance. He would leave tomorrow. 2 months had passed, and tomorrow morning Luo Han and the others would leave this island to continue pursuing the Roger pirates. Reflecting on the changes over the past 2 months, a confident smile appeared on Luo Han's face. Indeed, over the past 2 months, Luo Han had become more adept at the psychic arm mode, able to activate it instantly with a thought. In terms of speed, even Whitebeard could only sigh that in this world, only Rox might be faster than Luo Han. After all, Whitebeard had never seen Rox fight with all his might. If speed left Whitebeard in awe, then the psychic energy-wrapped defense shocked him. In 2 months, Luo Han's psychic energy had evolved for being frequently shattered to a point where even Whitebeard found it difficult to deal with. Of course, this was under normal attacks. Luo Han once felt Whitebeard's full force strike, nearly getting killed. The shockwave enhanced by armed haki shattered Luo Han's psychic armed mode before it even reached him, causing his body to start cracking. This also led Luo Han to focus on speed training again, as he currently had no way to block such attacks. However, being able to withstand normal attacks was already quite good. While Luo Han was pondering these things, Whitebeard came down from the mountaintop, heading straight for Luo Han. Today was the last day on the Ark Island, and Luo Han and Whitebeard prepared to engage in a real battle, rather than the previous exchanges of moves. Thud! Whitebeard landed not far from Luo Han. "Kid Luo Han, let's have a good fight today," Whitebeard said in a sharp tone, looking at Luo Han. "Let's go," Luo Han replied, then activated the psychic arm mode. "Come on, Whitebeard shooted, charging at Luo Han." Using the power of vibration, Whitebeard's speed was not slow. In fact, it could be said to be very fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Luo Han, swinging his blade. Luo Han ducked to avoid the strike, and the sharp blade light flew overhead, crashing into the distance with a crash of falling trees. At that moment, Luo Han also arrived in front of Whitebeard, and with a clang, his psychic energy transformed into a giant fist, striking Whitebeard's stomach. The extreme speed only allowed Whitebeard to use his haki for defense. However, Whitebeard was waiting for this moment. He raised his left fist and punched towards Luo Han, but unfortunately, he missed. Although he seized the opportunity when Luo Han was attacking, Luo Han's psychic awareness was abnormal. He could sense every movement of Whitebeard. With a thought, Luo Han slipped past Whitebeard like a gust of wind and appeared behind him. Facing Whitebeard's exposed back, he threw another punch, this time compressing the psychic energy for a maximum strike. Clang! It was still blocked by Whitebeard's armed haki. Now, both Whitebeard and Luo Han were like the strongest defenders and attackers, and for a time, neither could do anything about the other. In the end, it came down to physical talent. And indeed, this battle continued into the night, with Luo Han circling around Whitebeard while Whitebeard tried every possible way to attack Luo Han, forcing him to fly high into the air multiple times, afraid to come down. Whitebeard even thought of using the power of vibration to create a certain resonance with the air, temporarily immobilizing Luo Han in the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Whitebeard landed a punch that reminded Luo Han that he was still a junior. After that, Luo Han constantly sensed changes in the surrounding space. Whenever there was a hint of resonance forming in a certain area, Luo Han immediately flew high, not giving Whitebeard a chance. This led to the later stages of the battle becoming rather dull. Luo Han was afraid to get close, fearing being trapped, while Whitebeard couldn't do anything about Luo Han, who moved rapidly in the air. Finally, looking at the sky, it had turned to night, and both of them stopped. "Huh, how's it going, kid Luo Han?" Whitebeard looked at Luo Han in the air and asked with a smile. Luo Han flew back to the ground, standing in front of Whitebeard, looking a bit frustrated. "Brother Newgate, when did you develop that ability to stabilize space with vibrations?" Didn't you already guess? Whitebeard laughed. Luo Han sighed. I was frustrated because I guessed it. I thought I could rely on my speed this time, but unexpectedly, I turned around and got caught by your resonance move, making me afraid to get close afterwards. So what can I do? Kid Luo Han, you must understand. It's people who dominate this world, not speed, defense, or attack. How can people remain unchanged? Moreover, there are too many special devil fruit abilities in this world that can counter speed. It's impossible to say that if you're fast, others will never be able to catch up. People will always find ways to counter. Whitebeard's serious voice came through. Luo Han paused, thinking yes. This is a world of devil fruits, and there will always be some special abilities in the hands of the strong that exhibit abnormal power. So I must be cautious. Without understanding the fruit abilities, I should avoid close combat and physical contact. Looking at Whitebeard, he was indeed abnormal. The Tremor fruit could even develop a way to stabilize space. No wonder he could be called the strongest man in the world after Roger. I figured out. As long as I'm cautious enough and stay far enough away, no one can defeat me. Luo Han seemed to have come to a realization. Although he couldn't get close, he hadn't been defeated either. As long as he stayed far enough away, Whitebeard couldn't do anything about him. Ugh. Whitebeard looked pained. This wasn't what he had in mind. Aren't you supposed to recognize yourself, understand the world, and strive to become stronger? How did it turn into just being cautious? That night, Luo Han and the others sat around the campfire, eating and chatting. They would be leaving tomorrow, and it was a bit hard apart. Spoon's sister held a glass of red wine in one hand and a large piece of chicken in the other, her mouth full of meat as she mumbled incoherent words. Spoon's sister, you can finish eating before talking, Luo Han said with some disdain, shifting his position. Spoon's sister shot Luo Han a glance and continued to feast. Little brat, always causing trouble. Though she didn't say it out loud, Luo Han read it in her eyes. Really? I don't know which bastard will end up benefiting from her. No, it should be which unlucky bastard caught her eye. Thinking of this, Luo Han seemed to remember someone mentioning that Spoon's sister's crush was from the Roger Pirates. Spoon's sister, who is your crush from the Roger Pirates? Luo Han asked curiously, looking at her, hoping for an answer. Little brother, I already said you have no chance. Spoon's sister seemed reluctant to say more, just casually brushing off Luo Han. Seeing the reluctance on Sister Xiao's face, Luo Han didn't say much. However, by now, calling her sister, Xiao, every day seemed to remind Luo Han of certain memory. When Luffy first arrived at Sabati Archipelago and met a violent tavern owner while looking for Rayleigh. Could it be Sister Xiao? It seems her name was Aunt Xiao, and she just happened to live with Rayleigh. Luo Han finally remembered that during the anime, Aunt Spoon had said, "My family member is 100 times stronger than Luffy." This line left a deep impression on Luo Han. Looking back at Sister Spoon, he noticed that she had finished her drink and was now holding a large chicken steak in both hands, munching on it with a greasy mouth. He finally understood why Rayleigh had to sell himself to make money. It was just too hard to support oneself. Sister Spoon is amazing, Luo Han exclaimed. What's wrong, Brother Luo Han? Seeing Luo Han staring at her, Sister Spoon asked in confusion. Nothing. You go on. Luo Han waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing, and then joined the meat feast. After all, it was the last night. The banquet continued until the end, and Luo Han also got carried away, pulling Whitebeard to drink a lot, so much so that he didn't wake up until noon the next day. Rubbing his eyes, Luo Han got up, took a deep breath to wake himself up, and then saw everyone moving kitchen utensils. They were loading the utensils onto the ship, asking everyone to be careful and not break anything. The head chef was directing from the side, reminding anyone who was moving too quickly. Where did Cole run off to? Luo Han looked around but didn't see him, so he asked the head chef, have you seen Cole? Lord Luo Han. It seems Lord Cole has gone to hunt a big rooster, the head chef replied, momentarily surprised by Luo Han's voice, then pointed towards the forest on the island. Luo Han nodded and looked towards the forest, occasionally hearing a few tragic sounds, wondering which unfortunate rooster had been caught by Cole. Coming back to his senses, he looked at his hands, covered in oil, and his mouth was the same. Looking at the busy crowd, he thought it would still take a while to finish. Then he flew up into the sky towards the shore and arrived at the white sandy beach. With a thought, he controlled a mass of seawater to come over. After washing up, Luo Han returned, and at this time, everyone had completed the transportation of supplies. The 20 roosters hunted by Cole had also been processed into chicken fillets for marinating and storage under the direction of the head chef. Set sail, you bastards! Whitebeard shouted dramatically from the bow of the ship. Luo Han also came to the side of the bow, and with a thought, he levitated 2 pirate ships, heading towards the coastline. Bang! Bang! Before long, the two ships were sailing on the sea again after 2 months. Listening to the sound of the vessels cutting through the waves, Lohan seemed to sense the joy of the two pirate ships. Could this be the legendary ship's spirit? Captain Lohan, Captain Cole, your bounties have arrived, Tuck shouted as he ran towards Lohan and Cole, who were lying on the ship's deck. Boss, here. Tuck handed the bounties to Lohan, his hands trembling but his voice filled with excitement. Luo Han reached out to take the bounty notice, gazing at the version of himself in front of him, lost in thought. He had actually managed to trick them. Cole also leaned over curiously to look at his own bounty notice. Beast King Cole, bounty, 400 million berries. Luo Han smiled. That's quite high for a first bounty. This photo must have been taken during the first battle with Zifa. It's a picture of Cole in his half-beast form, which is why he's called a beast man. Luo Han thought. As for Luo Han's, looking at the photo on the bounty notice, he touched his short, crew-cut hair, which felt a bit prickly. To be honest, Luo Han had never really paid much attention to his appearance, but looking at the young man in the photo, he felt quite cheerful. He looked like a spirited young man. However, the title left Luo Han speechless. Pilots Luo Han, bounty, 300 million berries. Sigh, there's no title, and he could have at least given him a handsome title that Luo Han could reluctantly accept. Forget it. A pirate is a pirate. After all, it's the truth. Cole's bounty is too high. 400 million berries, even higher than yours, Luo Han. Tucker looked at Cole with admiration in his eyes. This guy doesn't really have a crush on Cole, does he? Luo Han glared at Tucker with displeasure. I'm your real boss. Suddenly, Tucker shivered, as if recalling something, and turned to look at Luo Han. Tucker immediately said indignantly, Boss Luo Han, the Navy is really inhumane. They've cut your bounty down so much. You should at least have a bounty as high as Lord Cole's. Don't worry, Lord Luo Han. Next time let's kill more Navy, and your bounty will go up. He finished his long speech in one breath, looking at Luo Han expectantly. Luan false palmid. I don't care about the height of the bounty, do I? He completely failed to understand his superior's intention, so he might as well stay my subordinate for life. All right, I already know, Luo Han said, signaling for this fool to leave. Brother Han, it's okay, you can now unleash all your strength. Next time your bounty will definitely catch up to mine, came Cole's careful voice. I really never cared about how much the bounty was. Luo Han wanted to shout, but looking at Cole's serious eyes, he felt it unnecessary to explain. Luo Han could only lie down and pretend to be asleep. Seeing this, Cole said nothing and sat on the board, contemplating what to eat tonight. Meanwhile, Luo Han, who was lying down beside him, was analyzing the upcoming actions of the world government. First, the world government should confirm the connection between itself, Cole, and the mind fruit, which means that Uncle Kate and Uncle Wit have already come into the world government site. Therefore, the next step for the world government would be to search for Ring Tree Island to fully understand everything about the mind fruit, including who has eaten it, who hasn't, or in any case, once the world government finds Ring Tree Island, it will be in danger. Thinking of this, Luo Han felt uneasy and stood up, pacing back and forth on the board. What's wrong, Hango? Seeing Luo Han's anxious expression, Cole asked curiously. Nothing. I'm just thinking about some things. Hearing Cole's voice, Luo Han regained his composure and didn't elaborate to Cole. It wouldn't help and would only make Cole anxious. He turned back to sit down, secretly pondering. There's no point in worrying now. Rox wouldn't let Cole and him leave. If they tried to leave privately, the consequence would be the most brutal revenge, as demonstrated by other islands. Luo Han also did not dare to easily touch Rock's bottom line. After understanding the stakes, Luo Han found that he only had one option, to think of a way to return quickly and evacuate the people from Ringtree Island. He needed to ask Whitebeard and Sister Spoon. Luo Han Fei rose and came to Whitebeard's ship. Brother Newgate, I want to return to Sabati Archipelago. What should I do? Luo Han hurriedly asked Whitebeard, who was on the ship's bow. Whitebeard was confused and didn't understand what Luo Han meant. If you want to go back, then just go. But, Luo Han replied, wasn't there someone who went back without permission, which led to rocks causing trouble and the entire island being destroyed? Luo Han was a bit confused, as it didn't match what he knew. You said it yourself, they left without permission. That's definitely not allowed, but you can notify rocks in advance. And that will be fine, Whitebeard said with a smile. Slap. Luo Han slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Such a simple problem. Rocks wouldn't prevent those who joined from returning home. Otherwise, everyone would rebel against him. Then I'll contact Rocks right away. Saying this, Luo Han was about to take out his den mushy. Whitebeard said, no need. Kid Luo Han, it's useless. Luo Han stopped, looking at Whitebeard with confusion. His face clearly showing the words, what do you mean? Right now, we are on a mission. If it weren't for the Golden Lion these past 2 months, we would have been forcibly required to leave by rocks. Whitebeard chuckled. Mission? What mission? Luo Han asked, puzzled. Whitebeard was speechless and said, Have you forgotten why we came out here? Luo Han felt embarrassed. He really did forget that his group came out to pursue the Roger pirates. But does this have anything to do with my return to the Ringtree Island? Luo Han had more questions. Whitebeard replied, You can't go back during the mission. This is set by rocks. So just wait for this year to pass. By then, there will be a break of about 2 months. And you can do your own thing. A year? But how long has this year already passed? Luo Han didn't know. There's still half a year left. This year will be over, Whitebeard added, seemingly seeing Luo Han's confusion. In half a year, the world government shouldn't find Ringtree Island so quickly. Luo Han thought to himself, Then I'll wait for another half a year. By then, my telekinesis should be able to take everyone away. However, Whitebeard suddenly remembered. But Luo Han, are you in such a hurry to go back because something happened? It's nothing. ToOne fruget. Seeing that Luo Han didn't want to talk, Whitebeard didn't pry further and took out a flask of wine, gulping it down. By the way, you mentioned something about the Golden Lion earlier? Luo Han looked up at Whitebeard, suddenly recalling what was said before. The Golden Lion. Gulping down some more wine, Whitebeard seemed a bit sentimental. He then said that guy, after leaving us, gathered Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and some other strong fighters at Hive Island and went to pursue Roger and them. Over these past 2 months, they have fought several battles with the Roger pirates and Carp, each lasting 3 days and nights, ending in a draw. Thanks to the Golden Lion's intervention, we could rest quietly on Ark Island for 2 months. Listening to Whitebeard's explanation, Luo Han began to have doubts about the Golden Lion's strength. Is the Golden Lion really that strong? Without you, Brother Newgate, to hold him back, he can deal with Carp and Sengoku. Not to mention the Roger pirates. They're all elites. Whitebeard glanced at Luo Han and said solemnly, Luo Han, it seems you underestimate the Rocks pirates. Do you think we're the only strong ones? Don't be naive. We are merely the ones who joined midway. Rocks has had his own crew members from the beginning. Their strength is not at all inferior to mine. Handling Roger and Carp is not a problem. Luo Han was somewhat shocked. He didn't expect there to be people on the ship with strength comparable to Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, and not just 1 or 2. Previously, Luo Han thought that apart from Rocks, the strongest members of the Rocks pirates were only Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, Big Mom, and other famous pirates. He never considered the original members of Rocks' crew. Why have I never heard of them? Luo Han asked, puzzled. I don't know. Maybe the Navy has some conspiracy. Whitebeard casually replied, not thinking much about it. If there isn't a conspiracy, it would be a joke. So many strong fighters. Yet the newspapers are only featuring Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, who joined midway. The original members of the Rocks pirates have been completely silent, even blocked. Luo Han could already feel that he was getting caught in a big whirlpool. And the one controlling this whirlpool was the world government and Rocks himself. This is crazy. A man playing chess with the world government. Rocks. Coming back to his senses, Luo Han suddenly thought, without the Golden Lion on our side, how can we pursue Roger? If we encounter them, won't the Roger pirates just take us away? Looking at Whitebeard's indifferent demeanor, could it be that there are also some powerful guys hidden on our ship? Luo Han approached Whitebeard and whispered, Hey, Brother Newgate, don't we have any original members of the Rocks pirates on our ship? Whitebeard looked at Luo Han speechlessly. Which eye of yours saw that? No, there's none. We're the strongest among us. No way. Luo Han glanced at Whitebeard with a strange expression. Am I underestimating myself? Or are you overestimating yourself, Whitebeard? With our lineup, can we really defeat the Roger pirates? Or are we just going to watch your performance while we cheer 666 from the sidelines? Rohan finally couldn't hold back and complained to Whitebeard. Hee. Whitebeard smiled mysteriously, said nothing more, and just told Rohan that he would know when the time comes. TSK. Again with the half-spoken words. Rohan ignored this guy and flew back to the ship where Taker and the others were waiting. The sun was shining, and on the calm sea, 2 pirate ships slowly sailed across the water. This time, they encountered no bad weather, and Rohan and the others smoothly arrived at the next island. This was also an island under the rule of Rocks, a relatively prosperous island, somewhat similar to a medieval city layout. It was clear that this was a central trading island for goods, and the port was much larger than the previous boat island. After docking the ship at the port, Rohan and Cole walked into a large restaurant, the only one on the island that could accommodate someone of Cole's size. Bang! Rohan and Cole sat at a large table. Boss, meat. Bring all the meat, 40 servings. Cole shouted loudly. As soon as he said this, everyone in the restaurant turned to look at Cole. What is this? A young man with glasses looked at Cole's tall figure, and then at Rohan. His eyes lit up as if he thought of something, pulled out a stack of bounty notices, and soon found Cole's bounty notice. Beastman Cole, bounty, 400 million berries. The bespectacled youth read the contents of the bounty notice aloud, excitedly walked up to Cole, and said again, "You are Lord Cole, right?" Seeing the youth's excited demeanor, like a fan meeting their idol, Cole felt a bit at a loss. "Hee, my name is Cole. Nice to meet you." Cole scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Lord Cole, you are really amazing. Even Vice Admiral Zephyr from the Navy headquarters couldn't do anything to you. You should know that Zephyr is a strong man who can fight against both Silver Axe and Wang Ji at the same time." The youth was very excited and continued to elevate Cole's strength by comparing it to Zephyr's combat power. Luo Han couldn't stand it any longer and quickly stepped forward to say, "All right, we're going to eat." However, the young man didn't even glance at Luo Han. He simply bowed deeply to Cole and said, "Then I won't disturb Lord Cole's meal. Once I become stronger, I will definitely join your ranks, Lord Cole. By the way, my name is Bill B. Lord Cole." After saying that, he walked away directly. Cole had a sheepish smile on his face, unsure of how to respond. Of course, the main point was that this kid who called himself Bill B didn't look at Luo Han even once throughout the whole encounter. Damn it. If it weren't for realizing that this guy was a fervent fan of Cole, Luo Han would have definitely beaten him up for ignoring his bounty of 300 million berries. "Meal is here, guests." At that moment, the boss's friendly voice came, shifting Luo Han's attention to the delicious food that was about to arrive. Smelling the aroma of the meat on the table, Luo Han and Cole quickly forgot about the young man and instantly switched to their meat-devouring mode, madly devouring the food. So those are the two new members of the Rocks Pirates? They are really young. People in the restaurant were discussing Cole and Luo Han, mainly out of curiosity about their youth and strength. Before long, after finishing their meal, Luo Han and Cole became curious about what berries actually looked like. They realized an awkward fact. Neither of them had any money. Indeed, Luo Han and Cole had grown up on Circular Tree Island and had never used berries. After all, Circular Tree Island was similar to a communist society where everything was distributed and there was no need for currency. Since sailing with the Rocks Pirates, they'd always stayed on the ship and never eaten out on their own. The only time they did was with Rocks in the square, and they momentarily forgot that eating out required payment. The two looked at their smiling boss and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Would they go to eat and run? As aspiring pirates, eating and running shouldn't be unacceptable, right? Luo Han tried to convince himself. Unexpectedly, the boss suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had already seen through Luo Han and Cole's embarrassment. He proactively explained, "No need to pay, my lords. As long as you are official crew members of the Rocks Pirates, meals on islands under the Rocks Pirates are free." Upon hearing this, Luo Han stared blankly at the boss. "Damn, you should have said that earlier. I was almost ready to run away. If Whitebeard found out I was unaware of the situation and thought I ate and ran, he would definitely laugh himself to death." Giving the boss a speechless glance, Luo Han waved his hand, not wanting to talk, just wanted to leave this awkward place as soon as possible and hurriedly pulled Cole back to the ship. However, he didn't expect that Rocks would be quite clever, creating a privilege to increase identification. Luo Han thought to himself on the way. When they returned to the ship, most of the crew had already come back, as they were just here to replenish supplies. Upon arriving at Whitebeard's ship, they didn't see him. He was probably still drinking. Only Sister Spoon was leaning against the side of the ship. "Sister Spoon, when will we encounter the Roger Pirates?" Luo Han walked over and asked. According to the intelligence from Hive Island, Roger and the Golden Lion had a fierce battle 5 days ago at Saipan Island, with both sides sustaining injuries. It was speculated that they should be around the next island we are heading to. Sister Spoon held a newspaper in her hand and spoke to Luo Han in a rare calm voice, which made Luo Han feel a bit unaccustomed. "Here." Sister Spoon handed a newspaper to Luo Han. He took it and saw that it reported the battle between the Golden Lion and the Roger Pirates. Luo Han, "So, if we sail to the next island, we might encounter the Roger Pirates." "Yeah, so smart." Brother Luo Han, still with that teasing tone, try to be more natural. "Isn't this a bit self-deprecating?" Luan pondered. "However, we are about to meet the Roger Pirates, and this feeling of excitement is surging uncontrollably from my heart." "What's going on?" Luo Han looked up at the sky, hoping the blue sky would give him an answer. "Top, top." Luo Han turned to look, and it was Whitebeard approaching. "Set sail, boys." Whitebeard shouted loudly. "All right, Lord Whitebeard." Everyone responded in unison and set sail. Luo Han also used a mirror flower, Water Moon, to notify Tuck, and now everyone on the ship basically knows that Luo Han's Devil Fruit ability can transmit sound over distance. Aside from marveling at Luo Han's talent for developing his fruit powers, no one was curious about how it was done, which saved Luo Han from explaining. For now, Luo Han didn't want anyone to know about the existence of the mirror flower water moon ability. The sound of water rippling as the ship sailed, the pure white moonlight illuminating the gently undulating sea, resembling diamonds sparkling in the ocean. Looking at this scene, Luo Han seemed to return to his childhood, running to the edge of the circular tree island and gazing at the sea, always wanted to go out to explore this magical ocean. In the blink of an eye, he was truly at sea, reflecting on the experiences of this time, and he had indeed encountered some amazing islands. Luo Han, how did you end up at the ship's stern? A rough voice came, and without turning his head, Luo Han knew it was Whitebeard. He wanted some peace and quiet. There were too many people ahead. He casually replied, looking at Whitebeard, curious about why he was here and if he wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk. Luo Han was puzzled. Gulyalu. Whitebeard took a swig from a bottle and handed it to Luo Han. Try the wine from Saipan Island. It's quite good. Luo Han reached out and took the bottle, took a sip, and nodded. It seemed he had misinterpreted the situation. Whitebeard was just looking for a quiet place to drink. How's it? Whitebeard asked. Not bad, Luo Han replied, as he couldn't really tell which wines were good. Leaning against the side of the ship, Luo Han held the bottle and sipped intermittently, while Whitebeard sat down, enjoying the breeze, his gaze wandering, occasionally taking a swig for himself. Thus, the two drank their own beverages, and before they knew it, it was deep into the night. At this time, two pirate ships were anchored in the ocean, and the crew began to enter the cabins to rest, with only a few on watch to ensure the two ships didn't drift too far. Maybe because they had a bit to drink, the two at the stern were not asleep, but rather excited. Newgate, how much do you know about Roger? Luo Han suddenly thought of Roger, curious about how Whitebeard viewed him. Roger, huh? Whitebeard sighed lightly. He's the kind of guy who always likes to show off, no matter what he does. What do you mean? Luo Han was curious, wondering if showing off referred to physical or psychological traits. You can interpret it as being extremely narcissistic. Whitebeard chuckled. What does that mean? Luo Han was taken aback, not understanding, as in his memories. Roger was always smiling and bravely facing death. The Pirate King, Roger. How could he be considered narcissistic in Whitebeard's eyes? Ha! Luo Han, you'll understand when you meet Roger. Whitebeard smiled slightly. All right, don't forget. Anyway, he would meet him in a few days, and he felt that there shouldn't be any accidents this time. However, Newgate. Luo Han looked at Whitebeard and asked seriously, what is the strength of the Roger pirates? Their strength? Whitebeard rarely became serious. Everyone is at least a rear admiral level. None of them are simple. So strong. Luo Han was somewhat shocked. With everyone at the rear admiral level or above, even if the Roger pirates operated on an elite model, there should be at least a dozen of them. Thinking about it, there might be more than 5 rear admiral candidates and 3 admirals. What kind of force is this? No wonder they could contend with the Rock's pirates in the New World. Without some real strength, they would have been obliterated by Rock's dominance long ago. Strong? Whitebeard chuckled. The truly strong one is Roger. That guy's strength will always refresh your understanding, just like his narcissism. Luo Han was astonished. So strong. He used to think that Roger managed to evade the Rock's pirates because he could run well. Didn't he hear that the future Pirate King was always being chased by carp? So, fighting against the Roger pirates would be quite difficult. Just leave it to me. Whitebeard said seriously. Are you serious? Luo Han looked at Whitebeard incredulously. With the strength of the Roger pirates, can you handle it alone? You can handle Rayleigh, and I'll deal with Jabber. The rest can just let Cole fly higher. Whitebeard hesitated for a moment and then laughed. Okay, at worst, I'll just cause a disturbance 10 kilometers away. Luo Han sighed, while simultaneously thinking about Rayleigh and the Spoon Sister. His eyes revealed a strong sense of gossip. It seemed the two really had something going on. At the same time, on a deserted island in the New World, the fleet, led by the Golden Lion, was resting on this island. In the dense forest, the Golden Lion and Silver Axe were casually sitting on the ground or leaning against trees, with a bonfire burning in the middle. Wang Ji held a large sword, carefully wiping it with a handkerchief. Hey, Golden Lion, the Roger pirates should be at the First Line Island now. A brazen voice came from the dark woods. Let's take care of them tomorrow. We can't let the Rock's pirates' reputation be provoked any longer. The Golden Lion frowned and looked at the 7 or 8 shadows in the dark forest with a displeased expression. Although I know you are original members of the Rock's pirates and have decent strength, haven't you figured out anything after several battles with the Roger pirates during this time? We know what you're thinking, Golden Lion. A 5-meter-tall man in the darkness said jokingly, but you don't need to worry. Whitebeard will arrive tomorrow too. The Roger pirates definitely won T escape then. Whitebeard, huh? The Golden Lion was taken aback, and then seemed to think of something. Well, I hope Whitebeard can arrive quickly. I won't wait for anyone. With Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, plus us, the Roger pirates are doomed. Wang Ji laughed. Ha ha! Laughter echoed in the forest, and then fell into silence. At the same time, 3 Navy warships were roaming the sea, led by Carp and his companions. The 3 were gathered on Carp's warship, holding oil lamps and looking at the map of the nearby sea area, deep in thought. Look, Sengoku pointed at a line on the map. This is the first line island. There aren't really any islands to land on nearby, based on the previous battle locations between Roger and the Golden Lion. Saying this, Sengoku looked seriously at Carp and Zifa. It can basically be confirmed that Roger is on this first line island now. That's right. And the surrounding sea area is blocked by the pirates under the Rocks Pirates, Zifa added. That means tomorrow we might have a 3-way melee. Carp laughed heartily. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's battle. By the way, Whitebeard's crew, which has been missing for 2 months, has also appeared around the first line island and is expected to meet the Roger pirates tomorrow, Sengoku said solemnly. Whitebeard. Carp smiled. I wonder what Whitebeard has been up to these past 2 months. Has his strength improved? I really want to find him for a good fight. But it's not just Whitebeard, Sengoku said, looking at Sengoku with a serious expression. Those 2 brat strengths are also in a rapid explosion phase. If they've reached our level now, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, those are also 2 troublesome brats. Thinking of Rohan and Cole, Sengoku felt a bit of a headache, mainly because there weren't any young men in the Navy as outstanding as Rohan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so troubled. Don't worry, Sengoku, leave everything to me. Carp smiled. Hearing this, the 2 were taken aback, and then thought of Carp's rapidly growing strength recently. And Sengoku and Zifa exchanged smiles. At the same time, various forces around the world were also paying attention to tomorrow's battle. In Mariewa, the 5 elders were discussing the upcoming battle. Tomorrow's battle should reveal some of Rock's intentions. Yeah, they've been toying with the Roger pirates for 2 years. They shouldn't intentionally let them escape this time. If they really let the Roger pirates escape again, we might as well directly inform Lord M. Exactly. To ensure the plan proceeds smoothly, notify the Navy not to let them approach the first line island. Just observe from the sidelines. All right, then it's decided. In the end, the 5 elders collectively decided that the Navy would not participate in this battle. Meanwhile, Carp and the others were unaware of the 5 elders' decision and were still preparing for tomorrow's battle. A night passed, and Rohan woke up on the ship's deck feeling a bit dizzy, realizing he had drunk too much last night. You're awake, kid, Whitebeard said, looking out at the boundless sea with a serious expression. What's wrong? Rohan asked in confusion. It's nothing, just feel like the air is a bit heavy, Whitebeard smiled. Is that so? Rohan didn't feel that way. In fact, he felt the air was much clearer and couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Han, you're here. Tuck and the others have made breakfast. They're calling for you, Cole said as he walked over. All right, Rohan replied, turning to Whitebeard. I'll go over first, Newgate. Whitebeard waved his hand, indicating he understood, then continued to look at the sea with a serious expression. Whoosh, whoosh. Rohan and Cole flew over to Tuck and the other ship to start having breakfast. While Rohan was eating breakfast, the members of the Roger pirates on the first line island were also waking up one by one from last night's feast. Hey, Roger, are we really just waiting here for the Golden Lion and the others? Rayleigh looked at his unconventional captain, feeling a bit of a headache, as it seemed Whitebeard had also arrived nearby. Splash, splash. Roger splashed water on his face nonchalantly, showing no signs of worry. Don't worry, bro. Roger laughed heartily. I have a feeling this will be a fantastic stage. Just wait for Captain Roger's perfect performance. Yeah, Rayleigh, you don't need to worry about the captain. Jabba continued Roger's words with a laugh. You should be more concerned about how to deal with that woman. Ha ha ha. For a moment, the members of the Roger pirates all bent over with laughter, clearly amused that Rayleigh had been tormented by a certain woman, which made everyone show such expressions. You guys, what time is it? And you're still like this? Rayleigh roared. The scene suddenly fell silent as everyone exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter, especially Roger, who laughed the loudest. Roger, Rayleigh let out a low growl of anger. Roger felt a chill run down his spine, and facing Rayleigh's sharp gaze, his eyes darted around, trying to seek help from his little companions. No, no, no. Everyone backed away in unison, looking at the sky and listening to the ground, all indicating that since you are the captain, you should take the heat. With no support, Roger could only face Rayleigh with a gentle smile, explaining, bro, I understand your needs, but this is really your fault. I can't help you with that woman. Little did he know that after hearing Roger's explanation, Rayleigh became even more furious and chased after Roger with a sword drawn. For a moment, laughter echoed on the small island as everyone watched the two chase each other. Accustomed to it, suddenly, the pursued Roger stopped, looking seriously at the distant sea. What's wrong, Roger? Rayleigh also put away his previous angry expression and walked over to Roger, asking in a low voice. Roger said nothing and continued to gaze at the distant sea. Rayleigh followed Roger's gaze but saw nothing. Was it the Golden Lion or Whitebeard? Although he didn't see the enemy, Rayleigh believed that Roger had sensed something. They're here, Captain. Jabba and the others joined Roger, putting away their earlier jokes. It's the Golden Lion's crew. Roger smiled, turned to look at his companions, and the corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a curve, ready for battle. Brothers, from today on, we won't have to run anymore. Ha! Finally, we can fight to our heart's content, Jabba said excitedly. Then let us give the enemy a surprise. Everyone responded enthusiastically, while Rayleigh watched this scene, holding his forehead in silence, at a loss for words. Relax, brother. Roger patted Rayleigh's shoulder. Don't worry about everyone. We are the ones who will overturn the world. How can we stop here? Looking at Roger's confident figure, Rayleigh felt a dazzling light sweep over him. Instantly, all his concerns vanished, leaving only the passion for battle, and his eyes began to become fervent. Ha! Roger laughed. This is my first mate. You really lost your composure, Captain Roger. Rayleigh chuckled. We're almost at One Line Island. Accelerate the voyage and prepare for battle. Looking at the gradually clearer black line in the distance, the Golden Lion ordered the sailors on board. Are we almost there? Wang Ji tightened his grip on his great sword, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Just then, two flying slashes shot toward the Golden Lion and his crew from One Line Island like geese flying at high speed. Really enthusiastic. Is this a pre-battle declaration, Roger? The Golden Lion muttered to himself, casually swinging two slashes to shatter the incoming strikes. Bang! The two silver axes landed on the deck, looking towards One Line Island, murmuring, the war has begun. Accelerate. The Golden Lion turned around and shouted again, his eyes filled with fervor. It was clear that he had received Roger Pirate's earlier battle declaration. As the Golden Lion drew closer, the Roger Pirates stood ready. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, Luo Han and Whitebeard were also rushing towards One Line Island from the opposite direction of the Golden Lion's ship, and judging by the time, they should arrive about an hour later. Standing at the bow, feeling the tension in the air, Luo Han's heartbeat began to accelerate. He could almost feel the intense battle approaching. Tap tap. Tucker came to Luo Han's side. Big brother Luo Han, I can now use armament haki. Saying this, he revealed his right hand covered in armament haki. Luo Han looked over, his color a bit pale, unsure if it was due to insufficient mastery of haki. In the upcoming battle, you and your companions on the ship should stay far away, Luo Han said in a deep voice. The intensity of this fight will be greater than the last time, and one careless moment could lead to your deaths. I've already learned haki. Can I participate? Taker's expression darkened. You're still a bit short. Luo Han shook his head. This is not a joke. It could be deadly. All right then. I will work even harder to become stronger, Captain. Taker said seriously, then walked back to the cabin. Luo Han looked at the distant sky, where dark clouds began to gather. Has the war already begun? On the other side, at a military ship docked 100 kilometers away from the frontline island. In a 90-degree direction from Luo Han and the others, Sengoku was not pleased. This morning, the three of them suddenly received a phone call from the fleet admiral, saying it was an order directly issued by the five elders, instructing them to watch the battle between the Roger Pirates and the Rocks Pirates, particularly Whitebeard and Shiki, without intervening, especially Carp. Although Sengoku and Zifa were confused, they said nothing. After all, they were glad to see the pirates slaughtering each other. Only Carp had a displeased expression, clearly eager to test the strength of his upgraded fists. Suddenly receiving such an order, he looked at Sengoku and Zifa, who were each holding their arms. You two have had enough. Carp shouted angrily. Just stay put and don't think about running off. Sengoku and Zifa remained unmoved by Carp's outburst. It couldn't be helped. After the order was given, Carp wanted to slip away to the battlefield. Fortunately, the fleet admiral knew Carp's temperament and instructed Sengoku and Zifa to keep an eye on him to prevent any trouble. You two bastards. Carp fumed. He did not break free from their grip. Once he calmed down, Carp did not defy the order out of his fighting enthusiasm. He could only watch the distant battle alongside Sengoku and Zifa. At this moment, the three of them heard a huge noise coming from afar, clearly indicating that the two sides had clashed and the war had begun. The three exchanged glances, then looked gravely towards the front line island. Back on the Roger pirates' ship, after Roger, since the arrival of Shiki through his observation haki, Rayleigh and Jabba gathered behind him, waiting for Shiki's appearance. It wasn't long before Shiki's ship came into view. As the sight became clearer, Jabba smiled slightly. Let me give Shiki a welcome ceremony. After saying this, he unleashed 2 flying slashes towards Shiki. Clang! Clang! The sounds rang out as Shiki effortlessly deflected Jabba's slashes and quickly flew towards Roger and the others. Seeing this, everyone shrugged and said, "It seems Shiki has sensed our enthusiasm. Rayleigh, keep an eye on our ship. Don't let anyone damage it." Roger turned to Rayleigh and said, "Rest assured, Roger, no one can damage the Jackson." Rayleigh replied solemnly, "Huh." At that moment, a burst of laughter came as Shiki had already flown in front of Roger and the others. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the Roger pirates, Shiki felt somewhat serious. "Roger, this time you're prepared to fight to the death." "Huh, Shiki." Roger laughed heartily. "This time it's you who will be escaping." "Oomph. Let us see who will escape." Enraged, Shiki charged at Roger. "Huh, come on." Roger laughed, rushing towards the airborne Shiki with his famous sword. Clang! Roger's single sword clashed with Shiki's twin swords, and in an instant, sword energy surged, overwhelming the area with red lightning. Bang! The two retreated, Roger falling back onto the small island, looking at Shiki in the air with a somewhat provocative expression. "Hey, Shiki, your strength hasn't improved, huh?" Roger laughed, his tone somewhat teasing. "Roger." Shiki was taken aback, then furious, charging at Roger. "Are you looking for death? I can fulfill that wish right now. I told you. It's you, Shiki." Roger laughed, casually slashing. The charging Shiki paused, dodging to the side, then swung his arms, sending 2 waves of slashes towards Roger. Clang! Roger held his sword across his chest with his right hand, blocking Shiki's 2 waves of slashes, then swept forward, creating 2 deep grooves on the beach. "Come on, Shiki." Roger rushed towards the interior of the island, turning back to Shiki and said, "Let us have a good fight today." Shiki first glanced at Rayleigh and the others, then followed Roger into the island, where the sounds of fierce clashes of swords and Shiki's control of a massive mud lion roaring on the island erupted. The beautiful island instantly transformed into a hell on earth. Shiki is quite strong. He can battle Roger to this extent. Looking at the cracked clouds above, Rayleigh and the others couldn't help but sigh. Now it's our turn. Jabba looked towards the approaching ships, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and all the subordinate pirates from Hive Island had jumped off the ship and were rushing over, followed by the initial members of the Rocks Pirates. Clang! Rayleigh drew his sword. "Let us show them the might of the Roger Pirates." After saying this, he charged towards Wang Ji, and everyone echoed in agreement. At the moment, the 2 groups collided. Clang! Bang! Boom! The sounds of blades clashing and fists colliding rose and fell. On the beach, sword energy and fist winds crisscrossed. Both sides had elites, but in terms of top combat power, the Roger Pirates had a slight advantage. However, it did not form an overwhelming superiority. Jabba and Rayleigh were now both at the level of generals. On Shiki's side, apart from Shiki himself, only one person possessed the strength of a general. A 5-meter-tall man named Hank, who had been with Rocks since the beginning. With so many people on Shiki's side, a stalemate had formed for the time being. Clang! Hank's punch met Rayleigh's long sword, producing a sound similar to steel under heavy burden, with blue lightning sparks flashing between them. "Rayleigh, your Roger Pirates are finished today." Hank pressed down on Rayleigh with his massive fists, but his words were equally defiant. Look around. It's you who will stay here." Rayleigh smiled. Bang! The 2 retreated. Hank surveyed the surroundings, his expression darkening. Because no one could restrain Jabba, Wang Ji and Silver Axe were being suppressed, even beginning to suffer casualties. Although they were just some minor pirates, the Roger Pirates, with Jabba's support, had yet to sustain any injuries. "Hey, Wang Ji, why haven't Whitebeard and the others arrived yet?" Hank shouted angrily at Wang Ji. Bang! Wang Ji exchanged blows with a chubby pirate from the Roger Pirates, then jumped back, looking at Hank. They should be arriving soon. After saying that, he resumed fighting with the chubby pirate. Hearing the reply, Hank's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he looked at Rayleigh and said, "Once Whitebeard arrives, you're finished. Then let us wait for them to come." Rayleigh smiled, and the 2 began to fight again. "Brother Newgate, the Roger Pirates have already clashed with Shiki and his crew." Luo Han came to Whitebeard's side and said, "Should we go up? Let us get closer first." Whitebeard replied, then turned to the sailors on the ship and instructed, "Just steer the ship over, don't get off. This battle is not one you can participate in. All right, sir, the crew replied weakly, ignoring them. Whitebeard looked at Luo Han and Cole and said, I will go to Roger. The other side is up to you two. Turning to Sister Spoon, Whitebeard hesitated a bit. Spoon, you can handle it yourself. Don't worry, New Gate, I know what to do. Spoon's sister smiled. Then the ship stopped 10 kilometers away from the Line Island. I'll go first, Whitebeard said, then jumped into the air towards the battlefield of Roger and the Golden Lion. Let's go too, Luo Han said. And then he and Cole flew rapidly towards the battlefield where Rayleigh and the others were. Spoon's sister followed behind them using Moonwalk. As they passed around Roger's battlefield, Luo Han could already feel Whitebeard joining the fight between Roger and the Golden Lion, but it seemed to have turned into a three-way brawl, not just two against Roger. Yow yow. Luo Han and Cole quickly flew over, arriving above the beach, watching the battlefield below. Hey, kid, where's Whitebeard? Hank jumped aside to avoid Rayleigh's slash, shouting at Luo Han in the air. Over at Roger's battlefield, Luo Han replied, glancing at Hank, thinking, if he can hold his own against Rayleigh, he must be one of the original members of the Rocks Pirates that Whitebeard mentioned. Let's deal with Roger first. Hank pondered, then focused. You two kids come down and help. Okay, Luo Han replied, exchanging a glance with Cole, and they both charged towards different sides. While Hank was asking, Jabba had also arrived beside Rayleigh. Is everything okay over there with Roger? He asked, glancing towards Roger's side. Don't worry, if Roger didn't call for us, it means he can handle it. Rayleigh smiled. Jabba thought the same and relaxed, then saw Luo Han rushing towards him. Being young is great, Jabba remarked, then swung his knife at Luo Han. Whoosh! Luo Han suddenly accelerated in the air, appearing on Jabba's left side in an instant. And with a punch in the armed mode of his psychic power, he struck Jabba's stomach before he could react. Bang! Jabba bent like a bow, crashing into the distant woods from the force of the punch. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked in shock at Luo Han, then at the depths of the woods. The two sides on the battlefield froze, unable to accept this. This was Jabba, one of Roger's right-hand men, a Navy Admiral-level powerhouse. And he had just been sent flying by an 18-year-old kid who appeared out of nowhere. Can you believe it? This kid, Rayleigh, was also startled, just as Jabba rushed out. Luo Han suddenly appeared in front of him, and then Jabba was sent flying. Huh, kid, nice speed. Hank laughed heartily, aside from the captain. He rarely saw anyone with such mobility, though the attack power was a bit lacking. But holding Jabba off should still be possible, Luo Han smiled. Clang! A blue, condensed slash suddenly flew from the woods. Luo Han slightly sidestepped to avoid it and looked towards the woods. Jabba leaped, reappearing in front of Luo Han, patting his belly and looking at Luo Han with a smile. What a terrifying speed. Are all kids like you nowadays? Not bad, but still a bit lacking compared to the seniors, Luo Han shrugged. Ha! Am I being underestimated? Jabba chuckled at himself, then charged at Luo Han again, this time activating his observation haki to the fullest. Seeing Jabba charging, Luo Han didn't flinch. He directly maneuvered around, darting left and right like a nimble monkey, weaving through the battlefield. Whenever he encountered a member of the Roger Pirates, he would throw a punch and then slip away. The battlefield was thrown into chaos. This damn kid, Jabba's mouth twitched. He stood there in shock, thinking they agreed he could hold him off. Yet he was now darting around like a stirring stick in a battlefield. Don't just stand there, Jabba. We need to stop that kid, or everyone will be in danger. Rayleigh urged as he noticed his companions beginning to get injured due to Luo Han's interference. Jabba snapped out of it, right? We have to stop that kid. With Luo Han's chaos, the battlefield began to clash again. However, this time the advantage was on the side of the Rocks Pirates. And with Luo Han's speed as a distraction and Cole's involvement, the Roger Pirates suddenly felt immense pressure. Clang! Another slash cut through, and Luo Han, who was moving quickly, made a timely stop to dodge Jabba's predicted slash. This kid's observation haki is also quite strong. He can always stop in time, Jabba marveled, feeling a bit of a headache looking at Luo Han. He had thought that with such speed, his preemptive attacks would catch him off guard, but unexpectedly, this kid dodged them all. Hee. Sensing Jabba's muttering, Luo Han smiled but remained silent, continuing to act as a stirrer in the battlefield. However, the members of the Roger Pirates felt something different. It seemed that anyone who charged at Wang Ji in Silver Axe would not be disturbed by Luo Han. Gradually, everyone formed two circles around Wang Ji and Silver Axe, with the center being them, while the members of the Roger Pirates moved around the two, and the Rocks Pirates surrounded them on the outermost edge. In no time, the battlefield had bizarrely come to a standstill. Only Wang Ji and Silver Axe felt the most pressure, and as time passed, Both of them gradually became stained with blood. They had long noticed this situation, but unfortunately, they were not as fast as others, and every time they were about to confront someone, they would be drawn back by Luo Han. What a vengeful little brat. The two silently fumed, exchanging glances, and began to move closer to each other for mutual support, and the battlefield gradually transformed into a large circle. So, what are you trying to achieve by doing this, kid? Jabba asked in a deep voice, looking at Luo Han, who had finally stopped avoiding him, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He thought, the battlefield has now formed 3 areas, one with Rayleigh and Hank, one with Wang Ji and Silver Axe, and the last one with Luo Han and himself. Nothing much, just simply dislike those two, Luo Han replied casually. So that means, Jabba said, his gaze becoming sharper, you're confident you can stop me. Come on, this time I won't let you get away, Luo Han smiled, spreading his hands to signal that he could start. Bastard. Jabba's head throbbed, his haki covering his blade. Swinging both hands, clang. A condensed slash flew towards Luo Han in the air, like a full moon in the sky. Facing Jabba's slash, Luo Han raised his right hand, channeling psychic energy into his palm, creating waves that gradually shaped into a hand blade. As the density of the waves reached its limit, it seemed like the power also reached its peak. Luo Han swung his right hand down, a condensed light blue slash met Jabba's slash. Clang! The two slashes collided in midair, momentarily locked in a stalemate. However, after a brief clash, Luo Han's psychic slash ultimately could not compete and was cut through by Jabba's. In the end, only a faint slash flew towards Luo Han, whoosh. Luo Han's psychic armor sparked with a few sparks and then vanished. The attack power is still insufficient. Luo Han thought angrily while also feeling relieved. At least he had blocked it, and the subsequent faint slash could be ignored. That psychic armor is quite troublesome, Jabba frowned. The defense should be very strong, and combined with that kid's speed, he really did manage to block it. Then the two continued to entangle, neither able to do anything to the other. At this moment, Spoon's sister finally arrived, appearing beside the battlefield. Oh, it seems I won't need to step in. Everyone can handle it. Spoon's sister smiled at the situation on the battlefield. Haha, Spoon, you finally made it. Go help Quark and the others. Hank seemed quite excited. Let's take down the Roger pirates in one go, for the captain's plan. What's going on? Luo Han looked confused. Hank seemed a bit overly enthusiastic, and it seemed like he was quite familiar with Spoon's sister. Bang! Sister Spoon suddenly appeared beside Hank, and kicked him flying next to Luo Han. Then she said to Luo Han, come help your sister. Okay. Luo Han was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly ran to Sister Spoon's side, looking dazed and not reacting right away. Hey, what do you mean, Spoon? Hank shouted angrily as he got up. Nothing much. This nasty man is left to me and my brother Luo Han, Sister Spoon said, pointing at Rayleigh with a smile. You? Then you two hurry up and deal with it, then come help me. Hank was a bit confused, but didn't oppose it, thinking that with that little brat's strength alongside Spoon, they should be able to take care of Rayleigh quickly. He then focused and charged at Jabba, and the two quickly engaged in battle. Let's go too. After saying this, Sister Spoon took a few steps to Rayleigh and kicked directly at his legs. Luo Han, who was about to rush out, suddenly stopped, instinctively bringing his legs together. Thud! Sister Spoon didn't hit the key area. Rayleigh had retreated just in time and blocked the kick with his hand. Spoon, you're going too far, Rayleigh said in a deep voice. You're the one going too far. You shameless freeloader. Sister Spoon suddenly shouted angrily, baring her teeth at Rayleigh, as if she had been stepped on the tail. Her leg movements seemed even more reckless, continuously targeting the area between Rayleigh's legs. For a time, the two were locked in a fierce and brutal battle. Menvila, Luhan stood asida, sveatning profusely, showing no intention of stepping in, while he also looked down on Rayleigh, the freeloader. Hey, Luo Han, come help. Sister Spoon, unable to land a hit, looked at Luo Han with a hint of urgency, signaling for help. No, I refuse. Luo Han shook his head wildly, indicating he didn't want to get involved. I'll use telekinesis to help you. But suddenly, Luo Han gave a wicked smile. Okay, hurry up. Sister Spoon also smiled wickedly, thinking about Luo Han's strange telekinesis, her eyes heating up as she looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh felt a bit nervous from their expressions, carefully guarding against Sister Spoon's attacks while trying to dodge. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound rang out, and Rayleigh prepared to retreat again, using his hand to block Sister Spoon's kick. However, this time he didn't succeed. Rayleigh was pushed back by Luo Han's telekinesis. Thud! Sister Spoon's beautiful foot made intimate contact with Rayleigh, and Luo Han seemed to hear a cracking sound. Rayleigh's eyes widened in terror, his face pale, and his body quickly retreated a great distance, his legs trembling slightly together. Pointing at Sister Spoon, but unable to say a word. That feels much better. Sister Spoon retracted her beautiful leg, letting out a refreshing breath, and even swept her leg as if trying to shake something off. What's wrong, Luo Han? Sister Spoon turned to look at Luo Han with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. Good kick, Sister Spoon. Luo Han stood far away, giving Sister Spoon a thumbs up, realizing he couldn't mess with this tough girl, and decided to keep his distance from her in the future. Clang! After another clash with Hank, Jabba jumped next to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, are you okay? Jabba held back a laugh. What do you think? Rayleigh replied helplessly, pouting as he looked at Sister Spoon with a headache, then turned to Jabba. Why did you come over? Jabba said in a low voice toward Wang Ji and Silver Axe's direction. They can't hold on much longer over there. Hearing this, Rayleigh looked over and saw that as Jabba was being restrained, the battlefield advantage was gradually shifting toward the Rock's pirates, as the Roger pirates were still outnumbered. You must hold back that little brat. His speed is too fast. We can't let him go to Wang Ji's battlefield. I'll deal with this big guy Hank and disrupt their encirclement to rescue everyone. With our tacit cooperation, we should still be able to hold on for a while. Jabba quickly explained his plan to Rayleigh. Watching Hank, Sister Spoon, and Luo Han closing in, Rayleigh nodded and said, all right, I'll hold Spoon and that little brat. Then Rayleigh charged at Luo Han, swinging his sword in a slash. Clang! Luo Han slightly sidestepped to dodge the strike, and with a sweep of his right hand, he returned a slash to Rayleigh. Rayleigh also sidestepped to avoid it, quickly closing in on Luo Han and aimed to slash at him again. At this moment, Sister Spoon rushed over. Ugh! Another kick! Rayleigh's mouth twitched slightly as he directly used haki to cover the key area for a hard block. Clang! The sound of haki clashing echoed as Sister Spoon also fiercely kicked with her own haki covering her foot. Rohan watched in pain, but Rayleigh did not give him a chance to continue suffering and launched another attack. The ensuing battle saw Rayleigh chasing Rohan, while Spoon's sister pursued Rayleigh, with Rohan occasionally counterattacking, resulting in a chaotic melee among the three. Meanwhile, Jabba successfully lured Hank to the battlefield near Wang Ji, and with Jabba and Hank's arrival, along with Rohan being dragged into Rayleigh's side by Spoon's sister, the previously harmonious battlefield turned chaotic. An unexpected event occurred at this moment. Bang! In his half-beast state, Cole's fist collided with a gigantic fishman, creating a massive sound that spread outwards. While Cole was still exchanging blows, the chaos caused by Jabba's interference allowed a swordsman from the Roger pirates to reach Cole's side, coordinating with the strong fishman's attack. The swordsman executed a slashing strike that cut across Cole's chest before he could react. Bang! The powerful slash sent Cole flying to a distant beach, kicking up a cloud of sand and stones. The swordsman and the strong fishman exchanged glances and rushed towards Cole, clearly intent on finishing him off. Although Cole's defense was strong, the swordsman's attack power was inherently capable of breaking through defenses, and with the strong fishman's restraint, if left unchecked, Cole wouldn't last long. Just as Cole was injured, Rohan noticed and immediately whispered to Spoon's sister using his Mirror Flower Water Moon ability. Cole is in danger. I'm going to help him. After saying that, Rohan dashed towards Cole at high speed. Spoon's sister, who was momentarily taken aback while flirting with Rayleigh, quickly sensed Cole's situation and her expression became complex. She simply nodded in the direction Rohan was heading, then tightened her grip on Rayleigh even more. Rayleigh initially did not see Rohan's figure for a moment, but then noticed Spoon's sister's complex expression and the increasingly powerful kicks directed at him, leaving him somewhat puzzled. However, he still searched for Rohan's location with all his might, as Rohan's speed had a significant impact on the battle for others. Clang! After blocking Spoon's sister's kick once again, Rayleigh finally spotted Rohan, but the scene before him instantly filled him with a chilling dread and extreme anger. Bang! Rayleigh pushed off with his legs and shot towards Rohan at high speed. Sensing Rayleigh's approach, Rohan did not retreat. Instead, he unleashed a military boxing secret technique he hadn't used in a long time, activating it in a psychic armor mode. His entire body trembled rapidly as he gathered all his strength into a punch, combining it with bullet time and high-speed movement. Clang! Rohan reached the left side of Rayleigh first and threw a punch at Rayleigh's chest, producing a sonic boom and a rolling invisible wave of energy. Rayleigh was sent flying at incredible speed, leaving a circular trench in his wake. The battlefield fell silent once more. This time it was not just a simple blow, but a strike that made Rayleigh spit out blood. However, this was not the most shocking part. The two individuals already dragged aside by Jabba, a swordsman and a strong fishman, had one of their left arms severed at the shoulder with a smooth wound, while the other had a hole punched in their right abdomen. Both were instantly gravely injured, and the crowd had not seen what happened. What happened? With your level of haki, you shouldn't have been hurt so badly. Jabba's expression darkened as he looked at Rohan, who was now by Cole's side, and turned to ask with concern. Unclear. My observation haki sensed danger, but I didn't feel anyone approaching. It was a contradictory feeling. By the time we noticed that little brat, he was already hit. Yes, there were no signs of an attack. By the time we sensed it, we were already injured and didn't have time to defend with haki. The two recounted what had just happened, leaving Jabba even more puzzled. Sensing danger with observation haki, but not being able to see it, was it a sort of invisibility ability? What a troublesome capability. Are you okay, Cole? Rohan asked with a grim expression, looking at the slash wound on Cole's chest, which extended from his right abdomen to his left shoulder. A trickle of blood oozed from the deeply cut muscle. I'm fine. Hanji, I'll recover soon. Cole smiled despite being shaken. All right, let's go together afterward. Rohan also smiled. Suda, Hanyi, Cole replied, and then the two faced the members of the Roger pirates together. Step, step. At this moment, Layli walked over from a distance, his expression grim as he approached Jabba, looking at his comrade's severed arm and pierced abdomen, gripping his sword tightly. You should know the consequences of harming our comrades. Vincent Rohan. Hith. Rohan smirked slightly, pointing at the corpses on the beach. These dead ones are our people. What makes you think we deserve to die? Well, you're not allowed to harm even a single comrade. Layli. Rohan's roar made Rayleigh slightly frown as he looked around the beach. Indeed, since the battle began, all the casualties had been members of the Rocks Pirates, and the people from the Golden Lion's ship had already disembarked. Except for those with rear admiral strength, anyone who encountered the Roger Pirates was basically defeated in an instant. However, Rayleigh didn't care about this. His comrades were his brothers. Anyone who dared to harm his brothers would pay the price. Rayleigh fixed his sharp gaze on Rohan. I can't control them, but for breaking one of my brother's arms, you should be prepared for death, kid. After saying that, Rayleigh charged forward with his sword drawn, and Rohan and Cole also rushed in, clashing with Rayleigh and Jabba, causing the battlefield to become intense and even more chaotic than before. In the ensuing battle, Rohan continuously upgraded his techniques, using Mirror Flower Water Moon in conjunction with his telekinetic armed mode, and injuries among the Roger pirates began to increase. Rayleigh and Jabba attacked Rohan like madmen. Seeing this situation, Spoon's sister no longer dared to block Rayleigh casually and instead confronted other opponents. But as time went on, the number of Roger pirates injured by Rohan began to rise. Rohan always found openings to disrupt the other members of the Roger pirates. After all, in battle, a single moment could determine life or death, especially when they were being disturbed. Stop him, Rayleigh shouted angrily, clearly aware that if this continued, sooner or later, one of his comrades would not be able to hold on, and one careless move could lead to death, which was unacceptable for Rayleigh. All right, during the advance, Jabba slashed through a hunk and turned to rush towards Rohan, needing to restrain that kid. The others tried to stay close together to prevent that kid from getting any chances to interfere. Rayleigh loudly reminded his comrades as he charged towards Rohan, arriving around him alongside Jabba. Clang! Luohan made a sudden stop to dodge Rayleigh's slash wave. Before he could charge out again, he sidestepped to avoid Jabba's sword swinging from behind. Bang! Luohan leaped into the sky and whoosh. Whoosh! Two slash waves crisscrossed towards Luohan's back. With a flick, Luohan executed a backward flip that defied the laws of physics, slipping through the intersecting slash waves. Whoosh! He quickly distanced himself from Rayleigh and Jabba, reaching the edge of the battlefield. Turning around to face them, he sighed, what a perfect coordination. Bang! Bang! Rayleigh and Jabba moved to below Luohan, looking up at him in the sky. I won't give you another chance to interfere with my companions. Rayleigh said solemnly. That's right. We won't let you attack freely anymore. Jabba pointed his sword at Luohan, eyes sharp, then prepared to intercept Luohan's movement. Huh! What an honor it is to be treated this way by Roger's right and left arms. Luohan laughed freely, then paused. I should be the first, right? Whoosh! Whoosh! Two slash waves responded to Luohan, one from the left and one from the right, clearly trying to block Luohan's escape route. What a pity! Luohan sighed softly, his body blurred as he plummeted down at high speed, evading Rayleigh and Jabba's attacks. As Luohan fell from the sky, Rayleigh and Jabba rushed forward, attacking him from the front and back, left and right. Once on the ground, Luohan accelerated towards Jabba, bending to the right to avoid the sweeping long knife. Whoosh! A slash wave came, forcing Luohan to retract and throw a punch at Jabba. Clang! Jabba blocked Luohan's attack with his knife held in front of his chest. "Huh, got you, kid," Jabba laughed, pressing down hard with his knife, not giving Luohan a chance to escape. At the same time, Rayleigh's long sword swung towards Luohan's head, and just as it seemed like it would separate Luohan's head from his body, Rayleigh's excited expression suddenly turned to confusion. Clang! The sound of swords clashing rang out, as Rayleigh's long sword was raised and grazed over Luohan's head, swinging towards Jabba. Whoosh! Luohan took the opportunity to escape from their encirclement, standing on a rock 300 meters away from them. That was close. He wiped away the non-existent sweat on his forehead and sighed. I almost fell for their trap. What just happened? Jabba looked at Rayleigh, a heavy tone in his voice. If my knife hadn't been positioned vertically when attacking Luohan, Rayleigh would have split me in half. I forgot that kid has an invisible attack. It was that sudden raise of my hand that made my attack go over him and towards you, Rayleigh explained, a bit annoyed. But to react that way in such a brief moment and combine it with that speed, it's quite troublesome. Rayleigh, Jabba stared at Luohan in the distance, feeling somewhat helpless. Hearing this, Rayleigh fell silent for a moment, then his eyes brightened. Right now, that kid only lacks in defense. Let's focus on that and go all out. Okay, Jabba replied, and then the two charged towards Luohan, launching a frenzied attack, not giving him a chance to escape, even pushing him into desperate situations several times. But each time, Luohan was somehow interrupted. Whoosh! Another slash wave swept past Luohan, causing the originally aimed slash wave to suddenly change direction. This invisible attack again? Rayleigh sighed helplessly. Every time he tried to eliminate this kid, his attack was always disrupted. Dodged again. Jabba came to Rayleigh's side, looking gloomy. Looking at Rayleigh and Jabba, Luohan couldn't help but admire their scary teamwork. If it weren't for him activating his perception to 100 times bullet time mode in dangerous situations, he wouldn't be able to interfere with Rayleigh's attacks in an instant. However, this bullet time consumes too much stamina and can only be used in the most dangerous moments, or he wouldn't last long. Luohan thought to himself. The subsequent battle continued like this, with Rayleigh and Jabba's coordinated efforts facing off against Luohan's bullet time, gradually reaching a stalemate. After Rayleigh and Jabba diverted Luohan's attention, the battlefield situation completely tilted towards Rockside. Because of Hank's presence, the pressure on the Roger pirates suddenly increased, forcing them to split two substitute powerhouses to hold off for a while, making the situation quite dangerous. Fortunately, due to Sister Spoon's concern for Rayleigh and Luohan's situation, she was uninterested in fighting and kept a low profile, which caused the battlefield to reach a stalemate for a while. On the other side, the battlefield with Roger turned into a chaotic three-way battle after Whitebeard joined. It wasn't supposed to be like this. None of the three were the type to team up against one person. If they did, it would indicate they weren't strong enough and needed help. So at first, they exchanged blows one-on-one. But helplessly, all three of their attacks were large-scale, especially Whitebeard and Shiki's fruit abilities, whether it was an air shock or sweeping across the land, affected everyone indiscriminately. Eventually, the three devolved into a free-for-all. This battle continued until nightfall when a sudden situation arose. A 300-meter-long merchant ship carrying numerous civilians eerily sailed to the right side of Luohan's battlefield. At the same time, on Roger's side, a slash wave flew over and cut the merchant ship in half. The ship was destroyed, and the surviving civilians swam to the frontline island, right at the edge of various battlefields. Facing the aftermath of this monstrous battle, some survivors were occasionally harmed and killed. All this was witnessed by Carp and the others through binoculars. These bastards, can't they see they're civilians? Carp put down the binoculars, clenched his fists, and walked towards the ship's edge. Don't be impulsive, Carp. This merchant ship appeared too suddenly. Sengoku stepped forward and tightly grabbed Carp's arm. But those dead civilians are real. Are we just going to watch? Carp pulled his arm away and continued forward, his sense of justice not allowing him to pretend nothing was happening. Step, step. Zephyr directly used Moonwalk to head towards the frontline island. If anyone here couldn't accept this, it was probably Zephyr. Huh. Seeing Zephyr leave, Carp was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily, patting Sengoku's shoulder. Well, go ahead, Sengoku. He then used Moonwalk to fly towards the frontline island. Sengoku watched the actions of his two friends. No matter what, saving civilians was always the right thing to do. He sighed softly. At this moment, Sengoku had not yet become numb to the world's darkness. When faced with the suddenly appearing civilian merchant ship, he still chose to save them. Bring the warship closer, Sengoku commanded. faced with the suddenly intervening civilians. Everyone was slightly taken aback, but soon threw themselves back into the battle, as there was no time to worry about anything else. By this point, everyone involved in the battle was basically injured. Luo Han himself, due to inaccurate judgment, did not have time to use bullet time and was slashed a few times by Rayleigh. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his psychic arm mode, Luo Han's defense was greatly improved, leaving only a few wounds that were not fatal. Although he was still bleeding, the wounds were not deep and did not have a significant impact. Carp and Zifa arrived near the first line island to observe the situation on the battlefield. Then Carp headed towards Roger and the Golden Lion, while Zifa went towards Luo Han and the others. Sengoku maneuvered the warship to the coast where the civilians were located. Clang! Crack! Carp shattered a slash wave emitted by the Golden Lion, preventing it from hitting the civilians. He then stood at the edge of the battlefield between Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, not intending to intervene. Zifa was the same, choosing to cover Sengoku in rescuing the civilians. The two still remember the order from the Gorosei, not to interfere in the war between the Roger pirates and the Rocks pirates. Unfortunately, the world is always full of surprises, especially deliberate ones. Just as Carp was preparing to continue blocking the attacks, bang, 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 Roger and the two others landed around Carp, perfectly encircling him. "Ha! Carp, you finally made it." Roger laughed heartily, seemingly certain that Carp would come, exuding a sense of confidence as he spoke. Carp frowned slightly, feeling confused by the three surrounding him. "You need to stay away and not hurt the civilians. The civilians over there still need some time to be rescued." The conversation between Roger and Carp made the Golden Lion bored, and he didn't want to let the two continue. "Stop reminiscing. Let me deal with you both." After saying that, the Golden Lion unleashed 2 slashes, one for each of them. Whitebeard didn't waste any more words either, delivering a punch that caused the air to crackle and shatter, breaking the calm. Carp, in anger, yelled, "You guys don't care about the civilians at all?" As he spoke, he couldn't hold back his rage, especially since Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion suddenly surrounded him and started fighting each other. Carp couldn't tolerate this and immediately joined the melee with Roger and the others. On Zifa's side, it was similar. When he arrived, the battle was at its peak, and the members of the Roger pirates were about to give in. After all, there were still more strong fighters on the Rocks pirates' side. Noticing Zifa's arrival, Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged glances, saw an opportunity to leave the battlefield, abandoned their attack on Rowan, and rushed towards Zifa with the Roger pirates. Zifa, seeing Rayleigh and the others, mistakenly thought they were heading for the civilians. Enraged, he immediately attacked, and for a time, Zifa was drawn into the battle with the Rocks pirates. With pirates all around, Zifa fought anyone he saw, and the battlefield became even more chaotic. At this moment, Rohan, Cole, and Sister Spoon gathered together, watching everything from a distance. Civilians were orderly boarding the Navy's ships, with Sengoku standing by to protect them, ready to strike down any potential slashes that might come their way. Interestingly, a merchant ship suddenly appeared. Even though the seas around the First Line Island were supposed to be blocked by the Rocks pirates, preventing any merchant ships from intruding, Luo Han rubbed his chin, thinking that the war should be coming to an end soon. He speculated privately. The subsequent developments were, as Luo Han had imagined. After rescuing the civilians, he saw Carp and Zifa caught in the siege of the pirates, and the Navy rushed to join the fray. Ultimately, this battle, known to the world as the Battle of One Line Island, ended just 1 hour after the Navy joined, with all three sides retreating. The next day, news of the battle spread across the seas. Aside from Roger's astonishing 1-on-2 fight against Whitebeard and Gold Lion, Luo Han's performance completely stunned everyone. He knocked out the left and right arms of Roger's crew, severed the arm of a swordsman on Roger's ship, and pierced the abdomen of a giant fisherman. Among these four, 2 were of admiral-level strength, and 2 were close to vice-admiral-level strength, not to mention that Luo Han single-handedly held off Rayleigh and Jabba. And all of this was accomplished by an 18-year-old kid. The world side, another monster like Sherlock Lingling has risen. Of course, Luo Han did not know at this moment that they had just left the battlefield and returned to Taku's ship. The reason for returning to Taku's ship was that Whitebeard's ship had been cut in half by an unknown slash during the battle. "I'm sorry." Spoon's sister suddenly came to Luo Han and Cole and said. Luo Han was taken aback, a bit at a loss, then seemed to remember something and smiled slightly at Sister Spoon. "It's okay, Sister Spoon. Cole and I are both fine, and you also stopped Rayleigh. Although we're on different sides, I hope it didn't affect your good fortune." Hearing Luo Han's response, Sister Spoon rarely showed her youthful side. "I have nothing to do with him, don't think too much. I will always stand by you two brothers." Hee. Luo Han smiled, but said nothing. However, he felt quite pleased when he thought about how he charged towards Cole on the battlefield, while Sister Spoon was desperately blocking Rayleigh. At least Sister Spoon was clear-headed and didn't sympathize with the other members of the Roger Pirates because of Rayleigh. Otherwise, Luo Han wouldn't have been so nice to her, just like with the Golden Lion. All right, let's head directly to Battleship Island to rest for a bit and choose a new ship, Whitebeard said, then instructed everyone to steer the ship towards Battleship Island. The sailors on the ship took out the nautical charts, aligned them with the recorded coordinates, then turned the helm and set sail for Battleship Island. The next morning, after a night of sailing, Luo Han and the others encountered an island and decided to go ashore to rest before heading to Battleship Island. It was a small island shaped like a giant hamburger, with a large forest in the center and grasslands all around, accessible by only 2 mountain paths leading up to several small villages. Luo Han and his group did not disturb the people in these small villages and chose to go to the secluded northern side of the island. Upon arriving on the island, the head chef brought all the utensils and instructed the cooks to prepare the meat that everyone had brought along, which were all sea creatures hunted by Luo Han during the journey, small ones measuring a few hundred meters in length. After reaching the island, Luo Han and Cole laid down on the grass to rest, as a gentle breeze filled with the scent of grass brushed by. They didn't want to move, just wanting to enjoy the tranquility of the moment. Luo Han, look quickly, your bounty has increased. Tucker came to Luo Han with a newspaper and a bounty notice. So soon? Luo Han was puzzled. Let me see. Taking the bounty notice from Tucker, Luo Han sat up to take a look. This time, the photo showed Luo Han in his mental power armor mode, wrapped in a light blue, water-like psychic energy, looking ethereal. However, the short hairstyle didn't quite match. Luo Han touched his prickly short hair and sighed to himself. Looking down, he saw the name, bounty, and description. A bounty of 600 million berries is not bad. It's doubled from before. But this title of Blue Demon, it's really too much. Just because his psychic arm mode is light blue? And what's with this description? When did he ever randomly kill civilians? Wow, it's really infuriating. After reading the bounty notice, Luo Han was filled with question marks and anger. The world government is just making things up. Boss, aren't you upset? Tucker cautiously probed. Luo Han's eyes turned, staring at Tucker with some curiosity. What is the name on your bounty? Although it was a bit strange why Luo Han wanted to know his name, Tucker still answered truthfully. My bounty name is Captain Green Cross, George Tucker, taken from the meaning of my 2 green knives crossing when I transform with my devil fruit. Pretty good, right, boss? Not bad. Indeed a green cross. Luo Han thought to himself, not saying it out loud, just nodding. Then Tucker, filled with certain joy, returned to his companions and instructed everyone to start roasting pancakes. Luo Han was engrossed in reading the newspaper that reported yesterday's battle. At the same time, the 5 elders were also holding the same newspaper that had been published worldwide that morning. Bang! The elder with the cane slammed the newspaper on the table, which read, "This battle, lasting a full day, ended prematurely due to the unexpected appearance of a civilian merchant ship, leading to the Navy's early intervention. After an hour of chaotic fighting, all 3 parties retreated." What was the Navy doing? Didn't they say they wouldn't intervene in the war between the Roger Pirates and the Rox Pirates? That merchant ship appeared too suddenly. It was clearly arranged by Rox to provide a reason for the Navy to intervene. It also conveniently helped the Roger Pirates escape. Or perhaps it was a way for Rox to justify an end. In any case, it was now clear that Rox did not want to fully dominate the new world yet. So, let us initiate the plan early. Let us wait a bit longer until we find that island where that little brat came from, and resolve Imsama's doubts before proceeding. It's likely that we can now confirm that Luo Han, that little brat, is not consuming the devil fruit of infinity. All that is left is to find that island to know everything. Agreed. The 5 elders ultimately decided to first address the matter of Ringtree Island. On the other side, Charlotte, Linlin, and others, who hadn't seen each other since separating from boat, also saw the latest newspaper about the sea battle at One Line Island, as well as the latest bounty notice. Wow, this little brat has become so strong already. Yes, just a bit short. Otherwise, he would be perfect. Charlotte Linlin lamented over Luo Han's bounty notice, and Kaido next to her nodded in agreement. However, compared to the attention the world was giving to Luo Han, Kaido was more focused on Cole. He observed the beastly aura emanating from the half-beastified Cole, who was covered in various wounds yet still standing tall. An idea of a different kind of strength began to sprout in Kaido's mind. But everything would have to wait until he could sense Rock's imposing presence. Kaido thought to himself, around the world, People saw Luo Han's bounty and learned about the 18-year-old boy who had recently joined the Rocks Pirates, who had knocked away Roger's right-hand men and seriously injured 2 members of the Roger Pirates during the sea battle at One Line Island. From then on, Luo Han was riding on the fame of the Roger Pirates, becoming famous overnight, which referred to Luo Han. At the same time, the Roger Pirates were in a gloomy mood. Roger looked at his companion with a severed arm, inwardly furious. He had thought they could withstand the combined forces of Whitebeard and Shiki, but unexpectedly, this little brat with excessive speed appeared, along with an ability similar to invisibility. It was disgusting. This time, I was too arrogant, but I will not let that little brat go. Roger apologized to his companions. No, this time, both Jabba and I underestimated that little brat, and that ability similar to invisibility is definitely not that simple, right? In hindsight, many people confirmed they saw Luo Han suddenly appear in front of the 2 of them, but it seemed like they didn't see him at all, and then they were instantly injured. There were several others like that. Clearly, they saw nothing in front of them, yet were suddenly attacked, not knowing who struck them. The analysis by Rayleigh and Jabba left everyone even more confused about Luo Han's abilities, completely unsure of which category they belonged to. That armor-like clothing of his, is it also part of his abilities? Roger pondered, looking at Rayleigh, who was in charge of intelligence gathering. Yes, according to previous intelligence, it was said to be an invisible force field attack. This time should be a further development of that ability. Rayleigh pulled out the intelligence he had obtained from the black market earlier and compared it as he spoke. But evidently, that ability, which is undetectable, has appeared for the first time and is not recorded in the black market. Undetectable? Rayleigh, you're spot on. That little brat-ass ability should also be able to block human perception and similar things. Roger contemplated and then said, it seems that's really the case. Everyone realized, feeling as if what Roger said made sense. They were just being blocked from perceiving, which is why they could foresee danger with observation haki, but couldn't sense it with their bodies. All right, brothers. Although everyone is injured, we will get back everything we lost. Let the enemies enjoy their sorrow. We just need to be happy and joyful. After all, the world is still waiting for us to overturn it. Now, let's have a feast, brothers. Roger's high-spirited words snapped everyone back to reality. Everyone face-bombed in response. That's just who Roger is. Even when his companions are injured, he still insists on living joyfully. But no one would deny Roger's feelings for his companions, because in the end, the enemies will bear the pain inflicted on the Roger Pirates. Meanwhile, Luo Han, who was unaware that he would soon face the storm from the Roger Pirates, was already indulging in a feast. On an unnamed small island, Luo Han and his group were enjoying their first big meal after the battle. The aroma of roasted meat gradually spread from the remote northern part of the island, attracting many residents, especially children. Among them, a frail little girl wearing a patched-up dress had cracked lips and was gazing eagerly at Luo Han, shaking her small, thin hand against her father's rough palm. I want to eat, Daddy. The father said nothing but looked at Luo Han from a distance, to be precise. At the roasted meat in Luo Han's hands, his eyes filled with longing. Yet his body didn't move an inch, not just him, but all the villagers attracted by the scent of meat only stood at what they deemed a safe distance, no one daring to come closer. At that moment, a few unruly pirates suddenly approached the villagers with knives, their faces menacing. Hey, could you stand a bit further away? You're ruining our appetite. Upon seeing the pirates coming, the villagers seemed to sense the malice in their eyes and hurriedly ran back to the village. And the father quickly picked up the little girl and ran towards the village. Ha, run faster. One of the snarling pirates let out a disgusting laugh, quickly charging toward the father and daughter. With the speed of this pirate, he naturally caught up in an instant. The pirate swung his knife down, a white flash of steel magnifying in the terrified eyes of the father and daughter, about to separate their bodies. In the face of this scene, the people on the 2 pirate ships remained indifferent. From their cold expressions, Luo Han could only sense a habit of indifference. Even Whitebeard and Sister Spoon pretended not to see it. Is everyone so indifferent to life? You can refuse to feed the hungry, but you don't have to kill directly, do you? Luo Han was puzzled and stopped Cole, who was trying to pass. With a thought, the few pirates chasing the villagers were suddenly controlled in midair, their bodies constantly deforming, the bones inside making cracking sounds, and they couldn't even open their mouths, clearly under immense pressure. The girl, who had escaped a calamity, was now curiously watching this scene with wide eyes, filled with excitement. But she was soon taken away by her father, who had regained his senses, clutching her around the waist as they ran back to the village. Newgate, Sister Xiao. Luo Han turned to look at the 2. wanted to say something, but ultimately fell silent, sitting in a daze. After witnessing everything, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. Luo Han wanted to ask something, and Whitebeard knew, but didn't know how to express it. Finally, Sister Xiao looked at Luo Han with some pity and helplessness, stepping forward to explain, Brother Luo Han, this world is far more evil than you think. Even the weakest and most shameless people have those who care for and love them. Most pirates are inherently cruel and cunning. It's right to stop them, but we have been indifferent because we have seen the brutal retaliation against those pirates' friends too many times, so we don't know how to handle it. Sometimes we step in to stop them. Sometimes we remain indifferent. You might say that you can stop what's in front of you, what you see, and feel no guilt. But once you've witnessed the aftermath of their revenge, you can no longer feel guilt-free. This is the cruelty of the new world. The so-called world of the strong is this stark reality. After listening to Sister Xiao's remarks, Luo Han's face darkened, and he fell silent, gazing in the direction of the village, lost in thought. In his consciousness, he could even feel the villagers' fear, a constant dread of being killed. Sensing that aura of fear, Luo Han felt that the effects of the mind fruit's ability seemed to flow much more smoothly, but he had no mood to pay attention to it. With a thought, he released the few small pirates that were controlled in midair. Although they were mere nuisances in Luo Han's eyes, to the villagers on the island, they were like the harbingers of death. The released pirates naturally expressed their gratitude for being spared, showing no resentment. Luo Han didn't care. It was clear from this incident that there were hardly any good people among pirates. Long-term life-and-death battles and prolonged life at sea could drive some people mad. No wonder Rocks would have the strongest from conquered islands join the Rocks pirates and assign certain tasks. Clearly, these tasks of killing and robbing, combined with the long life at sea, gradually wore down a person's kindness, ultimately turning them into a thorough pirate under the Rocks pirates. Luo Han chuckled at himself, then ignored everything else and focused on eating honestly, training to become stronger without thinking about what would happen to the island afterward. After all, it was just a matter of not having enough strength. Seeing Luo Han remain silent and just numbly eating his food, Spoon's sister felt a bit worried and asked, "Are you okay, Luo Han?" Luo Han responded with a smile and said, "It's okay. Sister Xiao, don't worry, I'm still me." Sensing Luo Han's thoughts, Sister Xiao felt a bit heavy-hearted, but there was nothing she could do. This was a world where the strong did as they pleased. She just said to Luo Han, "That's good. Hurry up and finish eating, and then let's leave this island." Luo Han nodded and replied, "Okay." After everyone finished their meal, they set sail from the island and continued towards Battleship Island to rest before continuing the pursuit of the Roger pirates. As conveyed personally by Rocks through the transponder snail this morning, which could also be considered an order. After 3 days of sailing, Luo Han and his group arrived at the medium-sized island known as Battleship Island, which was specifically designated for the Rocks pirates to build ships. After disembarking, Whitebeard prepared to go to the shipyard to select a ship, and Luo Han and Cole followed to see what the shipyard was like, while Sister Spoon went to buy some necessities for women, as there were always a few uncomfortable days each month. Walking along the elevated corridor in the shipyard, looking down at the ships bearing the Rocks pirates insignia, Luo Han was quite shocked. This is all industrialized standard. These are already completed ships, and on the left, there are some still under construction, with workers occasionally using bridges to set up the ship's keel, and the sounds of hammering echoing continuously. It's truly impressive. Luo Han felt a deeper understanding of the strength of the Rocks pirates. It was not just about having top-tier strong individuals. It was about having the power to conquer the world. The standard ships produced here not only ensured the Rocks pirates' dominance over the conquered islands, but also guaranteed rapid expansion. It was terrifying. In the end, Luo Han understood why Rocks had the confidence to confront the world government. With such industrial capabilities, they actually had dedicated shipbuilding and weapon manufacturing facilities. It seemed they were preparing to move towards militarization. If this development continued, raising an army of hundreds of thousands would be just a matter of time. Given the world government's weak control over the new world, as time went on, they really wouldn't have much of a way to deal with Rocks. Luan pondered silently. He looked at Cole, only to find him listless. "What's wrong?" Cole weakly glanced at Luo Han, his gaze vacant. "I'm hungry, Hangul." Luo Han glanced ahead and saw they were almost at the end. He turned to Cole and said, "We're almost there. The horse will go out to find food." Then the three of them, along with Whitebeard, arrived in front of a 500-meter-long Rocks-class ship. It looked somewhat different from the one Whitebeard and the others had made before. This one was almost identical to the military ships used by Carp and his crew. Whitebeard looked at it, quite satisfied. thinking that he should be able to mock Carp the next time they met. He then turned to the relevant personnel accompanying him and said, "Let's take this 500-meter one. It can set sail tonight, right?" "No problem, Lord Whitebeard." "That's good. We'll leave first, and you can bring the ship to the port to wait for me." "No problem, Lord Whitebeard." After that, Whitebeard led Luo Han and Cole out of the dock and into the open air. Seeing that it was still early, he said to Luo Han, "You guys can have some fun on the island. We'll meet at the port in the evening. I'm going to buy some wine." Luo Han nodded and said, "All right, we'll leave first." Then he parted ways with the white-bearded man. Luo Han leaned back with his hands behind his head and headed toward the most prominent big sign with Cole. Cole had long wanted to explore this somewhat bustling island, and now he was a bit impatient. So he walked a little quickly, startling quite a few pedestrians along the way. Before long, the two arrived under the big sign. Looking up to see the 6 large characters that read New World Hotel, they entered the establishment, where the waiter had already arranged a large table for Luo Han and Cole. As soon as they sat down, the owner personally came over and kindly asked, "Do you gentlemen have any special food requirements?" The way he asked this clearly showed he was experienced, as the islands scattered across the sea often had different customs, and some people had specific food needs. If not clarified, the consequences could be quite serious. Luo Han is not particular. As long as the food tastes good, that's fine. Cole also has no special requests. Just bring out the best dishes, but the quantity might be a bit much. After hearing Luo Han's instructions, the boss, full of confidence, said, "No problem. We've heard about Lord Cole's appetite, and we will definitely make sure both of you are well fed." He then went into the kitchen to personally urge the chefs to work faster. Luo Han sat down and picked up the drink handed over by the waiter, finishing it in one gulp. "Ah, so refreshing. This is life." In the evening, Luo Han and Cole returned to the port, fully satisfied. Walking along the dock, they occasionally saw some completed ships undergoing handover ceremonies, like a trading port, with merchants constantly buying and selling. From a distance, they spotted the ship that Whitebeard had his eye on. Its colors seemed to have changed. Even before getting closer, they caught a whiff of paint, which made both Luo Han and Cole feel a bit uncomfortable, so they covered their noses. As they approached, they felt as if they were looking at a naval warship. Was it Whitebeard's twisted sense of humor that made the shipyard workers paint the ship to look like a warship? Luo Han thought to himself that Carp would probably be speechless upon seeing it. As they got closer, they realized it was indeed large. The side of the ship had a number painted on it, reading D-130A. Was this the 130th ship produced? Did the D refer to Rox himself? Luo Han murmured, his mind filled with questions. Leaping over the hull, Luo Han and Cole arrived on the deck. It was indeed much larger than the previous ship. At least they wouldn't feel cramped holding a banquet on board. Unlike before when the head chef would prepare the meals and bring them to the bow of the ship for Whitebeard and Luo Han. Now everyone could dine together. Sighing at this thought, Luo Han suddenly felt disheartened, recalling the pirates from that morning, losing interest in having a banquet with everyone. They were not on the same path. Before long, Whitebeard and Sister Spoon returned, and the head chef led everyone in bringing some kitchen utensils from the old ship onto the new one. Seeing the crew of the Rox pirates boarding the ship one by one, Luo Han couldn't help but think of the little girl from earlier who had said she really wanted to eat, along with her father's expression, making him not want to stay here for even a moment. Approaching Whitebeard and Sister Spoon, Luo Han's expression was somewhat desolate as he quietly said, "Newgate, Sister Spoon. Cole and I are going to tuck ship. We'll just follow you from behind." Whitebeard and Sister Spoon exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. But there was nothing they could do, so they turned to Luo Han and said, "All right." Luo Han waved his hand and flew back to tuck her ship with Cole. Shortly after, as the new ship set sail from the port, Luo Han and the others followed behind Whitebeard. Time always passes unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Han and the others had been at sea for 6 days since departing from Naval War Island. It was now approaching dusk, and the setting sun cast rays of crimson light. At this moment, everyone had arrived at a desolate small island, composed entirely of layers of rock. The irregular rock layers, about 40 centimeters thick and varying in size, stacked and protruded to form a shape resembling a coral reef. At this peculiar island, a 10-meter-tall giant, completely red and emitting high-temperature steam, sat on a protruding brown rock in the distance, resembling a steamed lobster. As everyone looked on, a hint of fear flickered in their eyes. The reason for their fear dated back to the first day of the new ship's departure. On that day, Cole felt that his strength was still insufficient, and his physical body was a bit weak. He was afraid of being targeted by Roger again and becoming a burden to Luo Han. Therefore, He wanted to strengthen his body by devouring sea kings. Luo Han felt a bit embarrassed after hearing that, as he had severed one of the opponent's companion's arms. Given Roger's character, who values his companions, it's certain that he would seek revenge. One can imagine that the next encounter with the Roger pirates would be a tough battle. However, Luo Han does not regret it. They were all out to kill him. Should he hold back just because they're plot characters? If he did, he might end up getting killed by someone with a single strike. Luo Han himself was not afraid. His speed was fast enough and his mental response quick. But he was worried about Rayleigh and Jabba teaming up to attack Cole, which would prevent Luo Han from leaving, and that would be disastrous. So Luo Han quickly agreed to Cole's proposal and then asked Whitebeard, "I think we should hunt sea kings in the next few days to help Cole devour and evolve. Otherwise, if we go looking for Roger and the others like this, I and Cole won't be able to hold on." Whitebeard thought for a moment, given Cole's current strength. Encountering Rayleigh and Jabba, who were armed with swords, would indeed be quite disadvantageous, so he agreed. Subsequently, Luo Han and Cole began to cooperate in hunting sea kings. On the first day, the two hunted 5 sea kings that were over 3,000 meters long. The others on the ship also witnessed for the first time Cole using his full beast transformation to devour a sea king, a scene they would never forget. What is that? It's terrifying. They saw Luo Han using Mirage to pull a 3,000-meter-long conch-shaped sea king out of the water with telekinesis. Then everyone saw Cole transform into a 6,000-meter-long toOne, opening his massive mouth full of sharp teeth, which seemed to connect to a black hole. As if eating candy, he swallowed the sea king in one bite, without any visible movement in Cole's neck or belly, making everyone doubt whether Cole had actually eaten that sea king. Until Cole let out a burp like a level 12 typhoon. The foul-smelling breath nearly made everyone faint, at which point they finally believed that Cole had indeed eaten the sea king. However, after that, everyone became fearful because Cole had eaten 5 large sea kings in a row, and there was no sign of his body swelling. It was as if the sea kings he devoured had disappeared. After consuming 5 large sea kings, Cole transformed back into human form, with only some white steam rising from his body, without any significant evolutionary change. "Is that it?" Luo Han, flying in the air, asked. Cole carefully sensed the changes in his body and found that he was still far from accumulating enough energy. "I still need a lot of energy," Cole said. Luo Han stroked his chin, thinking that this was the first time he had actively devoured a sea king-type evolution, and there were still many unknown conditions. He decided to thoroughly understand the limits of the toOne fruit. Now, he wondered if he could still eat more. Luo Han tentatively asked. Cole rubbed his belly and replied, "No, I can't. I need to digest." It seemed there was indeed a limit, Luo Han pondered. Then he thought to wait a few more days. The next day, Cole devoured 5 sea king types, 7 on the 3rd day, and by the 4th day, it had risen to 12. At this point, everyone's fear had become numb. It wasn't until the 6th day, after Cole had devoured his 30th large sea king type of the day, that his long physical evolution finally began. Everyone sat on some raised rocks in the distance, watching Cole from afar. At this point, Cole's state had lasted for half a day, much longer than the previous time on the ship. They continued to wait until the sun had completely set, and finally, Cole's physical evolution came to an end. As soon as it finished, Luo Han quickly approached Cole and asked, "How is it, Cole?" "Very good. Hanye, look." Cole smiled, then spread his arms out in a straight line, and a layer of invisible, flowing water-like substance began to appear all over his body. "What is this?" Luo Han was taken aback. It looked somewhat like his own armed mode of mental power, but it truly resembled flowing water, constantly moving, as if even space was flowing along with it. At this thought, Luo Han had some guesses, but was uncertain because it was simply astonishing. He then looked at Cole with a serious expression. Cole smiled, waved his hand, and space seemed to create an invisible wave that slid across Cole's arm. This time, the evolution not only strengthened his body, but mainly allowed him to master a new ability. It felt like the entire space had turned into water, and he could swim in it just like this. Cole took a step forward, and his whole body seemed to enter another space, disappearing from Luo Han's sight. "Huh, is this the same ability as Tux, to traverse the void?" Luo Han looked around, but didn't see where Cole had come from, and he didn't sense him with his spiritual awareness either. Where's Cole? How did he suddenly disappear? At this moment, Whitebeard and the others also approached Luo Han, and, noticing Cole was missing, everyone looked puzzled. "I don't know. It should be some kind of special ability." Luo Han didn't want to say much and continued to observe the surroundings. After a long time, without seeing Cole, Luo Han began to feel a bit worried. At that moment, Luo Han suddenly sensed Cole appearing in the same spot. Although he appeared very quickly, Luo Han was still able to perceive it through his spiritual sense. It was like passing through a waterfall, rather than the whole body suddenly appearing as in teleportation. There was a process involved. After experimenting with his abilities, Cole was very excited and looked at Luo Han, wanting to share his joy. Han Ye, I. Luo Han frowned and suddenly stepped forward to use telekinesis to block Cole's mouth, preventing him from speaking. No need to say more. Let's prepare for dinner first, and I'll experiment with you later tonight. Luo Han didn't want others to know the details of Cole's abilities. Since he had seen the true nature of these pirates last time, Luo Han had developed some caution. All right, Brother Han, Cole said, casually returning to his normal state, ceasing to cause changes in the space around him. Although he didn't understand Luo Han's words, he did not defy them, always remembering his father's advice to listen to Brother Han. Watching their little interactions, Whitebeard smiled slightly, understanding Luo Han's concerns, and loudly said to everyone, "Prepare for the feast. Tomorrow we will set off to deal with the Roger pirates, you rascals." Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only Whitebeard and Sister Spoon behind. After waiting for a while, Sister Spoon suddenly chuckled and walked away, followed closely by Whitebeard. Before long, the two walked side by side back to the largest protruding rock near the ship. On the way, Whitebeard suddenly laughed. That little brat Luo Han is still a bit concerned about us not taking action before. After all, he's from a closed-off island and hasn't experienced the cruelty of the new world. He's quite cute. Sister Spoon chuckled lightly and glanced back at Luo Han. Once everyone had left, Luo Han called Cole, and the two flew up to an altitude of 8,000 meters. At this point, the island below was no longer visible to the naked eye. Only a small, blurry shadow could be seen, and there was no moon in the sky, but an endless, dazzling starry sky. Luo Han stared at Cole, secretly sighing at his good luck for mastering such an impressive ability. "What's wrong, Hango? Do you want to test my ability now?" Cole asked, somewhat puzzled by Luo Han's intense gaze. "No need for test. Just tell me what this new ability of yours is like," Luo Han replied, shaking his head as he could roughly guess it already. Cole thought for a moment and then said, "My new ability allows me to feel like the space has turned into an ocean, and I can swim in it. When I dive into the ocean, it's like entering another world. It feels very comfortable. When I want to come out, I just need to surface." After listening to Cole's explanation, Luo Han let out a long sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. His eyes lit up as he looked at Cole, realizing that it was indeed an ability related to space, and it was quite powerful. "Can you bring others with you?" Luo Han asked, looking at Cole with anticipation. If he could bring others along, that would be even more impressive. "I don't know. Should I give it a try?" Cole tentatively suggested, uncertain if it would work. "I think it can work," Luo Han said as he flew onto Cole's shoulder, preparing to see if he could enter the other space through physical contact with Cole. Cole activated his ability, and suddenly the surrounding space felt like it had turned into water. Of course, only Cole felt this way. Although Luo Han saw the fluctuations in the space, he didn't feel anything. Then, Cole walked into the other space, diving like a swimmer. Meanwhile, Luo Han blinked in place. Looking around, there was no change, confirming that he was alone. His expression began to turn dejected. It seemed that only Cole could go. Luo Han felt a bit greedy, but then thought to herself, it's actually a good thing. Since others can't enter the other space that Cole has, Cole's ability to protect himself has greatly improved. When things go wrong, he can just slip away into the space, leaving others in the dark. However, why isn't Cole coming out yet? After waiting for a while, Luo Han felt a bit puzzled. Could it really be that comfortable inside? Suddenly, the space in front of Luo Han rippled like water, and Cole walked out from it. Seeing Luo Han staring at him, he felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. It was so comfortable inside, Hange. Once I entered the other space, it felt like a fish swimming into the ocean or a bird flying into the sky. That sense of freedom and ease was so nice that it made me forget the existence of time. Luo Han was speechless and said nothing, only hoping that it wouldn't be like this during battles. Otherwise, if he thought about hiding in the space to avoid attacks during a fight and ended up forgetting to come out until the battle was over, that would be awkward. Yao shook off this terrifying thought, and Luo Han looked up at the starry sky, suddenly feeling light all over. From now on, my brother and I are finally no longer weak ones who can be easily killed. Luo Han suddenly shouted angrily, releasing the emotions that had accumulated over this period. Cole stood by, grinning foolishly, very happy. Ever since the battle with the Roger pirates, where Luo Han was slashed a few times by Rayleigh because of his own burden, Cole had kept this in mind. That's why he suggested evolving by devouring sea kings to become stronger, hoping to help Luo Han and at least not be a burden. Fortunately, Cole succeeded. After that, the two of them familiarized themselves with their increased power in the air before returning to the ground. At this time, on the small island, the head chef and Tuck had almost prepared the food, and everyone gathered on a raised rock. "How is it? Have you figured out your abilities?" Whitebeard smiled, looking at Luo Han, sitting beside him with a hint of teasing. "I thought you wouldn't even eat with us." Hee hee. Luo Han gave a dry laugh, feeling a bit awkward, as if you're being neurotic. However, Cole's ability was hard to understand without explaining it. Just observing it made it difficult to comprehend the principles. And Luo Han felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Being cautious was always good. All right, no need to tease Luo Han anymore. The abilities of the devil fruit are indeed not easy to disclose in detail. At this moment, Sister Spoon's gentle voice eased Luo Han's embarrassment. Luo Han smiled gratefully at Sister Spoon. The next day, before dawn, Luo Han, who had woken up early, went to the beach and sat on a protruding rock. With his eyes closed, he listened to the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks, but his attention was completely elsewhere. At this moment, Luo Han's mind had fully immersed itself in the world of psychokinesis. After feeling the extreme fear of imminent death that day, he discovered that his spiritual abilities had undergone another transformation. His ability to perceive emotions had become clearer. Previously, he could only sense vague emotional information, like happiness and excitement, but could not discern whether it was joy or excitement specifically, and sometimes he might not perceive anything at all. In summary, his emotional perception was not clear or distinct enough. Now he could differentiate clearly. Happiness was happiness, and excitement was excitement. However, what was the practical use of this ability? Luo Han tilted his head and thought for a moment, unable to come up with any real applications. It seemed to only allow him to discern others' closeness to him. Were they enemies or friends? Sigh. If he could use his mental abilities to change others' emotions, that would be amazing, turning enemies' hostility and dislike into recognition and fondness for him. Wow. Thinking about it this way, Luo Han suddenly felt this ability was impressive, and it was somewhat similar to the Genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami from Naruto. It was akin to directly altering a person's will, making those who dislike you genuinely like you from the bottom of their hearts, with a natural and sincere affection. This was a true charm for attracting girls. He definitely needed to develop this ability further. Luo Han's mouth curled into a lewd smile, accompanied by a silly grin that sent chills down the spines of those who saw it. Fortunately, no one was watching, otherwise, they would surely have jumped up in fright in the middle of the night. Ahem, getting off track. Luo Han quickly reined in his fantasies and focused on communicating with the psychokinetic world. Time slowly passed, and people began to rise one after another. After a while, the head chef started instructing the cooks to prepare some simple breakfast. Before long, wisps of black smoke began to rise from a small island. It was unclear where the head chef had gotten the fire, considering the island was made entirely of rock. Meanwhile, on the southeast sea surface of the island, a pirate ship was slowly sailing. Upon seeing the black smoke rising from the island, the pirate ship immediately changed direction and headed towards Luo Han and the others. Appearing somewhat urgent. At this moment, no one on the island noticed, as Luo Han continued to communicate with his psychokinetic world. With the enhancement of his mental abilities, Luo Han doubled the intensity of his communication, and correspondingly, the psychokinetic energy he could mobilize increased several times. Indeed, as long as there was a breakthrough in mental ability, any other abilities manifested through it would also see exponential growth. With a single thought, feeling the amount of psychokinetic energy he could now mobilize, Luo Han felt that he could probably control a small hill 200 to 300 meters high with his psychokinesis. After all, since going out to sea, Luo Han's strength had been steadily increasing, and his psychokinesis had received a significant boost. This time, he had experienced a breakthrough in his mental state, greatly enhancing both the density and breadth of his psychokinesis. If he had gone back to the time when the Sea Kings attacked Ring Tree Island, he should have been able to relocate everyone on the island. Luan sighed softly. Then he stood up, and with a thought, activated the psychic armor mode. This time, the psychic armor had completely turned blue, instead of the light blue it used to be. It was somewhat reminiscent of transforming into a Super Saiyan mode. With the increase in both the quantity and quality of his psychic power, Luo Han's psychic armor mode was no longer like Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode. It had directly expanded several times. If it was like a feather robe before, now it was like an inflated spacesuit. Let's try the speed. Saying this, Luo Han flew up directly, without making any sound, and in the blink of an eye, he suddenly disappeared. It was as if his figure shook and then vanished. Floating high above the small island, Luo Han felt very satisfied. Just now, his speed was faster than before in the psychic armor mode. It should be due to the strengthened refinement of his psychic power and the better integration of his physical strength, making his movements feel like the space had opened a fast lane for him. Whoosh! In a single breath, he reached an altitude of 3,000 meters. Not bad. Now he could eat in peace. The verification of defense and attack could wait until he tried it against the Roger pirates. Expanded. Luo Han felt very confident now. Cole's safety was guaranteed, and his abilities had made a huge breakthrough. Perhaps he still couldn't withstand Whitebeard's full power strike. But it wouldn't be like the time on Ark Island, where he would simply dissipate upon contact. Back on the small island, everyone was already gathered around, sitting together and eating porridge. Luo Han filled a large bowl and returned to sit beside Cole, slurping down the porridge. It was surprisingly good, this rice. I remember the head chef bought it on Battleship Island. Next time, I should ask him to buy more. Otherwise, eating meat all the time gets a bit monotonous. Gulp, gulp. Before long, Luo Han finished the last spoonful of porridge, set down the big bowl, and looked at Cole. Are you full, Cole? Cole didn't answer. He probably didn't have time to speak, as he was busy pouring porridge into his mouth from a bowl 3 meters in diameter, while his right hand held a piece of roasted meat. Gulp, gulp. Finally, after finishing the porridge, Cole set down the big bowl and rubbed his belly. He must be full. After saying that, he took a bite of the meat in his right hand. Luo Han was speechless, lying on the rock with his eyes closed to rest. Meanwhile, while Luo Han and the others were having breakfast, the pirate ship sailing towards the rocky island was quietly approaching. Jabba was observing 2 pirate ships anchored on the distant sea with a telescope. They were the ships of Tuck and Whitebeard. The one observing was Jabba from the Roger pirates. Kaz, Jabba put away the telescope, turned around with sharp eyes, and said to Roger in a deep voice, "It's Whitebeard's crew. Although they have a new ship, the one with the green cross pirate flag belongs to the pirate crew that is under that little brat Luo Han." Clang! Roger drew his sword and looked towards the rocky island. Accelerate. There was no more to say. As they approached within 5 kilometers of the island, Spoon's sister noticed it, while Luo Han did not, as he had not activated his haki at that moment. Alas, this is one of the drawbacks of haki. Unlike others' observation haki, which has a certain passive perception even when not actively activated, Luo Han was not able to do so. If he didn't activate his haki, he was just like an ordinary person, and most with slightly enhanced beast-like senses. This was also the reason why he almost had his arm cut off by the Golden Line back on Ark Island. Without further ado, just as Spoon's sister discovered the Roger pirates, Roger, standing at the bow of the ship, looked at the rocky island before him and felt he had entered his attack range. He raised his right hand high with his famous sword and slashed down. Clang! From 5 kilometers away, a white, condensed slash wave was sent forth. Boom! Before Luo Han and the others could react. The left side of the rock layer they were on was directly cleaved in 2 by Roger's slash wave, leaving a deep trench as seawater continuously surged in. The sudden attack sent everyone flying in panic, and Luo Han and Cole instantly stood up, looking at the deep trench on the left island that had been severed. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Luo Han broke out in a cold sweat, because he had not activated his haki. He only sensed something was wrong when the slash wave approached the island. It was only after activating his haki that he perceived Roger's slash wave. Fortunately, Roger's slash wave was not aimed at Luo Han and the others, but rather at the uninhabited area of the island. Was this the face of a strong man? Or was it Roger's personal style? Or did he just enjoy grand spectacles? Luo Han felt it was the latter, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he left. Cole, the Roger pirates are here for revenge, he said to Cole beside him, then turned and flew toward the eastern coast, looking at the approaching Roger pirates. Cole followed Luo Han's figure, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. This time, I won't be a burden to Brother Han. On the protruding rock layer by the eastern coast, Whitebeard and Shovel Sister were already standing there. After all, it was Shovel Sister who first spotted the Roger pirates, followed by Whitebeard. Do they want to start with a sensational opening before the battle? Roger, Whitebeard murmured, then turned to the group of pirates, shouting, "Prepare for battle and strike hard at the Roger pirates, you bastards." A group of pirates instantly became fearless, hurling various taunts toward the direction of the Roger pirates. Huh, Roger? Seems like a famous pirate crew, but it's different when facing our rocks pirates. How dare they interrupt our breakfast? Go to hell, Roger pirates. Luo Han found it somewhat amusing yet also a bit sad. Clearly scared at first. How did they suddenly become fearless? If it weren't for the trembling hands that couldn't even hold a knife and the shaking legs, Luo Han would have really believed it. This is the tragedy of the weak. When faced with an irresistible force, all they can do is numb themselves. Truly impressive, Roger. Just a single slash wave. And it instantly shattered the fighting spirit of a group of weaklings. Haha. Lightly. His blood began to boil, and with a thought, his psychic power armor mode was activated, landing beside Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced at Luo Han beside him, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. This psychic power armor mode was different from before. Luo Han, have you made significant progress in your strength? Luo Han looked at the blue psychic energy armor on his body and indeed felt that he had made great progress. He then laughed and said, haha, I have indeed made great progress. There's no helping it. Didn't Roger come to find me on his own? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's mouth twitched, but he couldn't refute it. For what he knew about Roger, it was indeed possible that he had come to take revenge on this kid Luo Han. Cole and Luo Han were really two troublemaking kids. Whitebeard sighed inwardly, then said with concern, be careful later. I'll hold off Roger, and the rest will be up to you. Luo Han patted his chest, looking at Cole beside him, indicating that there was no problem. Don't worry, Brother Newgate. Cole's life-saving ability will definitely surprise the Roger pirates. Cole scratched his head, said nothing, but his eyes were very determined. What a terrifying pair of brothers. Even their sister can't help them now. Sister Spoon chuckled. No. Just as Luo Han was about to say something, the Roger pirates arrived, or rather, they attacked. With a clang, Luo Han flew to dodge Roger's slash wave, looking at the Roger pirates who were already a few hundred meters away. They really are coming for me. But unfortunately, I'm not the same as I was yesterday. Seeing Luo Han narrowly evade his attack, Roger laughed heartily and said to the side, it seems you were right. This little brat's movement speed and reaction are quite fast. Rayleigh and Jabba ignored Roger, just nodding. Then looking at Luo Han and the others, their muscles tensed. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Roger didn't feel awkward. He leaped onto a rock formation on the small island, just to the right of Whitebeard and Luo Han. With a thud, 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 the sound of landing echoed. And except for a few who stayed behind to take care of the ship, everyone else gathered in front of Luo Han. Rustling. Luo Han returned to Whitebeard's side and looked at Roger. This was the first time Luo Han had looked at Roger so closely. Indeed, he had a narcissistic face. No wonder Whitebeard said this guy was extremely narcissistic. The iconic mustache has also appeared. Luo Han thought to himself, seeing Luo Han constantly staring at his face. Roger deliberately touched his mustache, trying to make it look smoother and cooler, and said passionately, "Ha, you are the little brat who harmed my companion, Luo Han, right? Join us. Let's overturn the world together. Of course, just let me beat you up a bit first to earn my companion's forgiveness." After Roger finished speaking, he spread his arms as if to welcome a companion. Ugh. Watching their captain's quirks flare up again, everyone facepalmed. Their captain had this habit of unable to resist recruiting interesting, strong individuals, which was always so untimely. But it must be said that most people on the ship had joined Roger for this very reason. The target of his recruitment, Luo Han, was completely bewildered. He was all fired up for battle. Why this sudden heartfelt recruitment? Turning to look at Whitebeard, Luo Han had many question marks in his eyes. Is this the narcissistic yet strong guy you mentioned? Recruiting before the fight? Whitebeard chuckled awkwardly, perhaps unsure of what to say. Could he say that the first time he met Roger was in such a situation? Probably not. With no answers, Luo Han turned to Roger, his gaze sharp. Ha! Don't joke around, Roger. I want to join a pirate crew that has harmed my brothers. Ha! With a flick of his sword, Roger looked at Luo Han with interest. For the sake of your comrades, how reliable. What a pity. After saying that, he unleashed a slash wave towards Luo Han. Clang! Crack! Whitebeard jumped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to disperse Roger's attack, landing on the ground and speaking solemnly. Roger, this is my crew member. Hee. Then let's go without Shiki. You won't be able to stop us, Newgate. After Roger finished speaking, he and Rayleigh charged towards Luo Han and the others. The battle erupted in an instant. Facing the charging Roger pirates, Luo Han concentrated his thoughts, and boom. The sound echoed as sharp, giant stone pillars suddenly erupted from the ground, stabbing towards Roger and his crew. Despite the sudden stone pillar attack, Roger and his crew did not scatter. They moved like agile monkeys, dodging the pillars. In an instant, the Roger pirates were scattered across the island, separated from each other. Whitebeard's eyes lit up as he glanced at Luo Han, exclaiming, "Already this strong. He then charged towards the fallen Roger. Clang! Crack! The sounds of clashing swords and the atmosphere shattering rang out intermittently. Watching the divided battlefield, Luo Han smiled and said to Cole, "If it's too difficult, just hide in the space. Don't be overconfident." After saying that, he charged towards Rayleigh. Standing under a stone pillar, Rayleigh saw Luo Han charging in, and without checking on the situation of his other companions, he swung his sword at Luo Han. Clang! Luo Han's fist struck Rayleigh's upward swinging long sword, producing sizzling sparks between the fist and the blade. This kid has strength? Feeling the pressure on his body, Rayleigh's pupils constricted. Shocked as he looked at Luo Han in front of him. Has he grown to this point in just 6 or 7 days? Watching Rayleigh's astonished expression, Luo Han chuckled. There's even more to surprise you. With a thought, invisible telekinetic energy gathered into a fist, and in an instant, he punched Rayleigh in the stomach while they were still locked in a struggle. Rayleigh's pupils slightly shrank, and his stomach felt as if it had been hit by a high-speed cannonball. Booming, a round pit was smashed into the distant stone pillar. Crack! Crack! Stones occasionally fell beside him, and Rayleigh, lying in a big character shape in the pit, had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Luo Han with a gaze full of wariness. However, before Rayleigh could emerge from the pit, Luo Han waved his right hand, and the scattered small stones gathered beside him to form a telekinetic stone pillar. Then he swung his fist forward. Instantly, the gathered telekinetic stone pillar shot out like a high-speed electromagnetic cannonball, emitting a dazzling red light towards Rayleigh, creating a wave of scorching wind along its path. The heat wave hit him in the face. Without time to marvel at how strong Luo Han was, Rayleigh flipped up and faced this strike, gripping his sword with both hands and slashed down at the stone flow pillar. Clang! After a brief collision, Luo Han's attack was split in two and extended outwards, carving 2 deep grooves with black smoke rising on either side of Rayleigh. Bang! Luo Han landed in front of Rayleigh, raising both hands, and instantly, 2 streams of mixed telekinetic stones gathered like 2 giant pythons beside him, looking at Rayleigh. How about it? Rayleigh. Luan huckled lightly. Rayleigh stared intently at Luo Han, his expression heavy, clearly wary, not expecting your strength to rise so quickly. After saying that, he accelerated towards Luo Han, attempting to catch him off guard with a slash. Hee hee. Luo Han chuckled lightly. Facing Rayleigh's movement, he activated bullet time, quickly moving to Rayleigh's right side, and swung a punch with his right hand. As the telekinetic stone flow, like a coiling giant python, shot towards Rayleigh at high speed, Rayleigh could only raise his right hand to block with his sword, resulting in a stalemate. Blocking one stone pillar, he couldn't block the second. Luo Han's expression tightened, and with a wave of his left hand, bang! A flash of red light appeared as Rayleigh was once again struck by the telekinetic stone pillar, sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! A larger pit appeared on the island's rock wall. Splash! Rayleigh slid down from the stone wall and landed on the ground, propping himself up against the wall. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at Luo Han, who was already soaring into the sky, with a worried expression. What a terrifying monster. His speed was nearly twice as fast as before, and he was completely being treated as a punching bag. There was no strength left to fight back. Meanwhile, Luo Han observed the battlefield from the air. Rayleigh was restrained here, while the battle between Roger and Whitebeard had reached the southernmost part of the island. Spoon's sister and Jabba were not far to the north, and their fight was also intense. For the first time, he saw Spoon's sister's powerful kicks, which completely matched Jabba's swords. It seemed that during the last fight with Rayleigh, Spoon's sister had indeed held back. Luo Han sighed. Looking over at Cole, Luo Han was somewhat surprised. Facing the attack from several members of the Roger Pirates, Cole seemed to handle it effortlessly. When he couldn't win, he would either hide into another space or fly up into the sky, leaving no one able to do anything about it. For a moment, it was quite easy for him. However, the others were not so lucky. They were forced to flee in disarray from the other members of the Roger Pirates, and soon all ran back to the island that Roger had severed. The members of the Roger Pirates did not pursue, but gradually surrounded Luo Han and Quaer. Bang! The giant fishman and the swordsman whose arm Luo Han had severed, along with a few other members of the Roger Pirates, landed beside Rayleigh. Are you okay, Rayleigh? Seeing Rayleigh's tattered clothes and the blood at the corner of his mouth, everyone showed worried expressions. Rayleigh nodded, holding his sword with a serious look directed at Luo Han, and said heavily, "That little brat's speed has increased again, and his strength has become stronger." Looking at the 2 trenches still emitting high-temperature black smoke and the large pit in the stone wall behind Rayleigh, everyone fell silent. Even Rayleigh didn't have a chance to retaliate. This guy's strength has improved too much. The one-armed swordsman gripped the stump of his left arm and gritted his teeth. Everyone agreed. This was already approaching the level of Roger himself. In terms of speed, Luo Han had an absolute suppression over everyone, to the point where it was, I can hit you, but you can't hit me. There's no way to break it. The absolute suppression brought by absolute speed cannot be easily resolved. Haha. Luo Han laughed heartily. It felt so good. In fact, even Luo Han himself didn't expect that after breaking through his mental abilities, his telekinesis could become so strong. If all the telekinesis he could wield before was compared to a bucket of water, then what he could wield now was 4 buckets of liquid steel. Both the quantity and quality had changed. The result was that the same amount of armed mode telekinesis under the blue state had much stronger speed, defense, and attack than the light blue state. Thus, Luo Han could maintain ultra-high-speed movement and defense in armed mode telekinesis, while also mobilizing a stronger invisible telekinesis than before, meaning it didn't incorporate physical strength. However, he controlled the collision forces between the stones and the powerful impact from high-speed movement. Even with Rayleigh's armed color haki strength, he would still have to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. All these thoughts occurred in an instant. Luo Han looked at the companions gathered around Rayleigh, smiled slightly, and suddenly flew up, reaching an altitude of 2,000 meters. Here, it shouldn't be easy for Rayleigh and the others to disturb him. So let's begin. With a thought, Luo Han spread his arms, and in an instant, the rocks on the island were repaired into countless fist-sized stones by his telekinesis, gathering above Luo Han's head to form a massive spherical cluster of telekinetic stones with a diameter of 100 meters. Hey, Rayleigh, this feels very dangerous. The one-armed swordsman hesitated as he looked at the massive spherical cluster of flowing stones behind Luo Han in the sky. Compared to the one-armed swordsman's hesitation, Rayleigh didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly told his companions, spread out. As soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, Luo Han swung a fist toward Rayleigh and the others. And suddenly a telekinetic stone stream, as thick as a water barrel, surged out from the spherical cluster, charging toward Rayleigh and the others like a giant python, striking them at high speed like a meteor. Boom! A flash of red light passed, and like a falling star, the super strong impact generated by the 2,000 meters of acceleration directly blasted a circular meteorite pit with a diameter of 100 meters into the island below, with a depth of 10 meters, generating magma inside and emitting high-temperature black smoke. Rayleigh and the others, who evaded the attack, stood beside the circular pit, looking at the magma bubbling up from the pit, feeling the heat emanating from within, and wiped cold sweat from their brows. This attack power is no joke. Rayleigh, is this guy really that little brat named Luo Han? The giant fishman looked at Luo Han, his voice trembling. Rayleigh remained silent in response. Boom! As Luo Han created a circular pit scar on the island with a punch in the sky, everyone on the island felt a tremor. The members of the Rocks Pirates and Taku, standing on the side of the island that Roger had cut off, looked at Luo Han in the sky with admiration in their eyes. It was this man who had rendered the Dark King Rayleigh unable to fight back, blasting a meteorite pit with a single punch. And now, facing Rayleigh and the numerous members of the Roger Pirates, he remained calm and unhurried. Rayleigh, that little brat flying so high is hard to deal with. Jabba, having escaped from Spoon's sister, came to Rayleigh's side, looking at Luo Han in the sky with a bit of a headache. Rayleigh remained silent, carefully observing the massive spherical cluster of stones behind Luo Han, recalling the scene when Luo Han threw his punch. Let's spread out first and see if he can only launch that kind of attack once with each punch. Then we can think of a way to take out that thing behind him. Finally, we force him down and engage him in close combat. Although his movement speed is very fast, we can still react and counterattack through observation haki, but it requires at least 3 people. In any case, we have to bring him down. Otherwise, we'll only be passively taking hits. Rayleigh quickly laid out his plan to Jabba. Without a moment's hesitation, Jabba quickly replied, okay. Then the two separated, jumping around the large pit to notify the others and find opportunities to use slashing waves to destroy the telekinetic spherical cluster behind Luo Han. Hee, naive, wanting to see how many attacks I can unleash with each punch, and also wanting to destroy the telekinetic stone sphere behind me? Luan, flying in the air, had his divine sense open, naturally hearing Rayleigh's countermeasures clearly. Next, let you feel how a mage with infinite blue fights. Luo Han felt a bit excited, extending his right hand and clenching his fist. Instantly, 3 telekinetic stone giant pythons emerged from the telekinetic stone sphere. Zing! Zing! As Luo Han swung his right fist downward, the three telekinetic stone giant pythons crashed down toward the planet like catastrophic meteors, directly targeting the three members of the Roger pirates that Luo Han had locked onto with his divine sense. Boom! Boom! Three loud bangs echoed, and three massive pits appeared on the island. However, they didn't hit directly. The shockwaves swept through, naturally causing no damage. Just as Rayleigh was about to attack the one-armed swordsman, he glanced at the three large pits on either side, and his mouth twitched slightly. This is tough. Everyone, be careful, Rayleigh shouted loudly to remind everyone. Then Rayleigh and his companions began to move irregularly around Luo Han, trying to find an opportunity to use techniques like moonwalk to destroy the telekinetic stone sphere behind Luo Han. The members of the Roger Pirates are indeed all elites. Their observation haki is all up to standard, but at least for now, I can't hit them with this kind of long-range attack. Luo Han Yao sighed. Then he felt relieved. Today was the day to experiment with his own fighting style and see what kind of combat suited him. So let's start with the unlimited firepower mode. Luo Han chuckled. He stretched out his hands into fists, and immediately 10 giant stone pythons made of psychic energy emerged from behind him on both sides. He swung his fist downward, and instantly 10 red flashes passed by, crashing into the ground and creating 10 circular craters, each 100 meters in diameter. Rayleigh and the others no longer cared about attacking Luo Han, frantically dodging the attacks of the stone pythons, and they dared not fly casually. This was because Luo Han's attack speed in the air was also very fast. Once they used moonwalk or something similar to ascend, their movement speed was slower than on the ground, making them easy targets. The subsequent battle was Luo Han's personal performance. Whether it was the combined slashes of Rayleigh and Jabba or the aerial intercepts by the Fishman giants and other martial arts experts, all were repelled by Luo Han's multiple attacks back to the ground, with no chance to approach him. For a time, Luo Han's attacks in unlimited firepower mode left everyone in the Roger Pirates, except for Roger himself, helpless. Even those guarding the ship joined in. But they could only be exhausted in Luo Han's unlimited firepower mode. Cole and Spoon's sister had already returned to Tucker's side, and now it was Luo Han alone against all members of the Roger Pirates. This battle continued until nightfall before there was any change. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Looking at the red meteor shower falling from the sky above the island, illuminating the entire night with a red glow, and hearing the continuous sounds around her, Spoon's sister stared with her lovely eyes, fixated on Luo Han, her eyes filled with shock. This high-intensity, continuous attack had lasted an entire day, and even now with the moon out, there was still no sign of stopping. What terrifying stamina. Spoon's sister sighed, standing at the bow of the ship, then felt a bit puzzled. What was going on with this guy? He had been fighting for an entire night, then just sat by the sea for a while in the morning and directly reached this level without any training process. Meanwhile, Tucker, standing behind Cole, looked at the increasingly closer giant pit where everyone was and couldn't help but tremble. He leaned closer to Cole and tentatively asked, "Boss Cole, should we retreat to the ship?" Upon hearing Tucker's words, before Cole could respond, Spoon's sister directly said, "Let's get back to the ship and keep our distance. This battle is beyond our participation." Looking at Tucker, who was still waiting for his reply, Cole scratched his head. "Listen to Spoon's sister." Tucker immediately jumped up. "Okay, right away." He then led everyone back to the ship, steering it towards the sea 2 kilometers away from the island, turning back to look at the countless red meteors falling from the sky above the island, accompanied by booming sounds. On the other side of the island, the battlefield between Whitebeard and Roger was like a shattered mirror, with the slashing waves rising and falling like a magnificent piano melody across the island. This battle continued into the deep night without ending. At this time, the round moon had risen high in the sky, but both sides had ignited their fighting spirit and could not stop. Crash! Crack! Roger and Whitebeard clashed once more, their blades colliding, creating invisible shockwaves that split the surrounding area of the island into canyons, faintly visible under the moonlight. The intersecting scars of the canyons also hinted at the formidable, slashing waves of Roger that could not be ignored. "Roger, it seems your revenge plan is coming to a perfect end. Hee. Whitebeard smiled. Roger frowned, and with a push, he opened the way for Whitebeard. Both of them retreating 50 meters, looking towards the battlefield on the other side of the island. Even from a distance, Roger could still clearly see countless red meteors continuously falling onto the island, making a thunderous sound that dyed the entire sky crimson. This intense barrage had not stopped since the day began. What terrifying stamina! Roger marveled, then looked at Whitebeard. "Huh, Newgate, I believe Rayleigh and the others can handle it. Although he knew that Rayleigh might face some difficulties, Roger didn't feel there was any danger and still had faith in his companions. I also believe that brat Luo Han will be fine. Whitebeard agreed. As long as Roger stayed here, with Luo Han's current strength and speed, not many could deal with him. The two then engaged in battle once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rayleigh and the others were indeed not in any danger. By now, everyone had realized that although Luo Han's attacks were fast and powerful, they could still be dodged by those well-versed in observation haki. What was terrifying was another horrifying phenomenon. Is this little brat a monster? Such intense attacks, the whole day long, without a break, and he hasn't even caught his breath. Jabba leaned against Rayleigh, his breath a bit unstable, pointing at Luo Han with a question. I don't know. This kid definitely contradicts the information that his physical talent is low. At least his stamina is not something an ordinary person can compare to. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. This kid seemed to be hiding something. Hiding what? Jabba asked, confused. He then looked up at the meteors attacking from the sky, his eyes showing helplessness. Here it comes again. Jabba and Rayleigh dodged once more. But after this round of attacks, the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Looking up at Luo Han, Rayleigh felt a bit puzzled. He didn't seem to be out of strength. Was he preparing for another big move? Be careful of this kid. What strange tricks does he have? Rayleigh reminded everyone. The rookie author Ru Feng's first novel is now online. The first chapter was uploaded on April 12th and now on May 30th. It has been over 40 days without interruption, reaching 200,000 words, with a release on June 1st. Ru Feng has always aimed for professional writing from the start, although there were moments of doubt along the way. His family supports him, but they are indeed facing difficulties. After graduating from university and getting his first paycheck, he felt he could support himself and no longer trouble his parents, allowing him to live freely without worries. However, his parents have aged unconsciously, and the pressure they can bear is nearly reaching its limit. So they started to hope he could help ease some of that pressure. Ru Feng once heard a saying, "Your parents are getting old. If you don't work hard to make money, do you want them to work hard?" Ru Feng felt this was very true. If you don't work hard, do you want your frail parents to work hard? Of course, this isn't about seeking sympathy. Ru Feng has always felt that a novel is just a novel, and you only need to pay for what you like. Nothing more is necessary. So tomorrow night at 8, he will still update 2 chapters for free. Then after midnight, 10 chapters will be released consecutively, and then at 8 on the 1st. It will still be 2 updates like before. Calculating, there must be at least 14 chapters stored, so he needs to write a bit more tomorrow. Ru Feng has recently read many authors' first book release feelings and found that many with low subscriptions ended up being abandoned. Here, Ru Feng also wants to say that if the first subscription of this book is below 100, he will slightly speed up the story's pace, finish what he wants to write, and will not abandon it. At least, he intends to write up to 1 million words, and he might even update 3 or 4 times a day to finish it as quickly as possible. Of course, if the initial subscription is good, he will naturally write in more detail. All right, having shared some writing thoughts, he has also adjusted his mindset. Writing is a profession, and he has made a commitment to complete this novel with 1 million words. He sincerely thanks everyone. Because of you, this novel has meaning. There are too many friends, so he won't name everyone individually. Then there's the editor. He hasn't gotten familiar yet, and after the shrimp dumpling Big Shot left, he is now under the leadership of the Punlai Big Shot. In short, he thanks both editors. Although it's just a nameless rookie author's release gratitude, he suddenly feels a bit pitiful, haha. Finally, the last thing, he wishes everyone happiness and good health for their families. In the high sky, after stopping the meteor barrage in infinite firepower mode, Luo Han broke out in a cold sweat. I was careless. The conversation between Rayleigh and Jabba was naturally overheard by Luo Han, and it made him recall a detail he had almost forgotten. His psychic power basically doesn't consume stamina. With attacks like psychic stones and giant pythons, he could fight for 10 days and nights without stopping. Today he got a bit carried away. Previously, his psychic attacks weren't strong and didn't have much effect on strong opponents, mostly serving as a distraction. Now that his attacks have strengthened, they can inflict damage on strong opponents. He felt a little proud for a moment. This is not good. Luo Han patted his own head, trying to make himself more rational. His current capability is just slightly stronger for self-preservation, but when facing a special devil fruit user, he would still have to kneel. Given the world government's background, it's still better not to stand out too much. Luo Han muttered to himself, constantly reminding himself that it wasn't time to indulge yet. He then looked at Cole and Tucker. By now, they had already moved away from the island and probably couldn't see the details of my situation. right? Luo Han thought lightly. However, when he glanced at the members of the Rock's pirates, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Given the world government's emphasis on rocks, there should be many spies among the ruffians of the Rock's pirates. Luo Han later realized why Carp and the others could always know the whereabouts of Whitebeard and Gold Lion in time. While Luo Han's first encounter with CP0's ambush felt like he was throwing himself into a net, saying there were no spies would probably not convince anyone. However, it seemed that Rox didn't care. Tilting his head and thinking for a moment, he decided that it was most important to prevent the world government spies from knowing about his physical strength. Subsequently, Luo Han gradually withdrew his psychic power, and the spherical stone blocks began to fall away. It was as if his stamina was gradually giving out, although somewhat deliberate. It was all he could do at this point. Brother Luo Han's stamina is running low. Spoon's sister murmured. Seeing this scene with some concern, she turned to Cole. Cole, you and I will go to assist Luo Han. Cole scratched his head, intending to say that Luo Han still had plenty of stamina, but then glanced at the others. It seemed he couldn't say too much. Cole thought to himself. Hesitating, he saw Spoon's sister already using moonwalk towards the direction of the island. I'm going to. With that, Cole flew towards Luo Han as well. Under the bright moonlight, several pirates on the ship, who usually wore enthusiastic expressions, suddenly changed their faces the moment Spoon's sister and Cole left. Had he become so much stronger in just one night? This needed to be reported. They then took out a special snail, phone the size of Sparrow, and whispered softly. That kid's stamina must be giving out. It's impressive that he could last this long using his devil fruit abilities at such intensity. On the other hand, seeing the stone blocks falling away behind Luo Han, apart from Rayleigh and Jabba, everyone else believed that Luo Han's stamina could no longer hold up, and they couldn't help but feel pleased. This kid was indeed hiding something. Hee. Rayleigh stroked his chin and chuckled softly, looking thoughtful. So what exactly are you hiding? Strength? Or ability? Bang, bang, bang. Without the endless attacks, everyone gathered around Rayleigh, preparing to deal with Luo Han together. After all, even without the infinite firepower, Luo Han's psychic arm mode was still active. Under the moonlight, everyone looked at the blue figure high in the sky, and no one underestimated Luo Han's strength anymore. Mr. Rayleigh, what should we do now? The fishman said softly, his left arm still burned from being hit by Luo Han's psychic stone giant while in the air. Unable to dodge. Let him come down. In the air, his speed is unaffected, but we cannot keep up. It's hard to borrow strength in the air. And we're slower and easier to hit. Rayleigh surveyed the area, noticing that his companions, who had been preparing to fight Luo Han in the air, had all sustained some injuries, feeling somewhat helpless. Finally, Rayleigh said solemnly, for now, we can't do anything about that kid. Let us see if he still has the strength to fight. If he does at this point, Rayleigh looked at the one-armed swordsman and hesitated. Then we'll leave by tomorrow morning at the latest. Otherwise, if Gold Lion and the others arrive, we'll be in real trouble. Don't worry about us. Captain Rayleigh, the safety of our Roger pirates is the priority. The one-armed swordsman's gaze turned cold. Moreover, the shame of a swordsman can only be washed away by a swordsman himself. Then let us see to what extent this kid can go. Ha! Rayleigh smiled in relief, and then looked at Luo Han once more. Meanwhile, Luo Han in the air was counting the time. Almost there. Smiling, Luo Han looked at Rayleigh and the others gathered together. Then let us activate the Super Psychic Arm mode, abbreviated as Meat Armor mode. With that, Luo Han fused all his psychic power with himself, forming a blue psychic ball with a diameter of 5 meters that enveloped him. This move was inspired by Charlotte Lean's iron balloon concept, essentially merging physical strength with psychic power, focusing solely on defense. With a swoosh, Luo Han instantly landed on the opposite side of the pit where Rayleigh and the others were, hovering half a meter above the ground. At this moment, Luo Han truly resembled a blue balloon, looking light and buoyant. Thud! Thud! Spoon's sister and Cole arrived beside Luo Han one after another. Are you all right, Brother Luo Han? Spoon's sister asked, her words appearing somewhat hesitant as she looked at Luo Han's now rounded figure. I'm fine. Luo Han looked at Spoon's sister and Cole with some confusion. Why are you here? I saw that you seemed to be running out of stamina, Spoon's sister said, suddenly staring at Cole. You must have known already, right? Not being honest and making me worry for nothing. Hee. Cole scratched his head and gave a forced smile. At this moment, Rayleigh and the others, who had seen Luo Han land, could no longer wait to teach him a lesson about being a good person. Here they come. Luo Han softly replied. Turning to look at the figures of Rayleigh and the others rushing towards him, suddenly flashing a charming smile and disappearing from his spot. Rayleigh saw a blue light rushing towards him, and with his right hand holding the sword in front, clang, a massive impact hit him, forcing Rayleigh to retreat instantly. But he managed to block Luo Han, who was like a giant human cannonball, taking advantage of the gap, while Rayleigh was blocking Luo Han. Jabba and the others' attacks also struck Luo Han's psychic ball. Ding ding ding. It sounded as if they were hitting an iron balloon. All the attacks only left behind ripples of blue waves and the sound of striking iron. Whoosh! Luo Han broke through Jabba and the others' encirclement, flying into the air above the center of the pit, surveying his surroundings filled with various deep pits, creating a rugged terrain. What a nice masterpiece, Luo Han thought narcissistically, then looked at Rayleigh and the others, charging at them once again. The ensuing battle was a chaotic melee between Luo Han, Spoon's sister, Cole, and Rayleigh and the others. Though it was called a melee, most of the attacks fell on Luo Han's psychic ball. In an instant, the battlefield echoed with the deafening sounds of clanging metal. The continuous ding ding ding, as the vice captain of the Roger Pirates and his elite crew ultimately became Luo Han's blacksmiths. Watching the blue steel balloon bouncing around on the battlefield, Rayleigh and the others felt a wave of frustration. Was this guy's defense really that abnormal? Rayleigh's full-force strike could still break through. Jabba's expression was heavy, and his tone was helpless, but that kid's observation haki was also very strong. Even if they broke through that blue shield, he managed to dodge. Moreover, that blue shield could instantly recover, giving no opportunity for continued attacks. Rayleigh's tone was solemn as he looked at the fatigue on his companions' faces. After fighting for so long, everyone had consumed quite a bit of stamina. They should be thinking about how to retreat. Rayleigh thought to himself. Ding ding ding. On the battlefield, Luo Han was like an elastic high-speed balloon, bouncing around while absorbing the frenzied attacks from Rayleigh and the others. As time went by, thud, thud, Rayleigh and the others suddenly gathered together, forming a circle, either holding swords or clenching fists, facing outward with serious expressions. Luo Han didn't pay much attention and rushed towards Rayleigh and the others, continuing to look for someone to spar with. However, this time seemed a bit different. Clang, clang. Two attacks hit Luo Han's mental energy sphere, one from a blade and the other from a fist. Just as Luo Han was about to retreat again, Rayleigh and the others' attacks arrived. This was a full power strike, and if Luo Han didn't dodge in time, he would definitely be unable to withstand multiple full-force attacks. Zing, zing. Two intersecting slashes passed across Luo Han's chest, coming from Rayleigh and Jabba. In the end, Luo Han only managed to evade the attacks from the others. He really underestimated the world. Luo Han retreated to where Cole and Sister Spoon were. Are you okay, Han? Cole asked in a deep voice, activating his half-beast mode. Sister Spoon also looked at Luo Han with concern. I'll go hold Rayleigh back. From the earlier attacks, it was clear that only Rayleigh and Jabba could cause harm to Luo Han. I'm fine, don't worry. Luo Han smiled, thinking that as long as he didn't charge in, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He was just a bit careless before. Sister Spoon and Cole both looked at the wounds on Luo Han's chest, silently observing. They said nothing. Hee. Luo Han felt a bit awkward and then turned serious as he looked towards Rayleigh and the others. In fact, Luo Han had been fast enough, but because Rayleigh and Jabba's attack speeds were faster than the others, Luo Han was hit right after he finished his own attack and tried to retreat. Looking at the two bloodstains on his chest, Luo Han's gaze sharpened. He wanted to soar into the sky once more and give Rayleigh and the others a meteor shower in the next round. However, thinking of the shadow of the world government, he suppressed his anger. Luo Han floated in the air, looking at the iron barrel formation in front of him, feeling somewhat helpless. He didn't expect that his speed could be countered like this. At the same time, he admired Rayleigh and the others for being able to quickly adjust their fighting styles through combat. Just as Luo Han was confronting Rayleigh and the others, 3 warships suddenly appeared 20 kilometers away from the small island, heading towards them. Since he had been using his spiritual sense, Luo Han detected it. Those 3 troublemakers, Carp and his crew, were really following them everywhere. Whenever there was a battle, they would show up within a day. Luo Han felt quite annoyed, as if the Navy had installed a tracking device on their ship, which was pretty much the case. Today, he sensed the movements of those spies when they took out the snail phone. But what could he do? Even Rox didn't care. It might even be intentional. He thought it would be better to just stay put. Luo Han secretly thought, not wanting to cause trouble. With a thought, the psychic energy sphere on Luo Han began to revert to the armed mode. Thud! Luo Han landed and looked at Rayleigh and the others at the edge of the pit. Rayleigh, Carp and Sengoku are about to arrive. Are you guys leaving? Rayleigh and the others were stunned. Carp is coming? They quickly used their observation haki to sense, but found nothing. Then, they looked at Luo Han in shock, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes. Your observation haki range is surprisingly far, Rayleigh said, sounding amazed. Luo Han was somewhat surprised. Rayleigh and the others actually believed it without suspicion. Are you serious, little brother Luo Han? The voice of Spoon's sister came, filled with doubt. Could it be that your observation haki has a longer range than mine? As she spoke, her eyes were filled with deep shock when looking at Luo Han. It should be. Luo Han shrugged deliberately, feeling a bit mischievous. At this moment, Rayleigh said, haven't you always wanted to hunt us down? Are you willing to let us go? Jabba and the others also looked at Luo Han with confusion. If we can kill, we should kill. But now we can't, right? Luo Han smiled slightly, said no more, and turned to Spoon's sister and Cole, saying, Spoon's sister, Cole, let's go back to the ship. Watching Luo Han and the others really leave, Rayleigh and the others breathed a sigh of relief, then exchanged glances. Ha ha ha. I never thought that one day we would be forced to breathe a sigh of relief by a little brat. Everyone laughed, but in their laughter there was no joy, only an inescapable heaviness. Let's go find Roger, then leave this little island. Rayleigh sheathed his sword, called his companions, and hurried to the battlefield of Roger and Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard also learned that Carp and the others were about to arrive. It was Luo Han who informed me, using Mirage. After another clash, Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling Roger to cease fire. Carp and the others are coming. You should hurry and leave. We also need to go. Upon hearing this, Roger relaxed his tense body, while a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, a long-standing perplexity. Newgate, you must have felt it too. It seems that over the years, Rox has intentionally allowed my growth. Can you tell me why? Whitebeard fell silent, unsure of how to express certain things. Every time, the Roger pirates were in dire straits. It was either pure luck that they encountered a terrible natural disaster that saved them, or the Navy arrived in time to assist, and Rox retreated promptly. Especially this year, after the Roger pirates gained strength, Rox directly stopped making personal moves. Whitebeard could already sense that a storm sweeping the world was about to arrive. I never expected that our dignified Roger pirates would actually just be a pawn in someone else's hands. Roger chuckled self-deprecatingly, then confidently looked at Whitebeard. Newgate, just wait and see. The Rock's era will eventually be ended by me. Bang. Whitebeard sat on a rock, looking at Roger's confident smile, and couldn't help but sigh. This man is always so narcissistic. Suit yourself. I'm not interested in any era. Whitebeard smiled. Bang. Roger sat opposite Whitebeard, looking at his warm smile. He suddenly became curious. Newgate, what is your dream? My dream, huh? Whitebeard chuckled, thinking of the way Luo Han and Cole interacted. Family. Family. What an incredible dream. Roger's tone was sincere, with no intention of belittling it. Whitebeard was also taken aback, not expecting that this guy Roger would not mock his dream. And then his mouth slightly curled up, and his gaze toward Roger had a bit more fondness. After that, the two opposing men actually started chatting, occasionally bursting into laughter, and the scene was very harmonious. If one didn't know better, they would think the two were on the same side. When Rayleigh and the others arrived, they saw such a scene. If it weren't for the cracked earth and the deep valleys marked by slashing waves around them, reminding Rayleigh and the others that a fierce battle had once taken place here, they would have thought these two men were just sitting there chatting about amusing stories all day. The laughter and the sincere smiles on their faces were simply unbelievable. The harmonious conversation between Whitebeard and Roger on the shattered island came to a sudden halt with the unexpected arrival of Rayleigh and the others, making the previously peaceful scene appear somewhat eerie. Looking at the strange expressions on Rayleigh and the others' faces, Whitebeard's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit awkward, as if he had chatted a bit too much with this narcissistic guy named Roger. Whitebeard quickly stood up, looking fierce as he issued a fierce warning to Roger. Roger, I'll let you off this time, but next time I will definitely throw you into the sea to feed the fish. After saying this, he snorted, then quickly left, feeling a bit shy as he ran to the shore. Newgate, I'm waiting. Roger laughed loudly behind him, but after laughing, he felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. Roger, can you explain this? Rayleigh's cold voice came, making Roger chuckle awkwardly, turning to look at Rayleigh and the others, about to explain something. Roger frowned, noticing the injuries on them. What happened to your wounds? Looking at the others, apart from Rayleigh and Jabba, who had some burns, Roger's tone became heavy, containing a hint of anger. Everyone lowered their heads in silence, feeling a bit embarrassed, and Rayleigh, who originally wanted to tease Roger, froze upon hearing Roger's words, his voice trembling as he said, "Roger, we were beaten up by that little brat." Roger's gaze sharpened as he turned to look at the coast. Under the bright moonlight, he clearly saw a ship sailing on the sea not far from shore. It was Loan using telekinesis to synchronize the ship with Rayleigh and the others, coming over to assist Whitebeard. Standing at the bow of the ship, feeling Roger's piercing gaze, Loan turned his head to look at the island, made a peace sign, and returned a brilliant smile before controlling the two pirate ships to sail towards the distant sea. What a terrifying guy. I have a feeling that kid will become another Rox-like figure. Roger smiled slightly, not rushing over to trouble Loan, and turned to look at his companions. What's wrong? Brothers, why is everyone looking so down? It's just being beaten by a kid. We have plenty of battles with that kid ahead. We can get our revenge then. Roger smiled confidently, as if nothing could make this man lower his proud head. Roger. Looking at Roger and sensing his strong confidence, the others gradually regained their former confidence. Captain Roger, sorry to worry you. Rayleigh and the others laughed heartily. No matter what, as long as Roger was there, this pirate king always had the courage to face everything. All right, brothers, let's set sail. After saying that, Roger took the lead and walked towards the other side of the coast, heading for his pirate ship. That kid? No, Blue Demon. Injuring my comrades twice isn't something that can be easily escaped. Next time we meet, I will definitely make you pay. Roger thought to himself, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Seeing Roger's back as he walked away, Rayleigh and the others quickly followed, remaining silent along the way. Although they had come to terms with it, being beaten by a kid still made everyone feel unable to hold their heads high, secretly vowing to train hard and get back at Loan next time. On the shimmering sea, aboard the sailing pirate ship, Loan leaned against the side of the bow, enjoying the cool sea breeze brushing against his face. The sound of footsteps approached. Hey, catch! Whitebeard, arriving at the bow, tossed a bottle of liquor to Loan. Bang! Loan caught the bottle, which was a bit large for him, turned around, sat on the deck, opened the bottle, and gulped down a few swigs. Refreshing. After an intense battle, having a drink felt great. Loan wiped the spilled liquor from his mouth. He didn't know when it started, but he had also grown fond of drinking. It seemed like something was missing if he didn't drink while sailing on this sea. Bang! Whitebeard also sat on the deck, leaning against the side of the ship, gulping down some liquor. Whitebeard let out a sigh, looking at Loan with a hint of seriousness. Kid, you've really offended Roger's crew this time. Are you scared? Loan smiled, calmly taking another sip of liquor. Whitebeard laughed, gulping down more liquor. How could I be scared? But you, kid, are indeed terrifying. You're catching up to me so quickly. Whitebeard sighed. Loan smiled, but said nothing, his thoughts drifting to those spies. He wondered what they had reported to the world government. Moreover, the information was transmitted using code language, rendering Lohan's eavesdropping useless. Perhaps it was also to prevent someone from hearing their voices with observation haki. Loan sighed inwardly. After that, he and Whitebeard drank and chatted about various things. And before long, Loan had drunk quite a bit. Afterward, the ship drifted aimlessly on the sea for a while, finding a relatively quiet area to stop and prepare to rest for the night before departing again the next day. However, unfortunately, just less than an hour after Loan and the others stopped to rest, Carp and his crew actually chased them down. From a distance, whoosh. Carp on the warship shot a cannonball directly at the ship where Whitebeard was. At this time, everyone on the ship had already fallen asleep, and only a few sentinels were in a daze. Loan thought there was no danger and did not activate his haki, but fortunately, Spoon's sister sensed it and came out from the cabin. Before the cannonball could hit the ship, Spoon's sister flew up and delivered a sidekick, sending a shockwave towards the cannonball. Boom! The cannonball exploded 10 meters away from the ship, waking everyone up in an instant. What happened? What's going on? Everyone grabbed their weapons, stood up, and looked confused, not knowing where the danger was coming from. Luohan and Whitebeard also got up and quickly approached Spoon's sister. Taking advantage of the relatively bright moonlight, they looked towards the three warships sailing in the distance, looking confused. Are Carp and the others crazy? What are they doing up at this hour? Luohan shouted angrily, still under the influence of alcohol. He had just fallen asleep not long ago and was woken up by the noise, making him even more irritable. Whitebeard chuckled, not feeling any anger, as he was already used to it. He looked at Luohan, wanting to say something. Whoosh! At that moment, 3 cannonballs were rapidly shot from the distant warships, further enraging the already furious Luohan. With a thought, he activated his telekinetic arm mode. Whoosh! Luohan flew into the air and waved his right hand at the incoming cannonballs. Boom! 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 The 3 cannonballs were destroyed by telekinesis. Little brat, do you still have a mood to sleep? The incident on the frontline island isn't over yet. How dare you use civilians to force the Navy's hand? Carp's furious voice came from the approaching warships. Civilians? Forcing? Luo Han was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. What does that have to do with us? It's not like we did it, but it seemed like it really was related to them, at least to the Rock's pirates. Luo Han secretly thought to himself, feeling a bit awkward for a moment. However, he quickly forgot about it. Now was not the time to dwell on that. He needed to show these guys a bit of toughness, or they wouldn't know what it meant to have a morning grump. Rohan's consciousness spread towards Carp and the others, beginning to use telekinesis to quickly penetrate the seawater surrounding their warships, gradually taking control. Whitebeard, aren't you going to help? Spoon's sister looked at Whitebeard with an anxious expression. No need. We just need to watch from the ship. This kid actually has many abilities that haven't been showcased yet, and we should see them soon. Whitebeard smiled confidently. Is that so? Spoon's sister murmured, then settled down. At this moment, Rohan was quietly standing in the sky. The people on the ship also noticed Rohan in the air, watching him seemingly preparing some big move, making everyone feel at ease. After all, Rohan had already proven his strength. At this time, Rohan had completely controlled the seawater around the 3 warships with telekinesis. Looking at Carp and the others on the gradually approaching warships, Rohan smiled wickedly and said, Carp, goodbye. I hope you remember this lesson. And don't encounter me on the sea again. Bye. After saying this, ignoring the bewildered expressions of Carp and the others, Rohan's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, the seawater around the 3 warships was instantaneously pushed away by telekinesis, forming a deep-sea cavity with a diameter of 1,500 meters, reaching the seabed. Carp and Sengoku felt the warships suddenly jolt. A sensation of weightlessness struck, and the bow of the ship suddenly tilted downwards, rapidly falling. Some soldiers were directly thrown overboard, while others clung tightly to nearby objects to avoid being thrown out, creating a moment of chaos. Only Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and a dozen marine majors who could use moonwalk did not fall into the seabed with the warship. You think this is over? Without giving Carp and the others a chance to react, Rohan raised his right hand. Instantly, the seawater within 1,000 meters of the cavity surged upwards by 3,000 meters, forming a circular water prison surrounding Carp and the others. Seeing the despair in Carp and the others' eyes, Rohan smiled wickedly, clenched his right hand, and the surging seawater converged towards Carp while the seawater around the cavity quickly filled in. Boom! A massive crashing sound erupted, like the Milky Way being overturned, splashing waves hundreds of meters high, and then the sea's surface gradually calmed. However, Whitebeard and the others could not calm down. The previous scene was deeply etched in their minds. From this moment on, the most terrifying thing on the sea would be this man. This thought began to sprout in everyone's hearts. Many years later, this idea would take root and become a universal truth on the sea. Top top. Rohan returned to the ship, looking at the shocked expressions of Whitebeard and Spoon's sister, and smiled. We should leave quickly. This level of attack isn't much use against Carp and the others. All right. Whitebeard, just coming to his senses, murmured, what a terrifying ability. For those with devil fruit powers, there's probably no one who wants to encounter you on the sea. Spoon's sister sighed. Hee hee. Rohan smiled, saying nothing, then used telekinesis to control 2 pirate ships to quickly leave the area. Now that he was slightly sober, Rohan knew Carp must be itching to take revenge on him, so it was better to leave quickly. An hour after Rohan and the others left, at the spot where the warships had fallen into the sea, under the faint moonlight, some wreckage from the warships floated on the surface, with surviving Navy soldiers lying on them, their eyes vacant, surrounded by the bodies of some comrades. Gulp! Gulp! At this moment, Sengoku suddenly spat out a mouthful of seawater. His eyes opened, and he woke up. Who? After taking a few deep breaths, Sengoku finally regained his composure, immediately stood up, surveyed the surroundings, and then looked at the silent Carp and Zifa, gritting his teeth. Sengoku clenched his fists, his aura surging, looking in the direction where Rohan had been. Unforgivable. I must kill that little brat. Sengoku gritted his teeth, wishing he could instantly appear beside Rohan to take revenge for his fallen Navy comrades. Hey, Sengoku, do we still have a Den Mushi? Carp asked in a deep voice. Yes. Sengoku checked his Den Mushi. I'll contact headquarters right away and have them send 3 warships for support. Good. Then Zifa and I will search the surrounding sea area to see if there are any surviving soldiers and gather everyone together. Carp looked at the soldiers gradually drifting away and knew they had to gather everyone. Otherwise, if they waited any longer, they wouldn't know where they would drift off to. Then let's go, Zephas said, looking towards a distant sea area where he sensed several presences with his observation haki. I'll head that way. After saying this, Zepha used Moonwalk to head in that direction, and then Carp also headed towards another direction. The next day, the battle report of Whitebeard and Rohan against the Roger pirates quickly spread throughout the world. The name Blue Demon began to penetrate the hearts of the people, who referred to it as the world-destroying demon who emerged from hell, clad in blue armor, capable of summoning hellfire, turning every place it passed into a purgatory. This description, combined with the newly released bounty poster image, made it seem even more real. The image was taken from Rohan standing in the sky, wielding telekinetic power to strike down a giant red meteor, with blue telekinetic armor and the ground of the island below pockmarked, spewing magma and black smoke. The bounty amount displayed below the image made the name Blue Demon resonate throughout the world. Blue Demon, Vincent Rohan, bounty, 800 million berries. This was Rohan's current bounty, a sum that all bounty hunters across the seas longed for. That night, countless bounty hunters dreamed of killing Rohan to claim that coveted hide bounty. Rohan, who was being discussed by the world, also appeared in the morning meeting of the 5 elders. What do you think? The sword-wielding elder placed the intelligence report on the table. This is the report from CP yesterday evening. This kind of systematic ability development can't be from that infinity fruit. The golden-haired elder spoke first. I agree. However, that little brat's ability should be an unrecorded devil fruit power. Just let the people below keep monitoring it. No need to report directly anymore. Then let's leave it at that. For now, we need to find that island as soon as possible. The 5 elders quickly handled the matter, and Rohan's situation was classified, no longer at the highest processing level. On Whitebeard's ship, on the foredeck, Rohan woke up to the smell of delicious food, squinting his eyes a little as the sun was somewhat glaring. Oh. A few seagulls flew past the bow of the ship. Taking a deep breath, Rohan got up and looked at the sea, doing a few chest-expanding exercises against the sea breeze. Looking around, he didn't see Whitebeard, so he guessed he had gotten up early to go drink somewhere. Rohan thought to himself, clang, clang. The head chef pushed a card onto the deck, placing plates of delicious food. Lord Blue Demon, please enjoy your meal. After placing the food, the head chef slightly bowed to Rohan and turned to leave. What did you call me? Rohan called out to the head chef, frowning in confusion. Lord Blue Demon? The head chef turned to Luohan, slightly bowed his head, his voice trembling a bit, seemingly afraid that Luohan would be unhappy. It's fine. You can go back to your work. Luohan was taken aback. Okay, my lord. Noticing that Luohan seemed displeased with the title Blue Demon, the chef did not use it again, but instead replaced it with my lord, and after speaking, he turned and left. Luohan's expression was dazed. Thinking about the head chef's earlier transformation, it seemed that he had also become a figure of fear in people's hearts. Sigh. Never mind. Let's eat first and talk later. Rohan picked up a large piece of meat and took a big bite, instantly feeling a sense of pleasure. He then began to wolf it down. On the calm sea, 2 pirate ships were slowly sailing, one in front of the other. Damn it. Why can't I catch any fish? Tucker reeled in the fishing hook, only to find it empty again, and couldn't help but shout. Raising his right hand high with the fishing rod, he forcefully cast the hook out again. Before long, splash, a 5-meter-long tuna fell onto the boat with a thud. Flopping around, Tucker and Cole both looked over, their faces filled with frustration. Luohan swiftly stepped forward, patted the fish head, retrieved the fishing hook, baited it, and cast the rod. The whole set of actions flowed like clouds and water. So impressive. As expected of Lord Luohan, even fishing is done with such strength. The pirate long sighed. Yes. The pirate crew quickly echoed. Luohan hesitated for a moment. The fishing rod shook slightly, and he quickly eliminated the sound of the extras. Luohan, how come you can always catch fish? Tucker asked, puzzled. Young man, don't be anxious. Fishing requires a certain state of mind. You need to be calm for your energy to be harmonious. Only when your energy is harmonious can the fish feel no malice from you, and that's how they will bite. Just like you and Cole. You both exude an aura of want to catch fish, and when the fish sense danger, they naturally won't bite. Luohan explained seriously, almost convincing himself. Is that so? Boss. Tucker's lips twitched, clearly skeptical but too afraid to speak up, so he could only bite his lip and continue trying to enter this fishing realm. It's not like that. I was happily chasing my beloved girl in the deep sea, and just when I was about to succeed, an invisible force controlled me and forced me to surface, even making me eat that awful bait. I couldn't refuse. It forced my mouth open to eat it. Poor me. I bid farewell to my fish life like this. The tuna lying on the plank accused Luo Han of his atrocities, but unfortunately, no one could hear. Luo Han tilted his head and glanced at the tuna, always feeling like he heard someone calling out miss. Was it an illusion? He scratched his head and continued to focus on fishing. So this time, what kind of fish should he catch? In his spiritual perception, joyful fish were swimming in the sea, and Luo Han felt a bit difficult to choose. That's right, indeed, Master Luo Han's fishing realm is truly high, something that ordinary people cannot achieve. Pirate Long sighed once again. Yes, yes, the pirate crew quickly echoed. Shut up, you two idiots. From now on, you're not allowed to speak. Luo Han turned around and shouted, damn it, ever since Luo Han's bounty reached 800 million berries. These two background characters have been following him around, frantically flattering and worshipping him. No matter how he tried to drive them away, it was useless. If Luo Han didn't already know that these two were spies sent by the world government, he would have thought he had encountered his ultimate fans. All right, Master Luo Han. The two background characters instantly fell silent, standing straight like bodyguards, completely different from just before. Of course, they could only maintain this for a day or two. Then they would be back by Luo Han's side. Forget it. At least knowing their identities allows him to stay alert, which is better than being unaware. Luo Han secretly comforted himself, and then continued to immerse himself in the fishing endeavor. Brother Han, it seems something is flying over there. Cole pointed ahead, where a black dot was rapidly enlarging. Really? Let me see. Luo Han extended his spiritual perception and sensed a tall and overly attractive figure. Who is that? Tuck wondered. As the distance closed, a sexy woman who was almost as tall as Cole approached, stepping on white clouds. Thud. As soon as she landed on the ship, Charlotte Linlin looked around and didn't see Whitebeard. Where's Whitebeard? Here. Coming. Luo Han replied. Whitebeard walked out of the cabin, holding a jug of wine, clearly having been hiding inside to drink. Linlin, you came to my ship for a reason, Whitebeard said impatiently, showing no good attitude towards Charlotte Linlin, who interrupted his drinking. I just came to see you all. Of course. I mainly wanted to meet Cole. Charlotte Linlin was indifferent to Whitebeard's tone and instead showed great interest in Cole, surprised that after more than half a year, he had become much stronger. Had you thought it through? Do you want to join my pirate crew? Charlotte Linlin looked at Cole, her eyes shining with excitement. Facing Charlotte Linlin's fiery gaze, Cole felt a bit overwhelmed, smiling awkwardly and remaining silent. This big mom, she seems very interested in giants. Luo Han thought to himself, but said out loud, hey, Linlin, we're still on Rock's ship. Let's not talk about this now. Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed, and she raised her fist towards Luo Han. What makes you think you can talk to me as an equal? This mad woman, Luan Sayid. His mind moved, and he activated his telekinetic arm mode, punching upwards. Clang. Zizizi. An invisible wave accompanied by the eruption of Conqueror's haki burst forth between the two, causing the pirates on the ship to sway, and many fell unconscious from the pressure. Whoosh. Whoosh. Cole and Tuck transformed into their half-beast forms and instantly appeared behind Charlotte Linlin, throwing a punch. Clang. A large blade appeared to block their fists. And after a brief clash, the two retreated back to Luo Han's side. We're almost at Hive Island. We'll fight there. Whitebeard looked at Cole and Tuck. Then his eyes narrowed. And you, Linlin, this is my ship. Do you want me to throw you into the sea to feed the fish? Bang. Charlotte Linlin retracted her fist and jumped onto the white cloud above the ship. Zeus, let us go. Before leaving, she cast a special glance at Luo Han. This is really interesting. Two different voices, what could it be? Looking at Charlotte Linlin's departing figure, Luo Han stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Luan, we're almost at Hive Island. There are quite a few unfriendly people towards you. Be careful. Whitebeard smiled and returned to the cabin to continue drinking. Hee. It doesn't matter. Luo Han chuckled, shrugged, and turned to look back, feeling pleased with his earlier actions. Not bad, haha. Of course. Anyone who dares to act against the boss doesn't take me seriously. Tuck waved his fists to express his stance. Cole smiled but didn't speak. Then you all continue fishing. I'm going to the bow of the ship to take a look. Luo Han waved his hand and walked toward the bow. Arriving at the bow, he looked at a small black dot in the distance, which should be the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, Hive Island. That was quick. We're already at Hive Island's pirate gathering. We can go home after it ends. Luo Han sighed. Ever since that time, when he used telekinesis to control the sea and trap Carp, resulting in many Navy soldiers' sacrifices, Carp had been at odds with Luo Han. For the next few months, he followed Luo Han everywhere, and because of the spies on their ship, he couldn't shake him off. However, thanks to Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa's relentless pursuit. These months of high-intensity battles greatly enhanced Luo Han's telekinetic strength, and he believed that soon he would be able to completely ignore attacks from Whitebeard and the others. Next, he would just wait patiently for the Hive Island gathering to end, and then hurry back to Ring Tree Island. These days, Luo Han felt like his eyelids were twitching. Although he didn't know which side was a sign of bad luck, since both sides were twitching, something bad was bound to happen. Splash! The ship continued to advance, and as they approached Hive Island, more ships similar to theirs began to appear. Wow, there are so many. Luo Han sighed lightly. Pirate ships from all directions gathered at Hive Island. Besides the Rock's standard pirate ships resembling Navy warships, most were directly affiliated with the Rock's pirates or pirate crews like Tux that had submitted to Luo Han. The Hive Island gathering acted like a summons, bringing together all the forces under the Rock's pirates. After a while, they could already see the port for docking at Hive Island. It's very long. It seems to have been built along the coastline, Luo Han remarked, looking at the pirate ships gathered at the dock. Whitebeard approached Luo Han with a childish knife in hand. We've arrived. Yeah, Luan replied. Looking out, the most eye-catching feature was a gigantic rock resembling a skull standing in the center of the island, looking like a massive tombstone. No wonder rocks eventually got killed. Living in a tombstone every day, who wouldn't die? Luo Han couldn't help but think. As they got closer to the port, the island's scenery came into full view. The houses were made of earthy yellow rocks, and the wide streets were lined with tropical coconut trees, resembling Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, complete with beaches and beautiful women. Hey, that's Lord Whitebeard and Lord Blue Demon. At the port tower, a pirate responsible for guiding ships was using a telescope to confirm the figures of Luo Han and Whitebeard. Immediately, he waved a large flag, signaling the observers on Whitebeard's ship to dock at pier number 003. Subsequently, Luo Han and the others gradually turned towards the left dock. Before they even disembarked, Luo Han could hear the lively atmosphere on Hive Island. The sounds of various instruments rose and fell, mixed with the sounds of gunfire and clinking glasses, while the laughter of men and the gasps of women accompanied each other, creating an instant. A breath of indulgence and oblivion rushed towards them. Bang! The crowd disembarked, with Whitebeard leading the way, Luo Han on the right, Cole on the left, and Tucker following behind Luo Han. Leaving the dock, Luo Han's group arrived at the entrance of the port road, officially entering Hive Island. That's Whitebeard. A group of pirates entering from the side, Doc whispered as they looked at Whitebeard walking ahead. Yeah, he's a monster that has risen rapidly in recent years. I've heard he is terrifyingly strong. Huh, it's not just Whitebeard. Look at those behind him. That Beastman Cole and Blue Demon Luo Han. These two brothers have become the most famous in the past 6 months. They only joined the Rocks Pirates a little over half a year ago and have achieved such accomplishments. Especially Blue Demon. I've heard he has the ability to control the sea, making him a nemesis of all Devil Fruit users. But it's not just a nemesis for Devil Fruit users. The reason Carp has been relentlessly pursuing them is that Blue Demon controlled the sea and sunk the 3 warships that Carp and his team were on, leaving less than 100 of the over 400 Navy soldiers alive. I heard he has only 18 or 19. What a monster. Walking on the road and listening to the pirates' flattery felt invigorating for Luo Han. All right, disperse. Do whatever you want, Whitebeard said, turning and walking toward a tavern. Okay, the head chef and others were excited, scattering in all directions, leaving only Luo Han, Cole, and Tucker standing in place, suddenly unsure what to do. Feeling a bit lost. Just as Luo Han and the others were still in a daze, a sexy girl in a bikini approached Luo Han. She looked like a European or American with a supermodel figure. Is this your first time on Hive Island, Lord Blue Demon? Her charming voice came from the girl. Let Aishi lead you all to explore the island. Okay, you lead the way. Luo Han gestured for her to guide them, wiping his drool, thinking to himself how Rox sure knew how to have fun. Turning around, he saw only Cole appearing normal. The others all looked like they had never seen a beautiful woman before, but he couldn't blame them. They had been chased by Carp and others for so long that they had no time to enjoy the island, Luo Han thought. However, on second thought, was it a bit unusual for Cole? Looking at Cole's honest expression, Luo Han murmured, not like him. Whatever. Let us first see what charm this island has that makes Rox choose it as headquarters. Following Aishi, as they passed the first fork in the road, Luo Han finally grasped the essence of the island. Clang, clang. They were greeted by food trucks coming towards them, with one stopping right in front of Luo Han. You can enjoy whatever you want, my lords. No need to pay, hee hee. Aishi covered her mouth and chuckled. Really? Luo Han's eyes lit up as he stared at the delicious food on the food cart, taking a large piece of meat and a big hamburger. The others also rushed forward to grab some food. Yes, the food on this island can be enjoyed freely today, including women. As soon as this was said, Tucker and the others froze as if they had been paused, taking a while to react. Where are the women? Tucker's lips trembled, feeling somewhat excited. As they walked further in, they saw that any woman without a man beside her could be taken away directly. At this point, she glanced at Luo Han. Of course, those with men could also be taken as long as you were stronger than him. How? Tucker and the others howled like wolves, all looking at Luo Han with pure eyes, which made Luo Han unable to resist for even a second. He waved his hand, signaling this pack of wolves to scram. Upon receiving the signal, Tucker and the others instantly disappeared into the street, leaving only Cole and Luo Han, along with Miss Shi. After Tucker and the others left, Miss Shi's expression changed, her demeanor shifting from charming to heroic. Lord Luo Han and Lord Cole, please follow me. The big sister is waiting for you. Miss Shi gestured for Luo Han and Cole to follow, then walked towards another path. TSK. Even her voice became heroic. Luo Han thought to himself, let's go. Cole. The two continued to follow behind the young lady, not saying much, clearly aware of who they were going to meet. As they walked, Luo Han was truly amazed. Food carts were bustling on every street, ready to satisfy everyone's cravings at any time. On the roadside, inside houses, and on rooftops, various entertainments were taking place. Some were playing cards, some were robbing, some were drinking, and everyone was accompanied by at least one woman. It was as if the entire island had turned into a paradise of food and drink, with endless delicacies, unquenchable wine, and countless women. All the pirates were immersed in it. No wonder people say this is a pirate carnival island, judging by the number of people. It should exceed 500,000 by nightfall. How terrifying. Luo Han couldn't help but sigh as he observed all of this. Here we are. Let's go in. Miss she said as they arrived in front of a 5-story building, pushing the door open to enter. The big sister is on the rooftop of the 5th floor. Where are you guys? Just as she spoke, Miss she turned around and found that Luo Han and Cole were missing. Were they still outside? She walked back to the door, but didn't see them. Just as she was about to go out and look for them, a woman came down from upstairs and said something to Shi, after which Miss she quickly went upstairs with an angry expression. As Miss she pushed the door open, Luo Han and Cole had already flown up to the rooftop. Upon arriving, they saw a beautiful woman in a black bikini, half reclining on a beach chair, sunbathing, wearing sunglasses, with her left hand on her forehead and her right hand holding a glass of red wine, shaking it. There were also fruits and desserts on the table beside her, giving off a vacation vibe. The beauty saw Luo Han and Cole come up and was not surprised. She waved her wine glass to the left, signaling the two to come over. Spoon sister, you really know how to enjoy life. Luo Han walked over and lay on one of the smaller lounge chairs. Cole also lay on a huge lounge chair, clearly prepared by Spoon sister, very considerate. Welcome to Honeycomb Island, you two young men, Spoon sister said softly as she took off her sunglasses. Spoon sister, did you come back 10 days early just to enjoy a few more days? Luo Han asked, casually picking up a juice from the table and gulping it down. Really good. Hee hee. You could say that, Spoon sister chuckled. Clang. The rooftop door was pushed open, and Miss she walked in angrily in front of Luo Han, followed by a tall beauty with bronze skin, wearing gray hot pants and a white tank top, who appeared to be around 2 meters 5 tall, a super strong version of a Brazilian supermodel. Luo Han was captivated by the sight. Hey, what's going on with you two? Didn't I say to follow me? How could you come to see the big sister by yourselves? Looking at Shi's gaze that seemed ready to eat him alive, Luo Han calmly peeled a banana and took a bite, so fragrant. But his eyes never left the Brazilian supermodel. You two, Shi pointed at Luo Han and Cole, her face showing anger. Hee hee. All right, Shi. No need to mind them. Spoon sister quickly stopped Shi, then explained besides they didn't do it on purpose. The stairs are so small Cole can't get through. She was taken aback, looking at Cole's massive size. Her face flushed, but she said nothing more and stepped back to stand with the supermodel. To be honest, when the two stood together, they really did have a feeling of unmatched beauty. Same height, same figure, but in terms of appearance, the Brazilian supermodel was a bit prettier, exuding a kind of exotic beauty that blended Eastern and Western features. Ahem. Spoon's sister's sudden voice came through. Luo Han's expression paused, retracting his pure gaze as he picked up the juice and took a hard sip. Spoon's sister, since you came back, you've sent Tucker and the others away and called me and Cole here. Is there something going on? Luo Han asked, a bit puzzled, as he set down his juice and looked at Spoon's sister. I thought you weren't curious all along. You're only asking now. Spoon's sister chuckled lightly. Luo Han awkwardly smiled, having been too busy admiring beautiful women to remember. Let's introduce first. Spoon's sister stood up and brought two beautiful women in front of him. Here, this is Sola. This is Aishi. And then? Luo Han questioned, confused. Spoon's sister continued. 3 days later, when the festivities on Hive Island are over, you won't have to follow Whitebeard anymore. You can form your own team. I believe you've already noticed I am an original member of the Rocks Pirates. Every pirate ship that has joined Rocks has at least one original member like me. Originally, it was supposed to be someone else with you, but I took the initiative to swap it for myself. How about that? Sister is quite generous, right? After hearing Spoon's sister's explanation, Luo Han secretly rejoiced in his heart. Does this mean my strength has reached Whitebeard's level? It doesn't matter, but I have to return home for something in 3 days. Do you want to come with me, or should we wait until I come back to talk about it? Luo Han expressed his thoughts. I'll go with you. I haven't had a good look around your hometown yet. Spoon's sister smiled, then seemed to remember something. All right, I almost forgot. These two beauties will also be following you from now on. Looking at the two beautiful women who had been standing behind Spoon's sister, Luo Han smiled. They are probably following you, right, Spoon's sister? You're really smart. Spoon's sister smiled, not denying it. Then everyone enjoyed sunbathing, snacking on fruits, and drinking juice, momentarily feeling like they had returned to the carefree days on Ringtree Island. As night fell, all the qualified members of the Rocks Pirates gathered on Hive Island. At this time, the island was not plunged into darkness like other islands at night, but was like a city that never sleeps, with lights set up everywhere and bonfires burning all around. Even 10 kilometers away from Hive Island, one could still see the light emitted from the island. Ha! Ha ha ha! A powerful laughter echoed from the broadcast, quickly spreading throughout the entire island. The revelers on the island suddenly stopped, all looking towards the direction of the skull. Everyone is here. Starting tonight, the Hive Island festivities will last for 3 days, with food, beautiful women, and everything you could want. The commanding voice paused before adding. But we still lack treasure. Everyone shouldn't forget why we gathered here, right? No way. Everyone on the island yelled in unison, making the whole island seem as if it had been flipped over, startling Luo Han so much that he almost dropped the juice in his hand. A group of crazy pirates. Luo Han sighed inwardly, and then listened carefully to the words from the broadcast. That's right. At the latest in a year and a half, we will find the place where the huge treasure is hidden. So let's party. Let us celebrate for the huge treasure we are about to obtain. Then the powerful voice fell silent. Boom! After a brief silence, a more intense sound erupted on Hive Island, as everyone raised their glasses to signal towards the skull. The cheers were deafening, demonstrating Rock's popularity. Watching the crowd on the island express their gratitude for Rocks, Luo Han smiled. The world government should be unable to sit still now. Then, with Spoon's sister and the two beauties, and also Cole, the 5 of them enjoyed the food and wine on Hive Island. It's just that there were no beauties. Luo Han felt a bit regretful, but didn't he want to randomly find someone on the island? Who knows what number he would become? Maybe 100? Or 1,000? Yao. Recalling his thoughts, he continued to indulge in the food. And after finishing, someone directly brought more to Spoon's sister. This celebration seemed truly prepared to last 3 days and nights without stopping, resting, or sleeping. Too scary. Luo Han marveled, and by midnight, he and Cole simply fell asleep on the rooftop. After all, this island was a summer island, so there was no need to worry about rain. After 3 continuous days and nights of revelry, Luo Han, Cole, and Spoon's sister went to meet Rocks. After telling Rocks that they would return to Ringtree Island, the 3 directly went to the sea area behind Hive Island, where a 300-meter-long Rocks-class pirate ship was docked, which Spoon's sister had prepared in advance. This is my ship. Standing at the bow of the ship, Luo Han felt an indescribable sensation, as if he had finally sat in a car that belonged to him. Completely different from the feeling of sitting in someone else's car. That's right, this ship will be yours from now on, Spoon's sister smiled. Then let us set sail, Luo Han said loudly. Then he controlled the ship to move forward, calling Tucker and the others to head towards Ringtree Island, which should be heading towards Bot Island. It was a bit awkward when Spoon's sister asked, "Do you know the route to Ringtree Island?" At that moment, Luo Han suddenly remembered that Ringtree Island had no magnetic field and no record pointer to guide them. Alas, they can only go to Bot Island first and then start searching slowly. This time back to Ringtree Island. He thought to find a way to confirm the direction to avoid having to search slowly next time. In the early morning on Bot Island, just as the sky began to brighten and the sun had not yet come up, The quiet little town was filled with the sounds of pigs squealing, as if they were about to be executed, which was not much different in reality. At this time, in the small port, ships from various islands and countries in the New World were lined up, waiting to transport one fragrant pig after another, presenting a prosperous scene. Bot Island is an island dedicated to raising fragrant pigs, famous throughout the New World, so merchant ships arrive early every day. It wasn't this prosperous originally, but since the New World had been basically conquered by the Rocks pirates, there were no pirates robbing at sea, making commercial activities much more active than before. When Luo Han and the others arrived, they saw such a scene. Sister Spoon, you all can rest on Bot Island. Cole and I will go search for Ring Tree Island, Luo Han said to Sister Spoon. Then he and Cole stood at the bow of the boat, ready to set off from Bot Island. All right, you've been restless since last night, Sister Spoon said, taking a square piece of white paper from her pocket, tearing it in half and handing it to Luo Han and Cole. Here, take this, it's life card paper. Hold it in your hand and take a look. Luo Han took it and held it in his hand. The small white paper moved slowly toward Spoon's sister like a worm. This is my life card paper. As long as I'm alive, it will continue to move towards the main life card paper. It's a pretty interesting little gadget that has recently spread among the world government. With it, you can search deeply without worrying about getting lost. It really is life card paper. Luo Han sighed inwardly and said to Spoon's sister, I didn't expect such a magical thing to exist. Thanks. I hope you find it soon. Spoon's sister smiled. Let's hope so. You want to plead? Then we're off. After saying that, Luo Han called Cole and they flew into the sky, heading in different directions. That's the terrifying newcomer who has recently risen in the Rocks Pirates. The Blue Demon. I heard the Blue Demon's hometown is near Boat. It seems so. The first appearance was on Boat Island. On the merchant ships at the port, people were discussing Luo Han and the others' arrival. Meanwhile, Luo Han and Cole had already flown 100 kilometers away from Boat. Cole, you go that way to search, and I'll go this way. Luo Han casually pointed in two directions, since they needed to check everywhere. Okay, Brother Han. Cole nodded, entering half-beast mode and flying rapidly towards the direction Luo Han indicated. Watching Cole's departing figure, Luo Han retracted his gaze. I hope we can find it soon. Luan secretly worried. In the past few days, his eyelids had stopped twitching, which left a layer of shadow in his heart. It should be noted that his eyelids had been twitching since a few days before the carnival at Hive Island. And now suddenly stopping was not a good omen. Recalling his thoughts, Luo Han activated his telekinetic armed mode and flew with all his might in search of the ring tree. Boom! A massive sonic boom sounded as Luo Han flew at supersonic speed, patrolling at an altitude of 5,000 meters. At a glance, there was nothing. This sea area seemed to be a vast, uninhabited ocean. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Luo Han began to feel anxious. There were still no clues. As couldn't he go on, he thought about what other ways he could find the Ring Tree Island. Hovering in the sky, Luo Han looked down at the endless sea, lost in thought and feeling somewhat dejected. At that moment, Luo Han's spiritual sense detected that many large sea kings were gathering beneath the surface of the sea. It seemed to be a sea king's nest. Seeing so many sea kings reminded Luo Han of the super large sea king attack that Ring Tree Island once encountered. Sea kings, Ring Tree Island, divine tree, fish scale fruit. Luo Han's expression became excited, and he plunged directly into the deep sea. The mirror flower water moon isolated the sea king's perception to avoid disturbance, and Luo Han dove rapidly. Soon, a blue figure appeared at the bottom of the deep sea. It was Luo Han. Thanks to the telekinetic armor isolating the ocean's aura, Luo Han could move freely underwater. At this moment, Luo Han was excited, but his face was serious as he activated his mental abilities to enhance his spiritual sense, fully penetrating into the seabed. Ha ha ha, there really is something that's great. Luo Han laughed heartily, and fortunately, he had the power of thought to shield him from the seawater. Otherwise, he would have swallowed a few mouthfuls of it. Wait, why can't I sense the spiritual fluctuations of the divine tree's little ring in my consciousness? Luo Han's expression changed, and he furrowed his brows tightly. Through his spiritual perception, he saw a gigantic root 200 meters beneath the seabed, which was the extension of the little ring of the divine tree on Ring Tree Island. However, at this moment, Luo Han could no longer sense the spiritual fluctuations of the little ring on the root. In the past, he could communicate with the little ring of the divine tree, but now he couldn't. Something must have happened on Ring Tree Island. Luo Han's expression was cold as he quickly swam along the direction where the tree roots gradually grew larger. He decided to go ahead first and would tell Kier and the others when he returned. There was no time to waste. I hope nothing goes wrong. Grandma Mo, and everyone else. Luo Han silently prayed in his heart. If something really happens, world government, just wait for my crazy revenge. Deep in the dark sea, a blue figure darted through the depths like a sharp arrow, leaving a long white trail of water behind. It was Luo Han, who had been swimming rapidly for nearly an hour, following the tree roots. It should be close now. Luo Han sensed that the tree roots were becoming increasingly larger and thought to himself, have I arrived? Luan murmured softly. After another half-hour of swimming, he finally sensed the Ring Tree Island. Bang! Luo Han burst from the water and looked at Ring Tree Island, his expression changing rapidly as he flew towards it. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Grandma Mo. Splash! Luo Han knelt on a pile of ruins, unable to believe the reality before him. His face was pale, and his eyes showed no signs of moisture, hollow and lifeless. He knelt there quietly. The once beautiful Ring Tree Island had now been reduced to rubble. The 200-meter-high circular stone walls and the sacred tree had been shattered, scattered around him. Large stones and severed tree roots were visible on the surface of the sea, and as dusk fell, a scene of desolation unfolded. Slap! Letting you be so clever. Slap! Letting you fear for your life. Slap! Letting you not hurry back. Luo Han slapped his own lifeless face one after another, murmuring to himself as he did so. Eventually, he stared blankly at the sky. If it weren't for his fear of death, using illusions to escape the suspicion of having eaten the heart fruit, causing the world government to focus on Ring Tree Island, everyone wouldn't have ended up in trouble. Clearly aware of the potential crisis on Ring Tree Island, it's still not taking it seriously enough. He could have explained the special circumstances to Rox and returned for a visit, but in the end, he said nothing. He had many ways to come back, yet he chose the safest and most cowardly option. After a long while, Luo Han stood up and looked ahead. That's right, he was still cowardly, feeling fear towards a pirate named Rox, which made him dare not break the rules he had set. He had always feared the world government, constantly hiding his own power. So in the end, what did I gain? Always waiting until my strength is invincible. But in this world, nothing is just waiting. Waiting and waiting, ultimately waiting for nothing. Hee hee. Luo Han chuckled at himself, his mind moving, ready to leave. Who? The cold light condensed, and Luo Han turned around to look. A young girl suddenly appeared atop the ruins, dressed in a light blue kimono, her feet in white wooden clogs. With a tall figure and waist-length, smooth black hair, resembling a fairy stepping out of a painting. You're here, Luhan. The girl's crisp voice came through, sounding very familiar to Luo Han, with a hint of strange maturity in her words, as if she had experienced a lot. Who are you? Luo Han secretly became alert. His mind moving, the psychic armed mode had been activated. Although the girl appeared very innocent, being able to evade his psychic perception was not something an ordinary person could achieve. My name is toOne, you sure? You can call me Sure. The girl. toOne, you sure? Said softly. How did you appear here? And you said you've been waiting for me for a long time. At this point, Luo Han's pupils constricted, his gaze turning cold. The violent overlord's aura instantly erupted. You caused the destruction of Ring Tree Island. Are you a person from the world government? The atmosphere immediately became heavy, and a battle was about to break out. No. I didn't do it. toOne Yusher quickly waved her hands, hurriedly denying it, then said urgently, everyone is alive. Luo Han retracted his momentum, staring intently at toOne Yusher. What did you say? Seeing Luo Han retract his aura, toOne Yusher patted her chest and sat down to explain. I have sent everyone to Ring Tree Island 30 years in the future, which means everyone will appear here in 30 years. I am a user of the time fruit ability, able to send people to a certain point in the future. You can meet everyone here in 30 years. And for them, 30 years will feel like a moment. After hearing toOne Yusher's explanation, Luo Han let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. Grandma Mo and everyone are safe, although I can only see them in 30 years. At this moment, Luo Han finally put down the heavy burden in his heart. How did you end up here? Luo Han wondered. How did toOne Yusher know the location of Ring Tree Island? And she just happened to save Grandma Mo and everyone else. Didn't I tell you? I'm a time fruit user. toOne Yusher chuckled lightly, then said, my ability not only allows me to travel to the future, but also lets me see future scenes. I learned about the crisis on Ring Tree Island from those future images. That's why I came here early to send everyone to the future. Upon hearing this, Luo Han furrowed his brow as he looked at the surrounding desolate scene, his expression gradually turning cold. So, you know who destroyed Ring Tree Island? I know. toOne Yu nodded, her expression serious. Just 5 days ago, led by an old man with a knife and another old man with a long white beard, along with a group of masked men in black, they seemed to be searching for something on the island. In the end, they destroyed the entire island without finding it and then left. Masked men in black? They must be CP0. And those 2 old men? Could they be the 5 elders? Thinking of this, Luo Han's heart grew heavy again. Then his eyes narrowed, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The 5 elders are personally involved. It seems the days ahead won't be easy. However, I won't give you another chance. With 30 years left, let's take our time, 5 elders. After making this resolve in his heart, Luo Han looked seriously at toOne Yu. Now he also knew toOne Yu's identity. Just being a Time Fruit user was enough to know she was the mother of a certain must-die little lecher in the future. Speak. What do you need me to help you with? Luo Han saw very clearly that there is no help without reason in this world. Moreover, under the circumstances of seeing the future, helping Luo Han save the people of Ring Tree Island must have some ulterior motive. Let me hand this to you first. Almost forgot. toOne Yu's expression froze for a moment, and instead of answering directly, she took out a fruit from behind her and handed it to Luo Han. What is this? Luo Han took the golden round fruit, its surface resembling fish scales. It should be the special fish scale fruit from the small ring. Likely the seed of the divine tree. Use your spiritual sense to perceive it. With a slight contraction of his pupils, Luo Han looked at toOne Yu, who shrank her head as if realizing she had said something she shouldn't have. He withdrew his gaze, feeling a twinge of caution. She even knows the name of my spiritual sense. Luo Han sighed inwardly and decided not to say more. This feeling of being seen through was really unpleasant. He then used his spiritual sense to perceive the golden fish scale fruit. This is... Luo Han's mouth curled slightly as he sensed a familiar fluctuation. It was the mental wave of the small ring, but it seemed to be in a deep sleep, unable to communicate. The small ring is indeed a reliable companion. Luo Han. toOne Yu looked at the small ring in Luo Han's hand with admiration. You probably don't know, right? The reason I can come here to save everyone is that the small ring led the way for me to find this place. How so? Luo Han turned to look at toOne Yu. She gazed out at the distant sea where a tree root emerged and said softly, my ability cannot reach different places in the future. Wherever I go in the future will only manifest there. So I kept rushing towards here from the past. I arrived in this sea area just 1 month before the destruction of Ring Tree Island and then slowly searched for Ring Tree Island. However, because the present is too different from the past, I couldn't find it for a long time. Until 10 days ago, my observation haki suddenly sensed a voice coming from the deep sea, which was the small rings. It turns out the small ring's consciousness can attach to the root system. After hearing someone in this sea area talking about destroying Ring Tree Island 6 months ago, she wanted to notify you, but you weren't around then. Just when I reached this sea area, I discovered I could perceive her voice, and the small ring hoped I could help her find you. After understanding the situation, I also share my abilities, and in the end, we decided to send everyone to the future. After sending everyone to the future, I came to present-day Ring Tree Island to find you. After hearing toOne Yu's words, Luo Han glanced at her, lost in thought. Although he wasn't clear on why they needed to send people 30 years into the future, as long as everyone was rescued, he didn't dwell on it. He placed the fruit in his clothing bag, continuously protecting it with telekinesis, and whispered, once I find the devil fruit of the person system, I'll let you recover. So, expending such great effort to come to Ring Tree Island to help me, what do you want in return? Luo Han asked calmly again. toOne Yu stood up, looked at Luo Han seriously, and said word by word, I hope you will not actively go to the Wano country in the future. Remember, it includes everything related to you. Okay, no problem, Luo Han replied. Aren't you going to ask why? toOne Yu looked confused, thinking she would have to explain many things, but was surprised that Luo Han agreed so easily. Compared to my own family, this is nothing. Luo Han smiled, and although he didn't know what his future self did in Wano country that made her go to such lengths to help him, he still acknowledged this favor. Then I'll take my leave. My companions are still waiting for me to return. Luo Han said as he slowly flew into the air, preparing to leave. Wait for me. I'm going with you. Upon seeing Luo Han about to leave, toOne Yu quickly called out, otherwise she would disappear in a flash. Why do you want to go with me? Luo Han asked in confusion, stopping to look at her. I want to go back to Wano country. Then you go. I don't know the way back. I came to this far sea area to help you, so you have to be responsible for sending me back. toOne you sure said awkwardly. But I don't even know where Wano country is. How can I send you back? toOne you sure was taken aback, clearly not having considered this problem, then pouted and looked at Luo Han pitifully, saying, "What should I do?" This. Looking at her adorable face, Luo Han was momentarily speechless. "Just let me on your ship. We can look for it together then." At this point, toOne you sure looked at Luo Han like a child throwing a tantrum, insisting, "In any case, I must return to Wano country within 3 years, and you have to take responsibility." All right. But my ship might often be in battles and could be dangerous. You need to be careful." Luo Han was momentarily caught off guard, thinking about it. Even though she had a purpose in saving people, she had expended so much effort. She couldn't even find her way home, so it seemed a bit unreasonable not to send her back. In the end, he agreed to toOne you sure's request to take her out to find Wano country. "Oh yeah, let's hurry up and go." Upon hearing Luo Han's agreement, toOne you sure jumped up happily. Transmigrated, wondering how she had initially heard a hint of maturity in her voice, falling into deep self-doubt. "Fine, let us go then." Luo Han took out the life card paper given by Spoon's sister, checked the direction, and used telekinesis to wrap around toOne you sure. Then they both flew towards Bot Island. On the way back, the girl exclaimed in delight, excitedly calling out to the seagulls they flew past. Perhaps at that moment, she truly resembled a girl. Luo Han secretly speculated about what had happened to make this originally joyful girl cross the river of time from the distant past to the future. When it was completely dark, the two returned to Bot Island. Following the hazy lights of the port, Luo Han and the girl landed on the boat, where only Cole and Spoon's sister were present, and no one else was seen. Thud! As soon as they landed, Cole and Spoon's sister quickly jogged over, clearly having been waiting for Luo Han's return. "How was it? Did you find them?" Spoon's sister asked quickly. Cole just looked at Luo Han eagerly, silent, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. "Sigh, I found them, but there was a bit of an accident," Luo Han sighed. "What happened? My mom and dad and everyone are okay, right?" Cole anxiously leaned closer to toOne you sure. The girl couldn't help but let out a small cry as she saw Cole's suddenly large head and hurriedly hid behind Luo Han.